Guo Sen had become a celestial body. How desolate. It is perhaps I should begin creating life. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Void, silence, and utter lifelessness. Initially, upon being reborn as a satellite orbiting the colossal green gas giant before him, Guo Sen experienced a fleeting thrill. However, after completing nearly 100 orbits and thoroughly examining his own sphere, he ultimately came to the stark realization that he was a dead star. There was no life, no oceans, not even an atmosphere. Instead, countless craters of varying sizes marred his surface, along with a series of continuous peaks and profound valleys that resembled grotesque scars. He was indeed a barren planet. Once an ordinary human, Guo Sen had presumed himself to be dead after a grave traffic accident. Yet, inexplicably reborn as this planet, he discovered that this monotonous existence bore little distinction from being deceased. Surrounded by the endless, dark void of the cosmos, he could not discern his location. Tidal locking confined him to perpetually face the gas giant that bore a striking resemblance to Saturn, as gravity compelled him into a tedious and unending cycle of revolution and rotation. Guo Sen possessed a 360-degree supervisual system, and he had scrutinized the green gas giant across from him. Beyond its sheer enormity, he found himself at a loss for words to describe it. He was grateful not to suffer from a fear of colossal objects. He also discerned that, aside from himself, there were approximately 50 or 60 other unfortunate satellites orbiting the gas giant, including a brown planet not far from his own. Amidst these satellites and the gas giant, countless peculiar, luminous entities sparkled. After 2 revolutions of careful observation, he realized there were likely trillions of ice fragments and dust forming a ring system akin to that of Saturn, with himself positioned just beyond the outermost layer of the ring. Of course, Guo Sen could also see in the distance the eerie, burning red star. This celestial body illuminated the fact that he was not within the solar system, nor was the gas giant Saturn, and Earth was a mere figment of imagination. In this realm, he sometimes endured frigid conditions, while at other times he felt scorched by intense heat. A true dichotomy of ice and fire's existence was indeed a torment. Guo Sen had meticulously examined his own composition. He possessed an internal core and stratification structure akin to that of any known rocky planet. Yet his surface was cloaked in hard rock, and volcanic activity was so subdued that signs of eruption were nearly non-existent, resembling the moon. He had heard of silicon-based life forms and fantasized about their presence within him. Yet no matter how diligently he searched, he found only rock, and more rock, devoid of any signs of life. Alas, what shall I do next? Will it continue like this forever? If he possessed the gift of life, at least Guo Sen could find some semblance of joy, rather than spiraling endlessly around that verdant star like a fool. After completing yet another 10 laps, he suddenly recalled having read online that scientists speculated life on Earth might have originated from impacts with icy asteroids. If only an asteroid were to collide with him. Guo Sen activated his all-weather 360-degree visual system, meticulously searching for that solitary glimmer of hope. Fortune favored him after a few dozen more rotations. He astonishingly spotted 2 asteroids that were perilously close to him. By comparing them with the ice fragments forming a planetary ring further away, Guo Sen roughly estimated their size. Perhaps about 1% of my own size, somewhat larger, but better than nothing, I suppose. However, Guo Sen had evidently overlooked something significant. With hope swelling in his chest, he watched as the 2 massive rocks darted past him, only to despair as he realized they were heading straight for the colossal entity before him. The 2 asteroids, upon nearing the gaseous giant, suddenly fragmented into dozens of pieces, which then struck the planet at an unimaginable velocity. Guo Sen beheld the surface of the tempestuous gas giant, its green exterior marred by a series of violent explosions, followed by an eruption of crimson light. The extent of the devastation was even greater than he could have ever imagined. As he circled the gas giant once more, the glaring red spots appeared alarmingly large. Goodness, if one of those were to collide with me. But it resembles the impact of Surrey E9 against Jupiter. The despondency he felt moments ago transformed into a flicker of fortune. Guo Sen mused that if he were capable of sweating, he would surely produce an ocean. He understood that even if more asteroids passed by, they would inevitably be ensnared by the immense gravitational pull of the gas giant, leaving no chance for him to escape. Were it not for the formidable gravity of this behemoth, perhaps his small celestial body could have independently evolved into a planet. This nuisance truly is a hindrance. Alas, how might I induce an asteroid to collide with me? As Guo Sen pondered this, he continued to orbit the gaseous planet again and again. It was clear he had forgotten yet another crucial detail. Not long after, several meteors drawn in by the gravitational force of the gas giant effortlessly breached all barriers and struck his surface. The meteors unleashed massive boulders and dust that blotted out the sky, and in the midst of the relentless tremors, they left several enormous circular craters upon his exterior. Those craters resembled the others that had already marred his surface. Guo Sen came to comprehend his place in the cosmos. He was merely one of the many targets floating in space, routinely bombarded by meteors. As he inspected the newly formed scars, he was pleasantly surprised to discover his fortune. He realized that those meteors were indeed the fabled ones that carried ice. New life, new life. Guo Sen joyfully watched as the light and warmth of the star gradually melted the ice, feeling as though his very core was on the verge of pulsating with life. A new life may soon emerge on his planet. However, the water, under the radiant light of the star, continuously evaporated, gradually diminishing until it scattered into the vast emptiness of the universe. What? Guo Sen had not anticipated that the very spark of life could disperse so readily. Or had things gone awry? After much contemplation, he finally grasped the crux of the issue. It was the atmosphere. Without it, moisture could never be retained. Understanding this brought him a wave of anxiety. How on earth could he create an atmosphere? Guo Sen began to fervently recall the knowledge imparted by his geography teacher during high school. Wait, let me think. I seem to remember that in the early stages of Earth's formation, the crust was extraordinarily active, with numerous volcanoes erupting collectively, and the gases released formed the primordial atmosphere. His memory was relatively sharp, and he finally recalled this crucial information. Alas, how can I make my crust active again? Yet another dilemma arose. This realization made Guo Sen acutely aware that birthing life was not an easy feat as a planet now encased in cold, lifeless rock. His crust was no longer as prone to violent activity as it had been during its nascent days. As he wrestled with his worries, he circled around his mother star several times. What on earth can I do? Can I truly summon a volcanic eruption merely by wishing for it? Just then, he suddenly felt a violent tremor coursing through his sphere. Shortly thereafter, fissures appeared in multiple locations, and torrents of magma erupted violently from these openings. Guo Sen was bewildered what was happening. Was it truly responding to his call for an eruption? The erupting volcanoes showed no signs of abating, casting vast clouds of dust and gas into the upper atmosphere. Could it be a coincidence? If I command a full-scale eruption, could it possibly lead to a global event? At that moment, an even greater tremor ensued. Countless fissures ripped open across the surface, and even more ferocious eruptions commenced. The volcanic gases white, gray, and black gradually amassed, coalescing into small and then large masses. Eventually, the gases of the entire planet converged, thickening steadily with the relentless volcanic activity. Guo Sen thought to himself, this is truly happening. Chapter 2. Is new life upon us? Guo Sen attempted to halt one of the erupting volcanoes, and to his astonishment, it actually ceased. He realized that he seemed to possess a remarkable power to control all things. The nature of this power remained a mystery to him. After all, being reincarnated as a planet was peculiar enough. The possession of such abilities did not astonish him as much. What truly occupied his mind was the unfolding situation at hand. He was on the brink of entering an era adorned with a primordial atmosphere. Across the globe, countless volcanoes continued to erupt with unrelenting ferocity, showing no signs of abating as they unleashed torrents of molten lava. This cataclysmic activity significantly expands Guo Sen's planetary surface area, rendering it larger than ever before. The immense volume of gases released forms thickening clouds that ascend into the heavens, gradually darkening from a pale gray to a deeper hue. Yet, Guo Sen feels this is merely the beginning. How thick must the Earth's atmosphere be? This is still but a mere whisper, he muses. Erupt forth, my volcanoes! Guo Sen exclaims with fervor, yearning for the swift establishment of an atmosphere, the very foundation for life. More volcanic vents erupt from the surface, spewing lava as if it were an inexhaustible resource. Guo Sen experiences no pain, rather. He likens himself to a ripe lychee, adorned with numerous bumps and radiating a vibrant red hue. He orbits his home planet in endless circles, while the volcanoes continue their relentless eruption. He revels in this tumultuous process. During this time, The violent phenomena on his planet's surface persist. The dark clouds collide and rub against one another, unleashing terrifying flashes of lightning that illuminate the ground below. Surely, this must suffice? After an extensive interval, Guo Sen observes the clouds breaking free from gravity, beginning their ascent into the void of space, and he senses that it may be time to temper the eruptions. He gazes upon the now ominously dark clouds. What comes next? Let me think. As he begins to temper the volcanic activity, the black clouds that blanket the fiery surface, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder, commence a torrential downpour. Guo Sen has never witnessed such a deluge. Each raindrop seems capable of piercing the very ground. This relentless rain appears destined to continue, persisting even after Guo Sen has completed over 100 orbits around his home planet. Yet, he does not desire for the rain to cease. Guo Sen observes intently. The unyielding rain transforms the crimson lava spilling from the surface into thick clouds of white steam, which ascend to the sky, forming new rain clouds. As time passes, the temperature of the lava diminishes, gradually solidifying into a hard black crust. Simultaneously, as if drawn by the spectacle, a swarm of meteors descends from the outer cosmos, becoming a meteor shower that bombards the surface. These impacts create more profound craters on Guo Sen's terrain, some plunging to depths of thousands of meters. The ceaseless rainwater accumulates on the surface, gradually coalescing into streams, which in turn merge into broader rivers. These rushing waters flow into the craters, eroding the hardened crust. The formerly solid exterior is slowly worn away, giving rise to deep canyons, while the deluge of rainwater widens these gorges further. The craters gradually fill, only to overflow uncontrollably, with more water cascading into deeper recesses. After a prolonged observation, Guo Sen finally comprehends the process of ocean formation unfolding before him. Thus, a considerable amount of time passed. The relentless downpour above continued for an indeterminate number of years, and Guo Sen observed the clouds gradually transform into a light gray hue. Casting a glance at the enormous craters, some of which remained unfilled, he resolved to reignite volcanic activity. After all, the current volume of water was insufficient to create a vast and profound ocean. Simultaneously, Guo Sen embarked on further endeavors, tearing apart the giant pits to render them more expansive and profound, while also elevating portions of the surface. This resulted in a landscape of stark contrasts, with one half comprising deep pits continuously accumulating rainwater, and the other half characterized by relatively towering highlands. This delineated the ocean from the land. Guo Sen surveyed the scene, feeling that this was merely the beginning. He decided to emulate the Earth's appearance, fracturing the entire surface to create several tectonic plates, and by harnessing the movement of these plates, he formed abyssal depths reaching thousands of meters and an array of towering peaks. The intensified movement at the plate boundaries facilitated the rapid development of these summits, thereby establishing several plateaus across the globe. Meanwhile, what had once been a singularly elevated landmass was now fragmented into numerous sections by the tectonic activity. The distribution of land and ocean was, for the most part, complete. Guo Sen commanded the volcanoes within the land and oceans to erupt violently once more, resulting in terrifying precipitation that gradually filled the deep pits, thus creating several vast and boundless oceans, with volcanic craters emerging as countless small islands. After an uncertain passage of years, the rain clouds began to dissipate and eventually ceased altogether. The once ebony clouds transformed into a light gray and then into a translucent veil. The thick layer of atmosphere that formed was Guo Sen's primordial atmosphere. Pleased, Guo Sen gazed upon the land, the oceans, and the atmosphere, feeling an immense sense of accomplishment. All of this had materialized under his influence in a remarkably brief span. He noted that even during this process, the surface temperature of the sphere gradually decreased from nearly 1,000 degrees to below 100 after the formation of the oceans. With the foundation laid, all that remained was to commence the preparation for the creation of life. Why do I suddenly feel like a creator? Guo Sen chuckled with a hint of pride. However, he had not entirely halted volcanic activity, maintaining thousands of volcanoes across the globe. The atmosphere was not yet fully formed. He believed it essential to establish this cycle first and, at the appropriate moment, allow the volcanoes to gradually subside. As time flowed on, the temperature of the entire sphere stabilized, thanks to this period in Guo Sen's interventions. Under the influence of the primordial atmosphere, even when directly facing the blue star, the temperature could be regulated to around 70 degrees, while the nights no longer froze everything in icy stillness. This was all due to the atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the polar regions, immense ice blocks began to accumulate over time. He knew that the initial conditions for the emergence of life had now been established. At this moment, Guo Sen found himself yearning for the dirty snowball once more. This so-called dirty snowball resembled the meteorite that had once been hurled at him long ago, a celestial body composed of a vast amalgamation of ice and snow. Theoretically, it held the potential to give rise to exceedingly simple unicellular spores. The arrival of the dirty snowball was beyond Guo Sen's control. Good fortune was not a constant companion, yet it did not completely elude him. Guo Sen was fortunate. After orbiting his mother planet several dozen times, he discovered a standard dirty snowball hurtling directly toward him. It was a meteorite approximately 50 meters in diameter, which, after traversing the dense atmosphere, had not been entirely incinerated but instead struck a location at the juncture of land and sea. Guo Sen quickly began his observations. Upon impacting the continental shelf, the dirty snowball had triggered a minor seismic event, but tranquility soon returned. He harbored hopes that within it, some spores might indeed exist, capable of gradually giving rise to life. With eager anticipation, Guo Sen circled around his mother planet time and again. His visual system, akin to a high-power microscope, could perceive the minutest of details. He often ventured to scrutinize for any clues, yet after considerable time, it appeared that no significant changes had transpired. Time passed, and one day, in the now-warmed waters near the coast, he observed something entirely different. Countless organisms, each scarcely larger than a micron, possessing a single nucleus, came into view. Some were merely spherical unicellular entities, while others resembled cylindrical forms, darting about in the water. Oh, how delightful! Guo Sen was utterly exhilarated. These infinitesimal lives resembled tiny insects, either meandering beneath his gaze, consuming even smaller counterparts, or dividing from one cell into two. Guo Sen also noted the emergence of exceedingly tiny, pale green, translucent unicellular organisms, coalescing into clusters of small green dots, immobile and drifting in the shallow waters, reminiscent of minuscule algae. The previously active unicellular creatures were now feeding on them. This seems rather different from what I had envisioned, Guo Sen mused, observing these small beings grazing like sheep. The evolution of the unicellular organisms appeared to progress at a slower pace than anticipated. As Guo Sen circled his mother planet repeatedly, he sensed that these small entities had not undergone any significant transformation. Not only was evolution stagnant, but their distribution remained confined to the site of the initial meteorite impact. Both development and evolution seem rather sluggish. Must I intervene? After some contemplation, he resolved to take action to assist these minuscule lives. Otherwise, he might be left waiting indefinitely. Guo Sen harnessed his abilities to transport dozens of droplets, each containing an abundance of life, to the nearby coastal waters, which bore a striking resemblance to their original environment. This method proved to be the most prudent. Should calamity befall the creatures of the original locale, resulting in their extinction, at the very least, he would have some backups. Guo Sen repeated this process numerous times. He had not anticipated that his own size was indeed considerable. The ocean seemed boundless. Surely, I cannot be larger than the earth itself? Emma, this is utterly exhausting. After creating thousands of backups, Guo Sen sighed and succumbed to a slumber akin to hibernation. Chapter 3, the most extraordinary one. Guo Sen believed that his period of dormancy had not been excessively prolonged. However, upon awakening and observing the minute lives surrounding him, he was astonished to discover that those once simple unicellular organisms had undergone remarkable transformations. Previously characterized by singular, uncomplicated shapes and features, they now exhibited an astonishing array of forms. Nearly every organism had experienced a dramatic increase in size. What once measured less than 1 micron now approached dozens of microns in dimension. The formerly nearly transparent hues had been supplanted by a vibrant palette of colors, rendering each one distinct and extraordinary. The minuscule, algae-like plants he had previously observed had also grown considerably, reaching nearly 1 millimeter in size, with their numbers swelling to fill a substantial portion of the coastal waters. Guo Sen meticulously scrutinized the lively unicellular organisms, noting that they appeared to have segregated into two predominant factions. One group, primarily consisting of the previously observed algae feeders, comprised the vast majority, dominated by shades of green. These entities exhibited remarkable swiftness, typically engaging in group activities, characterized by the presence of elongated flagella. In contrast, the other faction was peculiar in appearance, with each organism bearing bizarre traits. Some resembled spiny spheres, akin to hedgehogs. Others boasted formidable tusks that comprised two-thirds of their body length, and there were even diminutive creatures, crimson in hue, wielding claw-like appendages. Although their numbers were scant, each was formidable and seemed to relish the pursuit of the algae-eating organisms, piercing them to absorb their essence and convert them into new sustenance. Moreover, there appeared to be instances of intraspecies conflict, even among those of similar appearance. Guo Sen speculated that this propensity for violence contributed to their scarcity. As he observed the two factions, he was instantly reminded of the age-old predator-prey dynamic between wolves and rabbits on Earth. It seemed that both carnivorous and herbivorous unicellular organisms had emerged within his sphere. Perhaps due to the favorable temperature, Guo Sen perceived that the shallow green waters were rich in nutrients. This is intriguing. It appears there is potential here. However, their evolution seemed rather sluggish. The numerous groups he had previously introduced exhibited similar traits, with variations only in their external forms. Taking on the role of an observer, Guo Sen watched them for an extended period, gradually finding the spectacle somewhat tedious. The unicellular organisms appeared to reproduce solely through continuous division, a process indeed rapid. Yet he noticed no significant changes among them. Sigh, if only I could exert control over these diminutive beings, perhaps I could induce some notable transformations. Lost in thought, Guo Sen suddenly noticed a nearby algae-eating organism abruptly cease its feeding, its previously frenetic flagella coming to an immediate standstill. Dead? Guo Sen pondered in confusion. Just a moment ago, everything was perfectly fine. In an instant, a nearby creature equipped with a clawed mouth suddenly cleaved its body in two with its mandibles, subsequently absorbing it entirely into its own form. Amusingly, could it be that my control rendered it immobile? Do I truly possess the ability to command living beings? That seems implausible. As Guo Sen pondered this, with a sense of jest, he attempted to exert control over the clawed creature. To his astonishment, it too instantaneously ceased all activity. Now, Guo Sen was left in a daze. Could it really be true? Not only could he command everything within his sphere, but he could also control living organisms? His confusion swiftly transformed into elation. Discovering this newfound ability, Guo Sen watched as the carnivorous creature, in accordance with his will, began to consume seaweed instead. Is this akin to a third-person game? How delightful! With a playful spirit ignited, he began to orchestrate the little creature's movements, creating chaos throughout the entire biological enclave. Ultimately, he even realized he could control multiple organisms simultaneously. At times, he could command thousands at once. After indulging in this for a while, Guo Sen fell into contemplation. If he could control them, could he not expedite their evolutionary process? After all, these rudimentary unicellular beings were exceedingly primitive. At this pace, how long would it take for intelligent life to emerge? He vaguely recalled a piece of knowledge gleaned from the internet. From the inception of life to the emergence of humanity, it seemed to have taken around 3.5 billion years. This colossal figure was something Guo Sen simply could not wait for. 3.5 billion years? How many orbits around the mother star would that entail? The mere thought was suffocating. He was never one to favor waiting. Thus, Guo Sen began to devise a plan. He would not only aim to hasten the evolution of these creatures, but he must also ensure that no single faction became excessively dominant. Disrupting the balance could lead to catastrophic failure, resulting in the demise of all life forms. Initially, he needed to identify the most exceptional unicellular organisms among them. Within these unique specimens, some may harbor advantageous genes, while others could possess inferior ones, necessitating a meticulous selection process. After identifying them, he would facilitate mass division and proliferation to expand the population, subsequently selecting the most extraordinary one once more, repeating this cycle. Very well. That would be the plan for now. Should it fail, I still have thousands of backups to continue experimenting. Nonetheless, achieving success in one attempt would be ideal. With this in mind, Guo Sen began to utilize his abilities to categorize the carnivorous and herbivorous creatures. This would allow for the most thorough examination possible. Firstly, on the carnivore side, their population was relatively smaller, and due to intense competition, their evolutionary paths varied greatly. They predominantly exhibited red hues, which Guo Sen referred to as the little reds. He quickly identified several distinct individuals among them. Meanwhile, the herbivores were mostly green and semi-transparent, and he named them the little greens. The situation with the little green creatures is considerably more intricate and challenging. Their numbers are overwhelmingly vast, and their appearances are largely indistinguishable, making the task of discerning differences quite laborious. After spending some time, Guo Sen managed to select a few specimens for experimentation. Next, His objective was to control these creatures and transport a substantial quantity of algal plants to a pristine body of water. The migration proceeded remarkably smoothly. Guo Sen utilized his abilities to transform their aquatic environment into a floating sphere, allowing for effortless relocation. This method ensured that not a single one of these little beings was sacrificed as they arrived safely at their destination. Now, the experiments could commence. The first step was to allow these creatures to begin feeding. He had also brought an ample supply of ordinary little greens to serve as sustenance for the little reds. Otherwise, it would be ill-advised to let them consume the special little greens. On the little green side, Guo Sen had prepared a substantial amount of seaweed. Thus, food scarcity would not pose an issue for either side. The experiment was somewhat harsh, yet in pursuit of hastening the evolution of these little beings, such sacrifices were necessary. As soon as the ordinary little greens were placed in the same area to feast on the seaweed, Guo Sen commanded all the little reds to surge towards them. The ordinary little greens numbered approximately 3,000, while the total count of little reds was merely 100. From previous observations regarding their reproductive rates, it was evident that the little greens could divide up to 5 times within a mere hour, whereas the little reds could only reproduce once. This disparity ensured that the populations of both sides remained balanced and did not collapse into chaos. All right, little reds, it is your turn to embark on your evolutionary journey. Chapter 4. Survival of the fittest. The oddly shaped little reds, under Guo Sen's control, gradually approached the leisurely feeding little greens. Continuous nutrient intake was imperative for these creatures to undergo division and reproduction, giving rise to more advantageous genetic traits, thereby achieving significant evolution. The little reds could only obtain nourishment by consuming the little greens. During prior observations, Guo Sen had deliberately noted how the carnivorous little reds hunted. They primarily relied on their spines, large pincers, or massive beaks as weapons to capture prey. After successfully ambushing their quarry, they would plunge their straw-like mouths into the victim to extract various substances. An excessive focus on attack, coupled with their relatively large size leading to slower speeds, constituted their critical vulnerabilities. Guo Sen observed that a little red typically began to reproduce only after consuming more than 4 little greens. These foolish creatures often fell prey to their own kind during the reproduction process, further hampering their evolutionary progress. This was an aspect Guo Sen was eager to alter. After all, the speed of evolution was of paramount importance. In contrast to the little reds, the little greens not only swam swiftly, but also reproduced at an impressive rate. Guo Sen had noticed that their numbers seemed to grow exponentially, a phenomenon closely tied to the overabundance of algal plants. The abundance of sustenance has caused the population of the little greens to proliferate ceaselessly, remaining unscathed despite the relentless predation by the little reds. Guo Sen initiated his strategy, commanding all the little reds to embark on a hunting expedition. Under his guidance, the little reds exhibited an agility previously unseen, like a pack of wolves. They swiftly approached a group of little greens engrossed in feasting on seaweed, subsequently unveiling their weapons and encircling the greens instantaneously. With Guo Sen's control, their previously clumsy movements vanished, becoming swift, stable, precise, and ruthless. As one little green fell victim to their onslaught, Guo Sen relinquished his control. The little reds paused momentarily before employing their individual methods to devour the fallen green. Those few little greens fortunate enough to escape scattered in every direction, some even concealing themselves amidst the seaweed or retreating to distant hiding spots. Previously, such an occurrence would have rendered it exceedingly difficult for the little reds to capture the greens again. After several repetitions, Guo Sen deemed the pace still somewhat sluggish. The cycle of controlling the little reds to consume the greens was rather time-consuming. He thought, "Do not blame me. This is all for the sake of evolution." Instantly, he seized a number of little greens, delivering them to the jaws of the little reds. Once within reach, the little reds had no reason to abstain from this feast. They continuously received Guo Sen's generous offerings. Before long, the little reds began to disperse to distant positions, subsequently initiating the process of splitting. The act of division resembled a knife slicing through their central bodies, stretching the ends while the center contracted, akin to a peanut. The cellular nuclei gradually divided into 2, culminating in a complete separation of their bodies. Yes, continue. Guo Sen observed this entire process for the first time with great satisfaction, marking the completion of the initial division. The experiment had taken a successful step forward. However, upon inspection, he discovered that the newly divided little reds seemed devoid of even the slightest variation. Simultaneously, he noted that the ordinary little greens began their own process of division and reproduction. Under his intervention, the division rate of the little reds had surpassed that of the little greens. Guo Sen understood that success would not come swiftly, But through the persistent repetition of this process, it was inevitable that unique genetic variations among the little reds would emerge. Thus, he tirelessly repeated the procedure dozens of times. Strangely, however, rather than evolving, some of the little reds appeared to exhibit signs of regression, with shorter spines and smaller pincers, even as their numbers steadily increased. How peculiar. Why is this happening? He pondered, initially believing that his intervention would hasten evolution, only to find that apart from their increasing quantity, they were seemingly developing in the opposite direction. Guo Sen then turned his attention to another area, where the special little greens thrived in a completely free-range environment. Engaged in their leisurely consumption of algae while frolicking and playing, their numbers had grown considerably. Unhindered by the little reds, these creatures led a life of ease, dedicated only to eating and incessantly dividing. Guo Sen thoroughly searched the area and indeed discovered numerous specimens that were markedly different from those he had encountered previously. He selected a few and scrutinized them closely. The changes observed in these specimens were quite pronounced, perhaps in a bid to more swiftly seize food. Their tails had evolved to feature jet orifices, and even their flagella had transformed into two distinct appendages. Their bodies, once cylindrical, had gradually become notably smoother. The heads had sharpened slightly, and the overall shape had taken on a spindle-like form, all of which facilitated their enhanced speed. However, Guo Sen found himself increasingly perplexed. Why had the carefully controlled Xiaohong shown no changes, while the freely raised Xylv had evolved? What could possibly be amiss? With these questions weighing on his mind, he pondered for a considerable time. Stumped, he turned his gaze back to the water area where the meteorite had initially landed. To his astonishment, he witnessed an unexpected development. Whether it was Xiaohong or Xylv, despite their relatively sluggish pace, both had undergone some transformations. In fact, some Xiaohong appeared significantly larger than before, and the water seemed to teem with even more microscopic unicellular organisms. The sheer number of unicellular organisms had surged, and their variety had expanded, as they had even increased their dominion over the aquatic domain. This only deepened Guo Sen's confusion. It seemed that his proactive interventions had yielded little effect, while the freely raised specimens had begun to evolve first. This was utterly absurd. Why was this happening? He circled the mother planet several times, mulling over this conundrum. After much contemplation without resolution, Guo Sen returned to examine his experimental subjects, only to find that they had undergone yet another transformation. The selected Xiaohong, now devoid of his control, continued to hunt clumsily and engage in mutual destruction. Meanwhile, among the ordinary Xylv, akin to their counterparts elsewhere, some individuals had inexplicably begun to evolve. What was going on? Guo Sen then sought out the special Xylv to observe any changes. To his dismay, he discovered that only a few hundred remained. Regardless of how extensively he searched that area, he could not find many more. How could this be? Surely there had been at least thousands. Initially, he suspected he had misremembered the location, but after thoroughly combing the surrounding regions, he still found nothing. Feeling somewhat dejected, Guo Sen fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a story came to mind. In a certain country's wildlife reserve, a herd of deer and a pack of wolves coexisted. But to protect the deer, humans exterminated the wolves, leading the deer population toward extinction. Eventually, the wolves were reintroduced, and the deer thrived once more. Did the plight of the special Xylv not mirror that of the deer? Without competitive pressure, these creatures, after rapidly reproducing, gradually devolved and approached extinction. Guo Sen began to reflect. He realized that he had initially oversimplified the concept of evolution or perhaps underestimated its complexity. Evolution necessitates ample time and a liberating environment. Imposing intervention may ironically lead to regression or even extinction of the population. Yet, without proactive measures, their evolution would proceed at an agonizingly slow pace. Guo Sen believed that a scientifically measured approach to effective intervention was essential. To this end, he recognized the necessity of conducting comparative experiments. Fortunately, he had previously taken the precaution of creating over 1,000 backups, which afforded him ample room for error. With no time to dwell on past regrets, he resolved to first assess the condition of all backups and subsequently engage in a process of trial and error to identify the correct path. With this determination, Guo Sen began to meticulously examine all global backups. This process was somewhat tedious, yet he endeavored to carefully memorize the characteristics of each unicellular aggregation zone, recording them in his now significantly enhanced mind. However, after an extensive review, he arrived at a conclusion, aside from the small portion of his own experiments. The remaining 2,000 aggregation zones were largely similar. The evolution of the Xiaohong species was notably slow, while the Xylv species appeared to evolve at a quicker pace, with unique individuals gradually increasing in number and even showing a tendency to replace the original populations. Guo Sen understood this phenomenon as a manifestation of natural selection. a principle of nature. Thus, his plan was to treat the 5 populations as experimental fields, applying different interventions in succession and then observing the outcomes. With this thought, Guo Sen returned to the primordial site beside the meteorite, where life had first begun. He gazed at the rapidly evolving and reproducing populations, resolutely determined to proceed. Chapter 5. The Great White Dumpling. Guo Sen embarked on his new experiment. First, he selected a batch of rapidly evolving populations from each of the 5 shallow waters, each originally possessing a complete ecosystem. This task was remarkably simple for him. Before long, 5 droplets teeming with life were extracted from the various shallow waters and placed into 5 nearly identical environments, interconnected yet not too close to one another. Thus, the first step was accomplished. Guo Sen remained patient, refraining from intervening in the little creature's ecosystem immediately. He wished to allow them time to adapt to their new surroundings. Unlike the previous experiment, he did not completely separate the special Xiaohong and Xylf. Instead, he mixed them together, akin to their original state. The little beings seemed oblivious to any changes in their environment, continuing to perform their usual behaviors, feeding and dividing. Meanwhile, the Xylf that had accompanied them commenced an invasion of the local algal populations, which Guo Sen surmised to be the common ancestors of future terrestrial and marine plants. Under the influence of temperature and sunlight, these algae appeared to grow rapidly, even though the Xylf were plentiful and divided swiftly. They could not keep pace with the algae's relentless proliferation. Having observed this, it was time to proceed to the next step. After a period allowing the organisms to acclimate to their environment, Guo Sen initiated the second phase of his plan. Each of the 5 populations required a distinct method of intervention. In Zone 1, he implemented a complete intervention on a portion of the Xiaohong, directing them to focus solely on feeding and dividing, ceasing any aggressive interactions among themselves. Zone 2 is designed to completely intervene with a portion of the small green entities, accelerating their feeding and division rates while minimizing the time spent on other activities. Zone 3 aims to constrict the environmental space shared by all small red and green entities. Conversely, Zone 4 expands the space between them. Zone 5 requires meticulous management, necessitating intervention from both parties. However, unlike the previous unsuccessful attempt at total intervention, this time, each side will select one entity to feed and divide according to their own strategies, observing whether they can influence the others. Among the 5 methods, Zones 3 and 4 demand minimal effort, as Guo Sen only needs to regulate their activity range. As for the remaining 3, Guo Sen believes that Zone 5 will require the most concentration. He first directs his attention to Zone 1. This area resembles previous experiments almost identically. However, he decides to accelerate the pace this time. Guo Sen exerts control over a portion of the small red entities, akin to commanding a pack of ravenous wolves, directing them straight toward the algae where the small green entities have congregated. Soon, the controlled small red sees the small greens, devouring them voraciously, while some of the small greens appear oblivious, still nibbling on the algae. After several repetitions of this process, the small reds begin to divide, observing the remaining small reds, which clumsily attempt to capture the small greens. Guo Sen notes that some have yet to complete even a single division by the time the controlled small reds undergo their second division. Having completed a round of experimentation in Zone 1, Guo Sen shifts his focus to Zone 2. In this zone, he aims to control a portion of the small greens. However, he now harbors a novel idea. He positions the selected small greens very close to the small reds, waiting for the predators to launch their assault. The small reds, sensing that food has come to them, instinctively rush forward. Guo Sen quickly commands the small greens to evade. The thwarted small reds stand bewildered, immobilized. Guo Sen again maneuvers the small greens in front of them, provoking another futile attempt by the small reds. After numerous repetitions of this cycle, those small reds begin to target the small greens that are situated further away, which are much easier to catch. Guo Sen ponders this unexpected outcome. He had previously assumed the small reds would relentlessly attack the small greens nearest to them, yet he did not anticipate their adaptability in retreating when faced with difficulty. However, would this behavior impact the evolution of both sides? Guo Sen remains uncertain. At that moment, he suddenly notices a colossal meteor hurtling toward him through space. Is it truly causing chaos at this juncture? Guo Sen can only influence his own planet, leaving him powerless against the meteors. Yet, if that meteor were to strike the experimental subjects, the meteor draws nearer, and Guo Sen calculates its size to be approximately 1/20th that of his own sphere. It must have been attracted by his own gravity. If it were to impact land or ocean, not only would the small creatures perish, but everything on his entire globe would cease to exist. Wait, gravity? Guo Sen suddenly comprehends something. He can exert influence over himself. If one could amplify their gravitational pull, what wonders might unfold? Guo Sen thus adjusted the gravitational force at the core of his sphere. During this endeavor, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the meteor, which had been hurtling directly towards him, seemed to have its trajectory altered as if it had been deflected. To his astonishment, Guo Sen observed it drawing closer. Yet it traced a graceful arc at a relatively safe distance. Initially, the arc appeared rather irregular, but as time elapsed, it gradually transformed from an elliptical shape into a more perfect circle, its rotation slowing until it consistently presented one face towards him. Intrigued, Guo Sen began to scrutinize this unexpected visitor. It was a nearly pure white asteroid, larger than he had previously estimated, with a remarkably smooth surface, devoid of numerous craters. Its form was quite peculiar. Rather than a perfect sphere, it resembled a deflated ball, with flattened ends and a curious ring of elevation at its center, adorned with an abundance of creases, likely a range of mountains encircling its core. From Guo Sen's perspective, this celestial body resembled a large, white dumpling. How amusing! Is this dumpling my satellite? Guo Sen felt a swell of pride. He had not anticipated acquiring a satellite of his own. Indeed, he was merely a satellite of the verdant gaseous planet opposite him, a satellite. Such a wondrous celestial arrangement had come to be. However, at that moment, Guo Sen suddenly noticed that the previously tranquil waters of his sphere had erupted into turbulent waves. In some locales, tsunamis surged up to several dozen meters high. The deep blue waters relentlessly crashed against the land, splashing foam everywhere. Ah, wait a moment, something feels amiss. It was the waves. He was filled with an unusual delight at this revelation. Yet, soon this joy morphed into anxiety. Oh no, my creatures. Guo Sen recalled the nearly 2,000 biological settlements scattered across his globe. Upon inspection, he discovered that nearly all these ecosystems had suffered catastrophic devastation. He had carelessly stored the backups in shallow waters perilously close to the coast, and as a result, the surging waves had swept these diminutive beings onto the land, leaving them stranded when the waters receded, leading to their untimely demise. Guo Sen had no time to mourn. He hurriedly began to gather the remnants of life, ultimately scouring the globe, only to find that the survivors were few and far between. With a heavy heart, he turned his gaze toward the locations of the 5 experimental fields. Chapter 6. The unknown variable. Fortunately, the 5 biological aggregation zones remained unscathed. Guo Sen sighed in relief. By chance, he had placed them at a relatively safe distance from the land, a decision that had fortuitously spared these little creatures. Alas, what a predicament! Should he relocate them to a more secure environment? Guo Sen felt compelled to shield them from the cruelty of nature, for even occasional unforeseen events could easily lead to the extinction of these fragile beings. He resolved to create a safer habitat for them. After much contemplation, he resolved to create a saltwater lake, connected to the ocean yet distanced enough to be sheltered from the tumultuous waves. With determination, Guo Sen understood that tsunamis could arise on Earth for various reasons, and should they inadvertently affect these small creatures, all his previous efforts would be rendered futile. After a thorough search, he pinpointed the ideal location, a meteorite crater not far from the ocean, nearly 10 kilometers in diameter and approximately 5 kilometers away from the sea. Instead of clumsily pouring salt water from the ocean into the crater, Guo Sen opted to carve a channel between the crater and the ocean. To him, this task was trivial. He effortlessly split the land to create a fissure several meters wide, allowing the surging seawater to obediently flood into the crater. The water continued to pour in, gradually filling the once deep cavity until it reached the same level as the ocean's surface. Satisfied with the result, Guo Sen carefully wrapped 5 specimens from the experimental zone in seawater and successfully transported them to their new habitat. Initially, he intended to relocate all of them to the lake, but after reconsideration, he decided against it, transporting only 1/10 of the total to a position slightly farther from the experimental area. The remainder would have to endure the harshness of nature. Guo Sen could not afford to be distracted by too many concerns. Despite having become an almost omnipotent entity, his capabilities remained limited. He needed to focus his finite energies on safeguarding the delicate creatures. The experiment must continue. After incurring significant losses, a fresh start was imperative. The process of observation for his previous experiments had been interrupted by the asteroid now transformed into a satellite, causing considerable delays. What had become of the current specimens? He first directed his attention to Zone 1. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since the completion of the last round of experiments. What transformations had occurred? Guo Sen observed meticulously and was taken aback to find that the population of the originally controlled red specimens had dwindled significantly, each appearing malnourished and considerably smaller in size. The changes among the green specimens astonished him even more. Their speed had more than doubled compared to his initial observations, and their numbers had multiplied exponentially. He noted with astonishment that their division rate seemed remarkably rapid, and their sizes had increased significantly. Guo Sen pondered for a long time, unable to decipher what had transpired. He then turned his gaze to Zone 2. Here, surprisingly, there were hardly any red or green specimens left. This was peculiar. Could the earlier waves have caused this? If so, they would have all been swept away. With a sense of confusion, Guo Sen then examined the remaining 3 zones. Due to the unforeseen events surrounding the Great Dumpling asteroid, several interventions were regrettably left unexecuted, leaving the current state unchanged and perfectly balanced. Guo Sen pondered for an extended period, finding this situation perplexing. After all, during the intervening time, he had refrained from any further intervention. Could there have been some other factors at play within? Guo Sen resolved to recommence his experiments. This time, given the lack of significant changes in Zones 3 and 4, whether in terms of expansion or contraction of their living conditions, the only difference lay in their respective populations. He decided to establish 3 experimental zones, intending to scrutinize what transpired in Zones 1 and 2. However, rather than addressing them individually, he opted for a different approach. He had previously observed his capability to control multiple unicellular organisms simultaneously. What would occur if he managed to control 3 zones at once? The answer was affirmative. He could indeed manipulate them concurrently, albeit with greater exertion required on his part. Such an approach would render the experiment more scientific, potentially accelerating the pace of evolution, provided his interventions could indeed facilitate their advancement. Guo Sen directed his attention towards Zone 1, commanding a group of small reds. Simultaneously, he exerted control over the small greens in Zone 2, replicating his earlier method. As for Zone 3, where he had not previously conducted experiments, he decided to tentatively explore this area as well. He focused intently on Zone 3, controlling 1 small red and 1 small green to observe their interactions and whether they would influence each other. The small red he commanded resembled a hedgehog, armed with menacing spines. To facilitate recollection, Guo Sen named it Little Spiny. Notably, he recognized that this small red, due to its nearly invulnerable defensive spines, was less susceptible to being consumed by its counterparts, an advantage that safeguarded it from potential predation. He promptly directed Little Spiny to herd the small greens, reminiscent of a flock, swiftly scattering them as they descended upon the green algae. Naturally, this did not include the small green he controlled. This small green, possessing 2 whip-like flagella, was remarkably swift. Guo Sen affectionately referred to it as a fei. A fei's role was to create a commotion within the small red's colony, diverting their attention while nimbly evading capture. Soon, the combination of 1 red and 1 green turned that small stretch of territory into a veritable maelstrom. Under Guo Sen's guidance, both little creatures fulfilled their roles to perfection, instigating chaos that initially left both parties in a state of bewilderment. The small red's pursuit of Fei, while Little Spiny chased a multitude of small greens, rendering Zone 3 utterly chaotic. However, this turmoil was fleeting. The situation soon reverted to the earlier conditions observed in Zones 1 and 2. The small reds abandoned their chase of a Fei, redirecting their focus towards other small greens, while the greens that had narrowly escaped Little Spiny began to voraciously feed and split. This scenario was, in essence, a synthesis of Zones 1 and 2. Guo Sen raised his gaze, noting that Zones 1 and 2 had simultaneously reverted to the state preceding the arrival of the meteorite. In summary, the current state of development appears to be entirely within his control. However, why has there been a dramatic increase in the population of the small greens in Zone 1 while Zone 2 has nearly faced annihilation? What transpired here? Guo Sen closely monitored Zones 1 and 2, determined to uncover the reasons behind these phenomena. After all, the situation in Zone 3 remains an enigma. Chapter 7. Evolution. Guo Sen orbited around his home planet, and as time gradually passed, he observed significant changes in Zones 1 and 2. In Zone 1, he noted that the small reds, having undergone rampant feeding, began to split, resulting in a tremendous surge in their population. Their existence even posed a threat to other small reds that remained uncontrolled. Meanwhile, the small greens that survived amidst the ruthless small reds exhibited a heightened sense of crisis, accelerating their rate of division significantly. Upon careful calculation, Guo Sen realized that, despite the already rapid division of the small reds, the small greens had evolved to divide even twice as fast. The splitting of the surviving small greens was no longer characterized by the previous stark size variations. Rather, they were evolving towards a more diminutive form, with some beginning to spread into more distant regions. As time wore on and food dwindled for the ordinary small reds, they resorted to cannibalism, turning against their kin and attacking the numerous small reds under Guo Sen's control. Soon, the population of small reds began to plummet, unable to keep pace with the rate of their mutual slaughter. In terms of evolution, Guo Sen observed that those under his command not only failed to evolve, but had regressed significantly, lacking in both speed and offensive power compared to the ordinary small reds fighting for sustenance. Conversely, the small greens that had retreated to distant areas, through continuous feeding and division, not only restored their original numbers but, bolstered by the abundant seaweed in the shallow waters, gradually expanded their range and grew into a formidable population. As time continued to pass, the small reds dwindled, and as they strayed further from the habitats of the small greens, they began to perish in increasing numbers. The deceased small reds became sustenance for the remaining ones, creating a vicious cycle. Guo Sen sighed inwardly, coming to understand what had transpired during that blank period in Zone 1. Simultaneously, Zone 2 had also devolved into a state where both red and green populations were nearly extinct, resembling their former state. Guo Sen observed all these developments keenly. The rapid proliferation of the small greens led to a burgeoning population, which in turn provided ample food for the small reds, prompting them to begin their own frenzied division. However, as the numbers of the small reds swelled, the small greens faced increasing extermination, leading to a situation even more dire than that in Zone 1. The small greens were consumed until few remained, unable to escape to distant territories, while the small reds resumed their internecine conflicts. The outcome was mutual destruction. At this juncture, Guo Sen understood that further experimentation in Zones 1 and 2 was unnecessary. The conclusion was clear. He had failed. He turned his gaze towards Zone 3. The development in this area appears to be advancing toward the most favorable outcome. Previously, Guo Sen observed that within the original community, the ratio of the populations of Shaohong and Shaolu was approximately 1:9, which is the optimal balance for their coexistence. Remarkably, after such an extended period, Area 3 has perfectly replicated this dynamic, largely thanks to the incessant disturbances caused by Xiao Ciji and Fei. Xiao Ciji's relentless pursuit has significantly reduced the number of the elusive Shaolu, though their population has gradually rebounded, achieving a remarkable acceleration in growth. Their forms are evolving toward a more streamlined, spindle shape, with symmetrical flagella sprouting on either side, enabling them to swim with increased agility. Their bodies are becoming more compact, and their coloration is now reminiscent of algae's green hue, allowing them to evade Shaohong's attacks by hiding among the seaweed. Conversely, the changes among Shaohong appear to be even more pronounced. This group of predators, initially characterized by a myriad of bizarre forms, now seems to exhibit an even greater diversity. However, it seems that all their evolution is geared toward enhancing their weaponry. The spines have grown longer and bulkier. Those with tusks possess more numerous and sharper teeth. Some have even evolved frantically for speed, resembling Shaolu in size, with sharp spines along their bodies, utilizing their swiftness to pierce the nearby Shaolu for sustenance. As for Xiao Ciji and Fei, Guo Sen sorrowfully noted that despite their continual division, they are gradually regressing, moving toward a more primitive state. Thus far, the experiment appears to be a success. However, no matter how rapidly the unicellular organisms evolve, they seem unable to swiftly transition into multicellular forms. Guo Sen observed the other naturally evolving populations in the saline lake, noting that their rate of evolution lags significantly behind that of this area. The experiment has temporarily succeeded, with Guo Sen's interventions markedly advancing the evolutionary progress of the unicellular life forms in Area 3. Yet, the precise degree of this acceleration remains indeterminable in the short term. Deciding to take a brief respite from the experiment, Guo Sen, feeling somewhat fatigued from his extensive efforts, found it peculiar that as a planet, he was often preoccupied with the desire to sleep. He closed his visual system once more and succumbed to slumber. After an undetermined period, upon awakening, Guo Sen intended to check on the little creatures in the saline lake, but was suddenly struck by an extraordinary sight. The previously barren and desolate land had transformed into a lush emerald expanse near the water's source. In astonishment, he focused his gaze. Clusters of exceedingly diminutive, moss-like plants were thriving along the water's edge. They exhibited a simple yet chaotic growth pattern, hugging the ground while continuously extending their growing tendrils outward, becoming increasingly dense. Plants. Guo Sen had initially believed that the only flora on his planet would resemble the algae-like substances for an extended period. At this moment, he never anticipated that they would successfully land during their dormant phase. After a surge of euphoria, he noticed another transformation occurring on land. It was in the soil along the banks of the river and near the coastline. Guo Sen had previously been so engrossed in those minute creatures that he had neglected other matters. He had paid little attention to the myriad changes on land. Upon reflection, he realized that this soil must have been formed through the combined forces of river and oceanic erosion, as well as weathering. The soil was primarily composed of fine granules of gravel, devoid of any organic matter, appearing exceedingly barren, with only a few moss-like organisms managing to establish roots. However, the stunted and sparse nature of these mosses further attested to the soil's infertility. As Guo Sen pondered his recollections of soil on Earth, he found little clarity. He vaguely remembered that fertile soil was the result of years of weathering and the transformation of plants into humus. It seemed that, for now, he must not act hastily. After all, impatience would yield no results. The entirety of algae from his sphere, even if gathered into a single mass, would scarcely amount to a few square meters, let alone cover the globe to create fertile soil. Guo Sen turned his gaze towards the saline lake. He needed to assess the situation there, for it was of utmost importance. However, just a glance left him astonished. In Zone 3 of the experiment, new life forms appeared to have emerged. Chapter 8. The god of sleep. Guo Sen found himself at a loss for words to describe the fascinating creatures before him, each measuring several millimeters. Were they bizarre? Peculiar? Hybrid monstrosities? These terms swirled in his mind. Resembling centipedes, these elongated gray beings, adorned with large spines along their sides, were being pursued by a considerably smaller creature that exhaled violet smoke and possessed fearsome elongated teeth. The centipede-like creature fled in a frenzy, but soon found its escape thwarted by several small, spherical monsters that were swift in their movements. The spherical beings extended their hidden, spiny appendages with ease, piercing the centipede creature's body, while the long-toothed creature quickly severed it into pieces. Before long, various other small monsters converged, seemingly eager to partake in the feast. The multitude of diminutive creatures swiftly consumed the centipede, only to turn on one another in a savage display. In the distance, more centipede-like creatures swiftly retreated to a safer locale, feasting on what appeared to be vastly enlarged seaweed, while small, transparent, fish-like organisms darted among the algae, nibbling on the tender shoots within. Guo Sen observed all this with a sense of disbelief. What was happening? Where had the little red and little green creatures gone? What had he missed during his slumber? As he scanned the saline lake, he indeed spotted single-celled organisms resembling those little reds and greens from before. Yet their numbers were far from abundant. They no longer inhabit their original location. Instead, they have been driven to the vicinity of the lake's center by diminutive monsters that have grown to be dozens of times their size. The habitat of these little creatures has expanded from an area of less than 1 square meter to encompass all the space along the lakeshore. Guo Sen managed to control a centipede monster and a fong monster, placing them in another body of water for careful observation, only to uncover an unexpected truth. These two beings are not mere unicellular organisms. Rather, they are complex multicellular entities composed of multiple cells. Guo Sen was momentarily taken aback, pondering how many years he had actually slept. How had the world changed so drastically? Multicellular life forms had seemingly emerged overnight. He quickly lifted his gaze to survey the entire sphere, noticing the unfamiliar ice layers at the north and south poles, which were significantly thicker than he remembered, forming countless glaciers and seemingly increasing in magnitude. The icy regions also appeared to have expanded considerably, exhibiting signs of spreading toward the north and south. Meanwhile, the volcanoes at the tectonic plate boundaries remained restless, continuously spewing magma and gas, towering ever higher. The plateau that Guo Sen had created was now blanketed in pristine white snow, with the ice and snow nurturing numerous rivers that flowed ceaselessly into the ocean. The vapor rising from the ocean, carried by the winds, precipitated as rain on the plains and snow on the plateau, gradually establishing a water cycle. The atmosphere also stabilized, thickening further, so that even occasional small meteors that fell were incinerated upon entry. Aside from the scarcity of greenery, everything resembled Earth remarkably. Guo Sen gazed at this spectacle, seemingly unable to believe that it was all his doing. What had transpired during his slumber? It was as if the once desolate and lifeless planet had never existed. Yet, Guo Sen felt a surge of exhilaration. Everything was proceeding more smoothly than he had imagined, and perhaps more advanced life forms would emerge in the not-so-distant future. He looked up at the ancient mother star, noticing that the great red spot caused by asteroid impacts, which he had once observed, had almost completely vanished. A smile crept across his face. Those events felt as if they had occurred just yesterday. Indeed, he had been asleep for what seemed like an eternity. Guo Sen's gaze shifted to the large moon, which, as his satellite, appeared to be dutifully fulfilling its role. He observed that this once smooth white entity now bore numerous craters, indicating it had endured substantial bombardment from outer space during his slumber. The meteors seemed to have been diverted from their paths toward him by the moon's gravitational pull, simultaneously shielding his sphere from impacts that could have jeopardized the fragile ecosystems he had painstakingly established. Nevertheless, Guo Sen sensed that this celestial body now seemed much closer to him than before, as if it were gradually being drawn nearer. Contemplating this, Guo Sen diminished his gravitational pull, attempting to push the orbit of the colossal dumpling outward. To his astonishment, it drifted further away, its trajectory tracing an enigmatic arc. Gazing at the home planet across from him, Guo Sen immediately discerned the predicament of the dumpling. It was being relentlessly tugged by the planet's gravity, threatening to become one of its satellites. How could Guo Sen permit such an event to unfold? Without the dumpling, the waters on his sphere would cease to exhibit tidal phenomena, potentially disrupting many other matters as well. Damn home planet, attempting to steal my subordinate? Guo Sen instinctively intensified his gravitational force, engaging in a fierce contest for dominion over the dumpling with the planet. This struggle proved exceedingly arduous. The dumpling, caught in the tug-of-war between Guo Sen and the home planet, seemed to suffer greatly. Parts of its body began to crack, with fragments of rock flying into the void. After a prolonged stalemate, perhaps due to the dumpling's proximity or other reasons, it gradually liberated itself from the planet's overwhelming gravitational grasp and resumed its orbit towards Guo Senior. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had narrowly avoided losing something of great significance due to a fleeting thought. Adjusting his gravitational influence, the dumpling slowly returned to its normal orbit. Yet, Guo Sen remained puzzled. Why had the dumpling drawn closer to him? What had truly transpired? With the unexpected crisis averted, Guo Sen redirected his attention to the multicellular organisms that had evolved in his domain. Their safety was of paramount concern. To his surprise, the saline lake that once existed had mysteriously vanished. Upon meticulously comparing coordinates from his memory, he discovered only a shallow bay submerged by the encroaching sea. Coincidentally, a tsunami had struck that very area during the struggle for the dumpling. Good grief, this is disastrous. Guo Sen hurriedly searched the vicinity for those multicellular beings. However, locating the minuscule entities, mere millimeters in size, proved daunting amidst the vast ocean. After scouring nearly all nearby coastlines, he finally found a small cluster near the mouth of a river. Unfortunately, the remaining organisms eluded him. They may have been swept further ashore by the tides, only to succumb to the scorching sun, or perhaps they were carried into the depths of the ocean. He had not anticipated that addressing the dumpling situation would lead to such repercussions for himself. Chapter 9. The entire landscape turned green. Guo Sen considered himself rather fortunate. At least during such significant upheavals, these resilient little creatures had managed to endure, not easily vanquished. This was a comforting thought. Observing the few hundred multicellular organisms that persisted within the mere few square meters at the river's mouth, Guo Sen realized he had considerable tasks ahead of him. The foremost priority was to establish a saline lake once more. This task, once undertaken, ceases to be a formidable challenge, particularly for Guo Senior. He discovered that his mental prowess, or rather, this ability akin to a superpower, could accomplish nearly anything, provided it was within the confines of his own planet. Soon, Guo Sen identified a unique meteorite crater, characterized by a series of interconnected depressions that formed a vast expanse, measuring over 100 kilometers in diameter. Estimating its distance from the coastline to be approximately 10 kilometers, Guo Sen deemed this location significantly safer than the previous one, as it was less likely to be devastated by tsunamis or floods. Without delay, he created a broad fissure that gradually led to the sea, allowing the tumultuous waves to surge into the extensive crater, swiftly enveloping the area. As the powerful winds swept across the landscape, the azure waters began to lap at the shores of the newly formed saline lake. However, Guo Sen remained somewhat apprehensive. He elevated the land just beyond the lake's edge by several meters, constructing an impenetrable stone wall nearly 20 meters high, thereby providing an additional safeguard for the saline lake. Next, Guo Sen transported a substantial quantity of stones from nearby rocky hills to the shoreline. His intention was to expedite the formation of fertile soil, thus saving time in establishing the necessary conditions for plant growth along the lake's banks. Waiting for the waters to gradually erode the soil would be an exercise in patience. Utilizing his mental abilities, he effortlessly lifted numerous boulders, shattering them into sand-like fragments and spreading this thick layer along the lakeshore. Following this, he shifted his gaze and, after a brief search, discovered patches of moss along the riverbanks that had not yet been submerged by the prior tide. These resilient organisms required protection and propagation. Otherwise, any unforeseen mishap could obliterate their hard-won establishment. Guo Sen carefully gathered samples from several moss clusters, transporting them along with their soil to the lakeshore, planting them at measured intervals to facilitate initial greening. Upon completing these tasks, he gathered the small creatures from the estuary, collectively introducing them into the new saline lake. The diminutive beings appeared largely oblivious to their change in habitat, quickly acclimating to the waters and even commencing reproduction almost immediately. Among the first to reproduce were slender, centipede-like creatures adorned with sharp spines on either side, seemingly the most abundant within this biological community. They predominantly clustered around the seaweed, moving slowly yet possessing considerable size. Guo Sen observed as these centipede-like beings distanced themselves from predators, extending a single tentacle near a relatively secluded patch of seaweed. This tentacle unfurled, splitting into 5 translucent tendrils, resembling miniature versions of the centipede creatures themselves. As time passed, the bifurcated tendrils gradually grew, nearly resembling the form of the mother organism, until their connection narrowed and they detached, adhering to the algae. It bore a resemblance to a process of fission reproduction, yet it was not entirely so. Just as Guo Sen pondered this, like a bolt of lightning, the mother organism was abruptly severed into 2 segments. Immediately thereafter, a small creature with scissor-like mandibles dove multiple times onto the segment of the centipede monster that was still writhing, slicing it into several pieces. Soon, akin to sharks catching the scent of blood, numerous carnivorous creatures that had been lurking afar collectively swam over, beginning to feast ravenously upon the centipede's remains. After a while, Guo Sen witnessed these ruffians turn upon one another, transforming the once tranquil and serene algae-laden shore into a scene of carnage, the air thick with a horrifying essence. As time slowly flowed by, the carnivorous creatures finally departed, leaving no trace of the massive centipede except for the 5 diminutive centipede creatures hidden in the depths of the algae. The young centipedes grew at a remarkable pace, soon consuming the surrounding algae, their sizes increasingly approaching that of adulthood. Occasionally, a few unfortunate ones ventured out, only to be captured by predators, while the survivors embarked on a new cycle of reproduction. Observing this, Guo Sen felt the harshness of nature. Yet he was profoundly in awe of the cyclical essence of life. He circled around the mother star numerous times, hoping that with the passage of time, the population of organisms in the lake would expand swiftly, for the current numbers were utterly insufficient for him to conduct new experiments. Guo Sen understood clearly that to facilitate rapid evolution among these little creatures, he must intervene effectively, just as he had previously. Otherwise, who could predict when they would make any progress? After some time had elapsed, Guo Sen turned his gaze back to the saltwater lake, only to find that the shore, encircled by towering rocks, had abruptly transformed into a light green hue. His heart leaped with joy, for it was undoubtedly the moss. He approached to observe closely. From a distance, it appeared as a verdant expanse, yet up close, he discovered it was not as dense, resembling closely the type he had seen by the seaside, with nearly identical species. Delighted by this sight, he began to examine the global distribution of moss. After dedicating some time to his research, Guo Sen reached a conclusion. The reproductive capacity of this moss seemed astonishing. As long as there was water and a connection to the sea, they could thrive tenaciously, spilling that tender green across the landscape, even in soil devoid of nutrients. Guo Sen fervently hoped that these mosses could accelerate their evolution, gradually cloaking the entire planet in lush greenery and, through their proliferation, eventually forming a layer of fertile soil. This transformation required the enchantment of time. While Guo Sen could intervene with the small red and green creatures, he could do little for the plants. The most he could achieve was to gradually extend their habitats inland. Naturally, there remained much work to be done. For instance, reducing countless hard rocks to powder to create the most basic form of barren soil. Chapter 10, The Ice Age. While continuously pulverizing rocks to manufacture soil, Guo Sen also kept a watchful eye on the tiny creatures inhabiting the saline lake. During this time, they had proliferated into a considerable population. The initial patch by the lakeside, barely 10 square meters in size, had now expanded to dominate nearly 100 square meters and was still growing. The highly reproductive algae had even extended their tendrils close to the heart of the lake, their presence floating on the water's surface gradually transforming the azure lake into a verdant hue. Near the shore at the lake's bottom, slender aquatic plants had emerged, dancing with the waves, and Guo Sen even observed a portion of multicellular organisms residing there, a phenomenon previously unseen. Close to the center of the lake, Guo Sen discovered a significant number of unicellular organisms swimming about, reminiscent of the earlier small green and small red ones, though the variety seemed to have multiplied. Guo Sen was delighted to see that this small ecosystem appeared to be continuously mending and evolving under the passage of time, gradually infusing the entire saline lake with vitality. All his efforts had led to this rewarding outcome. With a heart full of satisfaction, Guo Sen closely examined his primary focus, those multicellular organisms. Their numbers were ample, allowing him to commence his experiments to accelerate the evolutionary process of these diminutive beings once again. Unexpectedly, it seemed that even more varieties of multicellular organisms had emerged in the lake. Guo Sen counted and found that compared to before, there were over 20 types of carnivorous multicellular organisms, while the herbivorous ones numbered nearly 100, even without a detailed count. He was exhilarated. as life seemed to be advancing towards a more prosperous future. However, this also posed some challenges for the experiments he intended to conduct. Should he select a small subset for the experiment, or include them all? After a moment's hesitation, Guo Sen decided to encompass all the multicellular organisms. Collective evolution, he reasoned, would foster a more balanced ecosystem than individual evolution. He quickly chose two fortunate candidates from the carnivorous multicellular organisms. He selected a peculiar creature with 6 tentacles adorned with 2 sharp spikes near its mouth, which he aptly named the 6-limbed oddity. As for the herbivore, Guo Sen sought one with a head resembling a blue sphere and the remainder of its body akin to a straight ruler, notably featuring an odd protrusion at its tail, which he named the ruler creature. The experiment was about to commence. If all proceeded smoothly, Guo Sen restrained his excitement and began the operation. His approach mirrored the last, employing a blending force to instill a sense of crisis in both parties, prompting them to embark on a frenzied evolution. However, Guo Sen did not anticipate that he would soon encounter an unexpected turn of events. Under its dominion, the ruler of straight edges navigated to a gathering of the little reds, provoking them momentarily. Just as the little reds began to encircle, preparing to capture it, the creature's tail emitted a sudden flash. Instantly, the small red beings appeared as if struck lifeless, utterly motionless. Astonished, Guo Sen barely had time to react before the other little reds commenced tearing at the seemingly dormant ones. Observing the ruler of straight edges, Guo Sen maneuvered it closer to several little reds. As the creature neared capture, its tail flashed once more, rendering the little reds immobile again. At this juncture, Guo Sen grasped the revelation. The ruler of straight edges possessed an automatic discharge mechanism in its tail during moments of peril. When had such an evolution transpired, the notion of electrical discharges seemed utterly unfathomable. Turning his gaze towards the little greens, he scrutinized each variety. After an extensive examination, he unearthed a remarkable discovery. These creatures appeared to have evolved an array of impressive traits. Some concealed themselves amidst seaweed utilizing camouflage, others boasted an abundance of flagella for astonishing speed, while some sported formidable exteriors, engaging directly with the little reds. Upon inspecting the little reds more closely, he even discerned the presence of individuals adorned with menacing fangs. Amidst these observations, Guo Sen suddenly felt that his initial intentions had dwindled considerably. Despite his non-intervention, these beings had evolved at a pace that far exceeded his expectations. Prior to their evolution from unicellular to multicellular organisms, they exhibited singular, repetitive characteristics, appearing rather simplistic. However, upon transitioning into multicellular organisms, they had experienced a remarkable evolutionary explosion, advancing towards more complex and practical forms. After a period of contemplation, Guo Sen resolved to abandon experimentation aimed at hastening evolution, opting instead for an alternative path to further amplify their population. The existence of these multicellular organisms, confined solely to the saline lake, was grossly insufficient. The expanse of the oceans on his sphere was several tens of thousands of times greater than that of the lake. The emergence of life could not rely merely on the evolution of a small cluster. Only by continuously expanding their numbers could the evolution of these minute beings be significantly accelerated. Determined, Guo Sen meticulously selected various species of these small organisms and sought new habitats for them. Given the vast area of his sphere, with the ocean encompassing a substantial portion, he capitalized on the fact that these multicellular beings typically thrived near coastal areas. He first relocated a portion to the nearby shoreline. After observing for a time, he noted that the fluctuations in wave height were minimal, suggesting a low risk of tsunamis or similar calamities. Thus, Guo Sen commenced the transportation process. Once the organisms in this region began to proliferate, he subsequently relocated another portion to different locales. This endeavor spanned a considerable duration. As nearly all viable aquatic habitats became populated by these little creatures, Guo Sen even discovered that some had evolved structures resembling skeletal formations. He realized that when it comes to evolution, there was no need for further intervention on his part. What was imperative was to provide them with a suitable environment for survival. As a planet, this was Guo Sen's forte. Raising his gaze to the global environment, he suddenly recognized a matter he had completely overlooked. The temperature of the entire planet appeared to have dropped significantly, previously maintaining an average of 40 to 50 degrees. It now lingered below 20. The culprit was swiftly identified by Guo Sen. It was the ice sheets that should have remained at the north and south poles, which were now gradually advancing in opposite directions, even extending towards the vicinity of the planet's core. An ice age? Yes, that was the term that came to mind. Accompanying an ice age is the extinction of various life forms. The plants that had painstakingly adapted to land would surely succumb to the onslaught of frigid temperatures, and the aquatic creatures would fare even worse. A strategy must be devised. Volcanoes erupt once more. Hellfire erupted instantaneously from Guo Sen's land and oceans, beginning to reheat his once cold planet. Chapter 11. I will no longer be a lackey. The incessantly erupting volcanoes began to elevate the planet's temperature, gradually reversing the previously declining average. Glaciers melted and receded, fracturing into countless icebergs. To prevent these icebergs from colliding with the delicate lives along the shores, Guo Sen skillfully redirected them back to the poles. After some time, as the temperature continued to rise, the glaciers retreated closer to the poles, diminishing in size. And only then did Guo Sen cease his efforts. He induced a number of the erupting volcanoes into dormancy, allowing less than 1/5 to continue their eruptions. Following the series of actions, after a period of time, Guo Sen succeeded in stabilizing the planet's temperature to around 40 degrees. The substantial melting of glaciers caused a significant rise in global water levels, prompting him to elevate the land by several dozen meters, slightly expanding its area before he was satisfied. Guo Sen sighed with relief. He had indeed expended considerable effort this time. However, reflecting upon these endeavors, which aimed to create a nurturing environment for those little lives, he felt it was all worthwhile. After all, if things continued in this manner, these creatures would embark on their grand evolutionary journey, ultimately becoming myriad intelligent beings. At that time, Guo Sen might truly have companions to converse with and alleviate his solitude. With these thoughts in mind, he hastened to enhance the creation of primordial soil. He meticulously carved countless boulders from the rock formations and ground them into fine particles. This task, while markedly less monotonous than before, would significantly reduce the difficulty for plants to establish themselves on land, even laying the groundwork for their eventual spread toward the interior. The endeavor of soil creation has been ongoing, and Guo Sen gazed towards the distant verdant mother planet. He discovered a crucial realization. Due to his status as a satellite, he was perpetually engaged in orbit around this entity, locked in a tidal embrace. This predicament led to the lamentable truth that he was devoid of the 4 seasons. The current temperature on the sphere corroborated this observation, revealing a stark contrast to Earth, where the temperate zones experience seasonal variations. Undoubtedly, this would compel the flora and fauna inhabiting his being to resign themselves to an eternal summer. Casting his gaze towards the massive crimson star in the distance, Guo Sen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If only he could orbit that star, he would not have to fret over such matters. There would be no constant anxiety about the advent of an ice age, nor would he need to rely on volcanic eruptions to maintain warmth. The meager light he received from his mother planet was far from sufficient. Suddenly, a perilous yet audacious thought took root in his mind. What if he could liberate himself from this entity, shedding his identity as a satellite and transforming into a planet? Guo Sen was acutely aware that under ordinary circumstances, such an endeavor was utterly unattainable. After breaking free from the formidable gravitational pull of his mother planet, he would also need to recalibrate his orbital path around the star to ensure he would not be ensnared by its gravity. The very notion seemed exceedingly bold upon contemplation. Nevertheless, Guo Sen found himself unable to tolerate the situation any longer. He yearned for a planet akin to Earth, rather than languishing in endless summer days orbiting this clumsy green giant. This audacious idea burgeoned within him, even as he tirelessly ground rocks into sand. He could not suppress the swelling of this thought. I refuse to endure this any longer. After countless orbits around the mother planet, Guo Sen could no longer contain his frustration. As a second-class citizen of the entire star system, his existence felt suffocating, particularly being forced to present only one face to the mother planet. Guo Sen believed that only by achieving parity with the mother planet could he expel this pent-up resentment. If possible, why not attempt it? Even if the odds were a mere 1 in a million. With this determination, Guo Sen prepared to confront the mother planet. His intention was to harness his almost omnipotent telekinetic abilities to gradually extricate himself from its gravitational grasp. He had previously discerned a fact, whether he wished it or not. There existed a magnetic-like force along his orbital path, compelling him to revolve around the mother planet in an irregular circle. For an extended period, Guo Sen had acquiesced to this situation, dismissing it as inconsequential, as he had never perceived it as a misfortune. Yet now, his discontent had reached a boiling point. Perhaps a rebellion would reveal the truth? Guo Sen summoned his telekinetic power, and his aim was to gradually expand his orbital path around this planet, ultimately liberating himself from its control. The initial step is often the most challenging, and Guo Sen had come to this realization. However, he did not anticipate the difficulty he would encounter. His telekinetic force merely offered a slight resistance before being seized by an overwhelmingly potent force. Guo Sen understood that this was the gravitational force binding him to his home planet. And it was this very force that allowed dozens of satellite brethren to accompany him in their circular dance. However, Without resistance, one would never discern the outcome. He commenced a tug-of-war with his home planet. Yet, after a brief stalemate, Guo Sen realized that this forceful attempt to break free was futile. The immense gravity would not easily relinquish its hold. What if he accelerated his rotation? Guo Sen promptly set about conducting experiments. The results elucidated that this approach was equally impracticable. The opponent remained the relentless gravity, rendering this method a mere exercise in futility. With a heart heavy with despair, Guo Sen reluctantly continued his orbit around the verdant planet, all while grappling with strategies. After several circuits, he suddenly recognized a long-overlooked detail, the shape of his orbital path. It resembled an elongated ellipse, bringing him occasionally closer to his home planet, and at other times, pushing him farther away. What if he engaged in a gravitational tug-of-war at the moment he was at the farthest position from his home planet? Fortune soon favored him. He was nearing that critical point. Here we go. Guo Sen steeled himself. Simultaneously, that formidable force once again began to contest him. However, after a brief struggle, this method was effortlessly thwarted by the might of his home planet. He remained unable to challenge the formidable opponent. Frustration mounted. What was to be done? No matter how far from the gravitational pull he positioned himself, the effort remained in vain. In an attempt to calm his racing thoughts, he diverted his gaze and began to mold sand. The boulders were ravaged, gradually crumbling into fragments. As Guo Sen contemplated his strategies, his focus wavered. When he finally paid attention again, he discovered he had unwittingly created two stone spheres, one large and one small. Am I losing my mind? Guo Sen chuckled to himself. Gazing at the stone spheres, he contemplated shattering them, only to suddenly realize that this could serve as a tangible simulation of his interaction with his home planet. Before long, under Guo Sen's guidance, the diminutive stone sphere began to orbit the larger one, akin to marbles encircling a fitness ball. Naturally, he precisely emulated the trajectory shape. Pulling outward was certainly unfeasible, but what then should he do? Suddenly, an idea sparked as he observed the two stone spheres. Chapter 12. Breaking through the blockade. Guo Sen felt a surge of excitement. He had discovered a breakthrough. Eagerly, he was ready to put this new idea into practice. Soon, he found himself at the farthest point from his home planet once more. This time, instead of forcefully pulling away, he inclined at a slight angle in the direction of his orbital path and employed telekinesis. To his astonishment, he encountered minimal resistance and managed to glide a considerable distance forward. Such a simple task had consumed him with worry for hours. After tracing an arc, Guo Sen's orbit around the home planet began to deviate. After a brief moment of joy, he soon found himself once again ensnared by that formidable gravitational force. However, he took solace in the fact that the orbit had progressed significantly outward. Encouraged, Guo Sen felt a surge of determination. He understood that he had successfully navigated this initial challenge, but it was imperative to pause and reflect, for numerous considerations lay ahead. Among these were his siblings, 60 or so satellites revolving around their home planet. A collision with any one of them during his movement could spell disaster for the delicate lives he carried within. Another critical factor was the safe distance from the star. Getting too close would result in tidal locking, as well as the relentless heat waves that could incinerate him. Conversely, if he strayed too far, he would be enveloped by merciless snow and ice. Both scenarios were perilously fatal. After contemplating for a while, he concluded that moving to a slightly greater distance from the star would be prudent. The temperature here, illuminated by the home planet, was indeed quite high. Thus, a bit more distance would be advantageous. Guo Sen began to meticulously examine his current position within the planetary system. Previously, he had been so focused on the life systems on his sphere that he had scarcely taken the time to assess the overall condition of the planetary system. Before him loomed a colossal green gas giant, adorned with breathtaking rings. After careful estimation, he deduced that this behemoth was several hundred times his size, explaining the extraordinary strength of its gravitational pull. Among the 50 or so satellites orbiting the home planet, Guo Sen was the largest, though he could not ascertain his precise dimensions. Of the other satellites, only 7 shared his spherical shape, while the rest were so diminutive that he felt inclined to refer to them as asteroids. Were it not for their shared orbit around the home planet, he would scarcely consider these pitiful little beings as kin. Positioned somewhat centrally yet slightly outward among all the satellites, Guo Sen noted that most of the smaller satellites resided between the rings. Among the spherical satellites, 2 smaller ones also occupied nearby positions. On the trajectory he intended to escape, there existed 4 spherical satellites and 11 smaller ones. This meant that if he wished to escape unscathed, he must carefully consider the orbital paths of these 15 satellites, ensuring he maintained a safe distance from them. Additionally, he needed to determine the appropriate distance for orbiting the star. Viewed in this light, The journey of escape appeared exceedingly complex and likely to consume a significant amount of time. Yet, Guo Sen was not lacking in time. Throughout the escape process, life within the sphere would gradually evolve. He had completed his duties, providing numerous layers of security for the life forms. The remaining task lay in the hands of time's enchantment. Consequently, Guo Sen could devote his entire focus to the endeavor of becoming an independent planet. While revolving around the home planet, he continually observed the orbits of the 3 nearest satellites. He believed that in order to navigate through their orbital paths, one must be acutely aware of the timing. According to previous experiments, he was unable to move either upward or downward, thus rendering it impossible to exploit the spatial dimensions to evade those bothersome little imps from above or below. Instead, he could only calculate their orbital trajectories and the minimum safe distances, awaiting the opportune moment. The satellite nearest to Guo Sen was a spherical body with a brown exterior, significantly smaller than himself and orbiting at a relatively slow pace. Upon careful observation, he noted that while he completed 3 orbits, this entity had barely traversed half an orbit, and its trajectory remained aligned with his own in a vertical manner, making it quite simple to evade. Further away was a smaller satellite that moved at a brisk pace, akin to his own, with an orbital space that closely mirrored his path. Guo Sen deemed this one rather perilous. Should he draw too near, genuine danger might ensue. The 3rd satellite was also diminutive, with an orbital space vastly different from his own, posing no threat whatsoever. It appeared that to navigate past these 3 defensive lines, he merely needed to devise a strategy to circumvent the 2nd satellite. As he maintained his orbit, he sought an escape route. Initially, he adhered to the previous method, reaching the point on the orbit farthest from the parent star and began to move outward ceaselessly, while observing the position of the brown satellite. He swiftly passed through the 1st defensive line. The next challenge was paramount: how to evade the smaller satellite that matched his speed and trajectory. He could not draw too close, nor could he hastily attempt to pass, as his movement speed was significantly slower than the orbital velocity, and he had to continue his orbit concurrently. After a period of observation, Guo Sen suddenly conceived a bold idea. What if he entered its orbital path, aligning himself perfectly in a straight line with it? By becoming the 2 farthest points on this elliptical orbit, it could work. Resolute in his decision, he commenced action. He steadily reduced the distance between himself and the satellite's orbital path, calculating the moment it would be farthest from him, while also remaining mindful of the optimal timing to distance himself from the parent star's orbit. After several hundred orbits, Guo Sen finally seized the opportunity. He swiftly executed his plan, the sphere gradually rotating and aligning itself almost perfectly with the smaller satellite's orbit, facing it directly. With this accomplished, he finally exhaled in relief, though he had not anticipated that this 2nd step would consume so much time. There was no time to rest. He began calculating how to overcome the obstacles posed by the more distant bodies. After what felt like an eternity, he discovered that only the final 2 spherical planets lay before him. However, at that moment, he suddenly perceived the radiant heat emanating from the star. It seemed far more intense and uncomfortable than before. The temperature on the sphere was escalating rapidly. The closer he approached the outermost orbital path, the nearer he drew to the star. Guo Sen had anticipated this development. He had made the necessary preparations well in advance. Had he overlooked this point, how could he have navigated through so many obstacles? Chapter 13. The Orange Hue. After enduring countless hardships and a considerable passage of time, Guo Sen gradually positioned himself in the outer orbital layer of his home planet. Once he traversed the space between the 2 spherical satellites, he would face no further barriers and could contemplate when he might completely liberate himself from the constraints of his home planet, transforming from a satellite into a planet. From his original orbit to his current location, Guo Sen was unaware of how many years had elapsed. Thousands of years, hundreds of thousands, or perhaps even longer. He refocused his attention. All necessary actions had been taken, and he no longer had the luxury to observe the little lives below. At present, he encountered a rather uncomfortable predicament. The light and heat from a distant star were causing the temperature within his sphere to rise gradually. However, Guo Sen had anticipated this. Previously, he had completely halted the eruptions of all volcanoes on his sphere, which allowed the glaciers at the poles to expand significantly. As he approached the limits of his home planet's gravitational influence, these glaciers began to melt in response to the rising temperatures. This development effectively mitigated a potentially catastrophic situation. Guo Sen narrowly escaped disaster, yet he had no time to indulge in revelry. He needed to swiftly surmount the final barriers. Once he passed the 2 large satellites, he could continue to extricate himself from the gravitational entanglement of his home planet. Before him lay 2 spherical satellites, and Guo Sen resolved to act decisively. Despite their rapid orbital velocities and their positioning within the same spatial plane, Guo Sen had completed several orbits. And the expansion of his orbital path had significantly prolonged the time taken to reach the farthest point from his home planet. After completing another half-orbit, he arrived at that point, but the nearest gray planet fortuitously passed by, forcing him to forfeit this opportunity. Simultaneously, he observed the last white celestial body. Its orbital speed seemed relatively slower than his, and it was closer to the gray planet. If he wished to exploit a time differential, he needed to consider it as well. The opportunity soon presented itself. As Guo Sen reached the next farthest point, the gray planet had moved a bit further, while the more distant white planet had yet to arrive at this location. He eagerly initiated a diagonal shift. Upon successfully reaching the orbit of the gray planet, and noticing that the white planet had still not arrived, he swiftly glided into its orbit. Just as Guo Sen contemplated his good fortune, a white shadow suddenly streaked past. Startled, he broke into a cold sweat. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a comet, trailing a magnificent tail as it whizzed by. His previous focus had been on evading the satellites, completely neglecting other potential hazards. Had he moved any slower during his passage, this celestial body might have collided with him, bringing impending doom to the little lives on his sphere. Still shaken, just as he prepared to continue his outward journey, he discovered a crescent-shaped, dark gray celestial body had become a new obstacle in his path. Guo Sen gazed intently at the celestial body, obscured by the dim light, which leisurely orbited its parent star. A wry smile crept across his face as he mused over its peculiar resemblance to a clove of garlic, which amusingly complemented the large, dumpling-like entity accompanying him. Yet, he pondered, if he were to capture it and transform it into his new satellite, would it significantly impact the sphere? Recalling the last time he contested for the large dumpling satellite against his parent star, nearly leading to the demise of the tiny life forms, he quickly dismissed the impulse to seize the garlic-like body. He swiftly maneuvered away from the sluggish creature and ventured into a more distant expanse. Curiously, Guo Sen felt that the immense force that had been pulling him seemed to diminish, becoming increasingly ethereal during his continuous translational journey. He realized that he might have reached the gravitational limit controlled by his parent star. With determination, Guo Sen attempted to tug himself outward, no longer waiting to reach a distant point. Eureka! He sensed that the force was not greater than his own mental prowess, and he could effortlessly glide to even farther distances. As he moved outward, he remained vigilant, scanning for any potential threats. Should he encounter a comet or a more sinister satellite, he would be prepared to react promptly. Fortunately, no such dangers lurked nearby. The entire plan had progressed successfully to its midpoint, allowing Guo Sen to fix his gaze upon the red star. His current objective was to identify a viable orbital path around this star, thus transforming himself into a true planet. Simultaneously, he continued his outward movement, feeling the gravitational influence of his parent star wane. However, the temperature of the sphere was steadily rising, with a sharp drop expected once he orbited to the far side of the star. Guo Sen realized he could no longer afford to delay. He needed to prepare for the next step of his plan. His initial strategy involved establishing the orbital path in the region beyond the parent star, where the temperature might prove more suitable. With an appropriate temperature and a favorable orbital inclination, Guo Sen envisioned his planet experiencing the beauty of seasons. Excitement surged within him as he meticulously surveyed the star field behind his parent star. That region appeared to be the most promising paradise for life. However, Guo Sen was taken aback to discover a small orange planet in orbit, revolving and rotating around the star. He was momentarily dumbfounded. What was the purpose of his diligent efforts if he were to coexist with this orange-hued entity? It was utterly exasperating. Guo Sen felt an overwhelming urge to dash forward and collide with that body. Alas, he knew that such an action would lead to his own disintegration, not to mention the peril it would pose to the tiny lives. Perhaps he could consider an orbit closer to the star? Guo Sen soon beheld a black planet, its rotation speed reaching an exhilarating peak. He also noticed a mist-like substance trailing behind it, resembling a fine dust of rock. Instantly, he comprehended that the immense gravitational pull of the star was relentlessly stripping away the planet's surface rocks, and it was likely that, in a distant future, this unfortunate celestial body would ultimately reduce to mere powder. Guo Sen gazed at the magnificent and now distant ring of stars, which seemed to foreshadow the inevitable fate of the black planet. The temperature of the sphere had nearly driven the glaciers to the polar regions, and if a decision were not made soon, there would be no time left for lamentation. He cast another glance at the vibrant orange planet, sighing inwardly. Regardless, it was impossible to evade it. He was destined to be its neighbor. Guo Sen began to move towards the increasingly tenuous gravitational layer of the mother planet. After some time, he could no longer sense that peculiar force, liberating him from the grip of the green gas planet. And the distance to the orange planet was no longer insurmountable. Just as Guo Sen was reveling in his achievement, contemplating a moment of self-congratulation, he suddenly felt a force many times greater than that of the mother planet, firmly ensnaring him. Chapter 14. A critical perspective. The crimson star radiated an intensely scorching brilliance. Under its formidable gravitational influence, even colossal entities like the green gaseous planet became its subservient subjects. As Guo Sen escaped the pull of the mother planet, he simultaneously fell prey to the star's overwhelming gravity. Whoa, your power is astonishing. Guo Sen found himself utterly incapable of resistance, compelled to commence an orbit around the star. Despite having transformed into a planet, Guo Sen was far from elated. Previously, in the embrace of the mother planet, he could at least maneuver with clever tactics, but now, pitted against the star's gravity, his efforts felt as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. He was resigned to being a subordinate. All right, boss. Congratulations on receiving a former subordinate of your subordinate, now your subordinate. You can take pride in that, he mused, though with a touch of bitterness. As he orbited the star, basking in its light and warmth, Guo Sen experienced the privileges of being a fortunate planet. He had not been tidally locked. Gazing at the distant former mother planet, he felt as if in a dream. Once a second-class citizen, he now stood on equal footing with his erstwhile superior. It felt surreal, yet it was the fruit of his relentless efforts. Otherwise, any other satellite would have been incapable of such a feat. Guo Sen circled the star repeatedly, observing that his orbital path remained elliptical, akin to before. Furthermore, he could occasionally adjust the rotation frequency and speed of his sphere, even altering the angle at which the light fell upon him. Suddenly, Guo Sen recalled Earth. What was the angle of the ecliptic? He meticulously recalled the knowledge from his high school geography textbook, aspiring to transform himself into a high-fidelity replica of Earth. The planet's environment, as if meticulously calculated, included elements such as the obliquity of the ecliptic, magnetic poles, rotational frequency, and orbital velocity. Each detail, if altered even minutely, could plunge any life form residing upon it into catastrophic peril. Could it be that Earth possesses consciousness? Guo Sen boldly speculated, all the while continuously adjusting the speed of its rotation and revolution. He vaguely remembered encountering similar hypotheses online, suggesting that Earth is a colossal organism, with humanity merely existing as bacteria upon its surface. A chilling thought indeed. The obliquity had been adjusted to 23 degrees and 26 minutes. Previously, Guo Sen would have scoffed at such notions. Yet now, as a sentient celestial body, he found himself utterly convinced of this theory. Had he not previously controlled volcanoes, created an atmosphere, and formed oceans? He had even intervened in the evolutionary pace of single-celled organisms. The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him. The rotational speed had successfully been adjusted to approximately 24 hours, and Guo Sen remained preoccupied with calculating the time of rotation, even to the second, meticulously calculating hundreds of times to prevent any discrepancies. Simultaneously, he adjusted the orbital speed to around 360 days, allowing for a variance of no more than 5 days. If he was to replicate, he must do so thoroughly. All of this was for the sake of the life forms residing upon the sphere. After finally adjusting the axial tilt and frequency of his spherical body, he breathed a sigh of relief. The grand environment had finally been established. Transitioning from a tidally locked satellite to a planet orbiting a star, he had meticulously emulated Earth through various adjustments. The remaining time could now be devoted to the myriad of tiny organisms within the ocean. How long had it been since he last observed them? Guo Sen could scarcely recall. He had been so preoccupied with becoming a planet that he had neglected everything else. Well, let us see how far my little creatures have evolved. Guo Sen cast a final glance at the enormous white dumpling silently orbiting him before directing his gaze entirely to the surface of the sphere. However, he had scarcely begun to observe the ocean before the drastic changes upon the land captivated his attention completely. Alas, his lack of education was evident. As Guo Sen gazed upon the continent nearly engulfed by towering plants, he could only exclaim in astonishment. Hadn't they merely been a few millimeters tall mosses near the water's edge? When had they evolved into such expansive and sophisticated flora? He quickly scrutinized a jungle of blue plants flourishing not far from the shore. To his astonishment, he discovered that nearly every plant towered over 2 meters in height, their density astonishingly high. Yet these towering giants were not woody plants. They resembled colossal celery magnified hundreds of times, their stalks brimming with moisture. Upon further inspection of their ocean-like blue leaves, he realized it was an optical illusion created by countless thick, palm-shaped leaves resembling droplets of water adorning the branches. Wait a moment, I recall that after algae come mosses, and subsequently, ferns? Guo Sen meticulously reflected on his past knowledge. filled with immense curiosity and bewilderment towards the plants before him. These resembled the succulent plants he had once nurtured during his human existence, with both stems and leaves bearing a striking resemblance, albeit lacking their towering stature. Guo Sen also observed what appeared to be small grass-like plants, yet upon closer inspection, they resembled an enlarged version of moss. There was not a shadow of ferns to be seen. Undeterred, he ventured closer to the inland area to discern the nature of other flora, when suddenly, he sensed that these colossal succulent plants seemed to stir. Was it the wind? As Guo Sen gazed at their quivering leaves, he felt somewhat overly dramatic. However, with a sudden commotion erupting by the water's edge, a multitude of green, translucent, snake-like elongated entities unexpectedly crawled onto the sandy shore, numbering in the thousands. Guo Sen was taken aback. What on earth were these? Snakes? Or perhaps fish? He was certain these must be some form of animal, given their incessant movement. Soon, all of them had ascended the shore. Guo Sen noticed that beneath these creatures, there appeared to be black, segmented appendages resembling legs. As he drew nearer, he finally discerned their form. Each of these translucent green beings possessed 8 pairs of symmetrical, insect-like legs, and their heads were split open, revealing a purple mouth. Their heads surveyed the surroundings, emitting a gurgling sound as if in search of something. At first glance, they resembled a swarm of slugs. Insects. This was undeniably repulsive. Guo Sen felt a twinge of disdain for these primitive life forms that had evolved on his planet. Before long, this congregation of enormous slugs began to disperse across the beach, excavating burrows and digging. They were either foraging for sustenance or preparing nests to engage in some form of reproduction. Guo Sen mused, and indeed, he observed them pairing off and entering the burrows they had created. Shortly thereafter, anguished cries echoed from the depths of their souls. Guo Sen found it quite difficult to bear witness to this spectacle. Yet, his curiosity compelled him to maintain his gaze. What was the nature of this biological display of passion? I must scrutinize it with a critical eye. Just then, the blue plant seemed to quiver its branches once more. Countless blue tendrils shot forth towards the reveling giant slugs on the beach, piercing through the burrowed insects with astonishing precision. Subsequently, they coiled around their spoils, gradually retracting back to the original location of what had appeared to be succulent plants. Some of the pale green slugs, quick to react, darted back into the water, while many others fell silent. The once lively beach was now left with nothing but a series of empty sand burrows, plunged into a deathly stillness. As an observer, Guo Sen had utterly failed to anticipate the unfolding of such events. Originally intending to critically observe how those creatures operated, he was unexpectedly interrupted by a sudden assault. He glanced at the succulent plants and discovered that they had ensnared the pale green insects, enveloping them entirely with additional tendrils, floating in midair. After a while, the tendrils unfurled, and a translucent exoskeleton, accompanied by black insect legs, fell to the ground. At that moment, a multitude of minuscule crab-like entities surged forth, racing towards the insect shells, their rustling sounds incessant. The succulent plants, however, remained eerily still, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Guo Sen couldn't help but draw closer to the succulents. He observed intently and soon noticed that lurking in the shadows, nearly subterranean beneath the trees, were creatures resembling centipede-headed beings, glimmering with countless tiny eyes, continuously gazing towards the sandy expanse. These centipede-headed monstrosities boasted massive bodies with 6 formidable limbs, huddled together immobile. Guo Sen was utterly astonished. What he had presumed to be plants were, in fact, carnivorous insects. Upon further inspection of the remarkably lifelike trunks and leaves, he realized they were indeed genuine, growing directly from the backs of these centipede-headed creatures. After considerable contemplation, it appeared they were not parasitic plants, but rather entities entirely integrated with these centipede-headed beings. No wonder those tendrils moved as if imbued with life. Guo Sen couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. What was happening? Could plants and insects coexist within a single body? This revelation completely shattered Guo Sen's understanding. Within his realm of knowledge, organisms like cordyceps were already peculiar enough, yet he never anticipated that something even more bizarre could evolve on his planet. He cast another glance at these centipede-headed beings, finding it increasingly difficult to accept. The slimy creatures might have been bearable, but the centipede-headed monstrosities were altogether unsettling. Were there no normal animals or plants? Initially, Guo Sen had hoped to rejoice in the grand evolution of life, but after witnessing the grotesque appearances of these two species, his enthusiasm waned significantly. Was there nothing more aesthetically pleasing? With this question lingering in his mind, he began to gaze deeper into the land. As far as the eye could see, a dense proliferation of plants dominated the terrain. Aside from a few rocky desert regions at the heart of the land and some towering mountains, vegetation flourished everywhere. Strangely, Guo Sen observed that green plants were not the predominant species. Rather, shades of blue and red were more abundant. Beneath the forest canopy lay a veritable paradise of mosses. Varying in height, Guo Sen searched extensively but found no ferns. Occasionally, various swift creatures darted across the moss alongside enormous, rustling insects. Using his mental prowess, he seized one of these bizarre insects for closer inspection, noting its green compound eyes, 3 straw-like mouthparts, and a length of nearly 5 to 6 meters. Its segmented body was as hard as steel, and its shell gleamed as if polished with wax. He set down the grotesque creature and caught sight of several others, all of which bore an astonishingly hideous appearance, repulsive to behold. Guo Sen felt a shiver of terror. How could his interference in evolution have led to the emergence of such abominations? He lost interest in observing anything further and turned his gaze towards the vast azure ocean. What kinds of animals and plants could inhabit this realm? As his vision submerged beneath the surface, it quickly broke through again. Guo Sen began to doubt his visual faculties. Had he truly seen something colossal, larger than a small hill, swimming near the ocean's surface? Impossible. In his understanding, even a blue whale was more than sufficient. But this behemoth seemed to dwarf dozens of them combined. Guo Sen was convinced that there must be some flaw in his visual perception. A creature of such immense size could not possibly exist. With lingering questions, he once again directed his gaze into the depths of the sea. The hill-sized monster was opening its cavernous maw, swallowing not only seawater but countless organisms as well. Then, an overwhelming current surged from its rear, propelling the creature forward several dozen meters. Guo Sen was taken aback. He quickly adjusted his field of vision, only to realize that it was a gigantic fish adorned with an exoskeleton. Its shape bore a striking resemblance to fish found on Earth, yet its size was truly monumental. With a thick, continuous carapace resembling scales sprawled across its back, the head of the fish was covered in innumerable nodules, and its eyes, nearly devoid of pupils, were shielded by a translucent outer layer. As for the creature's diet, Guo Sen scrutinized it closely. There were scorpion-like crustaceans, centipede-like worms, and eyeless serpentine creatures, all an overwhelming abundance of insects. A wave of revulsion washed over Guo Sen. Was the method of examination flawed? Why was it all insects? How could this creature possess a fish-like head and body? He then ventured his gaze deeper into the ocean, far from the land, where even more grotesque fish appeared. Guo Sen initially thought he had developed some immunity to the previous hideous beings, yet upon encountering this new assortment of bizarre fish, he felt an urgent need to withdraw his vision from the water. He believed that even the ugliest fish he had seen in an aquarium paled in comparison to these abominable faces that seemed as if marred by some cruel misfortune. A sudden wave of sorrow enveloped Guo Sen. What was happening? Why were all the creatures on this planet so utterly unattractive? Not a single normal specimen to be found. He pondered the grim possibility that among them could exist an evolved being of high intelligence, with whom he could not possibly communicate, unable to engage due to the grotesqueness of their visages. With an overwhelming sense of regret, Guo Sen found himself grappling with thoughts of despair. He mused that it would have been better to remain in orbit around that verdant gaseous planet, after exerting such effort, risking destruction to create a superlative environment for habitation. The outcome was a collection of beings one could hardly bear to look at. It was indeed a lamentable fate. Guo Sen was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense wave of fatigue that surged from the depths of his mind. He realized that he must indulge in a profound slumber to alleviate this psychological strain. With the visual system deactivated, Guo Sen succumbed once more to the embrace of sleep. Chapter 16. Where is the promised replica? As time ebbed and flowed, Guo Sen reactivated his visual system, only to be greeted not by the myriad of life forms upon the sphere, but rather by a rather vibrant orange entity. Previously dazzled by the visually unappealing inhabitants of the sphere, Guo Sen had not taken the time to engage with his neighbor. Being newly arrived, he yearned for an exchange of glances with this grand orange figure. To his surprise, upon reactivating his visual system, this being presented itself before him. Having evaded the gravitational pull of a green gaseous planet, Guo Sen was soon ensnared by the colossal gravity of a star, and in the vicinity of the predetermined orbital path, he discovered a planet that strikingly resembled an orange. Fortunately, the proximity between Guo Sen and this orange-like planet was not as close as he had initially imagined. From his vantage point, it appeared to be no larger than a sugar orange. Oh, Orange, you occupy such a splendid locale. Have you perhaps evolved into a life form? After Guo Sen settled into his current orbit, he realized that this region was remarkably conducive to the growth and evolution of life, neither too cold nor too hot. With a temperate climate, he was uncertain how much time had elapsed since he had gained consciousness. But if this orange had indeed occupied this favorable orbital path from the outset, it surely would harbor at least the most rudimentary forms of life, wouldn't it? Guo Sen, in truth, longed for companionship. As a solitary planet, he found himself utterly incapable of communicating with any entity. He had once contemplated the possibility that other planets might possess consciousness, yet no matter how fervently he called out, he received no response. However, if life did exist upon this grand orange, he hoped that it would be of a highly intelligent nature, akin to the Earth, perhaps sending a probe like Cassini to observe him meticulously. With boundless hope, Guo Sen magnified his visual system, pursuing the silhouette of the great orange in an attempt to discern any signs of life. Yet, with his current capabilities, he could only enlarge the orange to the size of a basin. Any further magnification proved impossible. Wait a moment, is that an atmosphere? Guo Sen observed the thin, mist-like, translucent gas enveloping the outer layer of the orange. This atmospheric layer appeared quite dense, with a transparency that was less than optimal. If an atmosphere exists, then surely an ocean must as well. Guo Sen pondered as he scrutinized the surface of the sphere, examining the orange-hued reflections to ascertain whether they indicated the presence of oceans. To his astonishment, he discovered that the surface was nearly entirely cloaked in orange rock. Only a few scattered areas featured small patches of blue water, and their numbers were exceedingly limited. Goodness, occupying such a prime location, and yet it devolved into this? Guo Sen was left both amused and exasperated. If life were to emerge here, it would be quite the challenge. He surveyed his surroundings once more and noticed that the orange possessed 3 satellites, each a perfect sphere, entirely white, resembling 3 golf balls. This was evidently a superior condition compared to his own. Guo Sen glanced at his own unchanged, colossal dumpling and couldn't help but smile wryly. Oh, dumpling. Just look at the aesthetic appeal of their satellites. Ours could use a splash of vinegar. After a brief contemplation, finding nothing noteworthy, Guo Sen finally shifted his gaze back to his own sphere. He was uncertain how many years he had slumbered, and now he pondered what form those once unsightly little lives had evolved into. The moment he recalled their appearance, half of his enthusiasm dissipated. Nevertheless, he decided to take a look, for they were still his progeny. Guo Sen narrowed his visual system, directing it toward the land he remembered to be a boundless forest. What was this? Starting from the very center of the only landmass on his sphere, extending not far from the coastline, lay an expanse of endless desert and barren land. The forests that once enveloped the entire land had now dwindled to an alarmingly small fraction, with the areas closest to the desert transformed into vast, sparse grasslands. Guo Sen observed closely and realized that even the precipitation on land had diminished significantly. Most of it fell over the ocean. After some contemplation, he understood. The sheer area of this land was immense. Furthermore, with the emergence of seasons, cold, temperate, and tropical, desert climates had formed deep within the interior. As forest vegetation decreased, the habitable territory for terrestrial life shrank correspondingly, leading to a reduction in the overall population and a homogenization of species. Survival became a challenge, let alone evolution. Guo Sen then turned his attention to the polar regions. During his slumber, glaciers had developed rapidly, now completely covering the majority of the land and ocean in the cold and subcold zones, causing the temperature across the sphere to continually drop. Even the snow on the mountains had thickened, rendering the environment excessively harsh for life. Guo Sen realized that, moving forward, he could not afford to carelessly deactivate his visual system. Otherwise, this dormant period could extend long enough for the fragile life forms he had painstakingly created to vanish entirely. Laziness leads to ruin. He resolved to diligently observe any changes on his sphere and make timely adjustments to prevent a recurrence of the current predicament. Reflecting on his past negligence, Guo Sen chastised himself for a considerable time before deciding to undertake a comprehensive transformation of the entire planet. The first order of business was to warm the sphere, which was on the brink of an ice age. He had executed this task before and was quite familiar with the method. Volcanic brethren, commence your eruptions. Hundreds of volcanoes near the polar regions erupted violently, their searing lava quickly raising the temperatures of both land and ocean, hastening the melting of glaciers. Having accomplished this, Guo Sen gazed upon the vast expanse of land. He always had a peculiar sensation that the surface area of his sphere seemed to surpass that of Earth considerably. Now, gazing upon this expanse of land, he felt it was indeed vast beyond measure. Earth comprises 7 continents and 4 oceans. Would it not be more intriguing to create a high-fidelity replica? Guo Sen pondered for a moment before shaking his head, deeming it unnecessary, for a mere imitation would lack excitement. Instead, Guo Sen first harnessed tectonic activity to fissure the land into countless crevices, meticulously controlling the volcanic eruptions to prevent them from becoming violent. Subsequently, he isolated the largest desert region, using it as a nucleus to divide the entire landmass into 9 nearly equal portions, arranging them across the polar, temperate, and tropical zones. He then caused the land, excluding the central desert, to radiate outward in all directions, separated by vast oceans, resulting in 9 distinct landmasses. Between these territories, Guo Sen left expansive seas, creating numerous peninsulas and a considerable number of islands along the edges of the land. He then crafted plateaus, hills, plains, and depressions within the major land masses, altering the courses of rivers and forming countless lakes. With these substantial modifications complete, Guo Sen exhaled a sigh of relief. This way, an extensive desert would not form, nor would there be a recurrence of the previous situation where forests were almost exclusively confined to the edges of water sources. The next step involved more meticulous operations. Chapter 17, What Have I Missed? Guo Sen's thoughts were intricate. Rather than immediately beginning to meticulously organize the topography of the sphere's surface, he chose to first investigate the current existence of all life forms on the planet. When Guo Sen shifted tectonic plates and roughly shaped various terrains, he had given little thought to the survival of the smaller organisms. In his view, if the overall environment proved inhospitable, those that survived would likely be merely clinging to life. Moreover, as he divided the land and sea, he took great care to avoid fracturing the forested areas and suppressed volcanic activity, all while striving to minimize the speed of these transformations, ensuring minimal harm to the creatures inhabiting their original habitats. As for how they would adapt to their new environments, Guo Sen felt it was beyond his concern. He believed that in many respects, he only needed to ensure the integrity of the broader environment. Guo Sen shifted his gaze to the previously noted sparse forests at the edges. The water sources and resources there appeared relatively abundant. Surely life would flourish in such places. He narrowed his focus further. Guo Sen was taken aback. These were indeed trees, authentic woody plants. Most bore broad leaves, while others, like pines and cypresses, had needle-like foliage. He couldn't help but mentally exclaim in astonishment. How had he bypassed a significant portion of the evolutionary process? What were the ferns? The gymnosperms? How had they transitioned directly to angiosperms? As for those plants, adorned in chaotic hues of blue, purple, and red, Guo Sen found himself at a loss for words. What was going on? He gazed across the sparse grassland, which was no longer a paradise of uniform moss. Instead, it was populated by peculiar, diminutive shrubs and even some thread-like climbing plants. Guo Sen had indeed encountered some ferns before, affirming that these creatures had once graced his planet. If ferns existed, then could it be that the age of dinosaurs had also transpired here? A sudden wave of sorrow washed over Guo Sr. Much like the magnificent Jurassic and Cretaceous periods on Earth, where formidable dinosaurs roamed, he had scarcely glimpsed them before they vanished entirely from the sphere. What kind of extraordinary phenomenon was this? What had he labored for? He too yearned to witness the appearance of dinosaurs, rather than merely viewing their skeletal remains in a museum. Seething with frustration, Guo Sen began to search through the strata for the skeletons of those colossal beings. Remarkably, he unearthed several, some even larger than those on Earth. The sight of their skulls was terrifying, with some exhibiting 3 or 4 eye sockets. As he observed these remnants, the realization that these creatures had indeed existed on his planet intensified his anger. His fury lingered for an extended period. After orbiting the star for numerous cycles, Guo Sen finally composed himself and began to ponder the reasons behind this phenomenon. An immense environmental shift seemed to be the only explanation. During his previous orbits around the green gaseous planet, everything had evolved in accordance with the extreme conditions that fostered the proliferation of dinosaurs. Initially, upon becoming a planet, everything had appeared normal. However, after adjusting various parameters such as axial tilt, rotational direction, orbital trajectory, and temperature, the entire environment had been irrevocably altered. It was likely that during his period of dormancy, dinosaurs briefly reigned supreme on the sphere before swiftly declining to extinction. The scarcity of ferns served as ample evidence of this. What he had once perceived as clever maneuvers, directly mirroring Earth-esque conditions during his human existence, had resulted in the present unfortunate state of affairs. Imitation truly is fraught with peril. Guo Sen lamented his past decisions. He wished for tranquility, urging himself to refrain from questions about who tranquility might be. He submerged his gaze into the depths of the sea, seeking solace in this act. To his surprise, he encountered something familiar, a colossal fish. A giant fish, resembling a small mountain with a shell several meters thick, appeared almost unchanged from the last time he had seen it. It continued to open its gaping maw, voraciously consuming vast quantities of seawater and other marine life, only to expel a powerful jet of water from its tail, propelling itself forward several meters. Guo Sen stood in disbelief. What was going on with this creature? According to the aforementioned evolutionary circumstances, One would expect profound transformations within the oceanic realm. Yet, this creature, aside from its thicker shell and increased size, appears remarkably unchanged. Could it be that other marine beings have undergone similar stagnation? Guo Sen distanced himself from this creature and began to survey his surroundings. What he beheld next was enough to leave him astounded. Goodness, are those dinosaurs? Truly dinosaurs? Plesiosaurs? Several entities, sporting serpentine necks and heads resembling those of lizards, swiftly darted past him, seemingly evading some unseen threat. Guo Sen quickly focused on one, immobilizing it for a closer examination. This creature exhibited a striking aquamarine hue. Its head genuinely resembling that of a lizard, coupled with its serpentine neck, it measured merely 5 meters in length. Its limbs were short yet robust, with webbing developed between the claws at the tips. Strangely, it bore a shell-like structure on its back and belly, akin to a turtle, reminiscent of a dinosaur encased within a tortoise's shell. This creature hardly resembled a dinosaur. It was more akin to an enhanced version of a soft-shelled turtle. Perhaps I shall call it the turtle dragon, he mused with a mix of amusement and disbelief. However, just as Guo Sen intended to continue his observation, a sudden torrent of water surged past, surrounding the unfortunate creature he had grasped with countless shimmering crimson entities. A mist of blood began to permeate the water, gradually rising. Guo Sen quickly realized the peril and attempted to maintain control over this turtle dragon, only to find himself utterly incapable. A foreboding sensation enveloped him as he hastily seized the swarm of crimson beings encircling the turtle dragon. Concurrently, the remnants of the now nearly hollow turtle dragon gradually sank to the ocean floor. The vibrant mass of red creatures he had ensnared, upon being subdued and immobilized, revealed their true form. They were a school of hideously unattractive small fish, nearly entirely red, each equipped with fearsome serrated teeth, their powerful jaws capable of severing even the toughest of bones. In an instant, Guo Sen was reminded of piranhas on Earth. However, those creatures inhabited rivers and could not possibly compare in ferocity to these terrifying beings, which resembled ravenous wolves. Had the swiftly darting turtle dragon existed on Earth, it certainly would not have been an easy target for the piranhas to devour. As Guo Sen contemplated this, a group of colossal entities, drawn by the scent of blood, gradually approached. With their single horn and spear-like jaws, they fixed their gaze upon the suddenly motionless crimson little devils. Chapter 18. The uncomfortably real Guo Sen was still pondering why both fish and dinosaur-like creatures coexisted in the ocean when some stealthy attackers, lured by the scent of blood, converged upon the scene. The sunlight struggled to penetrate their massive forms, casting a large shadow that completely obscured the red fish swarm. In the blink of an eye, like starving tigers, these horned giants tore through the formation of the red fish with terrifying swiftness. Guo Sen reacted quickly, broadening his field of vision to observe the horrifying spectacle of this macabre feast unfolding nearby. The sea surged wildly, even stirring up the fine sands from the seabed, rendering the water murky and turbid. At that moment, a colossal worm, hidden beneath the depths, suddenly revealed its gaping maw, engulfing 2 large fish that had ventured too close in search of food. This unexpected occurrence took Guo Sen by surprise. After devouring the fish, the massive black creature submerged back into the sands, only for dozens of yellowish-white flatfish to emerge from the sediment, launching themselves into the water along with the giant worm. They frantically gnawed at the worm's limb-like appendages, while others burrowed into its abdomen, targeting its vulnerable spots. The water grew increasingly clouded, descending into chaos. Yet, as if summoned by fate, a titanic rockfish, propelled by jets of water, quietly approached the scene. In an instant, a powerful current swept away the struggling worm, the quarreling unicorn fish, and the flatfish, plunging them into the depths. Guo Sen could see the great fish's jaws grinding together, producing a multitude of bloody froth that mingled with the sea. After a while, the fish ceased its chewing, releasing a torrent of water from its rear, which instantly contaminated the ocean with remnants of its meal. Debris settled onto the seabed, and a myriad of previously unseen small crustaceans and even smaller fish began to appear, feasting upon the excrement. Guo Sen quietly raised his gaze above the horizon. Before him, the brutal cycle of nature unfolded once more. This time, however, it was set in motion by his reckless control of a soft-shelled turtle. The colossal rockfish, it seemed, had been the sovereign of these coastal waters since ancient times, reigning over the apex of the food chain. He resolved to redirect his attention to the deeper ocean, an unexplored realm awaiting him. In the distance, a massive iceberg drifted into view, with nearly 90% of its bulk submerged beneath the water's surface, the visible portion merely a small peak, akin to a mountain summit. Guo Sen noticed that the soft-shelled turtles, which he had previously observed, were now swimming in groups beneath the iceberg, suggesting that this was their territory. Upon closer inspection, He discerned numerous caverns beneath the water's surface, evidently constructed by these blue creatures as their nests. Countless soft-shelled turtles were seen entering and exiting, some even foraging for large, kelp-like blue plants from the ocean floor to bring into their lairs. It appeared that these turtles were herbivorous and preferred to live in groups. Guo Sen broadened his perspective, shifting his attention once again, and beheld even more wondrous creatures. Transparent and resembling small, barrel-shaped monstrosities, they initially struck him as plant life. However, as he drew nearer, he realized that their large, bright eyes stood out prominently, resembling upright water barrels scattered across the seabed, anchored by vibrant red kelp. However, it appears that these creatures are quite formidable. Despite relying on kelp, they have not taken a single bite. Instead, they incessantly probe the sandy ocean floor with their tentacle-like appendages, searching for something. As they dig, various small fish and insects, concealed within the sand, are unearthed. The transparent bucket-like creature then employs its tentacles to continuously feed these sources of protein into its upper maw. Guo Sen could even observe the struggling fish gradually transforming into a nutrient-rich pulp within its digestive system. After witnessing this, Guo Sen gazed deeper into the abyss of the ocean. Countless bizarre and grotesque monsters emerged, each more imaginative than the last. Eventually, he found himself exhausted by the sheer ugliness. How could these primitive single-celled organisms have evolved for so long in the ocean only to result in such hideous forms? Where had the process gone awry? Aside from the turtle dragon, Guo Sen had not been particularly impressed by the others. He returned his attention to the iceberg. Alas, you are the only ones who possess a modicum of aesthetic appeal. With such a fondness for icy realms, why not select a few fortunate spectators to venture into the polar regions? Guo Sen was curious whether these creatures, enamored with icebergs, would thrive in the harsher climates of the polar zones. Thus, he controlled dozens of them and sent them to the vicinity of the North and South Poles. As for their potential evolution and ability to adapt and survive there, he did not dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, he resembled a mad scientist, conducting experiments wherever he went. Since the dawn of single-celled life, he had been engaged in such pursuits. After his gaze meandered through the waters once more, he finally turned his attention towards the land. He realized he had yet to thoroughly investigate the biological life there. A forest composed of angiosperms stretched along the coastline for a considerable distance, also flourishing along riverbanks and lake shores, reminiscent of their ancient ancestors. Guo Sen understood that if he wished to find terrestrial life, this was undoubtedly the right place to begin. He focused his vision, searching for the creatures that dwelled within the dense foliage. Soon, he identified his target. It was a group of creatures resembling mice, yet as large as lambs. They were covered in gray, long fur, their limbs in motion as they scurried through the woodland, seemingly engaged in playful pursuits. Before long, Guo Sen observed them collectively lowering their bodies, their blade-like claws incessantly tearing up the ground. He approached to investigate, discovering they appeared to be foraging for food. Suddenly, a creature resembling a gigantic earthworm, measuring half a meter in diameter and several meters in length, erupted from the soil. Unlike the earthworms Guo Sen was familiar with, this one possessed eyes and sharp teeth, raising its head in a display of intimidation towards the group of large mice. Guo Sen recognized that, just as in the ocean, conflicts were ever present on land, governed by the brutal laws of predator and prey. The mice demonstrated remarkable intelligence, effortlessly dispatching the seemingly formidable earthworm, using their sharp claws to consume its flesh and blood. Guo Sen gradually withdrew from the scene, recalling a particular thought: the ancestors of humanity. He vaguely recalled that the ancestors of humanity or mammals bore a resemblance to such creatures. If they truly were, should they not be subjected to an accelerated evolution? Just then, a rustling sound reached his ears. In Guo Sen's line of sight appeared a group of scaly lizard-like beings, brandishing long spears tipped with sharp stones and wooden shields. He was utterly bewildered. Chapter 19. The twisted evolutionary tree. Before Guo Sen stood a grotesque amalgamation of human and reptilian traits. They possessed heads reminiscent of enlarged lizards, their forked crimson tongues periodically darting from mouths lined with sharp teeth. Their eyes, akin to those of a crocodile, shone with a golden hue, framed by black pupils, while delicate greenish scales adorned their bodies. A powerful, massive tail trailed behind them, supporting their stance on the ground. They were undeniably hideous, terrifying, and remarkably peculiar. Guo Sen also noted that these lizard people had 5 fingers tipped with blade-like claws, interconnected by a thin membrane resembling webbing, suggesting they were adept in aquatic environments as well. In their grasp were stone-tipped long spears crafted from exceptionally sharp black stones bound to wooden shafts, and their shields, constructed from several pieces of wood tied together with rope, left Guo Sen astounded. Among them was a particularly robust lizard man, seemingly the leader of the group, adorned with a necklace of feathers hanging from his neck and a diamond-shaped wooden piece bound to his head. The unique decorations signified his distinction. Aside from their appearance, they bore an uncanny similarity to humans. As Guo Sen observed these muscular, nearly 2-meter-tall lizard men, he found himself at a loss for words. What had gone awry in the evolutionary tree? Why had the primate lineage failed to evolve, only for these lizard beings to emerge out of nowhere? Moreover, they had already developed a rudimentary civilization reminiscent of the Stone Age. What was happening? Had there been an error in the initial stages of cellular evolution? Guo Sen was engulfed in self-doubt, unable to fathom such a surreal development. After all, lizard men seemed utterly far-fetched. He could not comprehend the circumstances under which such cold-blooded creatures could evolve into humanoid forms. However, unbeknownst to the lizard people, a being akin to a deity was equally perplexed by their very existence. Their purpose in this place was to hunt the small, ferocious saber-toothed beasts that had just feasted and had yet to return to their lairs. After slaying these creatures, they intended to bring them back to their tribe to replenish their dwindling food supplies. The tribe's leader, accompanied by a dozen of the finest hunters, was fully armed. The saber-toothed beasts were known for their fierce nature and incredible speed, yet their excellent meat and valuable teeth made them the most coveted prey available. Commenced the attack. As the mightiest of the lizardfolk tribe, the chief stood resolute, his commands eliciting unyielding obedience from all. With a signal, over a dozen hunters raised their long spears. Shields braced before them. The lizardfolk, having dwelled in the forest for years, were acutely aware of the saber-toothed beast's instincts. They would retaliate fiercely when provoked. Indeed, upon discovering the lizardfolk hunters, the saber-tooths surged forward like wild beasts towards the assembled warriors. "Hold your ground," commanded the chief, and the hunters instinctively huddled behind their shields, forming an impenetrable barrier. The thunderous clash echoed as the shields absorbed the tremendous force of the onslaught, gradually warping under the impact. And the securing ropes strained to their limits, eventually snapping. One hunter's shield shattered completely, creating a breach in their defenses. With a triumphant roar, the saber-tooths seized the opportunity, their numbers pouring through the gap, fangs and claws aimed at the vulnerable lizard folk. Yet, the seasoned lizard folk were far from defenseless. The one whose shield had failed executed a swift roll to evade the attack, and thrust his spear with such force that it penetrated the mouth of the first beast to leap at him, the tip bursting forth from the other side of its skull. His comrades rallied around him, providing cover. "Kill! Kill!" The chief, undeterred, cast aside his shield and charged forth with his stone spear, leading the charge against the throng of beasts. "Kill!" The remaining hunters followed suit, transitioning from defense to offense, gripping their spears tightly as they plunged into the fray. Blood splattered, and the cacophony of screams and roars resonated across the battlefield. The skirmish raged on, with the lizard folk, armed and shielded, gaining the upper hand. They coordinated their efforts, 2 or 3 working in unison to take down each saber-tooth before moving on to the next. Occasionally, a saber-tooth would fall, but lizard folk also succumbed to the beast's sharp fangs and claws, collapsing into pools of crimson. The fierce battle endured for an extended period. Ultimately, however, victory belonged to the lizardfolk hunters. Upon piercing the throat of the last saber-tooth, the chief declared an end to the conflict. A mist of blood hung in the air of the forest. The weary chief leaned on his shield, surveying the casualties. 2 valiant hunters had perished, while the others were fortunate to have sustained only minor injuries. The carcasses of 21 saber-tooths littered the ground, a bountiful harvest that would sustain the 100-strong tribe for quite some time. Yet, the price paid was grievous. The chief cradled the bodies of his fallen comrades and bellowed, "Return to the tribe." The remaining lizard folk raised their spears into the air in unison. After a while, they began to clear the battlefield, hoisting the carcasses of the blade-toothed beasts upon their backs, gradually departing from the area until they completely vanished into the depths of the forest. Guo Sen witnessed the entirety of this battle. He was utterly astonished to discover that the lizard folk possessed a semblance of language and could communicate with one another. Furthermore, he was taken aback by their ability to organize effective formations, employ tactics, and utilize intellect in their hunting endeavors. He was even more surprised to see them wield tools, hunting beasts with minimal cost. Guo Sen found himself deep in thought. How many millennia had passed during his slumber? What had he missed? The dinosaurs of the land had perished, replaced by these humanoid creatures resembling lizards. Could it be that the ultimate evolution of dinosaurs led them to shrink in size, eventually evolving into upright beings akin to humans, thereby forming a civilization? Guo Sen felt somewhat perplexed. What was happening? Why was the evolutionary tree of life on his planet becoming increasingly skewed? The mere thought of interacting with these scaly lizard folk filled him with unease. The more he pondered, the more troubled he became. Yet, he remained curious about how these lizard folk had formed such a society. If these beings possessed such high intelligence, could they potentially be on the verge of developing a rudimentary civilization? Chapter 20. The Dawn of Civilization. Guo Sen's mind was awash with questions. Would the intelligent lizard folk truly possess an advanced civilization? Based on the weapons in their possession and their various manifestations, they appeared to be in the midst of a Stone Age civilization. However, could they genuinely have reached that level? With these doubts lingering, Guo Sen followed the route taken by the lizard folk, his gaze shifting forward continuously. In no time, he caught sight of their procession. The speed of the lizard folk did not seem as swift as he had imagined. Guo Sen was surprised by this, as they had demonstrated extraordinary explosiveness during the battle, effortlessly extracting crude stone spears from the wounds of beasts. Yet, he recalled that the large lizards on Earth were also rather sluggish, often moving slower than turtles. So he did not dwell on it further. Guo Sen's gaze kept pace with their movement, with the tallest leader carrying the body of a comrade at the forefront, his speed dictating that of the entire group. As Guo Sen's eyes roamed ahead, he still saw nothing of note. It appeared that the settlement was still a considerable distance away. Unable to resist, he scrutinized the lizard folk once more. After surveying them, his gaze ultimately settled on the leader. This lizard folk stood nearly 2 meters tall, its muscular frame accentuated by well-defined lines, all covered by a layer of densely packed scales. Except for its chest and abdomen, which were white, its skin was predominantly a deep green. Guo Sen observed for a while, realizing that each of these beings possessed the extraordinary physique characteristic of bodybuilding champions, which would undoubtedly overshadow the gym enthusiasts back on Earth. Particularly, the leader stood out as the most robust and towering among them, which certainly explained his ascension to leadership. Guo Sen was simultaneously taken aback. He had previously overlooked the fact that these lizard men were adorned in garments fashioned from some unknown plant fibers twisted into ropes, which were tied around their waists, albeit rather pitifully short. The leader's attire was particularly notable, dyed a striking red. Did these lizard men possess a modicum of shame? Or were these rope garments merely decorative, perhaps even a symbol of their social hierarchy? Guo Sen found himself increasingly intrigued by these creatures. He was eager to uncover the extent of their civilization's advancement. The lizard men appeared quite adept at navigating the path back home, moving without any hesitation. Guo Sen had observed that the trail seemed to have been worn down by their passage, likely a route they had carved out for hunting. Furthermore, as they traversed the path, Guo Sen noted the absence of any other beasts attempting to attack. Even some oddly shaped insects that scuttled nearby seemed entirely disinterested. Hastily burrowing deeper into the forest, his curiosity had shifted entirely away from the grotesque insects and was now fixated on the lizard men. The emergence of sentient beings exhilarated him. After walking for some time, a sharp hiss from the lizard man leader drew Guo Sen's gaze toward the distance. Ahead, nestled among a chaotic pile of rocks at the forest's edge and enclosed by sharpened logs forming a crude palisade, lay a settlement. This tribe was established amidst a jumble of stones of varying sizes, accompanied by the considerable sound of rushing water nearby. Irregularly sharpened wooden stakes were haphazardly placed in the crevices between the massive stones, bound together with thick, fraying ropes of indeterminate material, presenting an overall disordered appearance. A troop of lizardmen, burdened with their catch, advanced toward a narrow gap, where Guo Sen noticed a small opening barely wide enough for 2 lizard men to pass through. Flanked by 2 sentinels standing straight with long spears at the ready, he understood that this was the entrance to their tribe in the watchpost. Raising his gaze to enter a vantage point, he discerned that the settlement sprawled across a substantial area, enveloping a considerable expanse nearby, with the wooden barrier even constructed in 2 tiers, covering at least several thousand square meters. A swift river coursed through the heart of the tribe, its tumultuous waters surging toward the horizon. Guo Sen observed that by the riverbank, a multitude of lizard men, numbering in the hundreds, were engaged in various activities. He also spotted some peculiar structures, rudimentary habitats constructed between 2 massive stones, shielded by large leaves and some wild grasses, lacking even the most basic of doors. He perceived that this structure hardly qualified as a house, for it could barely shield one from a light drizzle, and when the fierce winds blew, it would likely be exposed to the elements. Such abodes numbered nearly 40 to 50 in total. After the lizard men, hunters returned triumphantly through the second layer of the enclosure. Those lizard men by the river, alerted by the commotion, swiftly gathered around. They joined the hunters in their procession towards the heart of the tribe. Guo Sen observed a relatively level circular clearing, approximately 200 to 300 square meters in size. The lizard men chief was the first to reach the center of the clearing, placing the bodies of 2 companions at its core. After raising a clenched fist and letting out a resounding roar, all the lizard men converged, each brandishing their fists and hissing in unison. Subsequently, they moved to the riverbank. Cleansing the wounds of the deceased lizardmen's bodies with the river water, and removing the woven ropes that adorned them. Guo Sen was puzzled about the intentions of these lizard men. Was this a form of funeral ritual? His speculation proved accurate. The two lizardmen's bodies were laid beside the smooth stones by the river, while some in the crowd offered unknown wild fruits and dark, jerky-like substances beside the corpses. The chief then grasped a spear, raising it skyward. Hissus, the lizard men, with one hand transformed into a fist, directed their gestures towards the heavens. Hissus. Guo Sen understood. They were paying tribute to their fallen comrades. These two had tragically perished in search of vital sustenance, sacrificing their lives for the sake of precious food. Guo Sen continued to observe. The chief, cradling a body, approached the riverbank and gently lowered it into the water. The second body was treated similarly. The corpses swiftly vanished into the swirling currents, disappearing amidst the frothy waves. All the lizard men stood silently at the riverbank for a moment. It appeared they had their own burial rites, suggesting that civilization was beginning to take shape. Guo Sen pondered this notion. Chapter 21. Body language. Before long, after completing the funeral ceremony, the lizard men collectively migrated from the riverbank to the square. The hunters placed their shields and spears in one corner of the square and arranged all the game in a clearing beside the center. After inspecting the spoils, the chief merely waved a hand, prompting a group of diminutive lizard men, lacking in muscularity, to emerge from the throng, brandishing sharp stones and squatting near the game to commence their work. Guo Sen noted that they operated in groups of 3, each with a distinct role. One was responsible for disemboweling the beast, extracting its entrails from the abdominal cavity, while the other 2 assisted. Once the entrails were removed, they began the process of skinning and separating the flesh with surprising speed. However, upon observing the nearly intact pelts, Guo Sen couldn't help but shake his head. These lizard men appeared somewhat clumsy, unable to completely strip the hides, though this could likely be attributed to their rudimentary tools. Their work was swiftly concluded. 21 pelts were stripped away, and several individuals from the group emerged to collect the furs, discarding them carelessly in a corner. As for the meat, it was carefully placed upon expansive leaves to prevent contamination from the ground's dust. The leader then clapped his hands, prompting the workers to commence the butchering process. Stone blades flew up and down, and the bones gradually separated. In the end, irregular chunks of meat were neatly arranged together, while the entrails were piled in a separate heap. Next came the distribution, just as Guo Sen had anticipated. Upon completion of the dismemberment, the leader immediately ordered the distribution to begin, and the 10 or so hunters stepped forward. The leader received the largest share, followed by the hunters. The remaining scraps of meat were allocated to the workers who had handled the beast, while the leftover entrails and bones were swiftly divided among the others. Ultimately, 2 substantial pieces remained, each larger than the leader's share. 2 diminutive lizardfolk emerged from the crowd to drag them away. Throughout this process, the lizardfolk remained remarkably composed, each seemingly unperturbed by the method of allocation. Guo Sen discerned that this was a primitive yet equitable system of distribution. Those who obtained the 2 largest pieces were likely the kin of the deceased lizardfolk. Suddenly, Guo Sen felt a semblance of humanity in these beings who bore little resemblance to humans. The leader, wielding a stone blade, cut into a heap of meat before the rest of the tribe approached one by one, each taking a sizable chunk from his hands before returning to their places. Once it was confirmed that everyone had received their share of the hunt, the leader raised his arm with a flourish. Everyone squatted down. Guo Sen understood. This group was about to feast. However, he sensed that something was amiss. The lizardfolk leader hissed, and the others echoed, hissing in unison. They then opened their gaping maws and began to gnaw on the meat. Blood and flesh splattered, and the entire square was instantly engulfed in a savage tableau. Guo Sen found it difficult to watch. Goodness, do you all consume your food raw? There was no fire, absolutely none. He finally grasped what was lacking. Guo Sen surveyed the entire tribe. Not a single stick of firewood in sight. It seemed these beings had not yet acquired the Promethean flame. Fire is the catalyst of civilization. With fire, one could savor cooked food. With fire, tools could be forged. With fire, metal could be smelted. Such a crucial element. And yet the lizard folk possessed none. Previously, having observed their considerable intelligence, their sense of shame, their principles of distribution, and their burial rites, Guo Sen had believed these creatures possessed a rudimentary foundation of civilization. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident they were utterly devoid of it. They were still entrenched in an era of raw flesh and blood. Guo Sen was at a loss for words. This was exceedingly primitive, astonishingly so. If civilization were to remain stagnant at this juncture, when would it ever progress? A single plague could suffice to obliterate these wretched lizard folk. He yearned to do something for these beings, as they were the only intelligent life forms he had encountered thus far. Regardless of their appearance, they were his own kind, and their nurturing mother planet had bestowed warmth upon them. Guo Sen resolved within himself to take action. First and foremost, he needed to create a source of fire. With fire, the foundations of existence would be laid. Guo Sen shifted his gaze to the lizard man leader, who had just finished feeding, and decided to unleash a long-dormant ability. You there, young fellow. He focused intently on the lizard man leader, preparing for a third-person role-playing experience. However, just as he was about to take control of the lizard man, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. His perspective did not hover above the leader's head. Instead, it transformed into a first-person view. How did it become first-person? Before him, a hand covered in tough scales waved, and as Guo Sen willed it, the hand clenched into a fist and then opened, as if it were his own. He moved his legs, taking a few steps. His movements were light, and a gentle breeze caressed his ears. He could perceive sight, smell, and sound. There was also the powerful thumping of a heart and the long-forgotten sensation of breathing. Hey, he was exhilarated. This ability was extraordinary. He could actually inhabit the body of a lizard man. He leaped joyfully and began to mimic playing the guitar, lost in sheer delight. He completely forgot about the fact that he had taken over the body of the tribal leader, as well as the presence of a multitude of lizard men around him. What had happened to the leader? He didn't know. Perhaps he was simply overwhelmed with joy, or maybe he was deeply saddened. Suddenly, Guo Sen heard words that made him pause. He looked at the lizard men and realized he could comprehend their previously incomprehensible hisses. Ah, cough cough. Guo Sen quickly composed himself. He understood that he needed to convincingly portray a lizard man leader, at least in front of these subordinates. The lizard men fell silent, and Guo Sen sensed their deep admiration for their leader. He surveyed his surroundings, maintaining his composure. My subordinates, please take a seat. To his astonishment, rather than hissing, he heard words he could understand. The subordinates obediently sat down, leaving only Guo Sen, the tall leader, standing in the plaza. My subordinates, it seems we must undergo some changes. Guo Sen believed it was essential to gently guide these beings to accept the concept of fire. Forcing them to accept it would only yield counterproductive results. Yes, leader, the lizard men shouted in unison. Guo Sen spread his arms wide, pressing his palms downward to signal for silence. However, his subordinates appeared to misunderstand his gesture and began to stir restlessly. What is the leader doing? I have no idea. Is he injured? Perhaps the battle today was too intense, and he is confused. Guo Sen felt exasperated. He had forgotten that these beings were quite primitive and likely had no notion of what was happening. Chapter 22, Fire's Silence. Guo Sen, in his determination to avoid being deemed mentally unstable, embodied the character of the leader. The crowd fell silent, as no one dared to speak under the weight of the leader's authority. Listen closely. The changes I just mentioned are not up for discussion. They are to be accepted. Guo Sen took a deep breath, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. For our tribe to grow stronger, we must embrace change. If there are any dissenters, step forward and challenge me. Guo Sen understood that in this primitive tribe, strength determined status as the tribal leader. His power relied upon physical prowess. Of course, wisdom held equal significance. The crowd remained utterly still. Excellent, Guo Sen thought with satisfaction. Should anyone dare to rise against him, he would undoubtedly manipulate that unfortunate soul into a mere puppet, using the leader's spear to end their existence. Progress often demands necessary sacrifices for civilization to advance. Such realizations are imperative. Guo Sen would not waver in his resolve, nor would he perceive his actions as cruel. It was foolish to continually view matters from another's perspective when he was no longer even human. To elevate these humanoid beings to a higher level of civilization, Guo Sen would not shy away from bloodshed or death. He was the sovereign of this planet. Fortunately, the lizard folk, typically obedient to their leader, sat quietly, sparing themselves from trouble. Today, we have lost 2 warriors. Their deaths have illuminated a crucial truth. Our weapons, and even our own bodies, are woefully inadequate. If our physiques were stronger, our weapons sharper, and our shields sturdier, how could we have allowed 2 warriors to perish, only to be consumed by the water? The warriors sacrificed their lives for precious sustenance, yet they shall never partake again. New life will emerge, new warriors shall be trained. But if our weapons remain as outdated as they are, and our bodies as frail, you will witness the deaths of your comrades, your friends, and ultimately, your own demise. Look at this seemingly powerful physique. It cannot even contend with beasts. Behold these tattered shields. I acknowledge the effort you invested in crafting them to shield us from beasts. But can they truly protect us? Observe these nearly shattered spears. How many stones were laboriously forged into this shape? Yet they can scarcely pierce the hide of a beast. What have we gained with our current bodies and weapons? The corpses of 2 warriors. Is this what we desire? Is this what you wish for? Guo Sen bellowed at the lizard folk, raising his spear emphatically. No. The lizard folk chorused in unison. Leader, an elderly lizard folk, somewhat wrinkled and slow in movement, emerged from the crowd. Guo Sen regarded him. Choosing this moment to speak as a representative indicated he was the most respected elder in the tribe. His words would undoubtedly echo the sentiments of the entire community. Speak, Guo Sen gestured. Leader, you are well aware that today my 2 sons were slain. How could I not be in anguish? I too hope for a time when we possess greater strength, so that every time you hunt, no lifeless bodies will return with you. Guo Sen nodded, resolved to allow the elder to continue. Leader, if we could indeed become stronger, we would not be subjected to the attacks of other tribes, nor would we have to consign our loved ones' remains to the waters each time. But how can we truly become stronger? Is it even possible for us to gain such strength? The elder's voice trembled as he prostrated himself on the ground. Certainly, there are ways. Otherwise, I would not be here speaking thus. Guo Sen felt a surge of delight within. Since you all desire it, the path will be simpler. However, to think there are other tribes? It appears I had not observed closely enough, believing this to be the sole small tribe. The elder cautiously raised his head. Gazing at Guo Senator Leader, please, you must tell us what we ought to do. This was precisely the phrase Guo Sen had been awaiting. Allow me to reveal a miracle. Guo Sen understood that to impress these primitive folk, one must present something that resembles the supernatural. This was a task he could accomplish with ease. Desire fire? Then let there be fire. From whence shall it arise? A volcanic eruption. A sudden realization struck him, and from the nearby coastline, an immense explosion erupted. A radiant fireball soared into the sky, hurtling towards the direction of the lizardmen's tribe. All the lizardmen stood frozen, transfixed by the sudden appearance of the crimson object in the air, commanding the solidified mass of magma. Guo Sen deftly cast it down 2 meters in front of the elder. God, a deity. The elder of the lizardmen staggered back 2 steps, kneeling once more, prompting all the lizardmen to prostrate themselves on the ground. Guo Sen reveled inwardly. This time, they had truly called upon the right entity. The elder slowly lifted his head, gazing up at the leader who appeared more majestic and wondrous than ever, surrendering deeply from the core of his being. Whether it was the preceding speech or the miraculous descent of the fiery object from the sky, it left everyone utterly astonished. Leader, what is this? Guo Sen looked at the block of magma, steaming and crackling. Bring me some dry grass and branches, he commanded. Immediately, a small lizard man rushed forward, clutching a large bundle and gazing at him with immense reverence. Guo Sen felt an inexplicable thrill. If only these creatures knew that I am more than a mere leader. Would they not worship me to madness? Perhaps erect a shrine, create a statue, and offer daily prayers? A smile crept upon his lips. Yet, he did not forget the crucial matter at hand. My subordinates, I have received a divine message. The deity has revealed to me that in order for our tribe to grow stronger, we must harness this substance. Guo Sen picked up a stick and placed a bundle of dry grass atop the magma. Thick white smoke ascended, and in an instant, the haystack transformed into a dark mass, a flickering flame gradually rising. The lizard folk, startled by this sudden alteration, collapsed onto the ground. Guo Sen had anticipated such an event and continued to place branches upon the fire. Soon, the ends of the thick branches rapidly carbonized, igniting into flames. Guo Sen lifted them high. Our formidable essence lies within the fire. Chapter 23. The Light of Civilization Fire? The terrified lizard folk gazed at their leader, utterly bewildered by his words. However, their eyes were fixated on the pulsating red unknown. Was fire referring to this? Guo Sen casually picked up a piece of uneaten beast meat nearby, skewering it with a slender twig, and began to roast it over the already carbonized branches. The aroma wafted through the air. The sizzling fat from the meat dripped onto the coals, producing a hissing sound. The elder lizard folk, inhaling the scent closely, suddenly felt a surge of appetite, saliva pooling in their mouths. They had just consumed raw meat moments ago. Shall we give it a taste? Guo Sen tore the half-cooked meat apart, offering one half to the elder lizard folk. The elder lizard folk cradled the meat in their hands, their triangular eyes fixed upon it. Hesitating to take a bite, Guo Sen understood that they would not easily accept this. Forcing it would not suffice. He popped the remaining half of the meat into his mouth. What on earth is this? It reeks terribly. It lacks any flavor. It was entirely different from what he had imagined. Nevertheless, for the sake of the plan, he immediately feigned delight, laughing heartily to mask his true feelings. Upon witnessing this, the elder lizard folk, trembling, tore off a piece of meat and tentatively placed it in their mouth. Guo Sen could discern that the flavor seemed to bewilder them. Was it delicious? He was uncertain, but their reaction suggested they were intrigued. Leader, what exactly is this? Don't ask. You all come and try as well. Guo Sen persistently urged the hunters nearby. The hunters drew closer, consuming the cooked meat, and soon erupted in admiration. Guo Sen knew that he had succeeded halfway. Once the cooked meat entered their mouths, it would profoundly impact their ingrained raw food habits. At first, there might be resistance, but the more they chewed, the more they would relish this novel texture. Ultimately, the once sanguine raw meat would be gradually overshadowed by this newfound sensation. The bacteria, viruses, and parasites within the beast meat would also vanish under the influence of high temperatures, consequently reducing the likelihood of disease emergence. Certainly, cooked meat was also easier to digest compared to raw meat, requiring less time to chew. The time saved could be utilized for a multitude of tasks. As for the emergence of rare beef and sashimi in human society, such practices only arose in an era of advanced technology. Present-day science enables understanding of protein denaturation temperatures, microbial toxin inactivation temperatures, and the like, allowing for the enhancement of food's taste and health through temperature manipulation. However, such contemplations are the prerogative of modern humanity, perched atop the pinnacle of civilization. For the primitive beings with subpar hygienic conditions and inferior physical capabilities, cooked meat is the only viable choice. Guo Sen aimed to acclimate these lizardfolk to consuming cooked meat. Only in doing so could they allocate more time and enhance their health to nurture their tribe, fostering its growth. Yet, the leader remarked, the prey, after being subjected to fire, had shrunk considerably, presenting a dilemma for the elder lizardfolk, who exchanged knowing glances. Tell me, is it delicious? Guo Sen inquired as he stood before them. Delicious, came the reply. Then that settles it. If you desire to partake more, you must hunt greater quantities of game. From this moment forth, we shall exclusively consume meat prepared by fire. Guo Sen proclaimed, surveying the crowd. Silence enveloped them. Most likely, they were oblivious to the concept of cooked meat. However, Guo Sen had ample time to instill this term into their very souls. Soon, the second batch of meat was roasted to perfection, and Guo Sen distributed it among every member of the tribe, urging them to remember this flavor and forget the pungent scent of fresh blood and flesh. Indeed, within a short span, Guo Sen received gratifying responses, as nearly all became somewhat addicted to cooked meat. Simultaneously, if the lizardfolk wished to indulge further, they would need to exert more effort in hunting additional beasts. Their underdeveloped productivity could not meet the ever-increasing demands. Leader, if we are to consume only this cooked meat, we must hunt more prey. Yet, our tribe lacks sufficient capable hunters. The elder lizard folk expressed his concerns. At this juncture, Guo Sen's mind sparked with inspiration. Countless shards of pale green stone erupted from the depths of the earth nearby, cascading around him, eliciting gasps and cries of astonishment from the lizard folk. To them, this was an utterly terrifying and bizarre spectacle. Whenever sentient beings encounter the inexplicable, their initial reaction is invariably fear. Guo Sen understood this well and began to weave a tale of the supernatural. Sky Tower, Sky Te, Sky Nichiwa, this is the divine stone bestowed upon us. Guo Sen raised his hands to the heavens, gazing upward with theatrical flair. Divine stone. The crowd slowly regained their composure, echoing in unison. What they mistook for divine stone was, in fact, malachite. Guo Sen, once a mineral enthusiast, recognized its true purpose: copper ore. Sky Tower, Sky Te, Sky Banwa. Guo Sen continued his charade, using his mind to transform the towering 2-meter pile of stone into a fine green powder in an instant. The tribe was now engulfed in awe and admiration. Fetch me more dry grass and sticks. The divine oracle declares this essential for crafting weapons. Guo Sen promptly issued a new command. Unbeknownst to the lizardfolk, the connection between the divine stone and dry grass and branches was non-existent. Yet, Guo Sen's theatrical display of mystique compelled them to believe, regardless of their skepticism. As they went to fetch fuel, Guo Sen remained industrious, using his powerful claws to excavate a nearly 20-centimeter deep circular pit in the arid ground. Glancing at a nearby sturdy branch, he selected a relatively straight one and, with a mere thought, hollowed out its center, fashioning it into a cylindrical form. Meanwhile, a considerable portion of the branches near the magma had also been carbonized. Chief, these grass lizardfolk have placed the hay and wood down. They gazed at Guo Sen with immense admiration. With all the materials assembled, Guo Sen quietly muttered to himself. Placing a handful of hay into the pit, adding numerous small twigs, and igniting them with flames drawn from the magma. Thick smoke billowed upward as a small fire ignited. Guo Sen retrieved the now charred sticks and added them to the flames. Next, he carefully poured some malachite dust into the pit, followed by another layer of charcoal. As the flames were smothered, the white smoke thickened considerably. The previously hollowed wooden tube now found its purpose. Before inserting it into the pit, Guo Sen dispatched a lizard man to fetch some wet mud and a thick patch of grass-covered soil from the riverbank. The wooden tube was placed into the pit, and Guo Sen covered it with the soil, quickly sealing all the outlets with wet mud. He prepared to blow air into the tube. However, an unforeseen complication arose. Guo Sen had forgotten that the one tasked with blowing into the tube was a humanoid with a lizard's head. That elongated mouth seemed ill-suited to align with the tube's opening. "Hey, come over and give it a try." Guo Sen beckoned a hunter, commanding him to approach immediately. "Chief, what should I do? Blow into it? Is that even possible?" "I understand." The hunter appeared somewhat distraught. "What kind of madness is this? My mouth isn't any shorter than yours. I'm just as helpless." Unperturbed, Guo Sen glared at him, prompting the hunter to comply and blow into the tube. Continuous airflow was essential, so Guo Sen, for assurance, summoned the remaining hunters to take turns blowing into it. The other lizard folk exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of their chief's intentions. Blowing into the pit. Had he lost his mind? Should they intervene? After a while, Guo Sen felt it was sufficient. "Someone, bring me a substantial amount of water." The bewildered lizard folk obediently fetched water using baskets made of rope. Guo Sen watched, unable to suppress a chuckle. The rope baskets returned empty. Could they not accomplish anything? Nonetheless, he lifted the layer of grass and instructed the lizard folk to continuously pour water into the pit. The acrid smoke caused everyone to cough. Gradually, they shared a common thought. Their chief had gone mad. If nothing came of this, they would surely depose him. As the smoke began to dissipate, Guo Sen prodded with a long spear, revealing a glimmering ochre substance before their eyes. This was the copper he sought. Chapter 24. A fatal flaw. Guo Sen had once been a curious youth. During his university years, he joined a peculiar society comprised of individuals equally enamored with ores. In a bid to prove his capabilities, he eagerly perused several scientific articles and subsequently embarked on an experiment to smelt copper by the riverbank. The endeavor proved to be rather arduous, yet the rewards were substantial. After numerous trials, he successfully produced an impressive array of copper ingots. Even crafting a copper brick is a gift for the object of his affection. Alas, she nearly struck him down with that very brick. Consequently, Guo Sen withdrew from the society, choosing to remain anonymous. The experiment itself was quite straightforward. The first step involved digging a pit, igniting a fire, and placing charcoal within, followed by a layer of malachite powder, which was then covered with another layer of charcoal. The second step required the use of a bellows connected to a metal pipe, inserted into the setup, and a damp sod placed atop it, with riverbank mud sealing the gaps to create an outlet for the airflow. The final step was simple. The bellows would inject air into the pit for several hours, while attentively monitoring the color of the flames. Ultimately, water was introduced into the charcoal pit, and the copper was retrieved using wooden tongs and washed clean, a method not to be emulated by children. This process utilized the principle of oxidation reduction. The combustion of charcoal produced carbon monoxide, and when covered with the high-temperature resistant sod, the air blown in by the bellows elevated the internal temperature, forming a rudimentary furnace. Prolonged air injection at high temperatures initiated an oxidation reduction reaction, where carbon monoxide reacted with the oxygen and malachite to yield carbon dioxide and metallic copper. Primitive individuals, unaware of fire's workings, could not fathom such a chemical reaction. Guo Sen too was taken aback by its utility. With wooden tongs grasping the still-hot copper ingots, Guo Sen led the others to the river, where they rinsed the copper in cool water. The gleaming metal shimmered under the sun's rays, radiating a fiery brilliance. The lizard folk were utterly bewildered. Who had ever witnessed such a substance? Moreover, their chief had merely cast the green powder into the flames. What was this red creation? You lot, fashion it into the shape of a spearhead, just as you did before. With Guo Sen's command, several diminutive lizard folk emerged, cradling the copper ingots as if they were celestial bodies, while hastily gathering black stones to craft their weapons. Before long, the chief beheld an unprecedented sight. Although the spearheads bore a stone-like form, they exuded a far sharper essence. The radiant glow was blinding. The spearheads were swiftly affixed to wooden shafts and presented to Guo Senator with his new weapon. He carved an arc through the dense riverbank foliage, effortlessly cleaving it in two. He deftly sliced through freshly stripped animal hides, reducing them to fragments with ease. Guo Sen was thoroughly pleased. The sharpness of these spearheads was truly remarkable. Witnessing this, the lizard folk promptly knelt in reverence, exchanging glances of affirmation. Who dares to speak of overthrowing our leader? I shall be the first to eliminate him. The blades crafted through this method proved far more resilient and sharper than their stone counterparts. However, Guo Sen still required practical experience to demonstrate to these simple-minded lizard folk the value of metal. Now, follow my previous instructions and produce more of this material. Guo Sen commanded. Soon, the lizard men, led by those hunters, began to imitate his actions. Circular pits started to emerge one after another on the flat surface of the square. As they dug, Guo Sen constructed a half-meter circle in the center of the square using rocks, piling a generous amount of dry twigs and straw before tossing in a chunk of magma. Flames erupted into the sky along with a plume of thick smoke, igniting the kindling. All right, gather more branches and sticks and place them into the fire. Once they turn white, add more wood, ensuring it is as dry as possible. Do you understand? The next step was to have these creatures safeguard the fire, ensuring it would not easily extinguish. Chief. Understood. The elder lizard man gestured, and promptly, some of the lizard folk dashed off to carry out the tasks. Guo Sen observed this old fellow, thinking to himself how lazy he was, merely directing others to do the work. However, Guo Sen also noticed that from the very beginning, the elder had been intently watching him perform these tasks. While preparing the bonfire, the old lizard man even ventured over to the malachite powder to examine it. If he could summarize these techniques and teach them to more lizard folk, it would save Guo Sen a great deal of effort. The role of a teacher needed to be established immediately, and as he was poised to become the first official instructor, Guo Sen believed that the elder lizard man would be adequate for the task. Come here, Guo Sen beckoned him. Chief, you witnessed the entire process of weapon making just now. Did you not? Guo Sen inquired. Yes, Chief. Go, instruct them on how to do it. Guo Sen pointed towards the hunters who had forgotten how to smelt copper. The elder lizard man nodded and immediately began guiding the hunters. Start the fire, add charcoal, then malachite powder, followed by more charcoal, and finally, create the wooden tubes. Each step was etched in the elder's memory with remarkable clarity. Under his patient tutelage, the hunters quickly became acquainted with this somewhat intricate process. Soon, gleaming irregular blocks of copper were produced. Next, the female lizard workers, who had been waiting nearby, quenched these in water before commencing to polish them with stones. As the sun dipped below the horizon, after a while, over 10 copper spearheads were crafted. Guo Sen intended to call the hunters to the forest to test the power of the copper spears when he unexpectedly noticed something. All the lizard folk had congregated around the bonfire. Even the guards at the gate had closed the doors and rushed over. Initially puzzled, Guo Sen quickly felt the chilling air invading his scales, prompting him to hug his arms and sit closer to the fire. Reptiles are ectothermic creatures. As temperatures drop, their bodily functions diminish, and their body temperature gradually decreases. Even a robust group would swiftly turn feeble in the face of the cold. Guo Sen had never recalled that the lizard men possessed such a fatal flaw. He vaguely remembered that this continent was situated in a low-latitude subtropical region, where the nights could still be somewhat chilly. This sudden drop in temperature restricted the activities of the lizard men. The campfire crackled and blazed fiercely, drawing the lizard men close together, who gradually closed their eyes. Guo Sen realized that not only was he not inclined to venture out for hunting, but he also had no desire to move at all. Utilizing his mental powers, he began to shift the land toward lower latitudes. This way, the lizard men, residing in the tropics, might avoid the predicament of relying solely on flames for warmth when night fell. Chapter 25, Power Morning arrived. Guo Sen opened his eyes. Having not slept a wink throughout the night, he had no intention of experiencing what it was like to slumber as a lizard man. Firstly, he feared that he might inadvertently lose several millennia to sleep. Secondly, he was genuinely apprehensive of the group of female lizard men nearby. After witnessing the divine power of their leader, these creatures had emerged from various corners, incessantly nudging around Guo Sen throughout the night. This compelled him to frequently excuse himself under the pretense of gathering firewood, scarcely daring to linger for even a minute. Though he engaged in a game of a first-person perspective, he had no desire to experience everything. He certainly did not wish to engage in amorous encounters with any of the female lizard men. Even during his human existence, he had never experienced such intimacy. Nor did he wish to tarnish his dignity as a deity in this manner. As the sun finally ascended, he surveyed his surroundings. The lizard men, as hunters, also rose early and quickly gathered around him. Prepare yourselves. Soon we shall test the new weapons, Guo Sen declared, making his way to the armory to retrieve the copper spears, which he distributed among them. As for the shields, Guo Sen felt that the crude wooden planks bound with simple grass ropes offered little in the way of defense. The evidence lay in the fact that they had barely withstood a single impact from a beast before becoming nearly shattered, the ropes having frayed considerably. Nevertheless, the lizardmen hunters seemed to regard these shields with great importance. In Guo Sen's presence, they procured some grass ropes and proceeded to rebind the wooden shields. Suddenly, Guo Sen felt compelled to suggest some enhancements for these shields. Where are the pelts of those beasts? He inquired. Chief, the useless remnants from the saber-toothed beasts have already been discarded in a corner, one hunter responded, seemingly oblivious to Guo Sen's rationale for the question. Guo Sen felt a surge of frustration. How could you have thrown away such valuable resources? He exclaimed. Pelts. Would it not be more advantageous to fashion them into garments? They are warm and possess a degree of defensive capability. At the very least, Draping them over yourselves would be preferable to huddling together for warmth during the night. Bring those pelts here, quickly. Guo Sen thought in disbelief, pondering the absurdity of the lizardmen's disregard for the resources from their prey. Shortly after, several hunters piled the foul-smelling pelts before Guo Senator observed my technique. Guo Sen, left speechless, promptly selected a pelt and wrapped it around his shield, declaring, "This is how it's done." Yet, despite his assertion, he struggled to adeptly utilize the grass-woven twine to secure the shield to the pelt. This task, however, was executed with ease by the hunters, who swiftly bound the pelts in place. Guo Sen nodded in approval. "All right, let us prepare to depart." At that moment, the other lizard folk rose, each returning to their respective duties. Guo Sen observed that this group of individuals was indeed quite diligent, particularly the elder lizard folk, who rallied others to explain the process of smelting copper. Guo Sen was gratified by this, at the very least. They exhibited a strong work ethic and an awareness of their need for strength. Such a race deserved to thrive on his planet. Previously, by the fire, Guo Sen had roasted some chunks of meat, which, once cooled, he placed within leaves and secured to his waist with twine, as provisions for their journey. The earlier hunters had scarcely considered such foresight. Should hunger strike, they would resort to foraging wild fruits from nearby trees, and if none were available, they would simply hunt on empty stomachs. Guo Sen led 10 hunters from the tribe, following the path traversed the previous day, advancing steadily in a single-file formation. This marked his inaugural hunting expedition. As a human, Guo Sen had never partaken in hunting, let alone slain a single chicken. This endeavor filled him with excitement surpassing that of anyone else. Unlike the chief from the day prior, who advanced cautiously, stopping frequently to assess the safety of their surroundings, Guo Sen moved with alacrity. Throughout their journey, he remained vigilant, utilizing his visual system to survey the area. Should any beast stir, he would undoubtedly be aware before the lizard folk. Before long, Guo Sen and the hunters arrived at the site of their previous encounter with the fearsome, saber-toothed beasts. "Chief, this vicinity appears perilous," a hunter at the rear cautioned as he halted. Guo Sen had already noted this. It seemed the saber-tooths were also in search of their adversaries, having caught their scent, and were gradually encircling from all directions. After retreating a few meters with his team, several saber-tooths revealed themselves, yet they did not immediately attack. Guo Sen understood their intent. They were waiting for reinforcements to arrive, preparing to ambush the lizard folk. He was unwilling to grant these inferior beasts any opportunity. "Attack!" Guo Sen shouted, launching into action. The nearby hunters were taken aback. Was this truly their leader? Hadn't his tactics always favored defense and counterattack? Why was he charging in headlong? Nevertheless, they quickly followed Guo Sen into the fray. Guo Sen felt an overwhelming strength in this body. Even while running, he experienced no sense of imbalance, and the weapon that should have felt heavy was as light as a feather. As Guo Sen felt the fierce wind whistling past his ears, he charged towards the pack of saber-toothed beasts. His arm moved almost reflexively, propelling the bronze spear straight at one of the beasts with all his might. The spear sliced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson light. However, the saber-toothed beast surprisingly rolled to the side and darted away. Guo Sen missed his mark. What on earth? He was taken aback. Were they this swift? Again, he shifted his gaze to another target, sweeping the spear as tip horizontally. The beast merely retreated a couple of steps, evading the attack effortlessly. The hunters were bewildered. Guo Sen? This isn't right. Why can't I land a hit? Guo Sen attempted several more times. But despite wielding the strength of a lizard man and the might of the bronze spear, he could not graze a single hair of any saber-toothed beast. How embarrassing, utterly humiliating. As the leader, performing so poorly, would he be overthrown upon returning? Nevertheless, the hunters, wielding their new weapons, managed to take down 3 saber-toothed beasts while Guo Sen flailed about. "Leader, this weapon is truly formidable." They paid no mind to whether Guo Sen had slain any beasts, instead reveling in the astonishing power of their new armament. With barely half of its potential unleashed, the bronze spear effortlessly pierced the skin and flesh of the saber-toothed beasts, and when withdrawn, it met with hardly any resistance. This was a strength incomparable to that of the stone spear. Beasts that once required 2 or 3 individuals to defeat could now be faced single-handedly, without fear of defeat. The hunters were elated, realizing that this hunting expedition would yield far greater rewards than all their previous endeavors combined. However, just as Guo Sen and the lizard men were distracted by their own thoughts, the army of saber-toothed beasts had completely surrounded the 11 of them. Guo Sen looked up. Goodness! With this density, surely I could strike one down with reckless abandon? He felt a thrill of excitement within. Chapter 26. The art of hunting Guo Sen refrained from employing his mental prowess initially to summon the saber-toothed beasts to him like a string of candied hawthorns, as he wished to savor the authentic experience of hunting as a primitive man. If he so desired, he could easily command not just the nearly 100 saber-toothed beasts before him, but even tens of thousands more to follow him back to the tribe, rendering them docile as they were speared. Yet, that would rob the experience of its essence. Ever since entering this first-person game, Guo Sen had become somewhat addicted. Controlling the robust lizard man, whether walking, contemplating, breathing, or feeling his heartbeat, everything felt incredibly real, and each moment brimmed with exhilarating novelty. Among all experiences, none thrilled him more than hunting with weapons. The tension and excitement had sent his adrenaline soaring, especially in the face of being encircled by over 100 saber-toothed beasts. Leader, what shall we do? The other lizard men felt this was the end. The number of saber-toothed beasts was several times greater than before, and facing such a dense throng, the hunters were filled with trepidation. The hunters encircled Guo Sen, drawing close together, concealing their bodies behind a grand shield in a defensive formation. We shall seize our opportunity to emerge victorious, Guo Sen reassured his comrades, harboring a firm belief in their success. Should things take a turn for the worse, he had a trump card up his sleeve. He would not allow them to perish easily. The shield formed a formidable barrier, and Guo Sen recalled a previous encounter where the lizard men had executed a similar tactic under their leader's command. Utilizing the saber-toothed tiger's instincts, they would defend and counterattack. Sure enough, it was not long before the roars of the saber-toothed beasts echoed through the forest, signaling the commencement of their assault. They are coming, Guo Sen bellowed. Reminiscent of the leader's previous actions, kill. At that moment, he felt his blood surge with fervor. The hunters pressed all their strength against the shield, leaving no room for negligence. Boom. The saber-toothed beasts charged, hurtling towards them from all directions, unleashing their full might upon the shield. The pressure of bone and flesh strained the shield's durability, causing its wooden frame to creak ominously. However, the hunters were elated to discover that the fur-lined shield had withstood the impact without even a single strap snapping. The memory of the last encounter, where the shield had been destroyed in one blow, was still vivid in their minds. This outcome was anticipated by Guo Sen. The pliability and elasticity of the fur, combined with the abundant fat it retained, endowed it with exceptional shock-absorbing capabilities. Affixed to the wooden shield, its defensive prowess was elevated to a higher tier. Kill. Guo Sen roared. Now was the moment to retaliate. 12 glimmering red-tipped spears sliced through the air with astonishing speed, targeting the dazed saber-toothed beast still struggling to rise. Thud. Guo Sen felt a jolt as the powerful muscles in his arms surged, a fierce vibration traveling from the spear's tip. The copper spear struck the back of a saber-toothed beast with ferocity, splattering blood upon Guo Sen's scales. Suddenly, a wave of intense exhilaration surged through his mind, and his heart raced with fervor. The saber-toothed beast convulsed before gradually ceasing its movements, and an overwhelming sense of satisfaction surged within him. Is this what hunting truly is? The most primal and bloody clash between beings. Another saber-toothed beast charged headlong, colliding with the shield in Guo Sen's grasp. Feeling the intense tremor, a fierce determination welled up within him. Let them strike. Guo Sen yanked the copper spear from the lifeless body of the saber-toothed beast and executed a sweeping motion. The razor-sharp spearhead carved a crescent arc, and he watched as the head of the charging saber-toothed beast soared into the air. Kill, kill, kill. Guo Sen roared with unrestrained fury. Having tasted the thrill of battle, he could not cease the swinging of his spear nor suppress the cathartic shouts that erupted from him. Blood mist enveloped the air. The panting lizardmen, wielding their shields and copper spears, were nearly exhausted, anxiously surveying their surroundings. Aside from them, the battlefield was devoid of any living creature capable of standing. All the saber-toothed beasts had been eradicated, leaving only a few that had fled in terror to the depths of the forest. Their side had sustained merely 2 or 3 minor injuries. We have triumphed. Guo Sen bellowed. We have won. Victory! Victory! The lizard men echoed his triumphant roar. Their voices pierced through the forest, resonating in the skies above. Each individual unleashed their joy of survival from despair, followed by a chorus of hearty laughter. Guo Sen retrieved parcels of cooked meat wrapped in leaves and distributed them among the group, replenishing their energy. After such an intense battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. As the hunters savored this delectable convenience food, they felt a renewed admiration for their leader. Previously, they had brought some raw meat for their hunts, but over time, the meat would develop a peculiar odor, causing unbearable stomach pains upon consumption. Now, having consumed this cooked meat for quite some time, they felt no such discomfort. Guo Sen, however, was troubled, chewing on the unpalatable meat. He surveyed the lifeless bodies of the saber-toothed beast strewn across the ground and began to count, there were a total of 106. This quantity was rather excessive. He recalled that during their last hunt, they had only secured 21. How would they transport so many? Nevertheless, Guo Sen seemed to have underestimated the strength of the lizard men. "Chief, let us return," one hunter exclaimed excitedly, raising his arms high. Guo Sen assumed this fellow was initiating a celebratory high five and raised his own arms in preparation. However, another hunter beside him tossed 2 saber-toothed carcasses between the first hunter's arms, casting Guo Sen a bewildered glance. Guo Sen felt a wave of embarrassment. What was this? Was it meant to be a high-five celebration? Was it actually intended to carry the spoils? He found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to set them down or not. Soon, Guo Sen assisted the hunters in hoisting the carcasses onto their heads. Yet, this method had its drawbacks. One person could only manage to carry 5 or 6 at most, beyond which they would tumble down. Moreover, there was nowhere to place the shields and spears. This simply would not do. Wait, let us try a different approach. Guo Sen conceived an idea. He gathered all the shields and instructed the hunters to bind them together as a single unit. They placed the spoils and weapons atop this makeshift platform and began to drag it along. Guo Sen commanded, lifting a saber-toothed carcass. Soon, this large shield became a mound piled high with prey and bronze spears. Guo Sen tested it. It was still quite heavy. He used the remaining rope to secure this oversized shield, and all the hunters began to pull together. Guo Sen did not rigidly adhere to the constraints of reality. With a mere thought, the weight of the items on the shield was instantly reduced by more than half. "Hey! Hey! Roar!" Guo Sen shouted a rallying cry. And all the lizard men exerted their strength. The hunters sensed something unusual. The weight of the prey seemed far lighter than they had anticipated. Nevertheless, the joy and excitement, along with the fervent desire to return to the tribe, rendered them incapable of contemplation. The group forged ahead through the dense forest, clearing their path along the hunter's trail towards the tribe. Before long, Guo Sen led the hunters back to the grand entrance of the village. All the lizard folk emerged, eagerly awaiting the hero's return. Upon witnessing the monumental catch, a collective roar of jubilation erupted, akin to a tidal wave. Chapter 27. Imitating the tiger within the lizard folk tribe. Everyone was bustling with activity. As they beheld the hunters dragging back an unimaginable quantity of game, disbelief gripped each individual. Not a single life was lost. And they had hunted several times the usual amount, a feat that seemed almost unfathomable. Yet, they had accomplished it. Apart from Guo Sen, all felt as though they were in a dream. They toiled diligently, skinning, dissecting, and portioning the bounty. Guo Sen observed that they wielded tools akin to blades made of copper, which had completely supplanted the teeth of the saber-toothed beasts as their new culinary instruments. He felt a sense of satisfaction. The lizard folk's capacity for learning was remarkable, even exhibiting the ability to apply their knowledge creatively. This must surely be attributed to the wisdom of the elder lizard folk. Leader, the bounty is truly overwhelming. It appears that this substance called copper is extraordinarily potent, far superior to our stone spears. The elder lizard folk knelt beside Guo Sen, continually expressing his astonishment. Not only that, the shields reinforced with saber-toothed hide are remarkably sturdy. Otherwise, how could we have sustained only minor injuries? This is all thanks to the leader, chimed in a resting hunter, laughter punctuating his words. It is the guidance of the divine. Guo Sen, ever the showman, indulged in a bit of theatrics. Otherwise, the lizard folk might ponder for a considerable time why their previously unremarkable leader had suddenly mastered the crafting of new weapons and the use of this so-called fire. "Thank you, great deity," the lizard folk chanted, prostrating themselves in reverence. Guo Sen felt a surge of hidden delight. He was well aware of his own prowess. At that moment, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and turned his gaze towards the bonfire. The lizard folk had taken the initiative to roast meat. The workers had divided into 2 groups. One was skewering chunks of meat on small wooden sticks with copper knives, while the other was continuously placing these skewers onto a heap of charcoal retrieved from the fire, the air thick with the mouth-watering scent of sizzling juices. The grilled skewers were then placed upon large leaves from a nearby tree and soon presented before Guo Senator leader. A female lizard folk knelt respectfully, holding the leaf aloft with a look of adoration. Excitedly, Guo Sen seized a skewer to indulge. Little did he expect to experience the pleasure of skewered meat on his own planet. Skewers, the essence of life. Skewers, the embodiment of justice. However, as Guo Sen chewed on the meat, he struggled to swallow. He had forgotten one crucial detail. This was not the texture he had anticipated. Dry, fishy, and bitter, where were the fragrant and savory spices? He had entirely forgotten that he was now amidst an ancient tribe of lizard men. These beings, until yesterday, were oblivious to the concept of fire, let alone the practices of cleansing meat of its blood, removing its gamey scent, or seasoning it. The chieftain, a female lizard man, regarded Guo Sen with curiosity as he remained silent. Let us share the feast. Guo Sen perceived that his task was far more arduous than merely teaching these lizard men to wield fire. The workers skillfully roasted skewers of meat, distributing them among the eager tribe members who were ravenous with anticipation. The aroma of the grilled meat wafted throughout the tribe, yet Guo Sen found himself unable to partake. It was a small triumph to make the lizard men realize that cooked meat was far superior to its raw counterpart. Once the meal concluded, Guo Sen stepped into the center of the plaza. Without need for further elaboration, you have all witnessed the prowess of this weapon, far superior to your stone spears. The lizard men, thoroughly convinced, immediately prostrated themselves. No one dared to question him. The immense quarry lay as the most compelling evidence. Fire has bestowed upon us not only more delectable sustenance but also the means to forge more formidable weapons. Yet, do not presume that its wonders are limited to these. As Guo Sen uttered this, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Is there more? What further marvels does fire possess? Excitement rippled through them. Guo Sen smiled at their reaction. When confronted with the unknown, fear often prevails. However, curiosity ignites once one realizes they can harness it. The lizard men appeared to have reached this pivotal moment. He gestured, and all the lizard men rose to their feet, having grasped his body language, which conveyed the message to follow. Guo Sen led them to the riverbank. The rushing river divided the tribe in two, and unlike the half where the plaza was situated, the opposite side was barren save for scattered stones and a makeshift fence. Not even a humble hut could be found. Can you swim across? Guo Sen inquired. Aware that the lizard men possessed a thin membrane akin to webbing, yet he had not observed them swimming in the river over the past few days. Whispers arose among the crowd. What is the chieftain asking? Surely we all can. Guo Sen cleared his throat and adopted a serious tone. A few of you. Take copper knives and woven baskets and accompany me across. Judging by their reaction, it seemed they were indeed capable. He was the first to enter the water, followed closely by several others. To his surprise, the river's current was swift, yet its depth was not as daunting as he had anticipated, reaching only to his neck. Numerous creatures seemed to inhabit the water, but upon diving beneath the surface, he discovered they were merely peculiar little fish and shrimp. Using both hands and feet, he quickly found himself partially buoyant and began to swim. This body is quite agile. On land, the lizardmen's movements were sluggish, but in the water, they were remarkably swift. Guo Sen soon crossed the river, arriving on the opposite bank. His objective was the land before him. He had previously noted that the ground here was composed of moist, rich clay, which was precisely what he sought. Leader, what shall we do? The few who had followed were utterly bewildered as to why Guo Sen had come to this desolate riverbank. Dig the soil. Guo Sen gestured towards the ground, indicating that they should commence their task. Although they were puzzled, they reasoned that the leader must have his reasons. Before long, the rope basket was brimming with clay. Take this back across the river, Guo Sen commanded, and he too hoisted a basket atop his head, returning to the opposite bank. Upon the leader's return, the lizard folk were perplexed to see him bearing a load of mud, unaware of his intentions. Guo Sen paid them no mind. Instead, he found a spot to pour the clay together and instructed them to fetch some water to mix in. The water swiftly transformed the clay into mud. Guo Sen crouched down, indulging in the pliable substance. The remaining onlookers were baffled. What was happening? The leader was playing with mud? What purpose could this serve? Guo Sen, undeterred by their confusion, began to mold cups and bowls from the clay. However, his craftsmanship was limited, and the results were hardly pleasing to the eye. Behold, I have created this form. Do you see? He demonstrated a crumpled bowl for everyone to see. The students, sitting upright, squatted down to mimic his actions. Initially, their creations surpassed Guo Sen's in quality, but soon their final products began to approach perfection. Guo Sen noted with approval their aesthetic sense, which was certainly higher than his own. Even the most divine beings possess flaws, such as in the art of pottery. Chapter 28. The budding observing as they amassed a sizable collection of clay cups, bowls, and even basins, Guo Sen summoned them once more, instructing them to carry these items directly to the location of the bonfire. Guo Sen was not skilled in constructing a kiln. Should he fail, he would end up with nothing to show for his efforts. It was far better to simply toss these into the fire. He believed the heat of the bonfire would suffice to transform these clay lumps into pottery. The lizard folk propped the clay forms with sticks and placed them into the flames. And Guo Sen understood that the rest was now left to time. During this interval, he had other matters to attend to. I say, where have you placed the bones of the saber-toothed beasts? Guo Sen scanned the surroundings, but saw no sign of the bones. Leader, those useless remnants have been discarded outside the tribe, the elder lizard folk replied. What? You threw them away? Guo Sen was taken aback by their utter wastefulness. Those are treasures. My friends, wouldn't they make splendid tools or weapons? Leader, what purpose can bones serve? The elder lizard folk seemed puzzled. Can they not be fashioned into knives or ornaments? Guo Sen was at a loss. These individuals truly knew nothing. Leader, I do not quite understand what you mean, they replied, leaving Guo Sen exasperated. Why must he always demonstrate everything? He led the group of hunters to the site where the elder lizard folk had claimed the discarded saber-toothed bones lay. There, he discovered a swarm of fly-like insects feasting upon the remains. How unsanitary. This could easily invite disease, Guo Sen sighed, gesturing for the hunters to begin moving the skeletons. Soon, the skeleton was transported to the riverbank, where the idle lizard men began to cleanse it. He approached the cleaned beast bones, striking off a dozen ribs before handing them over to the weaponsmiths, who seemed to possess a greater intellect, and immediately grasped Guo Sen's intentions. The pristine-bladed bone knives were crafted, and the workers spontaneously bound them with grass cord to create handles. Thus, the exquisitely sharp, semicircular bone blades were completed. Guo Sen cast a glance at the old lizard man, who appeared utterly bewildered. In this manner, hundreds of weapons were swiftly equipped at the waists of every adult lizard man. Even the younglings of the lizard men now possessed weapons for self-defense. Truly a leader. The crowd prostrated, a chorus of admiration ringing in the air. Guo Sen waved his hand, encouraging them to feel at ease. The leg bones could be fashioned into clubs and similar striking weapons, while the skulls, when sealed, could serve as vessels for scooping water. Having completed these tasks, Guo Sen turned to the fire. The pottery should be nearly ready. He used a twig to extricate the rudimentary pottery, and once cooled, he cleaned them with river water. A collection of the most primitive pottery emerged within this lizardman tribe, which had been entirely ignorant just days prior. The female lizardmen joyfully took these creations to fetch water. Chief, these seem vastly superior to our previous tools, observed the old lizardman, visibly impacted once more. They must be far more advanced. Guo Sen smiled in silence. They could now abandon those nearly useless grass cord vessels in favor of these more sophisticated creations. Even when working far from the river, these pots would enable timely hydration. The lizard men began to worship anew, and Guo Sen felt a tinge of weariness. Cooked meat, copper vessels, pottery, these were the transformations fire had brought to this primitive tribe. The cooked meat, a product of fire, reduced mealtime and diminished the risk of parasitic infections from raw food. Fire combined with malachite and charcoal significantly bolstered productivity, and the pottery crafted from fire and clay greatly enhanced the convenience of daily life. My people, this is fire. This is the force that will allow our tribe to continually evolve and grow stronger. Guo Sen raised his copper spear high with one hand. Fire! 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 All the lizardmen followed suit, raising one arm to the heavens and roaring in unison. Guo Sen knew that with fire, this tribe would inevitably progress towards greater civilization and development. With these advancements, they would gradually cultivate their tribe, their numbers slowly increasing. When the tribe's capacity could no longer accommodate them, attacking other tribes would become a natural course of action. As the tribe expanded and their dominion grew, the concept of a nation would begin to germinate and flourish in their minds. Guo Sen felt that even the notion of shifting entire land masses to lower latitudes was merely a catalyst he provided to these sentient beings still in the Stone Age, akin to the influence he had imparted on single-celled organisms long ago, propelling the lizardmen's evolution forward. However, amidst this untamed wilderness, the chances of survival and development are lamentably slim. Guo Sen ardently hoped that his influence could augment the likelihood for the lizard folk to evolve into highly intelligent beings. After some contemplation, he employed his consciousness to unearth a substantial quantity of malachite from the depths of the earth, bringing it to the surface near the tribe, thus forming a small cavern. This was also a preparation for these creatures in case they found themselves lacking copper in the future. He surveyed the surroundings. The tribe had begun to take shape. Observing this, he raised his gaze to the sky. The day was drawing to a close, and the essential tasks had been largely fulfilled. While he wished to impart more knowledge, regrettably, there remained numerous other matters to attend to. Initially, Guo Sen had merely intended to observe the creatures resembling humanity's ancestors, yet unexpectedly, he had traversed a considerable distance, encountered the lizard folk's tribe, and inadvertently fostered their civilization. Matters concerning the adjustment of mountain ranges, the distribution of rivers, and the condition of glaciers had all yet to be addressed. As he received the reverent adoration of the lizard folk, Guo Sen cast countless bundles of hay and branches into the bonfire. The flames illuminated nearly the entire tribe. All present prostrated themselves before him, venerating him as a divine being descended from the heavens. He chose to withdraw from this moment of worship. With a mere thought, his perspective shifted to one of oversight. Below, the lizard folk leader was engulfed in panic and bewilderment. He hissed loudly, while the elder lizard folk and the hunters approached him. Engaging in fervent communication, Guo Sen realized that unless he occupied their bodies, he could not comprehend their language, which was indeed a source of regret. The leader and the elder lizard folk conversed for an extended period, gradually transitioning from agitation to calmness. Guo Sen understood that it is a challenge for most individuals to accept that they have suddenly become extraordinary in the eyes of others, especially when they are entirely unaware of the circumstances, or that such transformations were instigated by someone who remains oblivious to it all. After a considerable exchange, Guo Sen perceived that matters had settled, so he expanded his visual system, ascending to an altitude of several thousand meters above the land. Two small flames flickered on the sphere, constantly shining. Wait a moment, two flames? Chapter 29. Another flame. Guo Sen recalled distinctly that he had ignited only one massive bonfire within the lizard folk's tribe. This light, in the night of this primitive era on the planet, should be a singular beacon. It served as a guiding light for the ignorant and backward civilization. Yet, what could be the source of another fire on a different continent? This defies logic. He had not diverted his attention to ignite another fire elsewhere. Driven by intense curiosity, he continually narrowed his focus. The firelight, increasingly reminiscent of a bonfire, became ever clearer. Guo Sen now firmly believed that this was a man-made flame. Previously, he had speculated that it might be a fire ignited by lightning. However, that notion was dismissed as his vision continued to refine. Guo Sen's visual system zoomed into a distance of merely 10 meters above the ground. He had a clear understanding of the circumstances in the vicinity. Undoubtedly, it was a bonfire. Beside the fire, there were humanoid beings moving back and forth incessantly. Guo Sen suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Beings capable of wielding fire? Humanoids? Could it be that they were civilized humans? Guo Sen was overwhelmed with elation at discovering yet another intelligent life form on his sphere. The immense sense of achievement was beyond verbal expression. This civilization had emerged without any influence from him. It evoked a feeling reminiscent of a child maturing into adulthood. However, he fervently hoped that these encounters would not be with lizard men. A little novelty would be refreshing, preferably humans. He awaited with bated breath. Guo Sen's visual system continued to zoom in, floating directly above the bonfire. Upon seeing those humanoid creatures, he was momentarily taken aback. What were these? Before him stood a peculiar race, cloaked in thick black fur, with wolf-like heads. They were small in stature, approximately 1.5 meters tall, capable of walking upright. Possessing long fingers that could form fists and large mouths with sharp teeth, their blood-red pupils emanating a fierce aura. However, at that moment, these terrifying-looking wolfmen were leisurely engaged in various activities, communicating with one another in their own language. Guo Sen began to doubt the integrity of his sphere. It seemed the evolutionary tree had been askew from the very beginning, growing increasingly distorted, ultimately resulting in the emergence of such races as lizardmen and wolfmen. Could there not be some semblance of normalcy? Humans, standard humans, even if they were a tad unsightly, akin to gorillas, would be acceptable. Yet here were these wolfmen. What on earth was going on? Guo Sen cursed under his breath 1,000 times. What had gone awry on the path of evolution? Each of them resembled a genetic mishmash. Previously, he had been intrigued by this fire-wielding race, but now that interest had dwindled significantly, replaced by a notion of anything goes. After all, these humanoids appeared even less appealing than lizardmen. Nevertheless, he resolved to observe them closely. No matter their appearance, they were still his offspring. Guo Sen remained silent for a moment, gradually regaining his composure. The thresholds of patience can be adjusted, he mused. Recalling the exceedingly grotesque creatures from the depths of the ocean, and upon glancing at the wolfmen, he suddenly found them rather charming. He began to swiftly survey this wolfman tribe. Indeed, they were far more advanced. After a cursory inspection, Guo Sen could not help but express his admiration. This tribe boasted a population of nearly 400 to 500, significantly larger than that of the lizardmen, similarly enclosed by a wooden fence. The wolfmen seemed to work with far greater precision than the lizardmen. The fence was orderly and reinforced with support beams. What astonished Guo Sen the most was that these wolfmen had even constructed watchtowers elevated well above the ground. On the watchtower, a slumbering werewolf lay beside a finely crafted stone short spear, seemingly designed for throwing, with a bow-like object strapped to its back. Guo Sen observed intently, confirming that it was indeed a bow, possessing a commendable curvature and a bowstring, albeit appearing rather fragile. Scattered haystack structures formed a semblance of order, creating straight streets that converged at a plaza illuminated by a flickering bonfire. Upon closer inspection, Guo Sen noted some peculiarities. The entire tribe lacked the presence of doors, which was quite strange. Surely, these werewolves would not erect such a vast enclosure merely to confine themselves? Or were they being kept by another race? However, the subsequent events swiftly dispelled Guo Sen's musings. Beneath the faint glow, a deep pit suddenly appeared at the base of the watchtower, from which several werewolves emerged, clutching something, and dashed straight toward the center of the plaza. After the last werewolf exited, the pit sealed itself once more. Clearly, this was the gateway to the outside world. Guo Sen pondered the rationale behind such a design, finding it perplexing. His gaze followed the werewolves, leading him to the plaza, where he discerned the objects they held. It was a small avian creature. This marked Guo Sen's first encounter with birds from his own planet. Previously, he had been too engrossed in the ocean to scrutinize whether such small beings existed on his globe. To his astonishment, he found them here, albeit in a lifeless state. The dim light could not hinder Guo Sen's visual prowess. Seeing and not seeing was merely a matter of desire. He scrutinized the plump gray birds, noting their yellow beaks, round heads, and feathered bodies adorned with scaly, waxy, split toes. They bore a striking resemblance to Earth's avians, save for the three human-like eyes situated upon their foreheads. How bizarre, Guo Sen mused. The life forms on his planet were growing increasingly peculiar. Had he encountered such a creature on Earth, he would have captured it and presented it to a research institution, pocketing a bit of money in the process. Guo Sen himself felt no fear towards such entities. Had he been on Earth, curiosity would have consumed him, pondering what the Creator had done to bring forth such beings. Now, as the Creator himself, Guo Sen contemplated whether he had indeed become entangled in a convoluted fate. The werewolves, clutching the bloodied three-eyed gray birds, approached the bonfire and knelt, offering their catch with reverence. Guo Sen's gaze fell upon the kneeling figure, nearly provoking laughter. It was an elderly werewolf, its fur a pale gray, eyelids drooping, resembling a creature on the brink of death. What was unfolding here? Wasn't the tribal hierarchy supposed to favor the strongest and most formidable? Take, for instance, the burly figure kneeling before him. What was the situation with this old fellow? Were the werewolves lacking in intellect? Guo Sen discovered that ever since he laid eyes on the werewolf tribe, inquiries had begun to flood his mind, one after another. This race seemed shrouded in a considerable amount of mystery. As curiosity flourished, Guo Sen felt a stirring in his heart. He yearned to delve deeply into every facet of this enigmatic species. Perhaps I should engage in some role-playing. I shall choose that diminutive creature standing beside the elder werewolf. Beside the elder, there stood a werewolf half his height, with an unusually pure white coat and surprisingly golden pupils, standing out remarkably among a host of grotesque figures. Guo Sen concentrated, and in an instant, his perspective shifted to that of the little werewolf. Chieftain, the offerings and sustenance are prepared. The ritual may commence, declared the leading werewolf, kneeling. The deity is pleased. I am told that now is the opportune moment. Come, bind him securely. The ceremony will begin shortly. The elder howled, raising his hands to the heavens. Before Guo Sen could fully grasp the situation, he found himself ensnared, his upper body tightly bound and lifted aloft. Chapter 30. Mistaken worship as a sentient entity inhabiting a planetary consciousness. Experiencing such treatment as being bound was exhilarating for Guo Senior. He was curious to witness the intentions of these werewolves. However, from their earlier conversation regarding offerings and rituals, it was apparent they intended to perform some arcane ceremony, using the little werewolf as a sacrificial offering to beseech some event. It seemed this race indeed possessed a more advanced civilization compared to the lizard men, having mastered fire and developed the rudiments of a sacrificial culture. Bound and immobile, Guo Sen made no attempt to resist. With his capabilities, he could effortlessly erase this seemingly indomitable tribe of over 500 from existence without leaving a trace. Yet, his insatiable curiosity drove him to experience this first-person role-playing. He was eager to uncover the true extent of civilization possessed by this werewolf race. As he was held aloft, unbeknownst to him, the entire tribe of werewolves had gathered in the square. Illuminated by the flickering bonfire, their wolf-headed forms appeared ominous, with countless blood-red eyes converging together, creating a more terrifying spectacle. Guo Sen chuckled inwardly. If this race were indeed as ignorant and savage as he imagined, he might contemplate eradicating them all. What purpose do they serve, lingering on my planet if they are so repugnant and troublesome? At that moment, all the werewolves, large and small, began rustling as they consumed their food. Strangely, Guo Sen observed for some time and realized they were feasting on raw meat. Despite the presence of fire, how could they indulge in such uncooked fare? Was not cooked meat more delectable? Why did they all behave in such a manner? As he pondered these thoughts, he tilted his head slightly. The aged chieftain stood before the bonfire, pointing skyward. Ah, the deity is about to descend. Guo Sen felt somewhat exasperated. He had already descended and was now bound by them. O deity, manifest your miracles. At that moment, the enormous bonfire, after a series of minor explosive sounds, suddenly transformed into a shade of blue-purple. My God! All the werewolves immediately knelt to the ground, trembling incessantly. Guo Sen chuckled to himself. You have mistaken the identity of the divine. After a brief interval, the flames reverted to their original hue. With another loud bang, the fire morphed into green. The werewolves, having just raised their heads, began to tremble once more, their eyes reflecting an even more intense ignorance. Guo Sen scrutinized the old werewolf's side, where two small stones, one yellow and one green, lay. Suddenly, he comprehended how this old fellow had ascended to the position of chieftain by employing these chemical reactions to deceive the masses. He felt utterly offended. Guo Sen muttered to himself. The blue-purple flames were a result of the yellow mineral, which was sulfur. The reaction of sulfur to fire produced that peculiar color. As for the flames turning green, it stemmed from the malachite he had touched not long ago. As a mineral enthusiast, this knowledge was simply common sense. With a sigh, Guo Sen realized that this old man must have stumbled upon these two types of minerals during his excursions, subsequently resorting to trickery to bamboozle the crowd and secure his position as the chieftain of the tribe. Such tricks were not unfamiliar to con artists on Earth, who often employed them to swindle money from unsuspecting villagers. It seemed that the profession of a fraudster had existed since time immemorial, even extending to extraterrestrial realms. After briefly distancing himself from the young werewolf, Guo Sen surveyed the surroundings and indeed spotted a dormant volcanic crater nearby, likely the source of the sulfur he had procured. He climbed back up. The old man's voice boomed, "As long as we cast the sacrificial offerings into this sacred entity, we shall become a mightier tribe and vanquish our foes." The old man's theatrics were just beginning. Guo Sen observed his fingers and discerned that the sacred entity referred to the fire. Oh, so by throwing the offerings into the flames, one could strengthen the tribe and eliminate adversaries? I truly fail to grasp your logic. Speaking of offerings, those peculiar birds with 3 large eyes and the little white werewolf that had possessed him. Goodness. As Guo Sen continued to observe, he realized he was being carried towards the flames. A cacophony of howls erupted from countless werewolves. Following the deafening din, he noticed that the 3-eyed birds were being tossed, one after another, into the fire. The flames roared fiercely, crackling violently. A putrid odor soon wafted through the air. Guo Sen was taken aback. Was roasting bird meat not delightful? Was such waste truly acceptable? However, he also understood that soon it would be his turn as the true deity residing within the little white werewolf. Please accept the final offering. Do you wish to witness a miracle? I can provide that. Guo Sen suddenly contemplated whether he should play a trick on these beings and simultaneously diminish the old man's authority entirely. His remark abruptly interrupted the old man's speech. You have offended the divine. Throw him into the fire. The old werewolf exclaimed, visibly agitated. The werewolves carrying Guo Sen obediently drew him closer to the flames. I can also make the sacred entity change. Guo Sen chuckled, determined to expose the old charlatan. Throw him in. Throw him in. Throw him in. Throw him in. The werewolves continued to howl loudly. Ha ha. Guo Sen laughed maniacally as the ropes binding him snapped. Did I not say I would show you a miracle? Did you not hear? Standing firmly on the ground, he surveyed his surroundings. The werewolves, who had been fervently clamoring to throw him into the flames, were now rendered speechless by this turn of events, some even collapsing in fear. What about you? Did you hear that? Speak. Guo Sen directed his gaze toward the trembling elder werewolf. Listen, if you heard, then cease the prattle and extend your hand. Guo Sen approached him and snatched the mineral from his grasp. Miracle, come forth. In the midst of the elder's panic, Guo Sen hurled sulfur into the fire, which instantly transformed into a brilliant blue-purple flame. Next, the malachite turned the flames a vivid green. Chaos erupted among the crowd. What? The elder werewolf collapsed to the ground. I can do even more. Guo Sen, feeling playful, decided to go all out. The ground trembled violently. A deep chasm suddenly split open before him. Stop. As his words fell, the tremor ceased, and the fissure remained unchanged. I can do this too. Guo Sen pointed toward the volcano. Erupt. Boom. A colossal sound reverberated as the once silent volcano was violently torn apart by surging energy from beneath, spewing forth a massive cloud of smoke and dust. The bright red lava illuminated the sky above the summit in a fiery hue. Thunder rolled through the clouds, and lightning illuminated the earth. Stop, Guo Sen commanded. The volcano immediately halted its eruption. After this series of astonishing feats, the werewolves were utterly bewildered. Who had witnessed such a spectacle before? The elder's so-called miracle paled in comparison. Let us all pay homage to the new chief. As for the old one, let him perish wherever he wishes. Oh. Woof, woof. All the werewolves knelt obediently on the ground, facing Guo Sen, their hands raised above their heads, rubbing them together incessantly. Guo Sen nodded. Now. This is more like it. Chapter 31. Doubts abound. A night passed. The revelry lasted well into the early hours, yet Guo Sen felt no fatigue. His eyes wide open until dawn. This first-person game must continue for a while. After all, there were still many mysteries within this tribe. For instance, when did they master the use of fire, erect walls, establish watchtowers, and even create weapons such as bows? As dawn broke, Guo Sen emerged from the largest straw house in the tribe, carefully observing in all directions. All the werewolves remained indoors. Even those on the watchtower were sound asleep. Guo Sen found it curious. Why were these individuals so lazy? Were they not to keep watch? Did they not labor? Guo Sen walked to the center of the square. It was utterly deserted. In the distance stood a rectangular wooden enclosure, and no one paid him any heed. Guo Sen released his possession. He always felt that the little white werewolf seemed somewhat hindered in movement, its strides too small and strength insufficient, making any endeavor seem arduous. However, just as he released his possession, the little white werewolf collapsed onto the ground in slumber. This occurrence aligned rather well with Guo Sen's intentions. Had the creature begun to howl, it would undoubtedly have caused quite a commotion. With a mere thought, Guo Sen covered the sleeping werewolf with some nearby hay. His gaze then shifted towards the watchtower, fixated on a singular objective, the bow. Guo Sen had previously sensed that this object was out of place. Harnessing his mental power, he extracted the bow from behind the sleeping guard, allowing it to hover in midair for closer examination. This green bow appeared to be crafted from a remarkably resilient wood or vine. Its crescent shape and the charred yellowish marks upon it indicating that it had been shaped by the flames. As for the bowstring, Guo Sen inspected it closely and noted that the slightly rigid, grayish-white material did not resemble any common textile. When he tugged at it with his mental force, he was surprised to discover its extraordinary elasticity. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that it resembled sinew from a beast. He was uncertain whether ancient bows on Earth were indeed crafted from such materials. Even if they were, did the sinew require further processing to achieve this level of resilience and elasticity? Guo Sen fell into silence, pondering whether the civilization of this tribe had evolved to such an extent. Continuing his search around the guard, he sought arrows but found none, no matter how he looked. This was peculiar. Was he expected to use the nearby stone spear as an arrow? He examined the hefty implement, bound with rope in the middle, and attempted to fit it onto the bowstring. This seemed illogical. His own mental prowess might suffice. But surely these werewolves would struggle to propel such a stone spear beyond 5 meters. The weight was simply too great. Glancing towards the other 3 watchtowers, Guo Sen hoped to find arrows there, only to be met with an even stranger revelation. Not only were there no arrows, but the absence of bows was equally conspicuous. At best, he could only locate some stone spears, which appeared inferior to those crafted by the lizard folk. Doubt crept into his mind. He turned his gaze back to the bow. If one could be fashioned, surely 2 or 3 more should not pose a problem. With this uncertainty lingering, Guo Sen searched the entire tribe, yet not a single additional bow came into view, let alone any arrows. A bow devoid of arrows could hardly serve as a musical instrument, he mused. This question, rather than being resolved, only deepened his confusion. Setting that aside, Guo Sen shifted his attention to another matter of concern, the entrance holes. Logically, the presence of such a neatly constructed wooden fence implied the existence of door-making skills. Even the primitive lizard folk could fashion a proper door. Yet the black werewolves had opted to dig a hole beneath the fence. Was there some enemy or beast capable of opening doors? Guo Sen suddenly recalled the words spoken by the old werewolf the previous night. It is said that after offering sacrifices to the gods, their tribe would grow ever stronger and eliminate their enemies. Is it possible that the construction of a sheepfold is merely to prevent enemy invasion? No, the doubts are multiplying. Guo Sen felt that merely observing this tribe would not yield answers to such questions. Perhaps these secrets lie hidden within the forest, or perhaps there are other tribes. He lifted his gaze and began traversing the woods. His eyes conducted a thorough search of the nearby thickets. Countless insects, birds, and beasts flitted before Guo Sen in a grotesque display of forms, yet he found himself indifferent to these non-human entities. Their appearances were far too haphazard for his liking. After searching for a while, Guo Sen finally discovered something distinctive at the foot of a mountain not too distant from the werewolf tribe. It was a spacious and imposing cave, surrounded by 2 neat circles of wooden fences, each over 3 meters high. However, many sections of the fence appeared recently repaired, presenting a somewhat uneven appearance. To his surprise, Guo Sen noticed several watchtowers behind the fence. Could it be that watchtowers are a standard feature of every tribe? Have they become so advanced? Upon seeing the watchtowers, Guo Sen was taken aback. Could this be a subdivision of the werewolf tribe he had just encountered? Yet, he quickly observed the differences. This tribe possessed a great gate. At the wooden fence directly opposite the cave, several sharpened wooden stakes, bound together with rough ropes, crossed in an irregular manner, while some humanoid figures paced back and forth before the stakes. Guo Sen narrowed his focus. Bows and arrows. He soon discerned the weapons on the backs of those upright beings covered in white fur. The shape and color of the bows unequivocally belonged to the werewolf tribe. The arrows were crafted from nearly straight wooden sticks. However, upon closer inspection of these upright creatures, Guo Sen was somewhat astonished. Their appearance was strikingly identical to those of the werewolf tribe, yet their eyes were not the blood-red hue he had expected, but rather an oddly captivating golden. Their fur was as white as snow. White werewolves. Guo Sen suddenly recalled that they bore a resemblance to the little werewolf he had encountered. He pondered further. No. When observing the entire werewolf tribe, apart from that little creature, there were none with white fur. How could there be so many here? Moreover, there were complete bows and arrows. Considering the fate of that little creature, was it possible that he had stumbled upon a conflict between two tribes? Was that little one a captive of the black werewolves? Were the bows seized from these white werewolves? Several hypotheses emerged, yet mere speculation could not confirm anything. Guo Sen resolved to investigate further. After all, if this were indeed the case, he was eager to experience it firsthand. Originally a being of peace in an era devoid of conflict, Guo Sen could not fathom the experiences of primitive warfare between tribes. As their creator, he found himself deeply invested in the unfolding destinies of these two factions, pondering who would ultimately emerge as the sovereign of this forest and, indeed, this land. In Chapter 32, within the confines of a cave, a leader, having suffered a broken leg, struggled to steady his trembling hand upon the stone spear he had wielded for many years. Leaning against the rocky wall, he endeavored to maintain an appearance of composure, though his golden eyes betrayed a sense of tragic resolve. Before him knelt three subordinates, each bearing their own wounds, gazing up at him with a mixture of reverence and concern. The women and younglings, along with the injured warriors, had long been driven outside. Taking a deep breath, the leader contemplated the imminent assault that would soon reach their sanctuary. The three subordinates exchanged solemn glances, each nodding in agreement. "Will you flee, or will you fight?" he inquired, locking eyes with them. "Fight, fight, fight." They roared in unison, their voices echoing within the cavern, yet tinged with a lamenting sorrow. To fight is to face death, to flee is to embrace life. "I wish for your survival," he said, casting a glance towards the entrance where the women and younglings stood, silent and watchful. "Leader, we shall fight," one subordinate declared, raising his gaze. "To flee is also to die. Fight, fight." With their resolve firmly established, the leader recognized that further persuasion would be futile. "Very well, prepare yourselves. Consume all provisions," he commanded, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain in his leg as he laboriously made his way to the cave's mouth, followed closely by his three loyal subordinates. All eyes turned towards the four emerging figures. "Fight!" The leader raised an arm high. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The chorus of voices, women, younglings, warriors, and guards, united in a fervent declaration. Observing this scene, Guo Sen felt a surge of urgency for the tribe. He leaned in, invoking a new term he had conceived, divine presence, as he experienced the entirety of this pre-battle assembly through the perspective of one of the three subordinates. These individuals were prepared to confront the black werewolves he had witnessed the previous night in a desperate bid for survival. Initially, the white werewolves had lived peacefully at the forest's edge, only to be ambushed by the black werewolves who, leveraging their overwhelming numbers, had decimated the white tribe. In their hasty response, the white werewolves had lost more than half of their warriors. They had barely retreated to the cave, hoping to resume their tranquil existence, only to find that the black werewolves sought their total annihilation. In the last confrontation, the white werewolves suffered further devastating losses, including the abduction of the leader's child, whose fate remained uncertain. It seemed the black werewolves would return that very day, intent on eradicating the white werewolves once and for all. The white werewolves numbered barely over 40, with more than half being non-combatants, women and younglings, leaving only around 20 warriors, including the leader, all bearing the marks of battle. On the opposing side, there were approximately 400 to 500 individuals, with at least 200 being warriors. 20 against 200, 1 against 10, what a jest. My fellow student, have you ever heard the proverb about how two fists cannot contend with four hands? You white werewolves are, in the eyes of the black werewolves, beings that can be extinguished at any moment. Guo Sen could not help but let out a deep sigh. This is indeed a lamentable race. The fire previously witnessed in that tribe was a serendipitous discovery by the white werewolves. They found and harnessed it, allowing them to enjoy cooked food. This revelation elucidated for Guo Sen why the black werewolves possessed fire yet feasted on raw meat. They were entirely ignorant of its purpose. Bows and watchtowers are the fruits of the white werewolves' intellect. The black werewolves, originally a faction of the white werewolves, have proliferated into a fearsome and ignorant violent tribe. Returning to the vicinity of the white werewolves' settlement, after launching a surprise attack to seize the white werewolves' territory, their insatiable desire led them to seek complete annihilation of the white faction. Guo Sen pondered the seeming contradiction in nature. Barbarism should not be able to drive civilization to such a plight. However, upon witnessing the malnourished state of the white werewolves, it became evident that their diminished combat prowess was a significant factor. Prior to grasping all of this, Guo Sen had contemplated allowing these two races to engage in a natural conflict, merely to observe the predatory dynamics among sentient beings. Yet, with this understanding, he found himself reluctant to see the white werewolves defeated. How much effort is required to civilize a race? What monumental strength is needed to elevate an already civilized race further? The answer is glaringly apparent. In comparison to the ignorant and ferocious black werewolves, the white werewolves, already steeped in the foundations of civilization, are the ones capable of shouldering the future. Even if they are currently outnumbered and lack significant combat strength, they possess an indomitable spirit. In contrast to the lethargic black werewolves, these individuals are undeniably more deserving of existence upon this land. Of course, this is merely Guo Sen's whimsical notion. But who is he? The very essence of this planet. He possesses the power to influence and control everything. Whom he wishes to live shall live, and whom he desires to perish shall meet their end. Guo Sen is entitled to his whims. He prefers to guide this somewhat skewed evolutionary tree towards healthy growth, rather than allow it to continue its distortion. Much like when he once utilized the slowly evolving single-celled organisms, he had fed the experimental subject, Little Red, with the small green beings. Is there a sense of humanity that necessitates the survival of both parties? Perhaps such compassion would hinder the evolution of all life, leading to their eventual dissolution. Departing from the divine presence of the white werewolf subordinate, Guo Sen retraced his steps back to the black werewolf tribe, guided by memory. He discovered that, astonishingly, the inhabitants had yet to fully awaken. Very few were stirring. Were they not to engage in battle with the white werewolves today? The day was nearly half over. Guo Sen's disdain deepened. He gazed towards the square, intent on uncovering that little white werewolf from beneath the hay. That must be the child of the leader. As mentioned in the prior intelligence reports, who had been captured. Had it not been for his divine intervention upon the child yesterday, the young one would have been cast into the flames as a sacrificial offering. However, when Guo Sen utilized his mental prowess to sweep the hay aside, he found that the little white wolf had vanished without a trace. Just as confusion washed over him, a chilling series of screams pierced the air. Following the sound, Guo Sen entered a straw hut, where he was met with a scene of unfathomable brutality. The once pristine white wolf lay bloodied, its head severed and discarded like refuse upon a pile of hay. Several black wolves, reveling in their cruelty, continued to stab the lifeless body with stone spears, creating gaping wounds that stained the dry grass beneath with crimson. Guo Sen sighed deeply within. The black wolf's tribe had truly disappointed him. This young white wolf, under his guidance, had performed miraculous feats the previous night, earning the admiration of these very werewolves, only to be slaughtered today. Why? Out of sheer bloodlust. They had tested the white wolf's diminished prowess and, in their shame, resorted to violence. Guo Sen felt that these creatures were beyond redemption. He resolved to intervene decisively in what should have been a brutal battle of many against few. Chapter 33. Survival of the fittest with but a thought. He could summon countless molten rocks to rain down upon the black wolves, reducing them to mere ash. Alternatively, he could induce a violent local earthquake, burying them alive. He could even manifest divinity, inciting them to slay one another. Guo Sen had an abundance of methods at his disposal to eradicate this race from the sphere of existence. Nevertheless, he opted to allow the two tribes to engage in a great conflict, wishing to witness the white wolves will the fight. That which is easily obtained is seldom cherished. If he were to annihilate the black wolves, the white wolves might mistakenly believe that victory could be achieved without struggle, forever longing for such serendipity to repeat itself. As for the will to fight, Guo Sen was convinced they would inevitably forget. When assistance is readily available in times of adversity, why would one still feel the need to battle? Such a mindset would gradually embed itself within their very essence, leading them to extinction one day. It is the survival of the fittest. The truly fortunate are not those blessed by luck, but rather the tribes that exhibit strength in all aspects. After the black wolves had brutally slain the white wolf, they finally emerged from their straw huts, gradually assembling in the square. Guo Sen observed that all members of the tribe had gathered, seemingly prepared to march towards the abode of the white wolves. At the center of the square stood the deceptive elder wolf from the previous night, brandishing the severed head of the white wolf. The werewolves knelt in reverence, while the elder wolf, Mouth Agape, pointed at the head and boisterously proclaimed something, laughing maniacally. The wolves below joined in the frenzied laughter. The elder wolf raised his hand once more, and a subordinate unceremoniously tossed the body of the white wolf into the crowd. Guo Sen watched as the werewolves surged toward the place where the corpse fell, instantly tearing it into countless fragments. Blood, flesh, and even bone were savagely devoured in their ravenous feast. On the other hand, the elder werewolf nonchalantly extracted the eyeballs of the young werewolf, crushing them between his teeth. Guo Sen, witnessing such barbarity, truly felt that this tribe was beyond salvation. He had no desire to channel his essence into any of the black werewolves, as he found it psychologically unbearable. This absurd feast came to a hasty conclusion. At a command from the elder werewolf, everyone stood up in disarray. They began to move towards the cave, leaving the square behind in utter disarray. The black werewolves acted as a collective, a race bound by unity. Guo Sen observed carefully. The entire tribe was now devoid of life. It seemed they intended to leverage their overwhelming numbers to effortlessly crush the white werewolves, 400 to 500 against a mere 40. There was no conceivable reason for failure. Surely, every black werewolf shared this belief. Guo Sen watched as they assembled outside the tribe and began to march forward with apparent familiarity. However, their discipline was remarkably lax, with individuals frequently pausing to frolic or engage in playful pursuits, while others brandished stone spears in playful chases. Truly, there was no hope for them. Guo Sen sighed internally, diverting his gaze from the black werewolves back to the white werewolf tribe. Here, the inhabitants were fervently crafting weapons for their final stand. Some diminutive female white werewolves tirelessly used stone blades to carve branches into the shape of arrows. Nearby, the younglings received these arrow forms, rubbing them against the sandy stones for further refinement. They had already amassed a considerable collection of sharp, finished arrows. Wounded combatants, whether atop the watchtower or practicing marksmanship, or sharpening their stone spears, showed no signs of respite. The gravely injured leader, alongside the 3 subordinates he had previously seen, appeared to be in a heated discussion regarding offensive tactics. The spirit of the entire tribe coalesced, transforming into a fierce beast unwilling to succumb to death. Licking its wounds in pursuit of even the slightest hope, preparing to engage the enemy in a life-or-death struggle. Guo Sen sighed internally. This was more akin to what one would expect, compared to the lazy, foolish, ignorant, and cruel black werewolves. These white werewolves were far more deserving of existence on their own planet. After observing their preparations for battle, he again turned his attention to the black werewolf formation. The location of the cave was a considerable distance from the forest, with a buffer zone of nearly 3 kilometers of grassland in between. Guo Sen noted that the black werewolves were about to emerge from the forest and enter this grassy expanse. He felt it was time to inform the white werewolves. Turning to seek a suitable vessel for his essence, he spotted a warrior of the white wolf tribe atop a watchtower, only to find him inexplicably motionless. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a ghastly wound on the warrior's abdomen, seemingly infected, and he had long since succumbed to death, his body now rigid. Would channeling into this corpse pose a danger? Or would it be wiser to choose a living individual, or perhaps adopt a different approach altogether? Time was running short. There was no room for hesitation. Moreover, could this be regarded as a marvelous experience? While one might refer to it as divine intervention, it would be more aptly described as the manipulation of a corpse. However, after transferring consciousness into this lifeless body, Guo Sen discovered that the sensations were not as dreadful as anticipated. His limbs moved with remarkable ease, as if he were truly alive. Thus, he resolved to command this corpse. The black werewolves are approaching. Everyone be alert. A thunderous roar erupted from his lips, and all the white werewolves in the tribe immediately rose to attention, turning their gazes towards him. How far away are they? The leader bellowed. Not far at all. Guo Sen glanced again. The black werewolves were about to emerge. Excellent. All warriors to the watchtower. Prepare for battle. With the leader's command, over 10 white werewolves, including himself, ascended to the lofty watchtower, standing over 3 meters high, armed with bows and an abundance of arrows. Where are they? The leader ascended the watchtower where Guo Sen stood and inquired promptly. In that direction, they should be there. Guo Sen indicated accurately towards the approaching black werewolves. Coincidentally, the leading black werewolves had just emerged from the dense forest. The leader took immediate notice. All warriors, heed my command. They are coming. Ready your weapons. Hearing the leader's furious roar up close, Guo Sen nearly dropped the bow and arrows he was awkwardly handling, almost stumbling off the watchtower in the process. Are you trying to reduce the tribe's numbers? Why such a loud voice? Nevertheless, Guo Sen observed that everyone on the watchtower gripped their bows tightly, crouched low, and grasped their arrows, preparing for combat. He followed suit. Aim in their direction. They are approaching from that side. Spare none. Kill one if they come. 2 if there are 2. The leader roared, commanding with fervor, as he grasped his bow and knocked an arrow. Guo Sen mimicked his actions, learning swiftly. With a proficient instructor beside him, Guo Sen quickly mastered the art of drawing the bow. Even though he could accomplish this task merely by focusing his thoughts, he yearned to fully experience the primal nature of battle through this body. Having encountered a saber-toothed beast previously, he possessed some combat experience. Yet this would be his first engagement with an intelligent foe. Guo Sen was determined not to miss this opportunity. The black werewolves moved swiftly, a dark mass surging forth from the forest, racing towards the tribe. Guo Sen estimated that the vanguard of the black werewolves was less than 200 meters away. Prepare for battle. Attack. The leader roared, his bow drawn like a crescent moon, arrows like shooting stars. The wooden arrows pierced the air in an instant, tracing an arc as they found their mark, striking true into the eye of the nearest black werewolf. The creature let out a wail and collapsed instantly. Impressive. What a fine shot. In awe, Guo Sen did not remain idle. He retrieved an arrow, knocking it onto the bowstring. With fingers gripping the tail of the arrow, he aimed the tip at the approaching black werewolves. This was his first experience with archery, his inaugural battle. Feeling the fierce heartbeat of this white werewolf warrior, Guo Sen was exhilarated beyond measure. Let loose. The bowstring emitted a resonant twang, and the arrow soared into the enemy ranks. Chapter 34, A Mishap. The arrow traced a magnificent arc through the air. Remarkable, I have mastered this, Guo Sen silently exclaimed within himself. However, at the end of that elegant trajectory lay a thicket devoid of any target. The leader, Guo Sen, was left bewildered. What on earth? I aimed perfectly. It must be the inferior quality of this bow. After all, it is crafted by primitive hands. At that moment, several arrows whistled from the watchtower, and the charging black werewolves let out anguished cries. Guo Sen feigned ignorance to their plight and once more knocked an arrow with great flair. Yet this time, his aim was even more off than the first. The arrow traveled only halfway before it drifted aimlessly into the grass. The leader, while continuously firing arrows, shot him a sidelong glare. The others were striking true with almost every shot, while Guo Sen began to feel a twinge of anxiety. The third, fourth, and fifth arrows all missed their mark. They momentarily retreated. You go down and organize your weapons, the leader commanded, fixing his gaze ahead as he unleashed 3 more arrows, all hitting their targets flawlessly. No longer even glancing at Guo Senator, several black werewolves who were retreating fell to the ground, struck down. Guo Sen let out a soft exclamation. A blunder. He had lost face. He had initially aimed to take down a few, yet he had failed to hit even once, wasting 5 arrows in vain. The distant black werewolves had retreated to a safe distance beyond the range of the arrows, having tasted defeat and now regrouping. Guo Sen understood that even if the leader granted him another chance, the enemy would not afford him the same courtesy. After all, the farthest he could shoot would not reach even halfway to where the black werewolves had fallen back. Nevertheless, he counted the results of the earlier long-range assault. The white werewolves had eliminated nearly 30 black werewolves, with dozens more sustaining injuries as they fled. It was a significant victory. The battle had long since reached a stalemate. The black werewolves appeared to be somewhat wary of the rain of arrows. After being thwarted, they remained motionless in a safe zone, showing no intention of charging again. Guo Sen descended from the watchtower, leaping down to the ground where stone spears lay. Several severely injured white werewolves, unable to move or fight, were diligently sharpening the spear tips with water to enhance their lethality. Meanwhile, the female white werewolves and children were tirelessly crafting arrows without pause. Observing them, Guo Sen reflected on the black werewolves who could not even manage to bind the spear tips properly. He believed that if the white werewolves were to survive, they would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable race in the future. These individuals cherished even the slightest glimmer of hope. Even though the enemy outnumbered them nearly 20 to 1, they had not lost their spirit. Regardless of age or imminent mortality, they relentlessly upheld their fighting resolve. Guo Sen crouched down, picking up one of the spear tips that had been honed to a blistering sharpness. It was neat, sharp, and possessed an undeniable aesthetic appeal. The black stones shimmered brilliantly under the sun. Stop gaping. Hurry up and sharpen them. We need them for the upcoming battle. The voice, which seemed to originate from a legless figure, urged him on. Guo Sen nodded, casting his gaze toward the rough earthen vessel filled with water beside him. These fellows have truly mastered this skill. Not only the black werewolves, but these individuals have even surpassed the lizard men they trained, save for their inability to smelt. He dipped the tip of his spear into the water and began to grind it against the coarse gravel. After a brief period of sharpening, Guo Sen realized the futility of it. These stone spears would likely shatter after just a couple of uses. He recalled the time when the lizard men suffered significant losses against beasts due to similar issues, resulting in the deaths of 2 of their own. Observing the current condition of the white werewolves, even their minor injuries appeared severe, not to mention those missing limbs. If the enemy's forces were to invade and breach their defenses, close-quarters combat would ensue. and even armed with long spears, they would hardly manage to slay any foes. What if they resorted to a war of attrition using bows and arrows? Guo Sen directed his attention to the stockpile of arrows. He had previously noted that their quantity was rather limited, and with the ones currently in production, they barely totaled over 100, with no means to venture outside. If they hoped to produce new arrows, they would have to salvage wood from their makeshift barriers. However, this would be akin to sacrificing the essential for the trivial. Setting aside the speed of production, that mere 100 arrows would only suffice if each could take down multiple enemies at once. Yet, given the durability constraints and the skills of these warriors, such a scenario was utterly implausible. Moreover, the Black Wolf tribe would surely not be oblivious to their dwindling ammunition. It appeared that relying solely on the existing weaponry of the white werewolves offered no chance of breaking the deadlock. As Guo Sen continued to sharpen the spear tip, he sighed inwardly. Was he left with no choice but to unleash his powers and eliminate the Black Wolf forces directly? That would indeed be a far simpler task than the current predicament. However, it would also stray from his original intentions and deliver a severe psychological blow to the white werewolves. After all their efforts to have divine intervention resolve their plight, it would be tantamount to relying on the gods for survival in dire times. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable to Guo Sen, who dreaded such complications. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he provided a little boost to these white werewolves? Hey, be gentle. You're about to grind it to dust. Someone nearby cautioned, pulling Guo Sen back from his thoughts. Yes, I understand, he replied, discarding the bleached spear tip. With a mere thought, he began to control the white werewolf warriors while simultaneously magnifying their visual system and shifting it to another land. That was the territory of the lizard men. With a flick of his mind, a dozen sharp, glowing objects soared into the sky and swiftly darted toward the horizon. The lizard men, who had manufactured thousands of such projectiles, barely registered the event. To them, these divinely bestowed items were an inexhaustible resource. Guo Sen controlled these elements, soaring over the ocean, arriving above familiar land. Alas, one cannot entirely dispel the air of mystery. However, if he wished to deceive this band of white wolf men, an idea struck him. Guo Sen promptly ventured into a cave. While everyone was distracted, he stealthily flew into the cave and directly inserted the items into an inconspicuous natural pool within. Swiftly, he retrieved them, hastening towards the cave's entrance. They gleamed with a dazzling radiance under the light. Were these spear tips? The chief, having finally descended from the watchtower, was immediately taken aback. Yes, it was unclear who had tossed them into the pool, but they appeared far superior to the weapons currently in use. Guo Sen quickly fabricated a tail and presented the copper spear tips to those sharpening their weapons. He picked up one of the copper tips and, with a mere gentle pressure, left a white mark upon the surface of a stone spear. The chief trembled slightly. He had never witnessed such a resplendent object. Where on earth did this come from? Guo Sen gestured towards the cave, uncertain of who had placed them deep inside. Nevertheless, he did not pause. Utilizing the binding techniques of primitive man, along with the easily manageable spear tips, Guo Sen swiftly fashioned 2 copper spears. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Adjusting for the not-so-brawny stature of the white wolf men, he truncated the wooden shafts to nearly a meter in length for a more suitable grip. With the short copper spear in hand, he practiced a few maneuvers, beginning to feel its balance. Guo Sen thought to himself, now this resembled something worthwhile. The chief and those around him were utterly astonished. What was this fellow's true nature? Why was he engaging in such endeavors? Chief, I'm off to flaunt my prowess, Guo Sen declared, brandishing the twin spears, as he dashed out through the tribe's grand entrance. Chapter 35. The Spirit of Battle upon exiting the Black Wolfmen's tribe. Guo Sen meticulously scrutinized the equipment they had brought. It was perplexing how they had chosen to carry less than 200 stone spears from the abundance within their tribe. And those were unrefined, with rough tips. Once they emerged from the forest, Guo Sen observed that these individuals had retained over 150 stone spears. Under the chief's command during the long-range assault, many had discarded their armor and even lost a significant portion of their precious stone spears. Now, among 400 to 500 Black Wolf men, only 70 or 80 stone spears remained. In other words, their armament was critically low. Nonetheless, the Black Wolf men still held the upper hand. Given the impending depletion of the White Wolfmen's resources, another charge from the Black Wolf men could decisively corner them into a dire situation. Their weaponry may be scarce, yet their numbers were advantageous. In a war of attrition, the White Wolf tribe would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, this development occurred in Guo Sen's absence. With the enhanced power of the copper spear tips, Guo Sen had also improved the spear shafts, crafting them into a design suitable for close combat. While long spears were indeed commendable, they were better suited for distant attacks against beasts and similar foes. Confronted with agile humanoid beings, his previous advantages seemed to diminish. Moreover, The long spears were wielded by these black werewolves, who possessed no combat training and relied solely on overwhelming numbers, further tipping the scales in their favor. Guo Sen even questioned whether they would know how to utilize their stone spears effectively. With a flamboyant declaration, he grasped a short bronze spear in each hand, deftly vaulted over the gate, and surged forward across the prairie. As the embodiment of planetary will, he could not truly comprehend this exhilarating sensation, charging into enemy ranks alone. He felt akin to Zhao Zilong. The wind howled past his ears, igniting a fervor within his heart. The once lifeless blood of the slain white wolf warriors began to boil anew within him. Fight! 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 Guo Sen bellowed, utterly oblivious to everything around him. What was that? The black werewolves were equally taken aback, astonished to see a white werewolf brandishing a strange, glowing red object charging forth to meet his demise. After a brief moment of chaos, they quickly regained their composure, preparing to eliminate this fool in the most brutal manner possible. However, Guo Sen refrained from recklessly plunging into their ranks. Though he possessed divine power, to flaunt it would be to cheat, rendering the endeavor meaningless. As he sprinted forward, he calculated the distance meticulously. Upon reaching his intended destination, he halted abruptly. Who dares to face me in battle? Guo Sen challenged, brandishing his twin spears. Standing less than 20 meters from the black werewolves, the dark mass of bodies hesitated for a moment before erupting in derisive laughter. Aha! The fool of the White Wolf clan, too cowardly to approach? Do you think you can defeat us all? Come, kneel and graze for a moment, and I shall grant you a delayed demise. The black werewolves jeered. Yet a flicker of fear glinted in their eyes at the sight of the glowing red spears in Guo Sen's grasp, none daring to advance. Are you all too timid? Or do you only know how to tuck your tails between your legs? Guo Sen continued to taunt, unaware that such words were anathema to the black werewolves. Kill him! Kill him! To Guo Sen's astonishment, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of curses. Dozens of black werewolves armed with long spears surged forth from the throng, charging straight at him. Guo Sen spun on his heel and fled. Stop! Quick, run! The black werewolves pursued him for a mere few dozen meters before sensing something amiss. Looking up to the sky thick with arrows, they promptly turned to flee. But their speed was no match for that of the arrows. The sounds of their screams soon echoed behind Guo Sen. This baiting tactic had swiftly eliminated 16 black werewolves. Guo Sen's will shattered the arrows aimed at him, and he advanced slowly, twin spears in hand, amidst the continuous cries of the wounded at his feet. One black werewolf, shot in the head and bloodied, gazed at him with pleading eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Sen angled the tip of his right spear and drove it directly into the werewolf's throat. Blood splattered across his pristine white fur. The mingling scents of grass and iron filled the air as the prairie wind began to stir. Killing was not a new affair for Guo Senior. As the sovereign of this planet, he had, long before, exterminated a considerable number of unicellular organisms. Merely due to their lack of evolution or the sluggish pace of their development, Guo Sen had subjected them to the jaws of predators, showing no regard for their plight. In the past, within the lizardman's tribe, he had also slain countless saber-tooths. However, this marked the first occasion on which he had extinguished the lives of sentient beings from his own world. Strangely enough, this sensation did not prove to be unpleasant. The mingling of flesh, the shattering, the harvesting of souls, Guo Sen inhaled the scent of death and was suddenly engulfed by a surge of exhilaration. As the gun's tip withdrew from the corpse, the blood clinging to it coalesced into a slender crimson line, continuously dripping onto the grass, where it crystallized into countless scarlet gems upon the blades. He grinned widely. 1, 2, 3. The arrows from his bow struck the grievously injured black werewolves, who were not yet entirely deceased, and Guo Sen afforded them no chance for survival. Every last one was obliterated, these indolent, brutish, savage, and ignorant subjects. Perhaps the Creator has deemed it fitting for you to perish, eyes closed in eternal rest? The Black Werewolf Battalion, witnessing this blood-soaked avatar of destruction, recoiled in terror. They had never encountered such a formidable white werewolf. Quick! We must kill him. Who will slay him? How can this be happening? Do not let him approach. Kill him. The army of black werewolves descended into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Guo Sen charged forward with his dual pistols. His feet propelled him through the underbrush, each step infused with boundless strength. 50, 40, 30, Guo Sen sprinted toward the densest cluster of black werewolves. The fervor of battle enveloped him, causing him to tremble and break into a wide grin. Fight! 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 The glimmering red beams from his guns instantaneously pierced the heart of the nearest black werewolf, while another's throat was slit in the same breath. The screams that erupted were the most exquisite notes of this symphony of carnage. Several stone arrows emerged in his line of sight, and Guo Sen rolled to evade the onslaught, simultaneously severing the calves of several black werewolves. Battle was a momentum, an instinct. Once in this state, he was oblivious to all else. After dispatching several foes, his mind was too consumed by the fray to ponder anything beyond. He did not pause for even a heartbeat, thrusting, slashing, stabbing, hacking. With both guns drawn, he danced through the throng of enemies like a wraith of death. His body possessed an unexpected agility and lightness, allowing him to evade the relentless assaults of the enraged black werewolves in an array of seemingly impossible postures. Amidst this overwhelming host of adversaries, he wreaked havoc. Yet, Guo Sen had not entirely lost his reason. Single-handedly annihilating the entirety of the black werewolves was an unattainable feat. While dodging, he cleverly lured the pursuing battalion back within the range of his arrows. A rain of arrows soon filled the air. Seizing the moment, Guo Sen took cover beside a fallen black werewolf. He completely disregarded the barrage, using his will to deflect any arrow aimed at him. The piercing screams soon resonated from a nearby distance, and Guo Sen exhibited a commendable synergy with the leader. However, as he rose from inspecting the corpse of the black wolf, he couldn't help but mutter a curse. The area was densely littered with arrows. "You son of a gun. You unleashed all the arrows at once?" Guo Sen grumbled. "If it weren't for my ability to alter their trajectories, I would have ended up like a hedgehog." He surveyed the surroundings, noting that this battle had claimed the lives of another 50 or 60 black wolves. "We're going to show off," they shouted, rushing past Guo Sen and charging into the chaos of the black wolf army, which was in full retreat. Guo Sen was taken aback. Had they mistaken his declaration for a signal to unleash their own prowess? He felt he had led them astray. Quickly, he scrambled to join them. No, this phrase must not be allowed to perpetuate among them. He had to clarify the misunderstanding after they finished dispatching the remaining black wolves. Yet, upon witnessing the valor of his comrades, Guo Sen grimaced as he drove his weapon through the heart of a black wolf, realizing he might have erred. His companions wielded their weapons with fervor, and spurred on by Guo Sen's bravery and the battle cry of "We're going to show off." Their fighting spirit surged beyond all expectations. In a short time, the dozen or so white wolves had dispatched the black wolves, leaving them in tears and disarray. Guo Sen observed as the white wolves showed no mercy, even slaying the black wolves' young. He understood this was a necessary course of action. Cruelty? Allowing them to survive would be the true cruelty. If even one escaped, peace would elude the white wolf tribe indefinitely. Moreover, recalling the black wolves' heinous act of murdering the leader's child and consuming him, Guo Sen felt their actions were justifiable. The battle raged on until dusk. The last surviving black wolf had its throat pierced, dying swiftly without suffering. The black wolves, as invaders, surely never anticipated their demise here. Guo Sen released his hold over the corpses and looked down upon the white tribesmen. They bowed their heads, gazing silently at their copper spears, seemingly lost in thought. The setting sun cast long shadows across the grasslands upon them. Victory, Guo Sen mused quietly to himself. Chapter 36, Power and Responsibility as Night Fell. The great white moon ascended into the sky. Beneath its illuminating glow, all the white wolves diligently excavated a large pit on the plains. The white wolves did not partake in the consumption of black wolves, nor did they have any intention of doing so. In dealing with the deceased, their practices bore resemblance to the modern approaches of Earth's inhabitants. "Chief, the pit is ready. It should suffice," reported one of the 30-plus wolves as they completed the massive grave, which would be the final resting place for the black wolves. "Let us toss them in. They must not be exposed. Otherwise, this region will succumb to miasma, rendering it an inaccessible wasteland," the leader proclaimed, casting the lifeless bodies of 2 rigid black wolf men into the pit. At his command, everyone sprang into action, silent in their endeavors. Guo Sen harbored a profound admiration for the white wolf tribe, a humanoid race that even understood the dangers of decaying corpses, which breed pathogens and taint the soil. Aware that interring the bodies would isolate these germs, the white wolf tribe possibly possessed a wealth of knowledge that the lizard men lacked. Guo Sen found himself increasingly enchanted. Brave and wise, the white wolf tribe, imbued with such innate traits, utilized fire and consumed cooked meat. They crafted sturdy wooden palisades and erected watchtowers. They possessed the art of bow and arrow construction. Remarkably, they had acquired these complex skills without external intervention, an extraordinary achievement indeed. Coupled with their agile physiques, they could be deemed nearly a perfect race, save for one critical flaw. Their numbers had dwindled to just over 40. The population base was dismally low. Guo Sen remained uncertain of the white wolf tribe's reproductive cycle or when their young would reach maturity. Nonetheless, it was a daunting challenge to develop a tribe from a mere 40 individuals. Ironically, this nearly omnipotent deity found himself powerless in this regard. After all, he could not influence such matters, nor did he wish to engage in endeavors like creating wolf cubs for the white wolf tribe. Eventually, all the black wolf men's bodies were cast into the pit, and upon another command from the leader, they were completely covered with earth. The body of the white wolf warrior that Guo Sen had once controlled was also discovered. For the great heroic spirit, the leader declared, raising his right hand to the heavens, his voice echoing with fervor. For the great heroic spirit, for the great heroic spirit. The cries of the white wolf tribe reverberated across the vast prairie. It seemed the white wolf tribe had not lived in vain. Through Guo Sen's influence, they had become heroes. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Next, the white wolf tribe would return to their homeland. Silently, they ventured into the forest. Finally arriving at the place they had once inhabited, the campfire rekindled. Within the expansive tribal grounds, over 40 white wolves sat together, creating an eerie sense of emptiness. They had returned to their long-lost home, a place once seized by the black wolf men. The leader placed a small skull before him, its golden eyes gazing intently at it. No one uttered a word. They all wept softly. These were tears shed for the pain of their fallen leader, as well as tears of joy for surviving against all odds. Just a short while ago, they had believed they would perish, their blood staining the prairie. Yet now, they had returned to their old grounds, vanquishing their enemies, the black wolf men, completely. Guo Sen gazed down upon the white werewolves, their faces aglow with the flickering light of the campfire, and let out a deep sigh within. After much effort, he had managed to preserve this lineage that had already begun to develop a semblance of civilization. However, he had indeed employed some unconventional methods. Having experienced his first battle as a sentient being, Guo Sen still felt a surge of excitement. He could vividly recall the sensation of the gun's tip piercing through fur and penetrating the heart of a black werewolf. Such an experience was ungraspable when he existed solely as a consciousness. With the acquisition of the divine presence ability, he had also become involved in the evolution of intelligent life forms on the sphere, playing a significantly pivotal role. He turned his gaze toward the white werewolves who had begun to embrace one another and weep, quietly consuming their food. Since he had safeguarded their existence and successfully eradicated all the black werewolves, reclaiming the territory that rightfully belonged to them, there was little else he could offer these white werewolves. The great white dumpling reflected the light of the star, casting a gossamer-like glow upon the forest. The white wolf clan stood in a circle, howling at the great white dumpling, as if engaging in a mysterious ritual. Observing this, Guo Sen expanded his vision to encompass the entire continent. Surely, there must be more I can do. His gaze shifted toward a distant river. With a mere thought, a deep chasm opened along the riverbank, gradually extending toward the tribe. The river water flowed along this newly formed ravine, bending just before reaching the tribe. Guo Sen had transformed the originally straight river into a curvilinear form. Water resources that were once far away were now within reach. But this was not the end. As he had done at the Lizard Man tribe, Guo Sen summoned forth a substantial amount of malachite from beneath the earth, raising a small hill near the tribe and creating a cave to store the ore. With an abundant water source in these malachite deposits, it should not be overly difficult for the White Wolf clan, with their intelligence, to devise a method for crafting copper spearheads. With copper in their possession, their combat prowess could undoubtedly be further enhanced, provided they could ultimately thrive and expand their population. Guo Sen raised his gaze, surveying his sphere. The events of the past few days were still vividly etched in his memory. Like a caretaker, he had taught the lizard men, igniting the flame of civilization within them. Imparting the skills of copper smelting and pottery, he had engaged in the struggles of two tribes and, driven by his convictions, had eliminated the black werewolves he found intolerable. Was all of this truly correct? Had the lizard men remained without fire or copper, they may have languished in ignorance for an extended period, progressing at a snail's pace. If the white werewolves had been annihilated by the black werewolves, a far more ignorant and terrifying race might have emerged upon this continent, plunging it into utter darkness. Guo Sen understood that his power was vast. With great power comes great responsibility. This was a line from a film he had once seen, and he suddenly grasped its profound meaning. As the sovereign of this planet, every action I take can effortlessly influence the fate of a creature, a race. Under my influence, the lizard people have embarked on the path of civilization. Guided by my hand, the White Wolf clan has triumphed over the Black Wolf clan, despite being outnumbered. Such events will have profound implications for the futures of these beings. Should this course of action persist? Guo Sen swiftly provided himself with a definitive answer. Yes. My original intention was to create a being of heightened intelligence. Clearly, the uncivilized lizard people and the ignorant Black Wolf clan are not meant to traverse this path. What I have done thus far, or rather, the impact I have had on this planet, is undeniably correct. Only in this manner can a truly evolved, highly intelligent race come to fruition. Chapter 37. The Sovereign, the vast, cerulean ocean stretches endlessly. Waves crash and spray into the air. Within the ocean, which occupies 2/3 of the planet's surface, countless forms of life exist. This realm is one that Guo Sen has not yet had the opportunity to explore. However, he harbors no particular desire to investigate the peculiar and unsightly creatures that may inhabit this immense expanse. His purpose has always been clear: to nurture the existence of intelligent beings. This was the very essence of his endeavor when he created and cultivated life. Now, whether among the lizard people or the White Wolf clan, both have already begun to show the nascent signs of a Stone Age civilization. This budding potential will gradually flourish with time, branching out and growing into a towering tree. Yet, it may also fade away within the dense foliage, becoming mere dust of history. Guo Sen gazed upon the continent inhabited by the lizard people and the White Wolf clan, hopeful that they would eventually evolve into the beings he envisioned. However, he resolved not to intervene any further. Constantly playing the role of a caretaker would not yield the desired results. Indulging a child can lead to the emergence of a wayward progeny. Such is the nature of things. They must be allowed to develop at their own pace and explore independently, rather than relying on Guo Sen's guidance and intervention for everything. Just as a child must crawl before they walk, Guo Sen's role has merely been to shorten that process. He lifted his gaze to the distant crimson star, unchanged through the ages, while the great dumpling nearby obediently orbited him. Occasionally, a shooting star would streak across the sky, only to vanish into the vastness of space. As Guo Sen contemplated the boundless cosmos and the monumental arms of galaxies reminiscent of the Milky Way, he was suddenly reminded of Earth. Before his rebirth on this planet, he had been an ordinary human. How many years had passed since then? What galaxy is this? What has become of Earth? Have its inhabitants evolved into beings with advanced technology capable of interstellar travel? Have they discovered this planet, rich with an atmosphere, water, and life? Yet, all of this remains mere speculation. Guo Sen could ascertain but one truth: he was not on Earth, nor in the solar system. Sighing, he decided to turn his attention inward, recognizing that this journey was merely in its nascent stages. He summoned his resolve. Across the globe lie 9 landmasses, and he had only encountered 2. Perhaps the remaining 7 held promise. As for the oceans, Guo Sen held no faint hope of encountering any highly intelligent beings within their depths. To be candid, he had once indulged in such fantasies. Could there truly exist a civilization akin to Atlantis, as depicted in Earth's mythos? The ocean, shrouded in mystery, posed a greater challenge for exploration than land. Even as a sphere himself, unless one were to meticulously examine every inch, the secrets of the deep remained elusive. Before his encounter with the lizardmen, he had dived into both shallow and deep waters, only to find the inhabitants there, ugly creatures with volatile temperaments, besides the turtle dragon, which at least resembled a recognizable organism. In the ocean, survival offered no opportunity for the evolution of intellect. All energy was likely expended on camouflage, speed, and reproductive prowess, skills essential for existence in a merciless world. Even if a creature were to evolve a significantly large brain, it would likely soon become an amphibian. Could it be that the lizardmen had emerged in such a manner? Guo Sen recalled that the territory of those beings was indeed not far from the ocean. Yet, this remained merely conjecture. Therefore, he dismissed the notion of intelligent life thriving in the ocean. As Guo Sen pondered the prospect of exploring other landmasses, a thought struck him. In the past, to cultivate unicellular and multicellular organisms, he had constructed 2 saline lakes as incubators. The first saline lake was established near the site where the filthy snowball meteorite had landed, but during the conflict with the green gaseous planet over the dumpling satellite, a tsunami had inadvertently obliterated it. The second saline lake was built within a multi-meteorite crater, approximately 10 kilometers from the ocean, and served as the cradle for his multicellular creations, flourishing with vegetation as a result. Guo Sen surmised that he might never locate the first saline lake. Yet he was eager to see if the second one still existed. He recalled that to prevent tsunamis or other unforeseen events, he had constructed a rock wall over 10 meters high around the saline lake. Now, that very wall served as a landmark for his search. He commenced a meticulous scan along the edges of the various landmasses. Here, there were no lakes, just a rock wall. There, only a ring of rocks encircled a completely dry expanse. As he scanned through one landmass after another, he discovered that the lakes were either too large, too small, or even freshwater lakes situated far from the ocean. None bore any resemblance to his memories. Puzzled, he wondered where the saline lake could have possibly vanished. Although I once divided the entire landmass into 9 parts, it seems implausible that I could completely lose track of the saline lake. Surely, there must be at least a trace remaining, given the lake's considerable size. Yet, after surveying the 9 landmasses, there remains no sign of the lake. It is indeed perplexing. I cannot fathom how it could vanish so completely. There is a prominent ring of rocks that serves as a landmark, after all. With lingering doubts, I shifted my gaze to the islands at the edge of the land. These islands were created haphazardly, fragments of land designed to foster unique environments. The larger islands are nearly one-tenth the size of the smallest land masses, while the smaller ones boast diameters of almost several dozen kilometers. Frankly, I cannot count how many islands exist on this planet, especially with hundreds of volcanic islands interspersed among them. Could it be that the lake lies here? I searched meticulously and then, wait a moment, that shape. I spotted an island of particularly peculiar formation. While it is referred to as an island, it is more accurately described as an unusual cluster of rocks. This rocky formation consists of stones several meters wide, rising only a few meters above sea level, almost barren of any vegetation, evoking a sense of desolation. Closer to the inner side, there lies a beach approximately 10 meters wide. It is only a few kilometers from the nearest land, quite close indeed. The several-meter-wide rocks are interconnected, with arcs that create significant portions of the sea's surface, leaving only a narrow waterway connecting to the ocean. As I carefully compared the shape of the saline lake in my memory to this formation, the resemblance was striking. Could this be the location? Just then, I suddenly observed a group of green, translucent figures emerging from the waves, crawling onto the beach beside the rocky formation. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your enduring encouragement and support. Thank you to everyone who has offered rewards, cast votes, left messages, and those who have quietly read along. As a humble writer, I am genuinely moved. Throughout the writing of this book, I have endeavored to refine it, striving to transform it into a work that is truly commendable. Although I am aware there are many aspects that may fall short of satisfaction, I hope to convey the story I wish to tell, allowing readers to envision the gradually unfolding world within the text. Some have begun to urge for updates. Yet I find myself engrossed in revisions, having rewritten certain sections 4 times, can you believe it? Coupled with other commitments that have hindered my writing over the past few days. My stock of completed chapters is quite limited. I have decided to post 3 updates this Sunday. The recommendation period is of paramount importance, as it influences many factors. If the reception is favorable, it could lead to further opportunities for recommendations. Should more readers join us, we might even consider establishing a reader group. Although the last attempt resulted in a rather awkward gathering of just a few people. As for the concerns surrounding the eunuch issue that everyone often frets over, I understand the apprehension, especially since we had previously encountered a eunuch. However, having resolved to return to writing, I am determined to see this through to completion. The outline for the beginning, middle, and end has been meticulously drafted. What remains is to enrich the finer details. So, please rest assured that there will be no interruptions and updates. Regarding additional chapters, I shall devise a set of rules over the weekend and will inform everyone accordingly. So there is no need for impatience. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your support and encouragement. Chapter 38, Paradox. Guo Sen was filled with exhilaration. Upon witnessing a group of green creatures ascend from the water, his immediate thought was whether these beings might resemble humanoid life forms. What if, initially, he held little hope for the evolution of intelligent beings in the ocean, yet upon encountering this new life, a sense of anticipation surged within him. Even a loud exclamation of delight would suffice. Though they might appear somewhat grotesque, he could accept that. After all, he too had struggled to accept the initial sight of the lizard-like beings. With boundless curiosity, he immediately lowered his gaze. To his astonishment, his heart raced as he beheld the true visage of the green entities. He quickly raised his gaze again, exclaiming in disbelief. Their bodies resembled gargantuan slugs magnified 100-fold, with a greenish, semi-transparent exterior concealing robust, black, jointed legs, 6 pairs in total. Their small, bean-like eyes seemed almost non-existent. Scattered across a gaping, purple maw, these were decidedly not intelligent, humanoid beings. They were a grotesque congregation of insects. Guo Sen now harbored grave doubts about the state of his planet, pondering how such repugnant creatures could exist. Yet, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity regarding these beings. Where had he seen them before? The insects dispersed shortly after emerging onto the shore, burrowing into the sand. They writhed incessantly, excavating the grains until their unwieldy, foolish bodies could fit entirely within the hollow they had created. Subsequently, pairs of insects entered the burrows, and indescribable sounds emanated from within. As Guo Sen listened to the oddly familiar sounds of amorous activity, a recollection struck him. These revolting insects were the very peculiar aquatic creatures he had stumbled upon during an earlier exploration of terrestrial life. He recalled that those insects had similarly gathered on the beach, burrowing and engaging in indescribable activities. Yet, upon further reflection, he found it curious. These insects appeared unchanged compared to his memories. If anything, they bore no signs of evolution whatsoever. This was perplexing, given the passage of time, during which the land had transitioned from a dominion of moss and insects to an era populated by flowering plants and primitive humanoids. How could they remain so static in their evolution? One must consider the dangers of the ocean. How could such foolish creatures evade extinction? Even unicellular organisms undergo evolution. Do they not? What has become of you? Guo Sen's mind was plagued by a multitude of questions. He perceived that this enormous creature was shrouded in mystery. It possessed traits that one would not expect from an insect, burrowing tunnels, engaging in what seemed to be courtship rituals. Such peculiarities were inherently abnormal. In Guo Sen's recollection, such creatures should not exist on Earth. Could it be that this entity was not an insect, but rather an animal? It was bewildering. Should he capture one for a closer examination? An unsettling feeling nagged at him. Why was he fixating on this? Intelligent beings ought to be the primary focus. Let the other grotesque creatures on this sphere fend for themselves. However, to preserve the ecological balance, Guo Sen could not easily eradicate a repugnant creature outright. With a sigh, he resolved to limit his visits to this cradle of life that had birthed everything, to return to his roots, subtly adjusting the landscapes of various lands, while also searching for intelligent beings. At that moment, waves splashed onto the shore, suddenly bringing with them a group of creatures shimmering with silvery light. Fish, Guo Sen wondered. Upon closer inspection of these beings, his heart skipped a beat. This group possessed arms. Initially, he thought there was a flaw in his visual perception, but upon further scrutiny, he confirmed that they indeed had arms. These creatures stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, their bodies covered in silver scales, seemingly coated with a layer of translucent mucus. Their heads resembled flattened fish heads, with mouths dominating the majority of their craniums, lined with countless sharp teeth that opened and closed rhythmically. A pair of dazed, round eyes sat just above the breathing holes on their mouths, their spacing alarmingly close. Their human-like arms were restless, trembling with each step they took forward. Their hands bore 3 fingers, connected by a thick layer of membrane. Guo Sen felt as if someone had combined human and fish genetics to create this monstrosity. From a distance, they resembled a large fish with arms. Compared to the lizard-like beings, the similarity was striking, one a fusion of human and lizard, the other a blend of human and fish. Were they to be called fishmen, or perhaps fish monsters? Guo Sen shook his head, suddenly realizing that these humanoid creatures might have merely evolved into this form by chance, perhaps lacking the intelligence of those charming lizard people. Their evolution seemed a grotesque misunderstanding. These silvery fish monsters were not merely cast ashore by happenstance. Guo Sen discerned that they were carnivorous beings. As for their prey, he needed not speculate, for his gaze fell upon the large insects engaged in their peculiar rituals within their burrows. Sure enough, the fish monsters swiftly congregated at the shoreline, stealthily advancing towards the holes. Contrary to Guo Sen's expectations, these creatures were not the savage, mindless beings that would recklessly pounce on the insects to tear them apart. Instead, they adopted an alternate strategy. They began to refill the sand that the insects had excavated from their tunnels. This tactic proved immediately effective, as the large worms soon ceased their movements and hastily excavated themselves from their burrows. The fish monsters had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Lurking nearby, they swiftly revealed their formidable, tooth-filled jaws and seized the heads of the large worms. The air was filled with anguished cries as black ichor erupted from the green creatures' heads, even staining the faces of the fish monsters. However, they possessed no means of counterattack. The fortunate worms that narrowly escaped capture frantically burrowed into the sea. Yet the sheer number of fish monsters was overwhelming. One after another, the large worms fell victim to the relentless onslaught, and Guo Sen, witnessing this feast belonging to the fish monsters, was suddenly reminded of the last time he encountered the worms, where they too had been decimated by a group of irregularly shaped predators. The process had been nearly identical. Yet, upon reflection, this seemed somewhat implausible. How could such weak creatures as the large worms have survived until now? They did not possess camouflage, lacked speed, and could not even expel venom. Throughout the ages, they had shown no signs of evolution. In this merciless ocean of survival of the fittest, their very existence was a paradox. Moreover, Guo Sen recalled that during his last visit to the coastal waters, he had not observed the presence of the large worms in the sea. This was indeed peculiar. At that moment, Guo Sen spotted several large worms that had evaded capture, dashing into the ocean. The waves engulfed them, and he quickly followed their trajectory, submerging himself in the water. However, an immense shadow suddenly loomed before him. Chapter 39. The mystery. The shadow, as large as a small mountain, was adorned with a shell as hard as rock, a striking sight. Guo Sen adjusted his gaze and realized that this was an old acquaintance he had encountered many times before, the ancient giant rock fish. He had given this colossal, terrifying creature such an unrefined name. How many times had he seen it now? Guo Sen could scarcely remember. This creature, like the large worms, was also an organism that had not evolved over millennia. However, in contrast, it had managed to establish itself as the ruler of the sea without the need for evolution. standing in stark contrast to the feeble worms. Speaking of the large worms, Guo Sen searched the waters for their pale green forms. To his dismay, only 4 remained. Truly a pitiful sight. Yet, he wondered, how many offspring could these 4 produce? He was curious to see if their survival secret involved laying hundreds of thousands of eggs at once. Suddenly, a powerful current surged through the water, and Guo Sen observed the ancient giant fish opening its massive jaws. Those few large worms, along with a chaotic assortment of debris, were drawn into its gaping maw. They were truly annihilated. Guo Sen felt a sense of sorrow for the existence of such foolish creatures. Their insatiable allure, enticing all who encountered them, was indeed a mystery as to why they had yet to face extinction. However, he pondered, could it be that they were genuinely delectable? Did they possess a flavor akin to chicken, with a satisfying crunch? Were they exceptionally high in protein? With these questions lingering in his mind, Guo Sen continued to gaze at the ancient giant rock fish. Its existence, too, was an enigma. Logically speaking, given the immense size of dozens of blue whales, they require a substantial amount of energy to sustain themselves, and their digestive systems must be remarkably efficient. To grow to such proportions, they must constantly engage in feeding. This presents a nearly fatal flaw. It is indeed miraculous that, in light of their voracious appetites, there has not been a mass extinction of marine life. Are all sea creatures akin to a super gorilla force? Or is it that the ancient colossal fish are exceedingly rare? According to the trends of evolution, one would expect such beings to diminish in size over time. However, they remain unchanged, much like the great insects, for centuries. Guo Sen found himself deep in thought. Whether it be this creature or the great insects, both defy conventional understanding. This is more perplexing than the existence of lizard men or the white wolf tribe. At that moment, the ancient colossal fish suddenly expelled a jet of water and plunged into the deeper ocean. What? Guo Sen was left speechless. Did you just eat a few great insects and swim away? There's a plethora of fish monsters on the shore. Aren't they delectable? Are you out of your mind? The fish monsters may be unattractive, but they appear quite succulent. What are you thinking? Guo Sen was utterly baffled by the creature's behavior. Why not wait for the fish monsters to descend and seize the opportunity? Could it be that the fish monsters are toxic? That can't be right. The last time he saw the ancient colossal fish, it consumed what looked like an extremely toxic great insect without any ill effect. Both scenarios were utterly confounding. Guo Sen shifted his gaze above the water's surface and noticed that the fish monsters had devoured every last great insect and were preparing to return to the ocean. This was a quintessentially natural scene of the weak being devoured by the strong, yet Guo Sen felt that something was amiss. The great insects, shrouded in mystery, alongside the excessively massive ancient colossal fish. Excessively massive? Guo Sen suddenly discerned a problem. This rocky reef had only a small opening for entry, not even 20 meters wide. Yet that enormous fish was at least 50 meters in width. Could it be that this giant fish has resided here since birth? That seemed implausible. The area was far too small. Surely, all the creatures combined wouldn't provide enough sustenance for the giant fish for even a day? Guo Sen hastily submerged his gaze back into the ocean. In this expanse of several hundred square kilometers, locating such a behemoth should not be overly challenging. The immense fish, akin to an orange in a swimming pool, should be relatively easy to identify. Furthermore, with the fish's slow swimming speed, one would think it would be simple to find. Yet, there was none here, nor anywhere else. The entire water body yielded no trace of the colossal fish. Guo Sen, in disbelief, searched once more. However, apart from various marine insects, fish, and indescribable creatures, he found no sign of the ancient colossal fish. Certainly, he did not spot a single great insect either. Another enigma had arisen. He circled the outer edge of the reef, yet still found nothing. How strange, exceedingly strange indeed. Guo Sen found himself in a state of perplexity, pondering the reasons behind such occurrences. Had he perhaps overlooked something? With a mere thought, the waters within the vast expanse of the reef surged skyward, while simultaneously, he prevented the encroaching sea from flooding in. However, this action unveiled several hundred square kilometers of seabed, illuminated by the radiant light of the stars. Each minute detail visible with pristine clarity. Guo Sen refrained from inspecting the water. Instead, his gaze fell upon an immense cavern, the size of which could easily accommodate a colossal primordial rockfish. As he drew closer, it became evident that the cave's walls appeared as though they had been meticulously carved by some entity, their smooth surfaces suggesting a natural origin rather than the work of a mere fish. Yet, Guo Sen's recollections of creating the saltwater lake did not include such formations. Even if that gigantic fish had indeed fashioned this cavern, what purpose could it serve? Was it merely to feast upon a few large worms? Was that truly necessary? The growing number of enigmas left Guo Sen increasingly bewildered. After restoring the seawater, he resolved to temporarily set this mystery aside. In the vast ocean, the search for the massive fish proved futile, lacking any discernible markers. Moreover, even if he were to find it, what then? The focus seemed misplaced. He ought to redirect his fervor towards intelligent life. With this thought, Guo Sen swiftly shifted his gaze towards the nearby landmass, situated at a notably low latitude. This land was the most densely forested and level among the 9 territories, yet surprisingly high in elevation, with a vast snow-covered plateau at its center. This elevation contributed to an abundance of water sources, as numerous rivers coursed through the landscape, weaving intricate networks within the endless expanse of forest. Guo Sen marveled at the realm of trees and water. While he was uncertain about the existence of intelligent beings here, at the very least, a plethora of animals, insects, and fish undoubtedly thrived in this environment. The complexity of life was vividly on display. But did intelligent life truly exist? Guo Sen resolved to investigate further. However, the forest proved dauntingly vast. Each plant seemed to vie for space, competing for even the slightest sliver of light and nutrients. They had even claimed the beaches, extending across considerable distances into the coastal waters. Guo Sen felt this was rather challenging. Perhaps he should first explore the small plateau at the origin of the rivers? Just as he contemplated shifting his focus, he suddenly noticed something darting through the thicket near the shore. Was it something? Guo Sen quickly magnified his vision. A human? It resembled humanity. Upon observing the nearly identical features to Earthlings, he could not suppress an exclamation of surprise. Chapter 40. Pets. There was no doubt. It was a human face. Possessing a remarkable memory, Guo Sen, despite having transformed over countless millennia on this planet, could still vividly recall what it meant to be human. Before Guo Sen stood a creature bearing a face remarkably akin to that of a human, yet adorned with an exuberant coat of fur, long and shaggy. Its body was similarly cloaked in a dense layer of black hair, and its overall stature was strikingly diminutive, merely around 1 meter and 30 centimeters in height. In both its limbs and visage, it resembled a human draped in pelage. Darwin posited that humanity gradually evolved from apes. Could these beings, resembling neither human nor monkey, indeed be the fabled apes of legend? Guo Sen observed as more than 20 of these black apes swaggered from the low shrubs along the coast, plucking unknown fruits from the trees while chattering away as though engaged in conversation, further solidifying his conjecture. However, their carefree antics, swinging both above and below the trees, consisted predominantly of hastily consuming the fruits they gathered while indulging in playful banter, exuding an air of leisure. Guo Sen furrowed his non-existent brow. This seemed amiss. Regardless of their nature, apes would utilize tools and possess at least the rudiments of a society. Yet, apart from their human-like faces, these creatures exhibited behaviors entirely reminiscent of monkeys. Guo Sen resolved to observe them further. At the very least, he needed to investigate the forest for any signs of habitation or usable tools. The black apes occasionally discarded the remnants of their fruits into the sea, which were swiftly consumed by a silvery entity. Guo Sen suddenly felt a flicker of recognition. He quickly focused his gaze upon the water and soon identified the creature. It was a fish monster. He found himself momentarily bewildered. What was this? A fish monster consuming fruit. Was it omnivorous? Hadn't they been carnivorous? The black apes also took note of the fish monster, appearing quite familiar with it, and resumed their plucking of fruits, tossing them into the water as if to feed it. The fish monsters eagerly gathered near the surface, clustering together without any intent to assault the shore. Guo Sen chuckled silently. The scene bore a striking resemblance to a human feeding fish. Was it possible that the fish monsters were pets of the black apes? How amusing. After a while, the group of black apes seemed to have satisfied their hunger, suddenly congregating, ceasing their feeding, while the fish monsters vanished beneath the waves. Guo Sen narrowed his gaze, suspecting they were about to embark on a collective journey. However, to his astonishment, these creatures abruptly began to applaud for love. Guo Sen was taken aback, never anticipating such a turn of events. Was it true that a full stomach spurs desire? How realistic. No wonder their actions while consuming the fruits had been so deliberate. He sighed inwardly. 5 minutes later, their activities concluded. Guo Sen's wait had not been excessively long. Surely now they would tend to more pressing matters? Yet, they appeared to crave more, engaging in a second round. Guo Sen was truly exasperated. Why, in broad daylight? Must they indulge in such antics? Could they not merely return to their tribe? Was the wilderness so enchanting? Or was it more appealing to partake in such activities as a large group? Guo Sen suddenly felt a pang of concern for the future of these black apes. Would they perpetuate such behaviors for generations to come? With a critical eye, he observed for 5 minutes from various angles, contemplating the extent of their potential degradation. After this episode, the black apes finally appeared fatigued. They trudged forward, each burdened with a pile of fruit, making their way deeper into the forest. Guo Sen's gaze followed closely behind. What awaited them back at their tribe? His curiosity piqued. If there were even a hint of a Stone Age civilization budding, he would lead them swiftly towards enlightenment, placing them at the forefront of global civilization. This aspiration was, in fact, a fervent obsession for Guo Sen. He felt a natural affinity towards these creatures with simian heads, far more than to those with lizard or wolf-like craniums. They bore a striking resemblance to humanity, which was a significant advantage. The black apes navigated through the dense forest with ease, covering distances of over 100 meters effortlessly, as Guo Sen trailed behind them. He took the opportunity to closely examine the humid forest, discovering it to be a veritable treasure trove of flora and fauna. Among trees of myriad hues, there existed a plethora of grasses, mosses, and ferns, along with numerous plants adorned with splendidly colorful blossoms. These plants also provided habitats for various insects. Rather than lingering to admire these wonders, Guo Sen continued to follow the black apes deeper into the woods. After a while, they gradually slowed their pace, and Guo Sen expanded his view, finally spotting what resembled a settlement. Unlike the previous two, this tribe appeared to have been established among the trees. It was a civilization resting upon a small hillock. Between the towering trees, simple huts made from branches and wooden stakes were erected, looking exceedingly rudimentary yet exuding an ancient charm. The apes approached a clearing between the huts and came to a halt. Guo Sen's anticipation grew. He thought, "Let me see what your civilization has become, my dear apes." At that moment, a group of large, red-haired apes resembling gorillas descended from the huts, gathering in the clearing. Guo Sen was taken aback by this unexpected development. Were there different species? Or did the black apes transform into these red-haired ones upon maturity? This seemed implausible, as the black apes had already demonstrated their adulthood by applauding in affection. Moreover, the appearance of the red-haired apes was more ferocious, resembling monkeys or gorillas, with skeletal structures that could easily outweigh 3 or 4 of the black apes. This was indeed perplexing. The subsequent actions of the black apes only deepened Guo Sen's confusion. They respectfully piled their fruits into a small mound, then chattered amongst themselves as they huddled in a corner of the clearing, all with their heads bowed. The red-haired ape swaggered over to the mound of fruit and began to indulge in an extravagant feast. Soon, the fruits were devoured to the point of near extinction. And what transpired next left Guo Sen utterly astounded. 2 clearly unsatiated red-haired apes approached the group of ordinary apes with a sweeping motion, each seizing one and constricting their throats. With a powerful grip, the 2 black apes swiftly succumbed to their demise. Astonishingly, the red-haired apes then proceeded to gnaw on the corpses of the black apes. Their actions quickly attracted other red-haired apes, who eagerly joined in the fray for sustenance. The clearing soon descended into chaos, as the red-haired apes relentlessly tore at one another, even resorting to a brutish exchange of punches and kicks. Meanwhile, the surviving black apes remained motionless in the corners, resembling puppets. Guo Sen suddenly grasped the nature of their relationship, that of master and pet. This was a profoundly primitive dynamic, a stark illustration of the master-pet relationship. The red-haired apes had tamed the black apes, sending them to forage for fruit, thus evading the dangers they might encounter themselves. Yet, when food became scarce, the first thought that crossed the minds of the red-haired apes was to select a sacrifice from among the black apes to satiate their hunger. The black apes did not even dare to flee. In this scenario, they existed in a state that could scarcely be considered civilized, lacking tools and fire. Their existence was defined solely by this rudimentary system of domestication. It was tragic. This was not the civilization Guo Sen had envisioned, nor did he possess any means to intervene. Not to mention, the divine presence was absent from either side, leaving these creatures to remain in the most primitive state of existence. As Guo Sen gazed at the crude structures in the trees, barely sufficient to shield against a gentle breeze or light rain, his initial enthusiasm was utterly extinguished by this harsh reality. He concluded that this group of apes had no potential for evolution toward civilization. The red-haired apes relied on the labor of the black apes for sustenance, while the black apes appeared content with their lot, offering no resistance, not even when faced with the threat of being consumed. Guo Sen sighed inwardly. Compared to the lizard folk who crafted shields and stone spears, these creatures were utterly unqualified for comparison. The more advanced white wolf tribe was beyond their reach. These beings, with heads resembling ordinary humans, would surely be swiftly eliminated in the tides of evolution. Guo Sen raised his gaze to the canopy above the forest. What began as hope had now dissipated into futility. Initially believing the black apes to be sentient beings capable of treating fish monsters as pets, he was disillusioned to discover they too were mere pets of the red-haired apes. This perplexing chain of pethood was utterly confounding. Each creature in this chain lacked the qualifications to claim dominion over this land in the future. At least, that was the case for now. Guo Sen surveyed his surroundings. As far as the eye could see, vegetation dominated the landscape. He lifted his gaze to the distant rising plateau, shrouded in mist, adorned with snow. and its peaks towering into the clouds. This place was indeed splendid, far superior to the chaotic rocky outcrops of the lizard folk or the grasslands of the white wolf tribe. Yet, the intelligent life here seemed more primitive. Guo Sen suddenly pondered whether it was the abundance of food that hindered the evolution of species. Consider, for instance, the lizard folk who risked their lives to hunt for meat, and the white wolf clan, nearly annihilated by the black wolf clan, both facing far graver challenges than the red-haired apes. In this vast and boundless forest, the fruit-gathering red-haired apes likely encounter little difficulty in obtaining sustenance. Without the pressure of survival, it seems improbable for them to evolve. Having come to this realization, Guo Sen shifted his gaze away and headed towards the central plateau of the land. There was no need to squander any more time here. Even if time held little value, he arrived at the base of the mountains at the forest's edge, only to discover that he had not meticulously sculpted the terrain. The junction between the plateau and the plain formed an almost 90-degree angle, an incredibly steep rock face that utterly severed the expansive plateau from the forested plain. Countless magnificent waterfalls cascaded from the cliffs above, creating tumultuous waves and a deafening mist. At the cliff's base lay sparse clusters of low shrubs and a profusion of moss, accompanied by an innumerable array of colossal boulders. Guo Sen surveyed the area but found no signs of caves or any obvious man-made structures. If there were none here, could they possibly exist atop the plateau? He raised his gaze and felt the elevation difference between the plateau and the plain, which appeared to be at least 100 meters. It seemed he had not given sufficient thought to the terrain he had created. Perhaps he should consider forming some gentle slopes or lowering the plateau as a whole. He had an inkling that this isolated land might harbor unexpected forms of life. Deciding against any adjustments for the moment, Guo Sen proceeded with anticipation into the depths of the plateau. The periphery seemed to represent the lowest altitude of the plateau, with the elevation gradually rising as he ventured deeper. The scenery transitioned from forest to thickets, and from thickets to an expansive grassland. Like capillaries, numerous shimmering rivers meandered through the landscape, dividing it into countless segments. Within these rivers lay islands, and on those islands flowed more rivers, creating unique vistas. As Guo Sen admired the beauty around him, he meticulously searched for any signs of human influence. However, apart from the flora, the presence of fauna was alarmingly scarce. Moreover, as he ascended to higher altitudes, the biological diversity dwindled even further. Could it be that his previous alterations to the terrain had inadvertently disrupted the entire ecosystem? With growing disappointment, Guo Sen contemplated the vastness of the plateau. It would indeed be a lamentable situation if no intelligent life forms had evolved in such a grand expanse. Feeling a touch of ennui, he redirected his gaze toward a steep mountain nearby, where he had just glimpsed a small creature flitting about. Drawing closer, the diminutive being concealed among the blue wild grasses magnified severalfold in his view. It resembled a cat but possessed upright ears akin to those of a rabbit. Unlike the felines on Earth, this creature possesses an exceedingly short tail and remarkably developed forelimbs, brimming with robust muscle. Its gait is marked by a dignified movement of all four limbs. Cloaked in a bluish-green coat, it masterfully conceals its petite form amidst the grasslands. However, Guo Sen noted with astonishment that, despite its formidable appearance, it is herbivorous and is currently engaged in incessantly chewing on the blue grass. He couldn't help but wonder how it seemed that the beings on this planet had undergone a genetic fusion with those on Earth, which struck him as rather peculiar. Not far behind the rabbit-eared cat, there lies a circular burrow, shrouded by the surrounding wild grasses, showcasing its adeptness at concealment. Yet, several small heads protrude from within, resembling fledglings eagerly awaiting nourishment, their mouths agape in anticipation. Guo Sen found himself at a loss. Was the grass not directly beside them? Were they truly that foolish? He then observed that the large rabbit-eared cat soon returned, regurgitating the blue grass onto the ground, and with an open mouth, a stream of blue liquid flowed forth, directly nourishing the little creatures. Guo Sen felt exasperated. Such inefficiency was astounding. By indulging these young ones, what would become of them in the future? If something were to happen to you, would these little ones perish from hunger? How had you managed to survive until now? At that moment, the long ears of the rabbit-eared cat twitched, and Guo Sen, too, sensed the sound it had detected. A series of crisp, rhythmic sounds echoed from the steep mountainside. The rabbit-eared cat retreated into its burrow, while Guo Sen directed his gaze towards the source of the noise. Soon, he discerned an anomaly, a cave from which the sounds emanated. As he peered inside, he was met with an astonishing sight. In Chapter 42, titled A World Apart, Guo Sen found himself captivated by the unexpected spectacle before him. Nearly 100 diminutive humanoid creatures were fervently striking stones with tools. The cave was brilliantly illuminated by torches, seemingly crafted from wood and affixed to the rock walls, casting a warm glow over the expansive space. This allowed Guo Sen to scrutinize the countenance of these industrious beings more closely. His intrigue deepened as he observed these hominids. Apart from their facial hair, their bodies bore remarkably sparse hair, revealing their light brown skin. Their muscular physiques were strikingly defined, with barrel-like waists adorned in blue fur. They possessed facial features reminiscent of humans, albeit with higher cheekbones, upward-facing nostrils, and untamed beards, giving them a rugged appearance. Their hands and toes, each with 5 digits, appeared quite dexterous, particularly in their grip on the fruits. As for tails, Guo Sen examined closely and found none. Ah, what a revelation! Guo Sen gazed upon these beings, nearly indistinguishable from humans of Earth, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he exhaled inwardly. These creatures epitomized the ideal primitive man. Compared to this, the chaotic assortment of black-haired and red-haired beings beneath the plateau is quite perplexing. However, there are certainly drawbacks. This group of humanoids appears to be somewhat diminutive in stature. Guo Sen estimated their height to be around 1.20 meters, and upon closer inspection, their physique indeed resembled that of individuals with short limbs. Guo Sen was filled with exhilaration. These were truly humanoid beings in the most authentic sense. In contrast to the wolf-like race with lizard heads and white fur, these individuals represented the quintessential primitive humans. In Guo Sen's subjective imagination, only beings resembling humans from Earth could rightfully be called people, while others ought to be referred to as humanoids. This perspective stemmed from his inherent bias as a former Earthling. Had he lived during the age of dinosaurs, he might have held a greater admiration for those lizard-like beings. Guo Sen felt a yearning to nurture the civilization of this race, to provide them with a unique opportunity. Henceforth, let us refer to them as dwarfs. Nevertheless, judging by the metallic tools in their possession, even without any intervention on his part, these dwarves were already vastly ahead of the two tribes. The possession of metal signifies mastery over fire, and with fire comes the certainty of consuming cooked food. Their weaponry would undoubtedly be formidable. A tribe capable of mining had already transcended the Stone Age by a considerable margin. To what extent could they advance? Guo Sen, brimming with curiosity, continued to observe. The dwarves exhibited a remarkably clear division of labor. Some were dedicated exclusively to mining, often working in pairs, wielding metal hammers and tools resembling chisels to cut and shatter the rock with impressive skill. Others were responsible for transporting the extracted ores, passing them from the depths of the cave to the exterior. Outside, a group of female dwarves sat clustered together, using small hammers to sift through a pile of ore. Guo Sen scrutinized the minerals and noted their overall reddish hue, the sound of their strikes resonating with a clear and melodious tone. The female dwarves were indeed selecting this particular stone. He recognized it without a doubt, hematite, as a crucial raw material for iron smelting. This, or typically yields iron of remarkably high quality. It appears that these dwarves have bypassed the Bronze Age and have directly embraced the Iron Age. This represents a significant leap in civilization. Iron, being harder and somewhat lighter than copper, allows for a broader array of tool-making applications. However, iron smelting necessitates more advanced technology, which is entirely distinct from that required for copper. Do the dwarves possess such expertise? Guo Sen's gaze began to wander, meticulously scanning the surroundings. Soon, he caught sight of a large riverbank not far from his location, where a plume of thick smoke had just begun to rise. Narrowing his focus, he observed elongated objects emitting smoke and flames, surrounded by dwarves who were busily moving and transporting various items. The elongated cylindrical object appears to be crafted from a clay-like substance, with an opening on the side of its base, where charcoal is actively ignited. Several dwarves are wielding peculiar bellows, continuously supplying air into the furnace. Meanwhile, a crimson residue is seeping out from a fissure at the rear. Undoubtedly, this is a high furnace for smelting iron. Guo Sen marveled at the dwarves' formidable metallurgical skills. How many times had this seemingly intricate furnace been refined by them? After a while, the dwarves swung their hammers, shattering the furnace. The dwarves who had been waiting by the furnace used a large iron tool, resembling a shovel, to extract a glowing, red-hot object from within. Subsequently, they placed it beside a slightly flat boulder into a smaller furnace. Beside the boulder, two dwarves stood ready with hammers and chisels. Guo Sen nodded, recognizing that the forging process was about to commence. As anticipated, the large piece of crimson iron soon ignited into a white-hot state. And after being placed on the boulder and divided into two pieces with chisels, the two dwarves immediately began to wield their hammers. Sparks flew. The dwarves who had previously fanned the high furnace also came over to provide additional airflow. As the iron block oscillated between red and black in the interplay of the boulder and furnace, the black impurities on the surface were continuously hammered down, gradually transforming into strips, then slowly flattening. Guo Sen also noticed that the earlier workers began to gather new clay from the riverbank. shaping it into strips to craft a new furnace. Observing all of this, he found it hard to believe that the dwarves possessed such advanced smelting technology. This was vastly superior to the rudimentary methods he had taught the lizard folk. The dwarves' civilization far surpassed his expectations, significantly outpacing both the lizard folk and the white wolf tribe. On Guo Sen's planet, many civilizations had begun to experience considerable divergences. Was this a blessing or a curse? He could not determine at that moment. Guo Sen had initially intended to lend a biased hand to this dwarven civilization, but it seemed that such efforts were unnecessary. In terms of metallurgy alone, if left to their natural progression, the lizard folk and white wolf tribes could take a century or more to catch up. However, what of the dwarves' other capabilities? Guo Sen also observed that the population of the dwarves seemed quite substantial. Within that cave, including the female dwarves sifting for or outside, there were roughly 50 to 60 individuals, while the smelting facility by the river boasted nearly 50 more. This did not account for those responsible for transportation in between. Guo Sen conservatively estimated that this dwarven tribe possessed at least 200 laborers. What does this signify? To sustain these 200 laborers, there would need to be at least an equal number engaged in food acquisition, coupled with some children lacking significant labor capacity and logistical support personnel. This community likely exceeded 600 individuals. Unlike the extinct Black Wolf tribe, this 600 was tangible and substantial. The Black Wolf clan is characterized by its lethargy, yet possesses a remarkably high reproductive capability. Many of its members merely exist in a state of survival, compelled to attack the White Wolf clan in order to perpetuate their lineage. In contrast, the Dwarven tribe appears to have developed a productive capacity that aligns with their population growth. The disparity between the two concepts is profound, and the level of civilization is starkly different. As Guo Sen contemplated this, he shifted his gaze, eager to discern the circumstances within the Dwarven tribe and their methods of sustenance. In Chapter 43, Guo Sen effortlessly located a dense thicket near the upper reaches of the river, where a small group of 2 or 3 dozen dwarves was engaged in activity. Each individual wielded a windproof net woven from straw, diligently crawling on the ground to gather fruit. Upon closer inspection, Guo Sen noted that they were harvesting what appeared to be berries from a low shrub. These yellow-orange fruits, adorned with droplets of dew, were roughly the size of ping-pong balls, not insignificant by any means. Is this an orange? No, oranges do not grow at ground level, and moreover, according to probability, such a species would not exist on Earth. Guo Sen suddenly found himself intrigued by this fruit. Ever since acquiring the ability of divine intervention, he had yet to taste any fruit. Both the lizardmen and the White Wolf clan seemed to prefer meat, and he had not encountered any wild fruits in that realm. The golden yellow skin of the fruit gradually captivated Guo Sen's attention, igniting a desire within him that reached its zenith. Divine intervention. In an instant, Guo Sen found himself inhabiting the body of a dwarf in the corner, and at that moment, he swiftly stuffed a fruit into his mouth. It was sour. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a flavor. The tangy sensation expanded within his mouth, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Hey, what is wrong with you? A voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts, prompting Guo Sen to quickly turn and expel the fruit from his mouth. Using his ability to hurl the sour morsel several kilometers away, he glanced to the side, where a female dwarf was frowning at him. Oh, it's nothing. Just got pricked, Guo Sen replied, gesturing towards the nearby shrub. However, he was somewhat puzzled by the high-pitched tone of his voice and the peculiar feeling of having 2 additional attributes while lacking one. As he touched himself, he realized with a shock that he had unwittingly occupied the body of a female dwarf. Is that so? I thought you were foolishly eating a raw cedar fruit. That would be troublesome, the nearby female dwarf remarked, shaking her head before resuming her task. Guo Sen observed her stout fingers laboriously prying apart the thorny branches to harvest the fruit, his gaze sweeping over the group. It appeared that all of them were female dwarfs, specifically tasked with collecting this fruit. Guo Sen had not anticipated this twist of fate. Initially, he had no intention of inhabiting the body of a female dwarf. As a male, the sudden transformation into a woman stirred a tumult of excitement within him. I must critically engage in some activities now. His hands involuntarily began to work diligently. Don't just stand there. Don't you want to eat tonight? A robust female dwarf admonished him. Yes. Guo Sen promptly ceased his perilous actions, relinquishing his initial intentions. He discerned that the female dwarf was likely the overseer of this operation. It was surprising to realize that the dwarves exerted considerable effort to enhance productivity. Guo Sen attempted to pluck a fruit and placed it within his pouch. Naturally, in pursuit of an authentic harvesting experience, he inadvertently pricked his hands, resulting in 2 small wounds. It was said that this fruit was inedible. What then was its purpose? A sudden rumble echoed. causing Guo Sen to feel a tumultuous churn in his abdomen, as if a blade were twisting within. Waves of gas surged violently, soon settling in a position beneath and slightly behind his body. In an instant, Guo Sen dispelled his divine perception, raising his gaze. A cacophony reminiscent of a tractor being ignited reverberated from above. Alas, soaring through the skies. It was a close call. Guo Sen finally comprehended why the fruit known as kote was deemed unfit for consumption. It transformed one into a jet upon ingestion. He continued to elevate his gaze, as the sound following the tractor was overwhelmingly intoxicating, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, why bother harvesting if it could not be eaten? Was it perhaps intended for concocting a remedy for constipation? He had genuinely believed the fruit was edible, only to discover its unexpected effects. Shifting his focus, Guo Sen reasoned that if this fruit was not for consumption, there must surely be something edible among the beasts. The flesh provided by these creatures would significantly replenish the energy of the dwarves engaged in strenuous labor. What could advanced metallurgy yield? The answer was simple: formidable weaponry. Stronger and more resilient than copper, such was the might of iron. Crafting weapons? Swords and spears, perhaps, but most importantly, arrowheads and spear tips. When confronting beasts, these two forms of weaponry were indispensable. Given his current observations, the dwarves, whose stature was merely half that of a lizard man, would likely struggle to wield long spears, and their short, stout fingers posed a considerable limitation for archery. Thus, what means would they employ for hunting? Guo Sen commenced a thorough search. Before long, he spotted a small battalion of nearly 70 individuals. The objects adorning their bodies shimmered under the radiant light of the stars. Alarmingly close to these dwarves was a substantial number of rabbit-eared cats. Guo Sen had not anticipated that a herbivore, when faced with disturbance and peril, would instinctively choose to confront the threat. The rabbit-eared cats numbered over 100, all brandishing sharp claws, for bristling, and emitting fierce roars to intimidate the dwarves. Seemingly unwilling to retreat, standing their ground, Guo Sen was puzzled. From any angle, these creatures appeared to be carnivorous, yet they consumed grass. Turning his attention back to the dwarves, Guo Sen was astonished to discover that the glimmering objects they wore were, in fact, exceptionally polished hammers. These hammers, astonishingly, featured metal handles. This revelation was entirely unexpected. Hammers? Not bows, not guns, nor even swords? They certainly were not following the conventional path. What could these hammers possibly accomplish? Percussion instruments, perhaps? Guo Sen harbored countless grievances he wished to express to these dwarves, struggling to comprehend how these creatures, ostensibly endowed with profound intelligence, could possess such simplistic thoughts. He mused that as long as these rabbit-eared cats did not foolishly engage in close combat with the dwarves, it would be improbable for them to be vanquished by mere hammers. However, if hammers were indeed melee weapons, why then did they carry so many? As if in response to Guo Sen's musings, one of the dwarven hunters, adorned with an abundance of hammers, suddenly let out a furious roar. The others echoed his cries. In an instant, countless hammers soared into the sky. Astonishing, Guo Sen marveled at their swift and efficient throwing of hammers towards the rabbit-eared cats, tracing countless arcs in the air. The air was filled with the faint sounds of distress, as Guo Sen observed, to his utter astonishment, that the rabbit-eared cats, entirely unprepared for such a turn of events, were utterly decimated by the airborne projectiles. Only a handful managed to escape, as the sheer density of hammers proved overwhelming. This was indeed an unforeseen method of hunting. Chapter 44. Means of transportation. The dwarves divided into two teams, one tasked with retrieving the hammers, while the other focused on collecting their prey. Guo Sen noted, with a tinge of disappointment, that their efficiency was rather lacking. The rabbit-eared cats were not particularly diminutive creatures, nearly matching the dwarves in height and possessing robust physiques. At most, each dwarf could carry two back, but those laden with hammers struggled under their burdens. Their steps were notably heavy, and Guo Sen felt a pang of sympathy for them. It appeared these individuals were somewhat dim-witted, fully aware of their stout and short stature, yet choosing to capture such a multitude of rabbit-eared cats without devising any means of transport. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Guo Senior. These dwarves possessed formidable smelting skills and were adept at foraging for wild fruits and hunting beasts. Their civilization seemed to lack his intervention, but it appeared they were missing something essential. Yes, an effective means of transportation. Whether for transporting ores, returning foraged fruits to their tribe, or hauling hammers and prey post-hunt, they were deficient in one crucial element: transport carts. Their advancement appeared constrained by this singular limitation. Consider the possibilities. With the introduction of transport carts, they could save considerable manpower in moving ores, no longer burdened by the need to carry cumbersome loads back to their distant tribe. They would not be forced to return after capturing only a meager amount of prey. Instead, they could allocate more resources towards mining, gathering, and hunting. Their productivity would experience exponential growth. As he observed the hunters trudging back slowly with their quarry, Guo Sen began to contemplate the creation of a simple yet effective means of transportation. He resolved to seek out the dwarven tribe. After a considerable detour, he realized he had never visited their settlement and was uncertain of the conditions that awaited him there. After a brief search, Guo Sen discovered a cave nestled in the hillside of a small mountain towering several dozen meters high. This cave was situated nearly 20 meters above the ground, connected to the earth by a coarse, grass-woven rope. At the entrance stood a rather conspicuous dwarf, seemingly on guard. Could this be yet another mine? Guo Sen pondered, shifting his gaze into the cave. What lay within was a realm of wonder. Although the entrance measured only a little over 2 meters in diameter, the cavern expanded to nearly 1,000 square meters inside, prompting Guo Sen to recall the phrase hidden paradise. Within the cave resided a considerable number of primitive people, engaged in various activities, some seated while others reclined. Upon closer inspection, Guo Sen noted that the majority were frail women and children, likely relegated to this place for logistical support due to their ineffectiveness elsewhere. Not far from the entrance, a small side opening allowed smoke from a campfire to waft out. Indeed, this was their stronghold. Surprisingly, the dwarves had opted against constructing a wooden fence for walls. Instead, they had ingeniously utilized the natural rock formations and height as barriers for their abode. The advantages and disadvantages of this choice were evident. The benefit was that it posed a challenge for anyone other than themselves to ascend, while the drawback was that it was equally difficult for them to climb down. Before long, the hunting party returned. After gathering outside the cave, the children within emerged. These individuals, deemed less useful, wielded small metal knives and began the tasks of skinning and cutting. Unlike the lizard men, the dwarves, equipped with advanced tools, handled the skinning process with remarkable ease, swiftly removing the hides. Soon after, they commenced roasting the meat, even placing the previously observed fruit, known to cause digestive distress, upon the fire. Guo Sen then understood the earlier remark made by the dwarf woman regarding the consumption of raw food. As night fell, he observed the return of those by the riverside and within the mine, as well as the fruit gatherers. Upon careful counting, he realized there were barely 400 individuals, a significant discrepancy from his earlier estimations. The total amount of food dictated the population size, with so few game. It was evident that there was barely enough sustenance for this group of dwarves. Even if they were to expand their numbers, it would prove quite challenging. It appeared necessary to advise them on improving their rudimentary transportation methods. What of divine intervention? Guo Sen felt that every time it occurred, there were lingering repercussions. The host often fell into disarray once the possession ended, rendering it an unsatisfactory approach. What if, like the White Wolf tribe, he could control a corpse? Yet, he saw no indication that any dwarf was on the verge of death. They all appeared remarkably healthy. Alas, if only he could comprehend their speech, his efforts would not be so arduous. At that moment, the previously chaotic sounds of chattering suddenly coalesced into coherent logic and structure, allowing Guo Sen to understand their words. "Chief, I feel utterly exhausted, moving so many stones every day," one dwarf sighed, extending his short, stout hand, revealing a palm riddled with blisters. "We too share the same sentiment. The quantity of kotef fruit we bring back is woefully inadequate, leaving us to watch the remainder rot upon the trees." A female dwarf lamented. "Humph, are we not the most exhausted? After crafting our tools and weapons, we must carry their considerable weight back to the tribe. It is indeed we who bear the burden." The dwarven clan erupted into discord. Guo Sen was astounded. How could he suddenly comprehend their words? His abilities seemed remarkably potent. If only he had possessed such skills earlier, the divine intervention would have been unnecessary. Nevertheless, from the dialogues among the dwarves, Guo Sen discerned that they too recognized the current constraints they faced. If they did not overcome these obstacles, one day they would become the very straw that broke the civilization's back. "Chief, we cannot continue like this. We must devise a solution." The dwarves turned their gaze toward the most robust among them, seemingly awaiting his decision. However, the chief could only shake his head in resignation. "We have tried numerous methods, yet none have proven effective, have they?" The dwarves appeared to have contemplated solutions to their transportation dilemma but had reached an impasse. Guo Sen understood that, despite their considerable productivity, they remained at a rudimentary stage in craftsmanship and manufacturing. Thus, it was time for him to make his entrance. But how should he proceed? The answer was surprisingly straightforward: to construct a vehicle. Specifically, a rudimentary four-wheeled hand-pushed transport cart. It would serve as an enhanced version of a two-wheeled cart typically used for transporting cement blocks. While a two-wheeled cart posed significant challenges, a four-wheeled version could be constructed with merely 2 pairs of wheels and a flat platform, making it comparatively easier to produce. So, How could he convey the method of vehicle construction to the dwarfs? Divine intervention? Control? Or perhaps a new approach? With his newfound ability to understand the dwarves' conversations, he felt a renewed confidence in his capabilities. Since he could seemingly accomplish anything, why not give it a try? Shifting his gaze away from the cave, Guo Sen descended to the base of the cliff. He concentrated his mental energy, manipulating the fragmented rocks at the base, levitating them into the air. Moments later, those fragments disintegrated into powder, swirling in the air before coalescing into shape. Chapter 45. The construction of the vehicle, a tempest arose, enveloping the sky in a shroud of ominous clouds, with thunder rolling and lightning dancing like silver serpents. The once clear sky suddenly descended into a realm of chaos. Bolts of lightning struck the ground at the cliff's base, causing the dwarves, who had just awakened in the cave, to huddle closely together in the deepest recesses of their refuge. After a while, the thunder gradually subsided, and the light outside began to soften. The trembling dwarves, now driven by curiosity, peered out from their cave. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a cascade of radiant light, one beam of which illuminated the cliff's base. The dwarves were astonished by this bizarre phenomenon, feeling an overwhelming curiosity about the object bathed in that light. We should venture down together to investigate. That appears to be some kind of extraordinary stone. The dwarf leader, wise and experienced, found himself unable to discern the peculiar object resembling a rock. Leading his companions, they descended the rope to the base of the cliff. Hundreds of them held their breath, fixated on the strange shape that was nearly identical in height to themselves. My people, the rock suddenly emitted an ancient voice and slowly opened its eyes. The dwarves, terrified, collapsed to the ground, some even weeping. Who has ever encountered a talking rock? Do not panic, do not fear, my dear subjects, the rock proclaimed, rising to its full stature. With arms outstretched before the trembling dwarves, it continued, Children, my people. The leader was the only one unperturbed. He scrutinized the rock and realized it shared their stature, beard, and an uncanny resemblance. Could this be a talking rock of dwarven origin? I am the god of the hills, the rock declared. The dwarf leader, reflecting on the earlier phenomenon, seemed to grasp the significance and promptly knelt, prompting the others to follow suit in haste. My people, the divine foresight has revealed that you face an insurmountable challenge. Am I correct? The dwarves exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. Indeed, if unresolved, it would lead to internal strife. We cannot solve the issue of transport, the leader beseeched, bowing deeply with trembling hands raised above his head. I have come to resolve this matter. The god of the hills' thunderous voice echoed mightily. The dwarves prostrated themselves, their bodies quaking with uncontainable emotion. This so-called god of the hills was, in truth, a puppet crafted by Guo Sen from rubble. After its creation, he exerted a modicum of control, discovering the puppet's movements to be unexpectedly agile. As dawn broke, Guo Sen manipulated clouds and lightning to conjure an awe-inspiring spectacle, ultimately utilizing the clouds to create a radiant glow, akin to stage spotlighting that emanated an intimidating aura. As for the name God of the Hills, it was merely a whimsical creation of Guo Sen's naming difficulties, perhaps reminiscent of a certain game. Guo Sen believed that presenting himself as a deity, rather than as a divine visitation, would lend greater credence to his influence. Avoiding the confusion that had befallen the lizard men's leader, even though this divine persona was somewhat glitch, it enabled Guo Sen to guide the dwarves toward a civilizational evolution. With a mere thought, Guo Sen could transform a solid rock into a luxurious Rolls-Royce, let alone wooden wheels. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that while he could create effortlessly, the dwarves lacked the skills to replicate such feats. This posed a critical dilemma. It was unreasonable to conjure hundreds of wooden vehicles through sheer thought alone. Guo Sen had no desire to assume the role of a full-time caretaker, let alone a perpetual one. The correct approach was to collaborate with the dwarves in constructing a vehicle, allowing them to imitate the process. Just as he had done when introducing the art of copper smelting and pottery to the lizard men. A master opens the door. But the pursuit of mastery lies within the individual. If they could grasp these skills, then the evolution of their civilization would undoubtedly flourish. If they cannot, they shall be compelled to sustain a backward civilization until a more advanced one arrives, subjecting them to merciless and bloody plunder and enslavement. Perhaps the inferior civilization may not even reach that day and will slowly fade away. The survival of the fittest among civilizations is even more ruthless than that of nature. Nonetheless, the dwarves maintain a certain respect for the hill god, much to Guo Sen's satisfaction. O lost souls, gather your tools and accompany me to the place where miracles occur. Commanding the clouds, allowing the radiant light to follow, the hill god floats in mid-air, moving forward, instilling fear in the hearts of the dwarves. Guo Sen understands that progress must be made step by step. Hastily crafting a cart would serve little purpose. His destination is the forest near the smelting plant, where he seeks timber. Compared to stone, wood evidently possesses numerous advantages. It is not easily damaged and is considerably lighter. More importantly, it is relatively time-efficient for crafting purposes. In the absence of advanced metal smelting, wood is undoubtedly the most suitable material for constructing a transport cart. Yes, the hill god. At last, the dwarves stood up, following the hill god to the forest by the smelting plant. "Oh hill god, forgive my rudeness, but what exactly are we to do here?" One leader knelt on the ground, not daring to lift his head. "Indeed, you shall first fell this tree for me," Guo Sen instructed, pointing to a nearly 1-meter-wide giant tree behind him. The dwarves exchanged glances. This was not a particularly difficult task, so why the hesitation? They quickly produced their axes. Compared to the axes Guo Sen was familiar with, theirs were relatively larger, with the sharp blades measuring nearly half a meter in length. The strength of the dwarves was remarkably formidable. Despite their rotund figures, they were almost entirely composed of muscle. With a single stroke, a large gash appeared at the base of the towering tree. Oh, Guo Sen couldn't help but applaud inwardly. Quite impressive, this axe. However, after the dwarves swiftly felled the giant tree, Guo Sen was even more astonished. "Oh hill god, what shall we do next?" The dwarves panted, awaiting further instructions. "Now, chop this log into segments approximately this wide," Guo Sen gestured, indicating a width of about 10 centimeters. The dwarves complied, though this proved to be somewhat more challenging. Lacking the invention of a saw, the pieces they cut were uneven and not standardized. Guo Sen tolerated this. It mattered little, as a rough prototype needed to be created first. As for improvements, that could be addressed later. Once 4 uneven wooden pieces were cut, the essential material for the wheels was finally ready. The young dwarves, clutching the wheels, appeared somewhat perplexed. "What is this for? Why have we cut out these seemingly useless items?" Chapter 46, Achievements, First Update, Seeking Recommendations. Guo Sen gazed at the imperfect, semi-finished products. Lacking the inclination to explain to the dwarves, he was far more concerned with the next task, which was the axles. The axle must not only possess uniform thickness but also sufficient resilience. This can only be obtained from slender branches. After felling a few twigs and stripping away their bark, he directed several dwarves to shape them with axes, ensuring a consistent diameter from top to bottom. Guo Sen then floated over to the 4 wooden planks. The branches were quickly fashioned into the desired shapes, and he instructed the dwarves to locate the center of the planks, gesturing with wooden sticks for clarity. Next, they were to use their axes to hollow out the excess wood from the center. The dwarves swiftly completed their task. "My people, now assemble these components," Guo Sen commanded as the dwarves began to piece together the wheels and axle. The finished product materialized quickly, and a chorus of reverence arose as Guo Sen beheld them prostrate, arms raised, chanting in awe. What had they ever encountered like this? "Oh great god of the hills, what is this?" the leader inquired, daring to touch the rudimentary creation, which astonishingly rolled forward. Guo Sen was at a loss for words. It appeared these dwarves had never exerted their intellect in this manner. Had they never pushed a round stone? Or at the very least, seen one? A simple roll should suffice. What if we placed a wooden plank atop it, and someone pushed from behind? Guo Sen countered. What would happen? The dwarves exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend his divine reasoning. Guo Sen sighed in exasperation. "Bring me longer wooden planks," he commanded. The dwarves complied, making a horizontal cut in the massive tree, and after obtaining a section of the trunk, placed it at Guo Sen's designated spot. Before them stood an exceedingly rudimentary 4-wheeled cart, its surface covered with planks, precisely what Guo Sen envisioned for transporting goods. "Oh great god of the hills, we have created this sacred object, but how shall it be pushed?" Guo Sen succinctly replied. The dwarves followed his directions. However, as the long plank fell to the ground, the front wheels rolled away while the rear remained stationary. "Oh god of the hills?" The dwarves looked at Guo Sen with bewildered expressions, seemingly unable to grasp his decree. Guo Sen felt a pang of embarrassment. In his imagination, the cart should have rolled further, yet he had overlooked a crucial detail. The cart's platform was movable, lacking any means, such as nails, to secure it to the axle. Guo Sen sighed again. Crafting a cart proved to be quite the challenge. "Oh god of the hills." In the eyes of the dwarves, this deity seemed somewhat unreliable. Guo Sen shook his head. "My people, follow me." He gestured, leading them to the smelting facility, ensuring not to forget the humble little cart. This was where the dwarves conducted their metallurgy. However, since most had accompanied Guo Sen into the forest, only a few remained to tend the fires. "My people, let us create the sacred object." Guo Sen issued his command. There was still one blast furnace intact from yesterday, and some remained, along with an ample supply of charcoal. With all the materials prepared, the remaining task was entrusted to the workers. Guo Sen had contemplated the idea of using grass ropes instead of nails to connect the axle to the wooden board. Yet this would necessitate drilling holes and monitoring the wear on the ropes. Thus, it was more practical to simply use nails. After all, the dwarves possessed advanced smelting techniques, making the creation of nails a trivial matter. Following the designs Guo Sen had sketched on the ground, the dwarves commenced their work. Their pace was not slow. Adhering to the established procedures, they melted the ore into molten iron, ultimately transforming it into iron blocks. Before long, they began crafting iron nails as per Guo Sen's specifications. Unlike the modern nails Guo Sen was familiar with, the dwarves fashioned what could better be described as slender iron spikes, barely adequate, yet a start. The sacred object was ready. Now, it was time to use a hammer to connect these two elements. The dwarves, having received the divine instruction, took the still warm iron nails and successfully joined the wooden board with the axle. With this accomplished, Guo Sen finally felt that this seemingly crude cart would not fall apart with a mere push. Following Guo Sen's guidance, the dwarves pushed the cart once more. However, to their dismay, the cart remained immovable. Guo Sen was at a loss. What could possibly be the issue? Upon inspection, he lamented, "My foolish subjects. Could you not have made the holes in the wheels a bit larger than the axle?" The invention of the new cart seemed to be fraught with complications. Just as one problem was resolved, another arose, causing Guo Sen considerable frustration. Nevertheless, he suppressed his irritation, determined to craft a cart that resembled its intended design. The dwarves, sensing their error and fearing the wrath of the hill god, hastily bowed their heads, acknowledging their mistake that had incensed their deity. Following the divine mandate, they removed the four wheels, enlarged the holes slightly, and reattached them. To prevent dislodgement and slippage, they secured the connections between the wheels and the axle with additional iron nails. At last, the rudimentary cart was completed. Almighty Hill God! Almighty Hill God! The leader of the dwarves excitedly pushed the cart, making several laps around the smelting facility. All the dwarves understood the purpose behind the creation of this contraption. To test its carrying capacity, Guo Sen commanded the dwarves to sit upon it while others pushed. He observed that, aside from a slight bumpiness, it functioned well. The dwarves gazed upon this crafted treasure, envisioning a promising future. Now we can solve our transportation issues. Almighty Hill God, transporting stones, fruits, or game will require only one or two of us. After tirelessly pushing the cart for several rounds, the dwarves were filled with exhilaration. Guo Sen nodded, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. His labor had not been in vain. The first cart, a creation of his own design, had come to fruition. In his excitement, he also felt a twinge of anticipation. This vehicle is merely a model, exceedingly rudimentary in every conceivable aspect, and pales in comparison to the myriad of sophisticated modes of transport existing on Earth. Nevertheless, one can trust that these dwarfs will eventually refine this nascent means of transportation into something more convenient and robust, although this may require a considerable passage of time. With improved transportation, they could allocate a greater share of their workforce to areas in need, capturing more game and gathering additional fruits to sustain their population. An enhancement in productivity will inevitably lead to a burgeoning demographic among their kin. It is reasonable to anticipate that, in the not-so-distant future, the footprints of the dwarf race will grace every corner of this continent's highlands. Guo Sen did not neglect to employ his thoughts to recreate a transport vehicle. Naturally, he eschewed the cumbersome axe and the clumsy assistance of the dwarfs, crafting a vehicle of remarkable elegance. O Master of the Hills! The dwarfs prostrated themselves, fervently rubbing their hands in reverence. My people, the deity watches over you, Guo Sen declared, controlling the stone figure as it ascended to heights unseen by the dwarfs. Vanishing from sight. Chapter 47. Artificial Constructs, Second Update, Seeking Recommendations. Guo Sen cast the statue into the forest of trees, contemplating the affairs of the dwarfs. This civilization, more advanced than the lizardfolk and the white wolf tribe, appears poised to transition to the next stage of civilization at a swifter pace. With transportation methods vastly superior to those of the past, they can elevate their productivity to unprecedented levels. As prey becomes more abundant and supply surpasses demand, the dwarfs will gradually expand their population, venturing out from their somewhat confined caverns. Subsequently, they will establish larger tribes, perhaps even splitting into numerous factions. Guo Sen's thoughts wandered far into the future. What would become of this land where the peculiar red-furred and black-furred apes coexisted on the plains, and where the more advanced dwarfs inhabited the highlands? He pondered the potential evolution of this continent in the days to come. Observing the boundary between the highlands and the plains, he resolved to leave the terrain unchanged for the time being, allowing them to remain isolated for a while. If the dwarfs were to discover the more abundant and hospitable forested areas, it might hinder the progression of their civilization. As he orbited the star, Guo Sen made several revolutions. Suddenly, he discerned an intriguing phenomenon. If one's focus remained solely on the orbit, the passage of time accelerated significantly. Conversely, when attention was directed toward the surface of the sphere, particularly during divine presence, time seemed to flow with remarkable slowness. The reasoning behind this eluded him. Perhaps this was the very reason everything on the planet had accelerated following his transformation from a satellite to a planet. After a period of orbiting, Guo Sen redirected his attention to his sphere. Beyond the lands inhabited by the lizard folk, white wolf tribe, and dwarfs, he had yet to explore 6 additional territories. That being said, he had not conducted a thorough investigation of the 3 lands he had already surveyed. He had no clear understanding of whether other intelligent beings existed there, or how many such beings might inhabit those areas. The 3 selected races are, in Guo Sen's eyes, merely the fortunate few. They were lucky to be discovered by him, and subsequently fortunate enough to advance their civilization. It is as simple as that. However, should there still be their kind on land or the existence of other intelligent beings, their civilization will ultimately conquer, enslave, and annihilate other cultures. This is a natural law of development. To draw an analogy, these 3 races are akin to the special little red and little green he once chose. The others, who were not selected, face but 2 options: to accelerate their evolution or to perish. Guo Sen does not perceive any wrongdoing in his interference. It is merely to foster the intelligence, strength, and suitability of these beings for survival within his sphere. Survival of the fittest, even if it may seem somewhat unjust. If one were to be pedantic, then these 3 races are but the fortunate beneficiaries of the planet's will. Contemplating this, Guo Sen gazed upon another expanse of land. Unlike the previous 3, this territory was considerably larger. He had always felt that his realm surpassed the size of Earth. As he surveyed the sphere, he made a rough calculation based on Earth's measurements. The land of the white wolf tribe alone was significantly larger than Africa. The globe boasted 9 such landmasses. Simple arithmetic suggested he was indeed several circles larger than Earth. The land he now observed was the largest among the 9. Situated between the temperate and frigid zones of the northern hemisphere, what kind of intelligent beings could inhabit it? This expanse encompassed plateaus, mountains, deserts, basins, hills, plains, marshes, and an abundance of lakes, showcasing nearly every conceivable terrain and topography. The lush grasslands predominated the continent's character, while dense forests flourished only in the lower latitudes. The higher latitudes were predominantly tundra and wasteland, interspersed with sparse coniferous forests. However, Guo Sen also noted that the flora and fauna here, due to the vast latitude range and complex terrain, seemed remarkably abundant. Having lowered his gaze for only a brief moment, he beheld vast herds of animals galloping across the expansive grasslands, alongside a multitude of white birds soaring together like a curtain in the sky. The calls of countless wild beasts echoed throughout the grasslands and forests. It appeared that, compared to the 3 previous lands, this territory offered a significantly greater abundance of sustenance. What might the intelligent humanoids be like? Would their tribes grow stronger due to the plentiful resources? With these questions in mind, Guo Sen continued his meticulous search through the forests and grasslands for any trace of artificial creation. Day and night transitioned in perpetual cycles. Guo Sen had nearly scoured the coastline entirely, thoroughly investigating the coastal forests, and there was no trace of any humanoid beings in the grasslands either. He still believed he might have overlooked something, so he meticulously examined the surroundings once more. However, he found nothing of significance. Could it be that there was truly nothing to discover? His gaze shifted towards the Gobi and the desert, even extending to the high-latitude permafrost regions. Only these desolate areas remained unexplored. Yet, Guo Sen soon discerned that there indeed appeared to be something amidst the expanse between the Gobi and the grasslands. Narrowing his focus, he immediately recognized these peculiar structures. They were several hundred rudimentary houses, constructed entirely of dark stone, concealed amidst the debris of the Gobi. Guo Sen did not believe that these stone dwellings, propped against a rock face and comprised of 3 massive stones, were products of nature. Especially upon noticing the countless animal hides drying on the exterior of the stone houses, he became even more convinced that this was the intellectual achievement of a mysterious tribe. Strangely, despite having observed for a while, there was an eerie silence. Not a single soul nor creature stirred. A profound stillness enveloped the area. Could it be that the civilization here had perished? No, the degree of dryness on those animal hides indicated that someone had indeed resided here recently. With lingering doubts, Guo Sen peered into the stone houses. To his astonishment, he discovered an object within that he had never seen among other races, a bed. Rectangular in shape and elevated nearly half a meter off the ground, it was adorned with grass-green leather. What else could this be if not a bed? Guo Sen pondered, struggling to conceive of its purpose. It seemed that a race with a remarkably advanced civilization resided here. Yet, amidst the hundreds of stone houses. He found no signs of any living beings. Guo Sen meticulously scrutinized the stone houses once more and suddenly stumbled upon something new. It was a stone container filled with gray or yellow-red crystalline squares. What could this be? Crystals? Gems? Did they possess an awareness of such luxuries? As he focused his thoughts, he levitated one of the crystals to inspect it closely. Unlike the gems he was familiar with, this crystal appeared somewhat grimy. Rather than vibrant colors, it resembled a translucent stone filled with dust-like impurities. When two of the crystals lightly collided, fragments unexpectedly fell. What on earth? I didn't mean to do that. Guo Sen hastily returned the fragile object, proceeding to search the other stone houses, discovering that nearly every one bore similar decorations, including many of those delicate gems. Just as his curiosity deepened, he heard the sound of footsteps gradually approaching. Chapter 48, A Taste for the Macabre, Third Update. Seeking recommendations. Footsteps? Humans? Guo Sen's excitement surged as he turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and indeed, he beheld a group of humanoid beings. Upon observing their appearance, he couldn't help but smirk. Though he had grown accustomed to critiquing the peculiar appearances of intelligent beings on his own planet, the shock brought by this encounter still left him somewhat unprepared. The creature before him possessed the head of a sheep, its body adorned with short brown fur. Walking upright like a humanoid, its brown eyes, with horizontal pupils, were framed by a slender face covered in similar short fur, from which long ears drooped downwards. A triangular nose, resembling a piece of black stone, opened and closed rhythmically. Some sported crescent-shaped horns on either side of their heads, adding an air of peculiarity. Guo Sen gazed at their limbs, where hooves should have been. Instead, there were hands with 3 elongated fingers, and their feet bore a similarly bizarre appearance. He also noted that despite their fur, they donned crude garments woven from large leaves, creating an incongruous sight. Were they sheepmen? Sheep monsters? Guo Sen found himself at a loss for how to label these beings, a curious amalgamation of human and ovine genes, especially when he observed them gnawing on a piece of jerky, revealing teeth reminiscent of a tiger's or leopard's. Sheep eating meat? Guo Sen thought he must have been mistaken. Yet, what they consumed was indeed meat with bones. Unable to voice his incredulity, he reflected on the absurdity. Creatures resembling cats were herbivorous, while those akin to sheep were carnivorous. He decided against pondering the bizarre tree of evolution any further. The denizens of the sea were even more peculiar. Since he was here, he might as well adapt. Having grown numb to the strangeness, he resolved to merely observe their antics. The sheepmen, unarmed and lacking tools, carelessly entered the stone dwelling. Following them, Guo Sen was taken aback to discover they were licking substances resembling crystals, watching them squint their eyes and smack their lips in delight. An epiphany struck him. Could this crystalline substance be rock salt? He instinctively focused on one of the licking sheepmen, extending his own slender tongue. Goodness, it was overwhelmingly salty. The moment he tasted it, a shiver ran down his spine. These sheepmen had quite the palate. Indeed, it was rock salt. Once he broke his divine connection, the discomfort dissipated. Guo Sen observed the sheepman still indulging in the salt, blissfully unaware of the intrusion, eyes closed in sheer enjoyment. He shifted his gaze to the meat in their hands. It was not the roasted fare he had imagined, but rather pickled or dried meat. Raising his sight to the ceiling, Guo Sen discovered some previously overlooked slices of thoroughly dried meat, covered in a thin layer of white crystals. Undoubtedly, it was salt. They were applying salt to the meat. Guo Sen was intrigued by this unusual practice. What level of civilization had these sapient beings reached, possessing an awareness of flavor? After finishing their meat and licking the salt, the sheepmen began to gather outside once more, subsequently making their way along a narrow path towards a cliff. Guo Sen felt a twinge of curiosity. What awaited them there? He narrowed his focus, but the base of the cliff revealed nothing but stark emptiness, devoid of even a blade of grass. What could they possibly be doing there? Engaging in a dance, perhaps? However, as he observed the sheepmen skillfully ascend the steep rock face, the purpose of their journey became clear to him. Yet, what lies upon the precipice? A lush expanse of verdant greenery. It is an unbroken stretch of grassland, accompanied by a meticulously arranged, diminutive wooden fence, almost indistinguishable in hue from the grass itself. A wooden fence? It suddenly struck Guo Sen as peculiar. Was there truly a fence here? And such a low one at that? What purpose could it serve? The she-folk ascended to the summit of the cliff, subsequently crossing into the confines of the wooden enclosure. Suddenly, amidst the dense grass, barely half a meter high, it was as if a stone had been cast into a pond, creating ripples. A multitude of animals, cloaked in gray fur, emerged from the grass, anxiously surveying their surroundings. Guo Sen observed intently, noting that these creatures possessed round, petite heads and teeth remarkably aligned like those of cattle or sheep. They measured no more than 30 centimeters in length, with short tails, their bodies plump and rotund, and their tiny eyes resembling black beans. After a brief moment of tension, these small creatures retreated into their disheveled nests, fashioned from sticks and branches. The sheepfolk circled within, before leaping out of the enclosure. What purpose lay ahead? Was this enclosure not intended to serve as a new dwelling? Were these small creatures not to be removed? With these uncertainties swirling in his mind, Guo Sen continued to pursue the trail of the sheepfolk. Not far from this location lay a vast area of sparse shrubs. The sheepfolk appeared to share this objective, as Guo Sen observed them busily foraging upon their entrance. Were they perhaps in search of fruit? Indeed, among the bushes, there were numerous plump, red fruits hanging enticingly. Not solely carnivorous, they also indulged in fruits, resembling contemporary humans in their omnivorous appetite. Before long, the sheepfolk emerged, their arms laden with countless fruits. Guo Sen then witnessed them returning to the wooden enclosure, leaping inside, and haphazardly tossing the fruits within. The rotund little creatures promptly scurried out, frantically seizing the fruits, voraciously devouring them. A sudden epiphany struck Guo Sen observing the current scene. He comprehended that the sheepfolk had mastered the art of domestication, or rather, they had acquired the most primitive techniques of husbandry. The creatures, gorging on fruits within the enclosure, seemed utterly unperturbed by the sheepfolk milling about them. After satisfying their hunger, they returned to their nests, clutching the remnants of fruit to feed their chirping young. The sheepfolk occasionally circled near the nests, occasionally pinching some with their 3 fingers, examining them before returning them to their places. Nevertheless, Guo Sen noted that the sheepfolk ultimately captured some of the larger and plumper specimens, leaping out of the enclosure. Upon returning to the vicinity of the stone house in the gobi, the sheepfolk swiftly produced stone blades, executing the animals with practiced skill, skinning them, removing the bones, and detaching the bloody meat. They then procured some rock salt from the stone house, crushing it into granules to rub onto the meat. The hornless sheepfolk subsequently placed the meat atop the roof of the stone house to dry. After a prolonged observation, Guo Sen finally grasped the specific level of civilization within the sheepman tribe. They lacked the ability to use fire, possessed no proper tools, and were far from mastering metallurgy. However, they did engage in farming, simple pickling, and seasoning. The sheepman race was indeed peculiar. Setting aside the question of how their evolution led to a being with a sheep's head and a human body, or why they consumed meat, Guo Sen was more perplexed by one matter. How had this group not gone extinct? The population of the tribe was so scant, nearly comparable to that of the nearly exterminated white wolf tribe. Their civilization seemed to linger at the very dawn of the Stone Age. Consuming such excessive amounts of salt and preserved foods, would they not suffer from hypertension or heart disease? From any perspective, their civilization was in an extraordinarily rudimentary state. If intervention was necessary, the tasks ahead, such as igniting fire, cooking meat, pottery, metallurgy, rope making, and transportation, seemed to surpass even those required for the primitive lizard people. Would it truly be necessary to guide them step by step? The fact that such an underdeveloped race as the sheepmen had not yet perished suggested the absence of stronger tribes nearby. He resolved to search other areas of the Gobi Desert. This civilization was utterly disappointing. If he could not discover any other forms of civilization, he would reconsider his options. Chapter 49. Preconceived Notions. With a sense of regret, Guo Sen elevated his gaze and began to meticulously scan the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert, stretching for thousands of kilometers. It resembled the primordial state of a planet, devoid of any trace of life. There were no rivers, no lakes, nor any indication of water. Endless rocks and parched earth prevailed. Not even a single blade of grass had managed to sprout. Guo Sen was certain that, aside from the small group of she-men, no other life forms existed here. It seemed that the vastness of land was not necessarily a boon. Deeper within the Gobi, the more expansive desert resembled a sea of death, rendering both the desert and the Gobi a zone devoid of life. Guo Sen shifted his attention back to the sheepmen. After all, they were sentient beings, far superior in worth compared to any monstrous fish or the red-haired and black-haired apes. Perhaps an attempt should be made. At the very least, they ought to learn to harness fire and consume cooked meat. But what methods could be employed to guide these she-men? Guo Sen was reluctant to employ divine intervention. Perhaps creating a puppet to serve as a deity of the Gobi, akin to what he did with the dwarves, would suffice. Guo Sen's understanding of his capabilities had deepened. He could manipulate anything on the planet, provided his imagination was boundless. He could control rain, snow, clouds, and thunder, creating various weather phenomena as long as they did not result in calamity. He could embody any living creature's perspective to perceive all that transpired on this planet. He could also inhabit the shell of inanimate objects. He could utilize trees, rocks, or any material to conjure anything, and could even house consciousness within them. Coupled with his previous ability to replicate biological entities, Guo Sen realized that there was nothing he could not accomplish within the sphere of his influence. Furthermore, he now possessed the ability to comprehend the voices of living beings without needing to embody them. Amidst the multitude of abilities at his disposal, Guo Sen resolved to employ a recently utilized method to guide the she-folk. He aspired to become a deity of the Gobi Desert, leveraging the primitive ignorance of these beings to usher them into the embrace of advanced civilization. This approach appeared to be the most viable. With this thought, Guo Sen narrowed his focus upon the gathering of she-folk congregating near a rocky abode. He decided to first listen to their discourse. Guo Sen activated his ability. Huh, what is happening? I have activated the power to comprehend language, yet I am met with these peculiar sounds. Perhaps another attempt is in order? The bleating of the sheepfolk did not transform into coherent language. Guo Sen, puzzled, instantaneously transported himself to the dwarf tribe, employing the same ability. The great hills could indeed decipher the utterances of these devotees. Could it be that this ability only comprehends dwarven speech? He then teleported to the lizard folk tribe, where prosperity reigned. The abundance of prey was unmistakable. The will of fire. Indeed, he could understand them. What of the White Wolf clan? Guo Sen materialized in the tribe, now boasting a population exceeding 100. We are off to show off. I can comprehend that. How strange. Guo Sen returned once more to the she-folk. In that instant, a realization dawned upon him. The she-folk possessed no language of their own, or rather, they lacked the capacity to produce similar sounds. Their pale blue vocal cords had not evolved to facilitate the articulation of complex language systems. How curious. What manner of beings are they? Humanoid, yet distinctly not human. Guo Sen found himself in a quandary, pondering how to proceed. Without language, communication was rendered impossible. Perhaps, he mused, he could attempt divine possession? In an instant, Guo Sen inhabited one of the she-folk. Goodness. Even through this means, I can only hear those strange sounds. Guo Sen was left utterly speechless. He understood then that he might be limited in his endeavors. Communication devoid of language, relying solely on body language, could not convey his intentions accurately. Even with the simplest form of divine possession, he could not impart understanding. Was he to abandon this civilization entirely? The sheepfolk rose in unison, and Guo Sen observed as they made their way into the largest stone house in the vicinity. 1, 2, 3, he counted. A total of 31 sheepfolk entered. Wait, how can such a small stone house accommodate so many? He quickly shifted his gaze and followed closely. Entering the interior of the stone abode, to his surprise, the space within was remarkably expansive, devoid of any adornments. The walls revealed a profound cavern with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. No wonder over 30 sheepfolk had vanished within. They had sought refuge here. As Guo Sen gazed into the cavern's mouth, he discerned that it seemed to extend downward indefinitely, the echoes of the sheepfolk's footsteps resonating continuously within. His visual acuity allowed him to pierce through the darkness. A mere unlit cave posed no impediment to his senses. However, after Guo Sen ventured forward for several meters, he suddenly beheld a blue-white luminescence emanating from not far ahead. A light? Were the sheep people not incapable of wielding fire? What could this illumination signify? Upon closer inspection, Guo Sen discerned that the blue-white radiance was not flame at all, but rather an amplified glow akin to fluorescence. Fluorescence? As he delved deeper into the cavern, the tunnel expanded, and the peculiar light became increasingly vivid. This illumination allowed Guo Sen to perceive the entirety of the cavernous passage without the aid of night vision. The sheep people had ventured further into the depths, while Guo Sen paused, entirely enveloped by the blue-white glow. He scrutinized the stone walls, realizing that the luminescence was not due to any applied substance, but rather emanated from peculiar plants possessing an extraordinary bioluminescent quality. These plants, closely adhering to the rocky surface, resembled an unusual type of moss. The brilliance of the glow emitted by the moss was striking. Guo Sen was convinced that even in the depths of night outside, the interior of this cave would be as bright as day. It was upon these luminescent mosses that the sheep people relied to navigate into the cavern. Guo Sen continued his gaze forward, catching up with the sheep people who were advancing deeper into the cave. Not long after, the sheep people halted, and Guo Sen's eyes fell upon an extraordinarily vast chamber. The ceiling soared nearly 100 meters high, adorned with the same luminescent moss, illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. The ground was level and smooth, with a clear, cold underground river flowing gently, occasionally revealing bizarre aquatic creatures. The walls were festooned with clusters of rock salt crystals, densely packed together, while hundreds of sheep people vigorously struck at them with stones. In the center of this expansive area, nearly the size of several football fields, Guo Sen spotted small structures fashioned from rock salt, where even more sheep people were bustling about nearby. Could it be that this was the true enclave of the sheep people? Chapter 50, Mutual Needs. Guo Sen felt he had perhaps underestimated these sheep people from the outset. Though they lacked the ability to wield fire and possessed no metallurgy, it now appeared they had evolved their civilization in an entirely different direction. Unlike the rudimentary stone dwellings he had observed outside, these houses constructed from rock salt seemed considerably more refined. Rectangular blocks of rock salt were meticulously arranged, some even adorned with curtains woven from grass. In front of the salt houses, a group of sheep people was busy packing fragmented rock salt into stone containers, subsequently grinding it into powder with wooden sticks. This powder was then poured into boxes seemingly carved from whole wooden logs, which were quite elegantly fashioned. Following this, the boxes were sealed with dry grass and handed to the sheep people who had just entered from the outside. These sheep people cradled the wooden boxes as they retraced their steps, and the curious Guo Sen followed closely behind, returning to the outside world. After emerging with a considerable amount of jerky, they continued along a steep mountain path for quite some time, eventually halting at the edge of a sparse forest. Suddenly, Guo Sen caught sight of some familiar figures emerging from within, and he could not help but be taken aback. To his astonishment, it was a group of dwarfs. Unlike the dwarves he had encountered on the previous continent, these seemed to be a more evolved variant. Their body hair was sparse, lacking the prominent beards of their predecessors. Although they were indeed short in stature, their muscles were not pronounced, giving them a rather rotund appearance. Clad merely in simple animal skins, these garments bore a striking resemblance to the pelts of the small creatures tended by the she-folk. Guo Sen found himself puzzled. Where could these dwarves possibly have come from? Given their proximity, one would expect only the sheep-folk to inhabit this area. How had the dwarves arrived here? He glanced towards another landmass, separated from this one only by a vast ocean. A bold thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that when he divided the land, he inadvertently split the dwarves' tribes apart? Or perhaps these were dwarves evolved from the primitive stock of this continent? Yet, this remained mere speculation. They might have traversed the fragmented edges over many years to arrive at this place to recuperate and thrive. Guo Sen noticed that the dwarves seemed to be cradling a small pile of something in their hands. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a type of gemstone. Unlike the rock salt he had seen before, this crystalline substance exhibited vibrant and pure colors, glimmering even in the grimy hands of the dwarves. So, while the sheepfolk carried rock salt and jerky, the dwarves were in possession of gemstones. Could it be that a few sheepfolk with wooden boxes approached, offering the box and jerky to the dwarves, uttering a hoarse sound? The dwarves nodded in agreement, reciprocating with an equal number of their own goods. Placing the gemstones into the hands of the she-folk, the she-folk appeared particularly enamored with the gemstones, rubbing them against their fur and even lifting them to the light of the stars, their mouths stretching into broad grins. Meanwhile, the dwarves beamed with delight at the sight of the rock salt and jerky, seemingly valuing these items even more than the gemstones. They were engaging in trade. Guo Sen felt an exhilarating excitement rising within him. It was astonishing to witness the seemingly primitive she-folk having learned the art of trade. This was a development that had never crossed his mind, yet it was unfolding right before his eyes. These two distinct races were utilizing barter to obtain what they desired, rather than resorting to war and plunder. Was this not a remarkable advancement? Guo Sen was uncertain whether these two races had ever clashed before or if they had once fought tooth and nail over their desires, but now, it appeared they were employing this peaceful method of exchange to fulfill each other's needs, a significant chapter in the annals of civilization's evolutionary history. The dwarves hold a profound reverence for salt and jerky, and the gems they possess suggest a well-developed mining industry, which they utilize to barter with the sheepfolk. In turn, the sheepfolk, in their quest for these precious gems, have established a considerable salt mining and livestock farming operation. This mutual exchange undeniably fosters the development of both parties. Surely, the furs adorning the dwarves must also have been acquired through trade. This symbiotic civilization system is something Guo Sen had never encountered or even contemplated before. Contrary to his preconceived notions of the sheepfolk's backwardness, they exhibit a level of consciousness that surpasses that of all the races he has previously encountered. Despite lacking their own linguistic system, should they manage to sustain their civilization, they could potentially evolve into a formidable merchant race. As for the dwarves of this land, Guo Sen perceives them as significantly more primitive than those he has seen before, as they rely on trade with the sheepfolk even for sustenance. They likely lack any sophisticated smelting techniques and possess no notable hunting abilities, surviving merely on fruits and roots prior to their transactions with the sheepfolk. To validate his assumptions, Guo Sen advanced his gaze deeper into the vast, sparse jungle. Indeed, After a brief distance, he stumbled upon a somewhat concealed semi-subterranean complex. While referred to as a complex, it resembled a series of diminutive earthen mounds, each featuring a small doorway, which were obscured by dried grass and branches, rendering them inconspicuous. Even a passerby would merely perceive this as the work of some animal or the nest of a bird. Guo Sen had previously scoured this area but dismissed it as an ordinary terrain, failing to appreciate the dwarves' adeptness at concealment. Before long, the dwarves arrived, clutching salt and jerky, diving into one of the small mounds. Moments later, they resurfaced, recovering the entrance. Was this merely a storage facility and not a place of residence? Guo Sen was taken aback. A closer examination of the surroundings revealed no traces of their activities whatsoever. Could it be that their dwelling was truly not here? Following the dwarves with jerky in hand, Guo Sen observed them shortly after emerging from the woods from another direction, heading straight toward a stony wasteland. Could it be that their tribe resides in that direction? He elevated his gaze toward that area and soon discovered, nestled among the massive rocks of the wasteland, a rather hidden cavern. How amusing that the dwarves have such an affinity for caves. It seems they are drawn to them. The tunnel within the cavern was brief, and as he ventured further, he was greeted by a flickering crimson glow. It was evident that this emanated from fire. Chapter 51. The Flame Stone. At this juncture, aside from the lizard folk encountered earlier, the obliterated Black Wolf tribe, and the recently discovered Sheepfolk tribe, Guo Sen found that the remaining civilizations were all aware of the purpose of fire. The group of dwarves in the cave was no exception. However, before Guo Sen's eyes, the flickering flames proved that this group had developed an alternative form of civilization. They appeared to have created lamps, or rather, artifacts reminiscent of candles. In Guo Sen's line of sight, beneath the dancing flames, lay a dark, thick cord, the other end submerged in a liquid akin to lamp oil. This oil was soaked in a rather crudely crafted metal bowl, indicating that these dwarves possessed commendable smelting techniques. The lamp represented a new technology born from harnessing fire. Its principle was akin to that of a torch, yet it alleviated the concern of burning out, requiring only periodic replenishment of lamp oil. This undoubtedly capitalized on the properties of fire, allowing its widespread application across various domains. For instance, it could illuminate their ventures into the profound depths of the mines in search of gemstones resembling rubies. Unlike their predecessors, they seem to have shifted their focus from hunting and gathering to utilizing trade with the Sheepfolk, thus conserving time to concentrate on mining and tribal development. They demonstrated a superior understanding of resource utilization compared to any previous race. Otherwise, how could they possibly sustain such a considerable population? Within Guo Sen's field of vision, nearly 600 to 700 dwarves were huddled together, engaged in conversation. This assembly included women and children, indicating a substantial population. With a thought, he employed his abilities. Chief, the food we have procured from them is sufficient for us to delve deeper into the region. Indeed, Chief, this jerky will sustain us for an extended period. If we can acquire more of those flame stones, they will provide us with even greater sustenance. However, we can no longer descend further. We have already lost brothers in the depths. What if? Yes, Chief, I too believe we should maintain the status quo. Guo Sen immediately heard their voices. It seemed his suspicions were correct. This group of dwarves had established a cycle within their civilization, trading gems for food, and then using that food to seek more gems. This appeared to be a virtuous cycle. As long as the sheepfolk cherished gems, the dwarven mining industry would flourish, and their race would thrive. Meanwhile, the sheepfolk would breed more animals and mine more rock salt, also progressing in their own right. The catch, however, was whether the sheepfolk could sustain their interest in gems. Yet, this posed a false dilemma. Guo Sen could not decipher the intentions of the voiceless sheepfolk. Otherwise, he could assist the dwarves in determining whether to continue their endeavors. Everyone, let us refrain from further discussion. I have made my judgment. If there are no objections, we shall descend now in search of more flame stones. The stoutest of the dwarves interrupted the clamor with his resonant voice, commanding attention. Understood. The responses varied in tone, yet they were compelled to heed the chief's words. The dwarves rose in unison, emerging from the cavern with lanterns, jerky, wooden staffs, and an abundance of metallic picks, arriving at a hidden cave nestled beneath a massive boulder. Guo Sen suddenly perceived that the actions of these dwarves were not characteristic of a tribe possessing a mature civilization. Shouldn't the entire tribe be engaged in mining? Why not pursue other endeavors, even if it meant foraging for wild fruits or crafting weapons? Nevertheless, his gaze followed them as they ventured deeper into the mine. The cavern was not particularly spacious, with the diameter of the tunnel measuring merely around 2 meters. Unlike the luminous moss found in the realm of the sheepfolk, the dwarves could only proceed slowly down a gently sloping path, lanterns in hand. Guo Sen observed the rock walls, noting that they appeared to be naturally formed. subsequently smoothed and polished through the dwarves' industrious efforts. As the dwarves advanced, the signs of artificial intervention in the mining path diminished, ultimately revealing a landscape adorned with numerous stalactites and other natural formations. After a while, the dwarves finally halted, and Guo Sen realized they had arrived at an expansive subterranean space, unlike the towering ceilings of the Shifok's rock salt mines. This chamber lacked any semblance of a flat floor, instead filled with countless colossal boulders scattered as far as the eye could see. In one corner of this vast space lay a seemingly naturally formed tunnel that descended even deeper. Perhaps this was what the dwarves referred to as the depths below? Guo Sen noted that many boulders, nearly 5 to 6 meters in diameter, had been shattered against the walls of this immense space, leaving a strewn mess of what resembled gravel beneath. To be frank, this mine was decidedly perilous. Even minor tremors could easily transform this place into a tomb for the dwarves. However, Guo Sen, possessing the ability to control earthquakes, recognized that as long as he refrained from causing deliberate harm, these dwarves could continue their mining endeavors indefinitely. Did those gravel-like stones truly contain the fabled ember stones? Guo Sen resolved to remain here for the time being, eager to observe how these dwarves extracted their resources. Previously, during his time on that land, he had not closely examined the intricacies of mining, but now that he had finally followed them, it seemed prudent to take a closer look. Who knew? Perhaps he could one day share this advanced mining technology with other civilizations? The dwarves promptly dispersed into groups of 20, igniting torches beside them as they wielded their metal picks to strike the rock walls. The clanging sounds generated echoes that enlivened the once silent space. Guo Sen scrutinized their activities. The rock walls appeared quite thick. He noticed they possessed not only metal picks but also small hammers and wedges to fracture the sturdier rock formations. As the stones continued to be chipped away, Guo Sen was acutely aware that the coveted red ember stones lay buried deeper still. Should he extract them all? He was well aware that the concentration of red gemstones within this rock layer was already quite scant. What they previously speculated about the deeper regions possibly containing the flame stone was nothing more than a mere figment of imagination. Guo Sen examined the area and found that the depths held little promise. Oxygen posed the greatest threat to this dwarven mining team. Chief, after several hours of labor, the dwarves seemed to be losing their patience. Despite their extensive digging, they had yet to glimpse any sign of the mineral. Do not cease, press on, the chief commanded. Fully aware of their precarious situation, their ancestors had excavated this site countless times, and they were caught in a repetitive cycle. Did this mine still harbor the flame stone? No one could be certain. At this juncture, must they descend into the deeper shaft? But chief, we believe we must venture deeper. Otherwise, who knows, suddenly, a roar, reminiscent of a wild beast, reverberated through the cavern. Chapter 52, The Land of Oblivion. Guo Sen traced the river upstream, discovering that the regions it traversed were abundant with rainfall and crisscrossed by numerous tributaries. It was no wonder the entire river was nestled within a valley. This was not favorable for the dwarves downstream. He began to employ his abilities, almost entirely diverting dozens of tributaries, redirecting them to create several channels separating the main river in the dwarves' vicinity, allowing for a confluence a few hundred meters away. Thus, even if a sudden downpour occurred without his notice, the river, having been rendered sluggish and shallow, would not inundate the dwarves and turn them into fish feed. Of course, Guo Sen understood that the dwarves, having journeyed to this nearly central location of the land, likely possessed considerable experience in dealing with such matters. They would not be foolish enough to excavate their tunnels too close to the water's surface. Upon returning to inspect, he found this indeed to be the case. The entire river valley stood nearly 50 meters high, with the rudimentary form of the dwarves' cavern situated around 20 meters up. This area primarily consisted of a crumbly limestone-like terrain, and the dwarves had exerted little effort. During the time he was away, they had already hewn out a significant portion. It appeared they might indeed be descendants of the dwarves from that previous land, as the height of their cave was not far off. This elevation not only safeguarded against sudden floods, but also provided a refuge from the beasts that might wander in search of food, a wise choice of location. However, until the cave was fully excavated, it seemed they could only camp. Guo Sen observed that the dwarves had gathered a considerable amount of dry hay and had brought some branches from nearby, placing them at a safe distance from the riverbank. With some black stones in hand, seemingly preparing to start a fire, Guo Sen had not closely observed how the White Wolf tribe made fire, nor had he paid attention to the dwarves on the other continent. Now, witnessing the actions of these dwarves, he began to understand how they had preserved the spark of fire since its inception. The collision of flint sparks ignites embers, which, when splattered onto flammable materials, kindle flames. If only it were as simple as it sounds. After much toil, the dwarves, drenched in sweat, finally managed to ignite the pile of hay, hurriedly gathering branches and similar debris to add to the fire. Guo Sen observed as they began to incorporate roots and other such items into the blaze. It seemed they had grown accustomed to cooked food. However, having become somewhat reliant on salt, it may take them considerable time to adapt to tasteless sustenance. At this juncture, Guo Sen felt that the dwarves were somewhat settled, and the environment had been adequately arranged for them. The rest was now entirely in their hands. Whether they would thrive or perish, whether their civilization would face extinction or revival, he could no longer interfere. He simply hoped the dwarves would forget their previous habits and refrain from steering their civilization in a distorted direction. Even if they were to regress to a state of exceedingly simple living, it would still be vastly preferable to the alternative. As for what lay ahead, it was entirely up to their own fortunes. Turning his gaze away from the dwarves, Guo Sen returned to the volcanic crater. He soon located the few dinosaurs that had previously attacked the dwarves, yet he also discovered a considerable number of new carcasses within the dinosaurs' lair. These were clearly the remains of dwarves who had perished beneath the claws and feet of the dinosaurs in the underground realm. This recollection brought a sigh from Guo Sen's heart. They had succumbed to the cycle of life. He had no intention of burying these dwarven remains, as they were merely a part of the ecosystem, with no need for such reverence. If the dwarves from another continent were to encounter these three dinosaurs, perhaps they might emerge victorious. After all, those dwarves were earnestly devising means of sustenance, unlike their counterparts who squandered their resources. As Guo Sen's gaze traversed the thickets of ferns, countless insects and small creatures, along with dinosaurs, came into view. He estimated the area to be relatively small, approximately 10 square kilometers. His earlier aerial observations failed to reveal this place, as he subconsciously believed that a volcanic crater would harbor nothing of significance. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the dinosaurs were not particularly large. There were no colossal creatures measuring dozens of meters. Instead, they resembled the small, carnivorous dinosaurs that had attacked the dwarfs, averaging around 3 meters in length, alongside a considerable number of herbivorous dinosaurs. Remarkably, they seemed to have evolved peculiar traits. Previously, while searching for dinosaurs, Guo Sen had unearthed fossils of bizarre creatures with 3 or 4 eyes, and he was astonished to find living specimens here. The herbivorous dinosaurs possessed more than 3 eyes, enabling them to swiftly detect movement at medium to short distances. Each appeared robust and displayed a penchant for sociality. The small dinosaurs that had attacked the dwarves would find it nearly impossible to assault the much larger herbivores. They would likely be discovered and soundly defeated before they could even approach. The ecosystem within this volcanic crater remains unscathed, likely for several reasons. Suddenly, he felt an urge to bestow a name upon this place, the Land of Oblivion. It is a locale forgotten by time and the outside world, nestled within a nearly entirely enclosed dormant volcano, boasting an extraordinarily unique natural ecosystem. The abundant precipitation and warm, humid climate contribute to its distinctiveness. Guo Sen contemplated that it might not merely be a greenhouse effect at play, perhaps his ability to prevent this active volcano from erupting, while magma continued to shift beneath the surface, also accounted for the elevated temperatures. However, given the uniqueness of this ecosystem, one wonders whether other volcanic craters around the globe might harbor similar environments. This notion intrigued him immensely. He promptly directed his attention to various volcanic craters worldwide, meticulously examining each one that had not erupted. Contrary to his expectations, aside from this particular site, it appeared that only one other volcano, located on an unvisited landmass, possessed an almost identical ecosystem. Nevertheless, compared to the Land of Oblivion, Guo Sen found himself more captivated by another phenomenon. Were they dwarves? No. Their limbs were too elongated to belong to such beings. What kind of humanoids were they? He pondered silently, clad in garments seemingly fashioned from large leaves. They were busily engaged in gathering something along the banks of a rather wide river, amidst the mud. Guo Sen focused his gaze and realized he needed to reconsider his earlier assumptions. These bent-over figures were not some form of humanoid, but rather humans, nearly indistinguishable from those on Earth. Chapter 52. The Unforeseen Beasts. Guo Sen was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, such a place could not possibly harbor any wildlife. The oxygen-depleted depths lacked vegetation, and aside from the dwarves, no other creatures existed. Everywhere he looked, there were only stones. In such an environment, the likelihood of beasts was virtually non-existent. Yet, what was that roar he had just heard? Roar. As if to clarify that it was not the sound of a hungry stomach, the roar echoed again, and it seemed to come from more than one source. The dwarves stood frozen like statues, gazing in bewilderment at their equally perplexed leader, awaiting further instructions. Guo Sen did not linger to observe the dwarves' expressions. He followed the direction of the roar, fixing his gaze on the tunnel leading deeper into the mine. As he continued forward, upon catching sight of the creature that had produced the roar, He could not help but gasp in astonishment. Dinosaurs? It was impossible to be mistaken. These towering creatures, over 3 meters high, covered in scales, sporting lizard-like heads, golden eyes, and countless razor-sharp teeth, walking on 2 legs. What else could they be but dinosaurs? But why did they still exist? How could they survive hundreds of meters underground? This defied all logic. Logically speaking, it is true that dinosaurs have long been extinct. However, during Guo Sen's slumber, he was suddenly reminded of the shelled aquatic creatures he had encountered amidst the floating ice on the sea. Were they not also dinosaurs? Could it be that within the various corners of his realm, countless dinosaurs still existed? The earth-shattering roars of these ancient beasts echoed like deadly incantations from the depths of hell, instilling a transformation in the dwarves from astonishment to terror, ultimately spiraling into panic and despair. "Quick, run!" the leader bellowed, having caught sight of the terrifying creatures peering from the depths of the mine, illuminated by the flickering flames. In the dim light, the grotesque appearance of these monsters became even more horrifying. The dwarves, in a frenzy, discarded their tools, scrambling chaotically toward the mine's exit. Yet, the dinosaurs moved with astonishing swiftness. In the blink of an eye, one clamped down on the foot of a dwarf, its short, stout forelimbs equipped with razor-sharp claws tearing into the flesh of the screaming creature, creating a ghastly wound that oozed entrails and shattered bones amidst desperate cries. In mere seconds, the flicker of life within this dwarf was extinguished. However, the trio of dinosaurs was not satisfied with just one prey. They craved a slaughter, seeking to devour every moving morsel in sight. At this moment, Guo Sen observed with a detached demeanor. He could easily seize these dinosaurs by the neck and cast them back to their lairs, utilizing his powers to return the dwarves to the surface in an instant. If he so desired, it would be a trivial matter to crush all the dinosaurs into oblivion. Yet, he refrained from intervening. It was at this juncture that the dinosaurs seized their second and third victims, their chilling screams resonating as they became delectable sustenance. From the very beginning, Guo Sen perceived that these dwarves were overly reliant on the flame stone, to the extent that they abandoned the pursuit of sustenance, forsook the proper use of fire, and compelled their entire kin to mine. After all, as long as they unearthed this rare gem, the She-Men would trade with them, providing preserved meat that could last for ages. In contrast to the dwarves, although the Sheepman civilization was somewhat primitive, they exhibited no dependency on life as necessities. Even without the dwarves' gems, they would continue their lives unimpeded. For the dwarves, should the She-Men cease their trade, the fate awaiting them would be death, not mere rhetoric. Guo Sen believed this scenario was highly plausible. Who could guarantee that the Sheepmen's tastes would remain unchanged? That they would persist indefinitely? Ultimately, the dwarves would confront a reality far more dreadful than these 3 dinosaurs. Here, the dinosaurs might only claim a handful of dwarves, but if the Sheepmen refused to trade, the 600 or 700 dwarves would meet their demise. The appearance of these dinosaurs fortuitously aligned with Guo Sen's intentions to shatter the dwarves' obsession with the flame stone. Although he remained uncertain as to how these terrifying creatures managed to survive underground, they undeniably served their purpose. At that moment, the anguished cries of several dwarves echoed through the cavern. Guo Sen observed as the remaining dwarves, in a state of utter panic, surged towards the exit, seemingly oblivious to everything else, casting aside their metal picks and extinguished lanterns as they stumbled blindly through the inky darkness of the tunnel. Overwhelmed by fear and confusion, and unable to see anything, these dwarves caused a catastrophic stampede within the tunnel, resulting in the silence of a dozen more. The dinosaurs appeared not merely content to consume their prey. Rather, they relished the thrill of hunting the dwarves. With their swift movements and sharp teeth and claws, they swiftly dispatched several more dwarves before setting their sights on new victims. Guo Sen felt this was excessive. The dwarves had already endured sufficient punishment, including their leader. Nearly 50 to 60 dwarves had perished in the tunnel. If the dinosaurs were allowed to continue their massacre, it would be a long time before this dwarven clan could recover. With a mere thought, the dinosaurs were immediately immobilized, rendered as motionless as sculptures, unable to break free from their constraints. Among the few dwarves who had managed to escape with their lives, they crawled and stumbled towards the cave's exit. Shrieking in terror, Guo Sen surveyed the scene, littered with corpses and soaked in crimson blood, quietly waiting for the dwarves to flee the mine. After some time, he examined all the bodies, confirming none were alive, and shifted his gaze to the dinosaurs. What manner of survival environment did these creatures, suddenly appearing hundreds of meters underground, possess? Logically, their existence was a paradox. As ectothermic animals, dinosaurs should not be able to thrive in such a harsh environment. So, where had they come from? Guo Sen directed the 3 dinosaurs towards their emergence point, the seemingly naturally formed tunnel leading deeper underground. Initially, the darkness was nearly absolute, but after traversing nearly 100 meters, the incline suddenly steepened. As he pressed on, Guo Sen was taken aback to find numerous white bones scattered across the ground, along with metal picks and extinguished torches. He did not need to examine them closely to recognize these as the remains of the dwarves, likely the companions who had previously gone missing. In their quest for the Flamestone, these dwarves had ventured deeper, only to be discovered by the dinosaurs and served up as a feast. Truly, greed had brought about their downfall. Guo Sen lamented, suddenly noticing that the light within the ascending tunnel had grown significantly brighter. What was happening? Light? Moss? No. This was a far more intense and natural illumination. As he advanced, the intensity of the light peaked, revealing the mouth of the cave right before him. Beyond the opening lay an astonishing sight. Chapter 53. A dreamlike vision. Guo Sen beheld a peculiar tableau. Outside the cave's mouth was the interior of a dormant volcano. The radiant light of the stars penetrated through the vast chasm that had once erupted with searing magma in ancient times, casting its glow upon an array of ferns in myriad forms. These plants basked in the illumination, growing unabashedly and forming an expansive jungle. Within this verdant expanse, countless crystalline lakes emerged from the subterranean waters, interconnected by underground rivers that meandered gently through the terrain. The calls of various wondrous creatures echoed in the forest, and Guo Sen beheld a thriving population of dinosaurs alongside an assortment of peculiar beings. In this secluded utopia, the flora and fauna remained untouched by the changes of the outside world, preserving their ancient forms and striving to survive, continuing to thrive into the present day. Suddenly, Guo Sen recalled hearing about how such relatively closed environments could give rise to a unique ecosystem, and he was astonished to discover that such a phenomenon had manifested on his own sphere. As he gazed upon the cave, he noted that it appeared to be a nest for the dinosaurs, cluttered with an abundance of branches and similar debris. It seemed that the dwarves, having excavated to reach this expansive chamber, had inadvertently alerted the dinosaurs with their noise, leading these majestic creatures to descend and detect the dwarves' scent, ultimately resulting in an unexpected feast. This recent incident likely followed the same pattern. The avaricious dwarves had made even greater commotion, prompting the dinosaurs to once again take the risk and reap substantial rewards. Having lost 1/5 of their population and even their leader, this dwarven clan would undoubtedly remain shrouded in the shadow of the dinosaurs for a considerable time, hesitant to venture into the mines again. However, one should not be too absolute in such assumptions. Guo Sen resolved to address the matters concerning the dwarves before thoroughly observing the miniature world within the volcanic crater. He intended to extinguish their desire to continue mining the fiery stones, urging them towards hunting, foraging for fruits, or extracting roots and smelting metals, engaging in more constructive pursuits. It was not his wish to witness their incessant fixation on excavating gems and trading with the sheepmen for food. Such a distorted trade was not the civilization he envisioned. Reflecting on the kin of these dwarves across another land, he realized that their development was indeed the hallmark of a normal civilization, while barter was remarkably advanced. Its emergence was far too premature and utterly anomalous. His gaze shifted to the underground mining tunnels within the cave. After a thorough inspection, confirming the absence of any living dwarves within the mining caverns, he summoned his willpower to seal the entrance with innumerable formidable boulders, completely barricading the passage to the subterranean realm. Henceforth, even if they dared to return, they would find it impossible to do so unless they possessed superior smelting techniques. Driven by a relentless obsession to break open the nearby rocks in search of the exceedingly rare fiery stones embedded within the strata, by that time, what awaited them might very well be an abyss of despair. Certainly, there exists a compelling reason to safeguard the diminutive ecosystem nestled within the volcanic crater. Guo Sen remained oblivious to the potential longevity of this easily destructible habitat, yet in the short term, he harbored a desire to observe the tenacious flora and fauna thriving within it, pondering whether they might undergo any novel evolutionary transformations. He had previously missed witnessing the intricate process by which the lizard folk, the white wolf tribe, dwarfs, and go-men evolved from mere animals into sentient beings. However, with the emergence of such a secluded ecosystem, perhaps the opportunity to observe this phenomenon was not entirely unattainable. After ensuring the cave was completely sealed, Guo Sen turned his gaze towards the dwarves, only to discover that these creatures had altogether abandoned their former dwelling, opting for a collective migration. This unexpected development caught him off guard. He had presumed the dwarves would linger in this locale, gradually recuperating and thriving. Yet, upon reflection, this choice seemed a logical response to their recent tribulations. Following their descent into the mine, they had suffered the loss of over 60 individuals, the majority of whom were in their prime, including the tribe's leader. All their lamps, metal picks, and provisions lay entombed beneath the earth. Even if Guo Sen had not sealed the entrance, they would undoubtedly refrain from venturing down to search for their lost belongings, especially with 3 terrifying monsters lurking below. Devoid of sustenance and the tools necessary for gemstone mining, the dwarves were compelled to seek a new habitat, grappling with the pressing concern of securing food for the evening. Guo Sen had not anticipated that these dinosaurs could drive the dwarves to such extremes, yet the unfolding events inevitably led to this outcome. Of course, if the dwarves were to establish a new tribe and flourish anew, this calamity could ultimately be viewed as a fortuitous turn of events. Conversely, should they succumb to despair, failing to adapt to their altered circumstances and eventually becoming mere specters of civilization, it would merely serve as testament to their inability to thrive in this world. Similarly, had it not been for this disaster, they might have continued to languish when the goatmen eventually lost interest in gemstones. No world will adapt to humanity. Rather, it is humanity that must adapt to the world. In the harsh reality of survival of the fittest, only the strongest secure greater opportunities for existence. The weaker beings, such as these dwarves, who rely entirely on the goatmen for sustenance, will inevitably face extinction if they resist change, fading into obscurity amidst the relentless tide of time. Fortuitously, the dwarves encountered no peril throughout their lengthy journey, and finally settled near a valley with a gently flowing brook. Guo Sen exhaled with relief as he observed them foraging for nearby fruits. This region appeared somewhat arid, with limited food resources and rather barren soil. Yet it offered a relative sense of safety. Guo Sen had previously noted the presence of creatures akin to tigers or leopards around the goatmen's territory, seemingly engaged in the pursuit of other animals. The carnivorous creatures once roamed the area where the dwarven tribe had previously settled. However, upon arriving in this valley, Guo Sen found no trace of them, likely due to the scarcity of herbivores in this region. The dwarves possessed a few remaining metal picks, and the men began to carve into the mountainside of the towering valley. Meanwhile, the women and children diligently gathered fruit, with some audaciously venturing into the water in search of fish. With the dwarven tribe seemingly established, Guo Sen felt a sense of relief. At least they had not completely forgotten how to survive. The future is reserved for the strong, as long as they remember what it means to be powerful. Chapter 54. The Land of Oblivion. Guo Sen traced the river upstream, discovering that the areas it traversed were abundant in rainfall and teeming with tributaries. It was no wonder that the entire river was nestled within the valley. This was not favorable for the dwarves downstream. He began to employ his abilities, redirecting nearly all the tributaries, creating several diverging channels in the region inhabited by the dwarves, which would converge again several hundred meters away. Thus, even in the event of an unforeseen torrential downpour, the now diminished and slow-flowing river would not inundate the dwarves, delivering them to the depths of the water. Of course, Guo Sen was aware that the dwarves had journeyed to a location near the heart of the land, suggesting they had considerable experience dealing with such matters. They would not be foolish enough to construct their tunnels too close to the water's surface. Upon his return for inspection, he found this to be true. The valley stood nearly 50 meters high, while the dwarves had carved their caverns at around 20 meters. This area predominantly consisted of crumbly limestone, and the dwarves had exerted minimal effort. They had already excavated a significant portion during Guo Sen's absence. It appeared they might indeed be descendants of the dwarves from the previous land, with the height of their caves reflecting a similar measure. This elevation not only safeguarded them from sudden floods, but also shielded them from beasts unknowingly seeking food. It was indeed a wise choice of location. However, until the cave was fully completed, they seemed destined to camp outdoors. Guo Sen observed that the dwarves had gathered a considerable amount of dry hay and had procured some branches from nearby, placing them a safe distance from the riverbank. With some black pebbles in hand, they appeared ready to start a fire. Guo Sen had not closely observed how the White Wolf tribe kindled their fires, nor had he paid attention to the dwarves on the other continent. Now, witnessing the actions of the dwarves here, he began to comprehend how they preserved the spark of fire once it was obtained. The striking of flint to produce sparks, aiming to ignite kindling with those embers, if only it were as simple as that. After much toil and drenched in sweat, the dwarves finally ignited the pile of hay, hastily adding branches and similar materials to the fire. Guo Sen observed as they began to toss in items resembling tree roots. It seemed they had grown accustomed to cooked food. However, having developed a dependence on salt, it might take them some time to adapt to flavorless sustenance. At this juncture, Guo Sen felt that the dwarves had settled somewhat and that he had arranged the surrounding environment for them. The rest was now up to them. Whether they would thrive or perish, whether civilization would face extinction or rejuvenation, was beyond his influence. He merely hoped that the dwarves could abandon their former habits, steering clear of a distorted evolution of civilization. Even a regression to an exceedingly simple way of life, like the one they currently inhabited, would be far preferable to the alternative. As for what lay ahead, it would entirely depend on their own fortune. Turning his gaze away from the dwarfs, Guo Sen returned to the volcanic crater. He soon located the few dinosaurs that had previously attacked the dwarves, but he also discovered numerous new skeletons within their lair. These were clearly the remains of dwarves that had met their demise at the jaws and feet of the dinosaurs in the subterranean realm. This reflection brought back memories of that time, and Guo Sen sighed deeply. Let them be consumed. He had no intention of burying the remains of the dwarves, for they were merely a part of the ecological cycle, and there was no necessity for such acts. Should the dwarves from another continent encounter these three dinosaurs, they might well emerge victorious, for those individuals were earnestly seeking sustenance rather than squandering their efforts. Guo Sen's gaze traversed the thickets of ferns, where countless insects and small creatures mingled, while dinosaurs continued to appear. He estimated the area to be relatively modest, around 10 square kilometers. The reason he had not discovered this place from the sky while searching for intelligent beings was likely due to his subconscious belief that a volcanic crater could not harbor anything of significance. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the dinosaurs were not particularly large. There were no colossal creatures measuring dozens of meters. Instead, the carnivorous dinosaurs, akin to those that had attacked the dwarves, were mostly small to medium-sized, around 3 meters in length, alongside a considerable number of herbivorous dinosaurs. However, they seemed to have evolved some remarkable traits. Previously, while searching for dinosaurs, Guo Sen had unearthed fossils and recalled seeing grotesque beings with 3 or 4 eyes. To his astonishment, he now encountered them in the flesh. The herbivorous dinosaurs possessed more than 3 eyes, enabling them to swiftly detect any movement at short to medium distances. They appeared robust and exhibited a strong affinity for social living. Given the size of the small dinosaurs that had attacked the dwarfs, it would be nearly impossible for them to assault those larger creatures, as they would likely be discovered and swiftly dealt with. The preservation of the ecosystem within this volcanic crater could be attributed to this very reason. Suddenly, he felt compelled to bestow a name upon this place, the Land of Oblivion. Here lies a place forgotten by time and the outside world. Nestled within the nearly entirely enclosed dormant caldera, harboring an extraordinarily unique natural ecosystem, the abundant precipitation and high temperatures create a humid environment. Guo Sen speculated that it was not merely the greenhouse effect that kept this active volcano from erupting, but rather the movement of magma beneath the surface that contributed to the elevated temperatures. However, if this locale possesses such a distinctive ecosystem, do other volcanic craters around the globe also harbor similar wonders? This notion piqued his interest immensely. He immediately focused his attention on volcanic sites worldwide, scrutinizing every one that had remained dormant. Contrary to his expectations, aside from this particular caldera, it seemed that only one other volcano on an unvisited landmass possessed a nearly identical ecosystem. Yet, compared to this forgotten realm, Guo Sen found himself more intrigued by another matter. Was it dwarves? No, their limbs were not so elongated. What manner of humanoid were they? He pondered silently. Clad in garments seemingly fashioned from oversized leaves, they busily gathered something in the mud by a rather broad river. As Guo Sen drew closer, he realized he needed to retract some of his earlier thoughts. These hunched figures were not some otherworldly beings, but humans who bore an almost identical resemblance to those of Earth. Chapter 55. The evolution of civilization in terms of facial features, limb proportions, and even mannerisms. These individuals were strikingly similar to Earthlings. Guo Sen had previously believed that dwarves might be the only race on his planet resembling humans, yet here, by sheer coincidence, he had discovered this group alongside the riverbank of a caldera. What were the odds of such an evolution into human-likeness? Guo Sen mused that this could scarcely be quantified by mathematical probability. Did this imply that on all planets with Earth-like environments, intelligent beings would evolve to resemble humans? Or was this merely a lamentably low probability? It was indeed a mystery. In the grand tapestry of life's evolution, would intelligent beings ultimately find a place among humans? However, after the initial excitement, Guo Sen calmed himself, recognizing that these humans were not entirely akin to Earthlings. Evidently, they had higher cheekbones, smaller heads, and denser hair. They did not walk in a perfectly upright manner, and their arms seemed less proportionate than those of Earthlings, evoking a semblance to gibbons, while their bodies appeared slightly plump. Perhaps this indicated that they had yet to fully evolve into a human-like form? Or would they remain thus? Guo Sen was uncertain. Time would reveal the answer. Nevertheless, the presence of intelligent beings so remarkably akin to Earthlings filled his heart with a joy surpassing that of his previous encounter with the dwarves. He believed that if these humans were in need, he would endeavor to bring them more advanced civilizations, the hunting techniques of the lizard folk, the watchtowers and fences of the white wolf tribe, the advanced smelting techniques of the dwarves, and the pastoral practices of the goat people. Anything that these humans lacked, Guo Sen would patiently and meticulously teach them. Was this favoritism? Guo Sen was aware that he felt such an impulse when encountering intelligent beings more akin to Earthlings. Compared to other races, he genuinely wished to elevate the civilization of these humans to a higher echelon. Were he to become a creature with a lizard's head, he would undoubtedly show greater bias towards the lizard folk. He was uncertain about the psychology behind this sentiment, yet he reasoned that such thoughts were not inherently wrong. To him, the appearance of humans was far more endearing than that of other races. Of course, this partiality had its limits. He sought to ensure that the civilization of humanity did not diverge too far from that of other races. Otherwise, it would resemble a rehash of the conquest and subjugation of indigenous peoples after the discovery of a new continent. He strived to appear fair, for they were all citizens of the same planet. After pondering for a while, Guo Sen began to closely observe these humans, eager to discern the progress of their civilization. Suddenly, he noticed that the items they were gathering resembled some sort of diminutive green-leafed plants, which appeared to be growing in a rather orderly fashion. He examined the dense cluster of vegetation thriving along the banks of the fertile river and realized that while typical plants grow haphazardly, the plants these humans were collecting, although not entirely parallel in growth, exhibited a commendable degree of organization. Moreover, why were these humans uprooting these plants? They were neither fruits nor roots. Why plants? Could it be? Was this a vegetable? Perhaps cultivated? Guo Sen began to speculate boldly. After all, after much contemplation, this was the only plausible possibility. The notion of humans cultivating vegetables was indeed impressive. This implied that they could till the soil, sow seeds, water their crops, and harvest, utilizing the fertile land by the river to achieve self-sufficiency through agriculture. Was this not a remarkably advanced civilization? However, Guo Sen did not allow his excitement to overwhelm him, for it was merely a hypothesis. What if he were mistaken? Yet, upon witnessing these humans binding the harvested leaves with slender stalks and occasionally chewing on them, Guo Sen became convinced of his conjecture. These humans were indeed serious. Had they already developed a primitive agricultural civilization? Guo Sen suddenly felt that these humans were far superior to the previous humanoids he had encountered. With an agricultural civilization, it signified that the traditional means of subsistence through hunting and gathering roots and fruits could no longer satisfy their burgeoning needs. This indicated a substantial population. An explosion in population would lead to even greater demands. More food, more clothing, and greater spiritual needs. The enhancement of tools, the advancement of smelting techniques, and the evolution of weaponry. Guo Sen dared not dwell on it, for the vision was too splendid. If it were truly so, even without his intervention, these humans would ascend to become the pinnacle of civilization upon this entire planet. With a heart brimming with excitement, he observed as the humans gradually rose from their fields, cradling their vegetables. By the edge of the field lay a peculiar object, a wooden raft bound together with grass ropes, surrounded by a barrier that rendered it akin to a wooden cart. The humans deposited their vegetables into this cart. Then, from the reeds by the riverbank, they led forth an extraordinary creature. Its flat, brown-furred head boasted large, prominent eyes that darted about, while its mouth, filled with flat teeth, continued to chew on plants. A pair of upright horns adorned its head. This creature crawled on all fours, with a body that, despite being slightly over half a meter in height, extended over 2 meters in length due to its short tail. Its overall appearance resembled that of a turtle devoid of a shell. Nevertheless, its physique appeared remarkably robust, with well-defined muscles evident in its limbs and tail. A sturdy grass rope was fastened around its neck, suggesting a strong hold. The humans placed the cart upon its back, with one individual leading it from the front, while 2 others steadied it from the sides. The turtle-like creature obediently followed along. Had they even mastered the art of domestication? To what extent had these humans evolved their civilization? Guo Sen's excitement grew ever more profound. He could almost foresee even grander civilizations emerging from these astonishing humans. As they traversed their path, Guo Sen beheld more vegetable fields, replete with plants bearing blue tubers or blossoming with small red flowers, their fruits resembling heart shapes. A procession of turtle-like carts emerged from these fields, forming a vibrant, winding line as they advanced farther afield. Guo Sen focused his gaze ahead, where, not far off, tendrils of smoke rose gracefully into the air. He could almost detect a delightful aroma wafting toward him. Surely, that must be the tribe of humans. Chapter 56. Anomalies in Patterns: Agriculture, Tool Manufacturing, Domestication, and the Use of Fire. These represent but a facet of the civilization that this primitive human tribe continuously reveals to Guo Sen. They cultivate vegetables and fruit trees, manufacture tools for transport, and have tamed animals to assist in transportation. Furthermore, Guo Sen has gleaned the fundamental technology of fire from the rising smoke of their cooking. He yearned to discover how far these primitives could evolve their rudimentary civilization. Was there more advanced technology to be uncovered? His gaze gradually drew nearer to the source of the smoke. There lay a tribe upon the flat expanse of the grassland. A neatly constructed, towering wooden fence encloses an expansive plain, where hundreds of buildings, exquisite in their design, stand. Stones and wooden planks harmoniously interlace with ropes, delineating quaint cottages. A multitude of primitive people gathers around several fires, incessantly feeding them with dry branches. Above the flames, a peculiar sight, unseen in other tribes, captures attention: the enormous shell of a fruit from an unknown plant. Shaped like a barrel, it features two hollow openings on either side, through which sturdy ropes pass, securing it to a wooden stick thick as a man's arm. This stick, nearly 2 meters in length, rests atop two robust branches driven into the ground, forming a cross. This assemblage serves as a rudimentary cooking apparatus. Within the charred exterior of the fruit, bubbles froth and white smoke billows, unmistakably indicating the presence of water. After the primitive people transport vegetables and fruits, driven by a shellless turtle, into the tribe, others distribute the food around the various fires. Guo Sen observes as each individual begins to toss a copious amount of vegetables and fruits into the boiling water, followed by the presentation of another surprising item. It appears to be a bowl-like vessel crafted from a clay-like substance, its inner surface smooth yet adorned with fine cracks. Undoubtedly, this is a form of pottery. Did these primitive people truly master such a craft? Remarkable. As the vegetables and fruits soften into a paste within the boiling water, someone carefully retrieves the pot along with the wooden stick. Guo Sen notices another individual using a ladle-like object to scoop the paste, pouring it into the ceramic bowls. All the primitive people gaze at the steaming food with insatiable desire, saliva pooling uncontrollably. Is it truly so delectable? Guo Sen finds himself perplexed. What could be so appealing about this paste? It reminds him of a nightmarish advertisement he once recalled, where a young boy eagerly awaited a vendor selling black sesame paste, ultimately devouring a bowl clean and licking it dry. These primitive individuals, undeterred by the steam, clean their bowls with fervor, each bowl following the last. A carnival of paste ensues, continuing until they can eat no more, their stomachs bulging in satisfaction as they recline on the ground. Guo Sen is left bewildered. Could this paste truly be that delicious? Is this all they consume to feel full? Solely vegetables and fruits? Or merely in a mashed form? What could this signify? Is it possible that the region's animal resources are exceedingly scarce, rendering hunting futile? With questions swirling in his mind, Guo Sen expands his gaze, meticulously observing the grasslands, riverbanks, and forests nearest to the tribe. A plethora of exotic and captivating animals continually presents itself before him. The number of creatures appears exceedingly vast, with a rich variety of both carnivorous and herbivorous species. Some of them seem utterly indifferent to the presence of the primitive humans, as if they were merely entering their own abode, swaying and bouncing about within the tribe. Upon closer observation, one can see countless birds residing nearby, some even flitting through the untamed hair atop the heads of the primitive individuals. What an absurd spectacle! Are these animals perhaps the pets of the primitive people? Or have they mastered the art of establishing a natural wildlife sanctuary? Alternatively, could it be that the tribe has chosen to settle amidst a zoo? Such notions are utterly ludicrous. Do the animals and birds not fear the primitive humans? Guo Sen redirected his gaze towards the tribe, meticulously searching for the expected weaponry. Indeed, there were stone blades, axes, spears, and swords. Why not utilize these to contend with the robust creatures that seem so plump? Is it possible that the weapons were crafted solely for defense? Guo Sen's mind raced with 138 alpacas. What on earth is happening? This cannot be. It defies the laws of development. Guo Sen hesitated to accept the perilous thoughts swirling in his mind as reality. Perhaps the primitive people occasionally indulged in a diet of fruits and vegetable mash. For days on end, Guo Sen observed the primitive individuals rise early and return late, foraging for produce, transporting it, consuming their mash, and resting. Over the span of more than 10 days, even if an animal inadvertently fell into the fire or was tossed into the pot, the primitive folks would retrieve it, often going so far as to prepare another batch of mash. Guo Sen finally grasped, albeit reluctantly, an undeniable truth. These primitive beings, who most closely resembled his perception of humanity, were, in fact, entirely herbivorous. What does this imply? In this world of abysmally low productivity, if the primitive people are unable to acquire the essential protein that they so desperately need, the prospect of their bodies becoming stronger is utterly impossible. After all, Guo Sen had not witnessed any of these individuals consuming bird eggs, indicating that they have virtually no access to adequate nutritional sources. Even if those vegetables, tubers, and fruits contained a fair amount of protein, it would not suffice to counterbalance their consumption. Instead, the excessive starch in those foods might render them somewhat corpulent. This bears no comparison to modern humans on Earth. Contemporary humans have the option to consume raw meat, partake in less than sanitary foods, or even adopt a purely plant-based diet. all supported by a robust medical system and advanced scientific knowledge. Absent these, such dietary choices would be nonsensical. The primitive individuals before Guo Sen have evidently diverged from the natural order, and in this savage era, their exclusive reliance on a vegetarian diet has resulted in a tribe of fewer than 500 souls. Logically, given their agricultural civilization and the relevant technologies, they should possess a population of at least 1,000. Moreover, their modest demands for meat have hindered their motivation to develop smelting technologies, leaving them without even the most rudimentary weapons, let alone the means for mining. Guo Sen pondered how to guide this race. Chapter 57. For happiness in comparison to the other races he had encountered, these primitive humans presented a notably more complex challenge. They possessed the ability to wield fire. Yet they refrained from hunting the nearby beasts, which could provide the sustenance they desperately needed. Perhaps they had never considered consuming meat, having grown accustomed to a diet of fruits and plants, or perhaps some past event had led them to reject it altogether. Guo Sen felt it imperative to gain a deeper understanding of their situation. If these primitive humans could resolve their issues with meat consumption, a plethora of civilizational technologies would undoubtedly unlock before them. Hunting was essential for procuring meat, a task that would demand significant physical exertion, thereby cultivating a more balanced physique. With successful hunts, they could utilize the pelts to replace their tattered foliage, creating warmer, more comfortable garments. It was likely that innovations such as bone needles would soon follow. Once the animal population dwindled, they could venture into the rivers to develop fishing practices. Against formidable beasts, stone tools would prove inadequate, prompting them to seek out superior materials such as copper or iron. As their productive capabilities expanded, so too would their potential endeavors. The seemingly trivial act of consuming meat was, in fact, intertwined with a multitude of issues. Take the lizard people, for instance. They commenced their journey with a carnivorous diet. Guo Sen merely needed to impart to them the fundamental knowledge of fire and metallurgy, and they would rapidly advance their civilization and enhance productivity. When he returned to observe their progress, they might very well evolve into a formidable race. In contrast, the primitive humans before him, while appearing to possess advanced technologies unknown to other races, found their civilization stymied by the very issue of meat consumption. The disparity between their advanced development and their limited population clearly illustrated this stagnation. Guo Sen understood that his priority must be to teach them the art of hunting and the benefits of a carnivorous diet. As for the method, Guo Sen immediately began to identify the leader within this primitive tribe. It was not a difficult task. Previously, he had observed a grand structure at the heart of the tribe, constructed of wood and stone, yet aesthetically pleasing, adorned with peculiar patterns created from plant sap. A stone pillar decorated the entrance, setting it apart from the other dwellings. However, what was that sound of anguished cries emanating from within? Curiosity piqued. Guo Sen's gaze swept into the spacious abode. Upon entering through the door, woven together with frayed ropes, he was met with the sight of several female primitives engaged in activities that were best left unspoken, alongside their leader. It appeared they were quite spirited in their endeavors. Guo Sen truly felt that in this primitive civilization devoid of any form of entertainment, the means for recreation were remarkably scarce. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they genuinely appeared to have little else to engage in. The sole source of amusement seemed to be the playful antics of young monkeys. However, did they truly believe that their current level of productivity could sustain such a large population? Moreover, it was quite peculiar that the leader appeared exceptionally robust, his physique brimming with muscle, unlike other primitive individuals who tended to be more rotund. The female primitives who engaged in combat with him shared a similar athleticism, their figures deserving of an 8 out of 10. Guo Sen observed for a while longer before retreating. To his astonishment, these primitive humans seemed to have unlocked a considerable array of skills. Terms like old man, sitting, and missionary came to mind. He dared to assert that, in this regard, primitive humans had far surpassed other races. Yet, such knowledge proved to be of little practical use. Postures could not be transformed into sustenance. Guo Sen had initially intended to glean insights from the leader regarding whether they had always abstained from meat, but it appeared he would have to wait until their activities concluded. His gaze shifted to the other decorations within the dwelling. The primitives appeared particularly fond of the enormous fruit shells that could be fashioned into pots. Even the leader's quarters were cluttered with such items. They utilized these not only as cooking implements but also for storage and decoration, showcasing their versatility. Particularly intriguing were the colored coatings on these shells, which Guo Sen suspected were derived from various plants and fruits, easily rubbed off with a gentle touch. After some time, the leader continued his labor, and Guo Sen lost interest, idly inspecting the contents of the fruit shells. He encountered purplish tubers, powdered vegetable leaves, wrinkled fruits, and what appeared to be quite appealing jerky. None of these items seemed particularly appetizing. Wait, jerky? Guo Sen thought he must have misperceived. He focused intently on the pile of dry, hard items, their fibrous surface and texture, along with a faint aroma of meat wafting through the air, unequivocally confirmed that they were indeed jerky. Upon further examination of the other fruit shells, he discovered even more jerky. Could it be that? He glanced at the seemingly tireless leader, who appeared to be endlessly working, and a hypothesis began to form in his mind. However, without concrete evidence, what if this jerky served a different purpose? Perhaps to feed smaller animals, or to offer to that shelled creature. After a while, the leader finally ceased his toil. Upon finishing, he approached the storage area for the jerky. With a cheerful demeanor, he retrieved some from the fruit shell and began to gnaw on it. He then took additional pieces and distributed them among the kneeling female primitives. Ah, how amusing you all are. Guo Sen's conjecture once again materialized into undeniable reality. The so-called leader of this tribe appeared to harbor rather duplicitous intentions. He indulged in meat himself, shared it with the women, while distributing vegetable mush to the other members of the tribe, likely putting on a facade of vegetarianism in front of the crowd. The women of these tribes likely gathered for the allure of meat and the prestige of their leader. It stands to reason that the inhabitants of this primitive tribe must recognize that meat is far more delectable than the insipid vegetable mush. A revelation indeed. Is it a mere fantasy to monopolize the jerky and remain the perennial victor? Must there not be a shared revelry? Guo Sen could not help but smile wryly. It seems the leader has decreed a prohibition against all tribal members consuming meat, strictly forbidding hunting, and has invented this mushy vegetable dish. The motive, of course, is his own contentment. Yet, one could argue that he could easily wield his authority as leader to achieve this aim. Could there be another reason? As Guo Sen scrutinized the leader, he suddenly sensed an air of peculiarity surrounding him. Unlike ordinary primitives, this leader was adorned with green and orange pigments, and atop his head rested a comical headdress woven from feathers. Guo Sen examined the interior of the dwelling and then turned his gaze to the strange decorations on the outer walls, as well as the odd stone pillars. Doubts began to arise regarding the leader's true identity. Might he not be the leader at all, but rather a priest? If this so-called victor of the jerky were not the leader but a priest, then all enigmas would be elucidated. It would also clarify the bizarre embellishments both inside and outside the dwelling, along with the leader's unique body paint and eccentric feathered headdress. As the most astute individual within the tribe, the priest would undoubtedly wield less power than the tribal leader, for he merely exists as a tool of governance under the leader's dominion. He may enjoy a life of lesser toil and greater feasting, yet he could never attract the attention of numerous women, for the leader's presence looms large, relegating him to the realm of dreams. Guo Sen formulated a hypothesis. If this priest were to suddenly proclaim that consuming meat could lead to the tribe's demise, and coincidentally, several individuals began to perish mysteriously, the ignorant and superstitious tribespeople would panic, beginning to believe his outlandish claims. To avert their own extinction, they would have no choice but to consume the vegetable mush. The priest would then amplify his mystique, further solidifying his assertions, causing the tribe to cling to his every word. Perhaps there is indeed something within the vegetables, vitamins, starches, proteins, that enhances their health, leading the tribespeople to shun meat even more. As hunting dwindles, agriculture may flourish, and everyone could partake in the vegetable mush. What a delightful scenario. Yet, there will always be those who yearn for the taste of meat. After all, they are primitives, unable to effectively manage their desires. The priest would exploit this weakness, secretly hunting animals, crafting jerky in concealment, and using it to entice the tribal women. He could easily explain any strange noises emanating from the dwelling as prayers for abundant crops. The women, enticed by the jerky, would undoubtedly keep such secrets, ensuring the cycle remains unbroken. If this individual truly is a priest, Guo Sen shifted his gaze, continuing his search within the tribe. Ultimately, he discovered a structure that, while smaller than the grand edifice at the center of the tribe, was indeed more magnificent. This building boasted a pair of guards at its entrance, each wielding a stone spear. Upon observing the interior, Guo Sen beheld a rotund figure reclining amidst a stack of grass, chewing on a mash of fruits and vegetables, while conversing with a kneeling primitive nearby. Could this be the leader? Guo Sen concentrated, and their voices reached his ears. Leader, our numbers are increasing, yet our food supply is dwindling. The fruits and vegetables from the fields can no longer meet our needs. The kneeling individual addressed the plump figure. Guo Sen nodded inwardly. Indeed, this hefty individual was the leader. But what of the priest? We must cultivate more land and plant additional food. That is the correct course of action, the leader proclaimed, seemingly content as he sipped the vegetable mash, treating the issue lightly. With all due respect, we ought to resume hunting. Have we not witnessed the abundance of prey? The shaman has warned us. The consequences of consuming meat could be dire. Do you not remember? The leader suddenly hurled his bowl to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The subordinate lowered his head, falling silent. The flesh harbors terrifying parasites and deadly toxins. Have you forgotten that after consuming meat, several of our kin perished? The subordinate understood, vowing never to mention meat again, beseeching the leader to calm his fury. Let us gather more individuals and tools to clear additional fields. The leader waved his hefty hand, and the subordinate, frowning, hurried away, seemingly to relay the orders. Guo Sen comprehended that the individual he had previously observed was not a priest, but rather a shaman. Furthermore, it appeared that the tribe had indeed experienced an incident of food poisoning, just as he had surmised. The leader's reference to terrifying parasites likely pertained to those hidden within animal flesh, while the deadly toxins were probably the result of bacteria and viruses present in spoiled meat. It seemed these individuals had never cooked their meat as one would vegetables, which explained their apprehension. Interestingly, the shaman's jerky appeared to be cooked or roasted. The shaman possessed wisdom surpassing that of all others in the tribe, wielding it to manipulate the primitive folk skillfully. Now, it became evident that the reason these primitives refrained from consuming meat was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an overwhelming fear. They dreaded falling ill and succumbing to death, as the shaman had forewarned. As for the women accompanying the shaman, they likely became willing playthings after tasting meat that was not only safe, but more delectable than what they previously knew. With this understanding, Guo Sen fell into deep contemplation. Convincing those primitive individuals who have long renounced carnivorous diets to embrace such practices once more is no trifling matter. Pursuing this endeavor with undue force may well yield counterproductive outcomes. Simply eliminating the shaman, that would hardly address the root of the issue. What if one were to manipulate the leader into rallying everyone to partake in meat? This too is fraught with peril, should the shaman intervene. Coupled with the inherent contrariness of the primitives, it is conceivable that the leader could be unceremoniously overthrown. So, what course of action should be taken? Guo Sen was suddenly reminded of a profound adage. To conquer a person, one must first conquer their stomach. The reluctance to accept meat stems from their prior experiences with raw or even putrid flesh, which not only caused digestive distress, but could even lead to death. Guo Sen doubted that merely roasting or boiling meat would suffice to entice them back, for even he found such flavors rather unpalatable. The strong taste of blood, devoid of any seasoning, would be deemed a culinary failure in Guo Sen's discerning eyes. However, what if one could create delectable meat dishes that would tantalize the primitive folk to the point of irresistible temptation? To craft such exquisite meals, a myriad of ingredients would be required. This tribe lacked the array of spices and seasonings found on Earth. Oil, salt, vinegar, chili, and pepper were all absent, as were the necessary cooking implements. Nevertheless, with just a hint of salt, one could achieve extraordinary flavors. Salt, a simple yet vital seasoning, was not beyond reach. With a mere thought, Guo Sen explored the geological layers and caves within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Fortuitously, not far from the tribe lay a shallow cavern abundant with rock salt. With ample wildlife nearby and salt at hand, it seemed that the remaining tasks would flow smoothly. Yet, Guo Sen felt compelled to introduce a touch of salt to the tranquil lives of these primitives. Chapter 59. Charge ahead. Guo Sen swiftly traversed the vast expanse of this continent, meticulously scouring the forests, grasslands, mountains, and riverbanks inch by inch. Soon, he identified a target, a primitive tribe situated a mere few dozen kilometers from the previous one. A cursory glance revealed that these primitive humans appeared to have cultivated a more robust form of civilization. Backed by a colossal cave, they had skillfully bound sturdy wooden stakes together with ropes, encircling the cave in a grand semicircular formation. The layout of this tribe bore resemblance to that of the White Wolf tribe, yet it was significantly more expansive, the cave itself both wide and exceptionally deep. At the forefront of the cave's enclosure stood a grand entrance, 2 meters wide and high, guarded by several primitives wielding weapons that glimmered with a metallic sheen. The hue of the metal was neither copper nor iron. Peering further into the tribe, Guo Sen noted that, aside from the cave, there were several hundred structures surrounding the enclosure, constructed from wood and stone, reminiscent of the earlier tribe's dwellings. Above the dwelling, a robust roof adorned with a pelt-like covering exudes a sense of solidity. Numerous primitive individuals traverse the space between the construction site and the cave interiors. Guo Sen observes intently. It appears that nearly 1,000 of these primitive people inhabit this area, their physiques undeniably more robust than those of the previous tribe he encountered. The majority are industriously engaged in labor. The tribe boasts a square for drying animal hides, a kiln for firing clay into pots, bowls, and various utensils, a designated area for crafting ropes from straw, and several workshops where dozens of individuals wield heavy hammers, refining glowing metal blocks extracted from the furnace. Within these workshops, the primitive inhabitants either use metal blades to strip animal hides, tirelessly mold various containers from clay, or sweat profusely while forging metal tools and weapons. Some are even seen drying jerky or roasting chunks of meat. The air is alive with a cacophony of sounds, seemingly narrating the prosperity of this place to Guo Senior. As he broadens his gaze, he notices nearly 100 primitive individuals approaching the tribe, laden with weapons and an impressive haul of game. Guo Sen observes that these hunters not only carry long metal spears, but also brandish long metal swords. Further afield, women can be seen gathering fruits from the ground or from trees. Guo Sen cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. This is indeed a civilization demonstrating the healthy development of a primitive tribe. The mastery of fire, pottery, weaving, and metallurgy, along with the previously unseen technique of crafting metal swords, reveals to Guo Sen that these primitive people are far more suited to become the rulers of this continent than those who merely cultivate crops and consume fruits and vegetables. Initially, he had intended to seek out a tribe composed of primitive humans or other hominids, but he had not anticipated his fortune in stumbling upon such a civilized community. However, this tribe is not without its shortcomings. After circling around, Guo Sen notes the absence of domesticated animals and agricultural practices. They seem to prefer hunting and foraging for food over cultivating it like their vegetarian counterparts. This inclination poses a significant drawback. Should they wish to advance further as a tribe, the time spent hunting and foraging will inevitably increase, while the availability of prey and fruits will diminish. One day, as nearby game and fruit become scarce, and the appetite of the growing population cannot be satisfied, the tribe will face three dire choices: either to passively reduce their numbers, migrate to more bountiful lands, or engage in warfare with tribes rich in sustenance. Guo Sen examines the armory within the tribe, discovering a staggering accumulation of weapons, piled as high as a small mountain. The quantity exceeds the number of inhabitants, suggesting these are not solely tools for hunting. In another corner of the tribe, over 100 individuals, their faces adorned with green paint, practice relentlessly, forming a square formation while emitting thunderous roars. It appears that the primitive inhabitants of this tribe have indeed encountered a bottleneck, and they seem poised to embark upon a third path. If this is the case, then who might their adversaries be? The answer seems rather self-evident. Thus, the tribe's thoughts align perfectly with his own. Guo Sen's intent to sow discord among the tribe is to conquer them using formidable factions like theirs. Only through conquest can this more powerful race amass greater strength and endure. Guo Sen noticed a particularly robust primitive man at the center of the tribe. His wild hair adorned with a slender bone, standing out conspicuously. Before him knelt a dozen or so individuals, and Guo Sen sensed they were engaged in discourse. He activated his abilities. "Chief, we believe we are nearly prepared. We request to set forth." Guo Sen swiftly heard these words, which, to him, were not particularly surprising. Setting forth? Wait, how did the reconnaissance go? The individual referred to as the chief, the strongest primitive man Guo Sen had observed, was now seated upon a wooden stump, his expression indicating he too anticipated this declaration. "Chief, since our last encounter deep within the forest, we have kept a follower trailing them to a location with a rather pungent odor. That is their tribe." One of the subordinates promptly replied. "Oh, a pungent odor? Wait, is their tribe far from here? What is their number?" "Chief, if we commence our actions by dawn, we should reach their tribe by the time the Tanta reaches its zenith. As for their numbers, we have not counted them precisely, but it is approximately 400. Tanta? Guo Sen gazed at the crimson star hanging high in the sky, hearing for the first time the name assigned to it by the intelligent beings on that sphere. However, the name was rather perplexing. If the entire world were to refer to that star as Tanta, it certainly lacked an appealing sound. What more universally comprehensible name could it be given? Surely not the sun? For 100, then it appears we must gather and prepare all the warriors of our tribe. The chief seemed unconcerned by this figure, evidently more focused on other matters. What are their weaponry? Chief, they possess very few weapons, all fashioned from stone. Stone. The chief chuckled, a contemptuous expression spreading across his bearded face. They possess technology that we lack, and their food reserves are quite substantial. Moreover, they have things we cannot comprehend. Tomorrow we shall set forth. The chief waved his hand decisively, not inquiring further about that technology or the incomprehensible things. Making a swift decision, Guo Sen could discern that the chief had become somewhat intoxicated by the notion of their ample food reserves. Furthermore, considering the enemy's limited weaponry, all merely stone spears, there was no need to deliberate further. They would simply proceed. Chapter 60. Diverging paths. Guo Sen's original intention was to seek out a tribe to challenge the agricultural community he had first encountered, assuming the role of a conqueror. In vanquishing them, he aimed to forcibly disseminate a range of more advanced technologies, including the consumption of meat. Throughout Earth's history, the age of exploration initiated by advanced nations exemplified this notion, Upon discovering the continents of Africa and America, conquerors nearly exterminated the indigenous populations, plundering gold, spices, and other resources, even reducing the native tribes to slavery. Simultaneously, they propagated superior cultures and technologies, leading to the prosperity and advancement of civilization in those regions. Through warfare, the objective of conquest could be achieved swiftly, while also compelling the integration of civilization, albeit amidst the bloodshed and enslavement that often accompanied it. Such conquest proved far easier than Guo Sen merely teaching the agricultural tribe to consume meat or persuading this tribe to adopt farming practices. At this moment, he realized what he must do. If he were to act, it should be with absolute resolve. On his sphere, there could be no feeble, intelligent life. Even in the absence of his intervention, the weaker factions would inevitably be eliminated. For instance, this primitive tribe, without any influence from him, had already conceived the idea of conquering the agricultural community. This trend was inevitable. Chief, our chief. The subordinates rose, roaring with fervor. Hey, hey, hey. All the primitive tribes people raised their arms, joining in the chant. Time passed swiftly, and the next day arrived in no time. As the star began to rise, every member of the primitive tribe awoke and immediately entered a state of readiness for battle. After a brief assembly, the chief summoned all those capable of fighting and promptly distributed weapons. Guo Sen counted. This was a formidable force of nearly 500 individuals, an impressive scale for such a primitive era. 500 warriors clad in thick animal skins gathered on the plains outside the tribe, standing in a precise square formation. The outermost circle of warriors wielded nearly 2-meter-long metal spears, while those within bore swords suited for close combat. Guo Sen believed that should they engage in battle with this formation, even if the agricultural tribe outnumbered them tenfold, they would likely meet a dire fate. The disparity in civilization was staggering, a veritable onslaught. Guo Sen observed that each warrior carried dried meat on their backs. The quantity suggested they were prepared for a camping expedition, displaying remarkable confidence in their capabilities. They held their adversaries in utter contempt, and rightly so. Suddenly, an idea struck Guo Sen. Could he, without relying on divine intervention or previously employed abilities, steer the situation towards his desired outcome? In essence, could he control the primitive leader, instilling in him the notion of conquest and enslavement, rather than total annihilation? What he requires is the technological complementarity between the two tribes, thereby establishing a more comprehensive and scientifically sustainable civilization. This way, he would save considerable effort and guidance, as they could learn from one another. Guo Sen harnessed his abilities. Yet this was the first occasion he employed a completely unknown power. The question lingered, could he control their thoughts? As the leader stood at the forefront of the ranks, poised to deliver a final motivational speech, he suddenly realized that he was unable to act on any intention or articulate any words. His consciousness began to blur. After Guo Sen invoked his power, he observed the leader, who had originally raised his arms, seemingly ready for a pre-battle rally, abruptly halt all movement at the moment his will was exerted. Had it worked? Guo Sen endeavored to infuse his consciousness, uttering, in times of indecision, "Let quantum mechanics be your guide." The leader remained unresponsive. What was happening? Had he failed? Was the sentence too complex? Guo Sen attempted again with a simpler phrase. "What lovely weather we have today, quite pleasant indeed." Yet, the leader continued to be silent. The warriors in the formation, witnessing their leader's sudden muteness, speculated whether he was angered, not daring to breathe. After several unsuccessful attempts with different phrases, Guo Sen began to doubt the universality of his ability. Perhaps he could not control the leader's thoughts after all. This was somewhat akin to the divine intervention ability, both aiming to influence an individual, but the distinction lay in one being absolute control and the other merely an infusion of subconscious thoughts. To his dismay, he found himself incapable of success. Could it be that he could only force divine intervention? Guo Sen pondered that this was nearly equivalent to guiding them himself, which proved to be excessively laborious. It seemed more prudent to refrain from such exertions. Even feigning divinity would be easier and devoid of any after effects. He surmised that divine intervention might be reserved for experiencing feats unattainable as a conscious entity or for endeavors he wished to explore. He ceased his use of abilities, contemplating alternative approaches. Just then, the leader, with a rich and resonant voice, proclaimed, "In times of indecision, let quantum mechanics be your guide." Guo Sen was taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. He found himself as bewildered as the primitive warriors around him. What was the leader's sudden utterance? Hadn't he just thought of that? The leader appeared equally astonished by his own words, gazing at everyone in confusion. How did I say that? He wondered. Wait, I meant to say, let us take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Guo Sen realized there was a delay to this ability. The words he had previously wished for the leader to express emerged only after the power was relinquished. It seemed that this ability could not be wielded at will. If he were to utilize it, he must carefully plan his approach in advance. Following the leader's declarations about the changing times and his intentions to abandon humanity, he fell into utter chaos, as did his subordinates. Who could have anticipated that the leader would utter a long string of nonsensical words, completely devoid of meaning? The crowd began to murmur restlessly, speculating that perhaps the leader was suffering from some ailment, a malady of the mind, perhaps. After all, the leader was not particularly young. And after a bout of confusion, he seemed to momentarily free himself from self-doubt. The primitive warriors had more pressing matters to attend to. All must obey. We shall utterly conquer that tribe. Seize their food. With a commanding shout, the leader instructed all the warriors in formation to raise their weapons high above their heads. Hey! 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 Following the resounding cheers, the formation, under the leader's guidance, gradually transformed into 4 columns, advancing across the grassland before plunging into the forest. Guo Sen glanced at their direction of travel. What on earth? Where are you going? By all accounts, the agricultural tribe lies directly to the south. Why are you heading north? What is going on? They must be directed southward. There is no agricultural tribe to the north. Chapter 61. A misunderstanding. Additional update. Guo Sen suddenly felt a sense of perplexity. The direction in which this band of primitives was advancing was clearly contrary to expectation. The agricultural tribe's location was in another direction. No matter how they turned, they should not be heading due north. Could it be that they were not intending to approach the agricultural tribe at all, but rather some other destination? The legion advanced with great momentum. The primitive warriors wielding metal spears sweeping the ground as if clearing a path for those behind them, while others with long swords incessantly hacked at the obstructing branches of the forest. Their coordinated effort cleared a relatively navigable trail through the woods. Guo Sen diverted his gaze from them, beginning to search for targets in the direction they were headed. Before long, he discovered a tribe situated along the banks of a large river in a valley, less than 15 kilometers from his current location. It was small and inconspicuous, and it seemed that during his previous search for intelligent life, he had overlooked it entirely. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the inhabitants of this tribe did not share the same appearance or form as those primitives. They were, astonishingly, lizard people. These lizard folk bore little resemblance to the foolish creatures Guo Sen had encountered before. Their scales were not a pale green but rather a peculiar reddish purple. And they were relatively shorter, with even shorter tails. Their dull eyes made it difficult to discern the color of their pupils. They appeared to be smaller and more agile, seeming more like creatures still in the process of evolution. Guo Sen also noted that the population of this tribe was rather sparse, numbering perhaps 300 to 400 individuals. Their weapons were undoubtedly rudimentary spear-like implements crafted from sharpened stone, possessing limited destructive capability and lacking the qualifications to contend with those primitives. Nonetheless, it must be said that the metallic weapons wielded by the primitive inhabitants do not resemble red copper, nor do they bear resemblance to the iron implements of the dwarven tribes. As for their true nature, Guo Sen found himself at a loss. Could they possibly be an alloy of some sort? He suddenly ventured a bold hypothesis. It was not implausible. Given the multitude of intelligent beings that had both astonished and frightened him with their civilizations, it would not be surprising if there existed races with superior smelting technologies. As Guo Sen observed the lizard folk brandishing their stone spears, he felt a sudden realization. Even if 100 members of a primitive tribe were to rush at them, they might well obliterate the lizard folk settlement. The disparity in weaponry could amplify advantages manifold. Furthermore, the combat proficiency of those primitives was evidently higher. With even an understanding of formations, Guo Sen scrutinized these creatures, adorned with violet-red scales, noting their apparent unawareness of any impending attack. As they went about their business in a scene of serene normalcy, the storeroom, filled to the brim with dried meat, was almost overflowing. While the stone spears were neatly organized within, it appeared that the lizard folk lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance and apparel. He observed that despite their inability to wield fire or possess advanced weaponry, these lizard folk seemed to have discovered a unique path of civilization. Astonishingly, they were indulging in baths at a series of pools not far from the riverbank. Steam rose from these pools, where numerous lizard folk reveled in the warmth, seemingly relishing the experience. Yet, what was the source of the steam? As Guo Sen carefully examined his surroundings, he was struck by the realization that this so-called river valley lay nestled between 2 dormant volcanoes. The great river had severed the connection between the 2 mountains, and after countless years, it had sculpted the valley into its current form. The geothermal heat from the volcanoes warmed the water in the pools, which appeared to be quite abundant. The pools were interconnected and even merged with the adjacent flowing river, forming a curious tributary. Guo Sen noticed that the vast majority of the lizard folk had begun to gather in groups around the pools, enjoying dried meat while bathing. Their expressions a picture of contentment and leisure. Observing this scene, Guo Sen found himself at a loss for words. Misunderstandings abounded. It turned out that the technology the subordinate had mentioned to the primitive leader, which they purportedly lacked, was not the agriculture Guo Sen had assumed, but rather the existence of hot springs. To Guo Sen, the intelligent beings inhabiting this sphere, despite their profound backwardness and peculiar appearances, never ceased to surprise him. The lizard folk of this land had once again opened his eyes. Their low productivity, scant population, and inability to harness fire had not hindered them from learning to savor life, as they leisurely soaked in the hot springs. In contrast to the lizard folk of another continent, they appeared to have developed some rudimentary forms of leisure and entertainment that diverged from the typical trajectory of civilizational development. Would it not be prudent to devote time to studying fire and weaponry, or perhaps to emulate another primitive tribe by embarking on agricultural endeavors? Guo Sen suddenly realized that if he wished to advance the civilization of the lizardmen tribe, it would likely require the intervention of conquerors who were well-versed in various domains. He had no desire to painstakingly educate them in every facet of civilization. Initially, Guo Sen had approached the task with great patience, eager to impart the fundamentals of civilization to the diverse tribes inhabiting the sphere. However, after encountering numerous tribes and civilizations, his initial zeal had waned. With the presence of more advanced civilizations, he yearned for them to conquer the more primitive ones. This was merely a manifestation of the survival of the fittest. A natural law. Even without his intervention, the outcome would remain unchanged. Moreover, their proximity to one another only intensified this reality. A more advanced civilization could enlighten the less developed ones on the importance of geothermal springs versus the significance of metal smelting. 500 warriors armed with metal weapons would undoubtedly prevail against 300 or 400 lizard men who preferred leisurely baths. The result was all too apparent. Guo Sen, however, was not keen on witnessing such a one-sided conflict. He anticipated that there would be no fierce battles between them. The disparity between metal and stone weapons, combined with the sheer muscle of 500 warriors against the languid, slender lizard men, rendered the outcome inevitable. Nonetheless, Guo Sen harbored a profound curiosity regarding the combat strategies of primitive peoples. Previously, while residing within the White Wolf tribe, he had experienced the thrill of battle by inhabiting a deceased body, engaging in a raw and untamed struggle. At that time, victory was achieved through cunning and a smaller number of combatants, contrasting sharply with the current overwhelming numerical and technological superiority. He was eager to observe how these primitives would engage in combat and how the lizard men might resist. Of course, this time, he did not intend to intervene directly or inhabit a corpse. Chapter 62. Fatal Guo Sen shifted his gaze from the lizardmen's tribe and once again sought out the primitive people traversing the forest. To his astonishment, he discovered that they had encountered a formidable foe in a sparsely wooded area. This creature, upon mere inspection, was evidently no ordinary beast. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, its fur glistened a brilliant gold, adorned with striking crimson stripes, while its massive head bore fierce red eyes fixed intently ahead. Its elongated fangs, akin to swords, measured 0.5 meter, presenting a terrifying visage. With claws as sharp as blades and a tail resembling steel, it was neither a leopard nor a tiger, yet undeniably a savage beast. Guo Sen encountered a total of 17 such creatures. How could such a fearsome entity engage in group activities? They encircled nearly 500 primitive individuals, refraining from immediate attack, instead holding their ground in a tense standoff. Under ordinary circumstances, the sight of such a menacing presence would surely instill terror, perhaps even causing someone to lose control. Yet, to Guo Sen's surprise, the primitive people stood resolute. Weapons in hand, their eyes fixed on their aggressors, their expressions remarkably calm. It was nearly impossible to discern a hint of fear among them. Remarkable. Indeed, these young men were unafraid. In the modern era, if a large group of tigers and lions were to escape from their cages in a zoo and encircle the spectators, the immediate reaction would likely be one of terror, resulting in panic, trembling legs, damp clothing, and soiled trousers. The primitive individuals, however, formed a square formation, reminiscent of what Guo Sen had previously witnessed in his tribe, with their long spears pointed outward in an extraordinarily orderly manner. Each face bore a resolute and courageous expression, suggesting a familiarity with such perilous situations, their hands gripping their weapons without the slightest tremor. The feline beasts seemed to be biding their time, circling the primitive humans with deliberate, albeit heavy, steps, their taut muscles poised for action. They were ready to leap, pounce, bite, and tear, ready to bathe in blood. Minutes swiftly elapsed, transforming this encounter into a test of patience and strategy. The searing rays of the sun heated the air, causing beads of sweat to form on the brows of the primitive warriors. Their breaths came heavy, their legs as steadfast as stone. In a moment of eerie silence where not even a bird dared to chirp. As time wore on, the tigers and lions appeared to lose their patience. Their leisurely movements became increasingly erratic, driven by the relentless hunger gnawing at their bellies, compelling them to launch an assault. The thunderous roars of 17 fierce beasts echoed throughout the jungle. Simultaneously, the primitive warriors readied themselves, pointing their spear tips outward. The muscles in their hands taut to the limit. With a thunderous roar, the tigers and lions surged forth from all directions, swift as the wind and quick as lightning. Like bolts of golden lightning, their forms flickered through the air. In the next heartbeat, their razor-sharp claws unfurled, slicing through the atmosphere, while their cavernous jaws, lined with fearsome fangs, opened wide in preparation for the attack. At that moment, the leader at the center let out a fierce bellow. Kill! The spear tips were directed forward and diagonally upward, creating a nearly impenetrable defensive formation that shielded the primitive warriors like a hedgehog. The tips of the spears soon made contact with the charging beasts. The sharp metal tore through fur, skin, and thick layers of fat. Claws and fangs sliced through flesh, severing bone. Blood mingled with anguished cries, splattering into the air. Kill! Kill! The primitive warriors roared, channeling every ounce of strength into their weapons. In that instant, a mist of blood enveloped the scene, the roars of the beasts, the screams of the primitive men, and the clash of weapons against flesh transformed the once tranquil forest into a fierce battleground. Numerous tigers and lions fell, punctured by spear tips, writhing on the ground as they succumbed to their injuries, unable to breach the spear formation or approach the warriors, suffering heavy losses. Meanwhile, the primitives sustained only a few injuries, remaining largely unscathed. They maintained their formation, and even when a corner of their defense was breached, comrades immediately rushed to fill the gap, unyielding and steadfast. Advance! Use your swords! The chieftain roared fiercely, brandishing dual blades as he charged towards a tiger-leopard beast, which had been pierced through the heart by a spear. With a swift motion, he severed the beast's head in an instant. The valiant leader's prowess ignited a fervor among the other primitives, urging them to attack. Amidst a thunderous collective roar, the warriors raised their long swords, ensuring that not a single fallen tiger-leopard beast remained alive. Those fortunate enough to escape harm found their fighting spirit entirely extinguished, witnessing their comrades being felled one by one. They hastily retreated deep into the forest. The standoff felt interminable, yet the battle itself was fleeting. Within mere minutes, the primitives, bolstered by their formidable defense and offense, triumphed over the encroaching tiger-leopard beasts. Breathing heavily, they maintained their grip on their weapons, eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings, steadfastly holding their formation, and remaining on high alert. The tiger-leopard beasts might have feigned retreat, leaving no room for complacency. Years of experience in the forest had taught them that even the slightest oversight could lead to their total annihilation. After a while, with no further appearances from the tiger-leopard beasts, the primitives finally relaxed their vigilance and began to scour the battlefield. Laid upon the ground were the lifeless forms of 11 beasts, while among the primitives, only one bore a serious injury and another a minor wound. Undoubtedly, this was a resounding victory. Cheers of triumph erupted, echoing through the air. After observing the entire ordeal, Guo Sen felt that this primitive tribe had evidently surpassed others in terms of combat prowess. Of course, their sharp and sturdy weapons also shone brilliantly. Following their celebration, the primitives began to examine the injuries of the two wounded individuals. However, to Guo Sen's astonishment, the one with a gaping abdominal wound, with intestines spilling forth, was simply discarded into the thicket. The lightly injured individual, who had a chunk of flesh torn from his leg by the tiger-leopard beast, received the same fate. Initially perplexed, Guo Sen quickly comprehended the rationale behind such actions. In this humid and oppressive primeval jungle, tribes with limited productivity could not possibly possess advanced medical skills. A mere infection could prove fatal. Even without infectious bacteria, losing a portion of one's leg would render one a burden in a large tribe already struggling for sustenance. Supporting a person who had lost their ability to work would be akin to courting disaster. The primitives encircled the two individuals, raising their long spears. With agonizing cries, two lives were abruptly extinguished. Chapter 63, Death by Comfort. This was indeed a judicious decision. Nonetheless, Guo Sen held a deep admiration for the decisiveness displayed by these primitives. In the vast expanse of the primordial jungle, both their own tribe and the enemy tribe were incredibly distant, and moreover, the tiger-leopard beasts might still lurk nearby, waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. A wounded individual necessitates at least two unscathed warriors to care for them, even if they miraculously return to their original tribe. the chances of survival are almost negligible. The threats of tetanus infection, excessive blood loss, and weakened immunity diminish the survival rate of the injured to an unfathomable degree. In this primitive civilization, where medical awareness remains undeveloped, injury equates to death. This is a fundamental truth. In the face of such common knowledge, the existence of life appears insignificant. This reflects the natural law of survival of the fittest during the savage era. After dispatching their injured comrades, the primitive men scavenged their provisions and subsequently regrouped. Guo Sen observed that they seemed devoid of any expression of sorrow, instead standing idle with weapons in hand, consuming their food. The previous battle had undoubtedly drained their energy. In replenishing, it was entirely understandable. Even the need to remain armed against potential ambushes by ferocious beasts was justifiable. Yet, they had just slain their own companions. Guo Sen found himself at a loss for judgment. Perhaps he too would have been unable to act differently under such circumstances. Tanta, the star, had ascended to its zenith. And the primitive people had taken note, seemingly poised to amend their original plans, absent any assaults from the fierce beasts. They should have reached the outskirts of the lizardmen's tribe by now. Leader, Tanta has reached its highest point. What shall be our course of action? A warrior stepped forward, voicing a query that weighed on the minds of many. We shall proceed. With our combat prowess, it will not take long to conquer the enemy's tribe. Can they possibly rival the ferocity of the fierce beasts? The leader's face radiated confidence, tinged with disdain. He was justified in his assurance, after all. In the recent skirmish against a dozen ferocious beasts, their primitive band had only sustained 2 injuries. What could a mere few hundred members of a backward race hope to achieve against them? The leader speaks true. Those monsters cannot surpass the fierce beasts. Indeed. Let us eradicate them all. Yes. Not a single one shall remain. Leave a few alive. Let us sample their women. Yes, indeed. Let us sample. The cacophony of the primitive warriors erupted like noise, their faces adorned with mockery as coarse words flowed freely from their lips. The leader raised his arms to the sky, signaling for silence. We shall depart immediately after we finish eating. Once we conquer that tribe, we can return tomorrow. Of course. I shall not impede you in your actions then. Remember, a little excess is of no consequence. His words ignited a fervor among the warriors, their excitement palpable. Hey, 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 they roared, rearranging themselves into formation, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Guo Sen watched this spectacle with a complex mixture of emotions. So this is what it means to be a conqueror? To act for the sake of wealth, riches, and the allure of the unknown. Greed is their essence. And madness is their hallmark. In their eyes, conquering the weak through sheer strength entitles them to everything. Yet, within this profoundly primitive civilization, failing to do so could jeopardize their very existence. Desire has tainted everything. Guo Sen harbored a question regarding these profoundly ignorant primitives when they annex other tribes. Are they even aware of assimilating various skills and techniques? After conquering the lizardmen's tribe, will they incorporate the knowledge from there? What if they encounter an agrarian tribe? Will they set the fields ablaze? These inquiries seem to devolve into false premises. Are they to re-educate themselves in the various technologies they lack after subjugating the nearby tribes? This appears to deviate from Guo Sen's original intent. He had hoped that through the conqueror's martial endeavors, a synthesis and leap in civilization across this continent would occur. However, it now seems that it has merely transformed into a brute expansion by the primitives. Nonetheless, there appears to be no feasible solution. It is hardly practical to simply cast these primitives into the sea to feed ancient leviathans while simultaneously guiding 3 tribes to learn technology, is it? This notion is unrealistic. Guo Sen mused with a bitter smile, deciding to refrain from overthinking for the moment and instead observe how this legion would conquer the lizard men. Guo Sen noted that this primitive army seemed to possess remarkable methods while exploring the forest. They even had scouts at the forefront, using the position of the stars along with the growth patterns of leaves and trunks to discern direction, frequently marking trees with their swords and adjusting their course. Having lived in the forest for so long, they had become adept at such endeavors. The middle section of the troop was rather cumbersome, not stretching the entire formation too thin, thereby preventing individual warriors from becoming isolated and vulnerable in the event of an unexpected occurrence. The rear of the formation was not lacking in numbers, with even the leader among them, their physiques more robust and their combat prowess formidable. Should an incident arise, these individuals could swiftly extricate themselves from the battlefield by virtue of their abilities. They seemed to possess a unique understanding of military maneuvers, thoroughly considering various aspects. Talent? Guo Sen chose to believe they possessed it. Yet, how far they could harness such talent in the distant future would ultimately depend on themselves. The troop advanced steadily through the jungle, occasionally encountering ferocious beasts. However, in the face of their formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, such encounters were hardly concerning. Even a dozen attacking tiger-leopard beasts did not instill fear. One or two passing by felt akin to granting experience points. The primitives drew ever closer to the lizardmen's tribe, having reached the very edge of the forest. As one ventures further, the landscape transforms into a rugged terrain of undulating hills, adorned with sparse shrubs rising to a height of 1 or 2 meters. In the foreground of this thicket lies a vast expanse of grassland that stretches into the valley. This lush prairie provides an ideal refuge for the primitive inhabitants, who can easily conceal themselves from the languorous lizard folk luxuriating in their hot springs. Surely, they must have employed this advantageous cover for reconnaissance in the past. Observing the lizard people, one cannot help but note their leisurely demeanor. It appears that their existence revolves solely around soaking in the thermal waters or making their way towards them. Is their indulgence truly so rewarding? A sense of impending doom looms over them. Guo Sen silently questions how these reptiles have managed to survive for so long. Chapter 64. Stalemate in Battle. The lizard folk, who indulge in pleasure before achieving a mature civilization, have fallen to the lowest esteem in Guo Sen's eyes. Their inability to harness fire, let alone master metallurgy or pottery, contrasts sharply with their incessant bathing. Is there truly a need for such a languorous race to persist? The answer, undoubtedly, is negative. Even if they have never been conquered or faced calamity, it is evident that excessive idleness cannot guarantee perpetual favor from fortune. The primitive warriors press onward, having already infiltrated the low shrubs, and they will soon reach their destination. At that moment, 2 patrolling lizard men fortuitously pass nearby, shouldering stone spears and appearing quite at ease, droplets of water glistening on their skin as if they have just emerged from a soak. Once the primitive warriors have melded into the underbrush, they remain silent, camouflaged among the leaves. The lizard folk, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, nonchalantly make their way back to the tribe. Upon entering the village, they exchange a few idle words with several members before lazily returning to their baths. Guo Sen is left speechless, reflecting that even a modicum of vigilance could have revealed the stark contrast of the primitive inhabitants' pale skin against the verdant foliage. Had they detected them sooner, they might have gained an advantage in the imminent confrontation. Yet, even with such an advantage, the lizard folk would undoubtedly be incapable of overcoming the primitive warriors. With a sigh, Guo Sen contemplates the fate awaiting this peculiar tribe of lizard people. They are destined to face their final day on this planet, a fate from which there is no escape. He watches as the primitive warriors crouch low, gradually emerging from the thicket and climbing into the grass, which rises half a meter high. Their tactical acumen is evident. They do not foolishly rush forth to attack. Despite possessing sharper weapons and superior numbers, conditions that would assure them victory should they charge recklessly. On this windless day, the prairie lies still, resembling a serene green sea, providing optimal conditions for their stealthy approach. The speed of the primitive people was not lacking. They quickly reached the edge of the grassland. Mere meters away from the tribe of the lizardmen, Guo Sen observed the sentinels of the lizardmen, who remained as foolishly oblivious as before. Despite facing outward and intently watching the grassland, their vigilance was alarmingly low, occasionally engaging in casual conversation, seemingly indifferent to their duty. As for the other lizardmen, they were, as before, indulging in their baths. This time, every one of them was immersed. Guo Sen chuckled to himself. Enjoy your soak, he thought. Soon the waters will turn a blood-red hue, and your lifeless bodies will float by the riverbank. He realized that his thoughts had taken a rather malicious turn, which seemed unbecoming of a planetary consciousness. Yet, witnessing the lizardmen's laxity in the face of impending doom infuriated him. How much longer could they remain so carefree? However, Guo Sen overlooked one critical detail. The lizardmen possessed remarkably keen hearing, just as the primitive people were about to emerge from the grassland. The lizardmen sensed the unnatural disturbance and anticipated the looming danger. Prepare for battle! Prepare for battle! The 2 sentinels abandoned their posts and hurried to the central square of the tribe, shouting at all the lizardmen still lounging in the hot springs. An enemy attack? Guo Sen noticed the most robust lizardman, emerging swiftly from the largest hot spring, racing to the armory with remarkable speed, wielding 2 stone spears in hand. The leader, however, the primitive people had already begun their thunderous roar. Hey, hey, hey. Nearly 500 of them erupted from the underbrush, appearing like divine warriors within the confines of the lizardmen's tribe, blocking the sole exit. The tribe's palisade, constructed of rubble and dilapidated wooden barriers, was intimidatingly high. Unless one fought desperately to escape, they would be trapped within, awaiting their demise. Quick, grab your weapons. Guo Sen noticed the leader of the lizardmen appeared exceedingly anxious, as if he had never anticipated the arrival of the enemy. Almost simultaneously, all the lizardmen leaped from the water, racing toward the rudimentary building that housed their weapons. Guo Sen was surprised to see that the primitive people did not launch an immediate attack. Upon entering the tribe, they reorganized into a square formation, reminiscent of their strategy against the tiger leopard beasts. Hey, hey, hey. The primitive people began to roar loudly, fully aware that, given their capabilities, this monstrous race posed no threat. Their invincible formation, which had vanquished numerous tiger leopard beasts, would surely become the lizardman's nightmare. At that moment, a cruel and mocking smile adorned the faces of the primitive people. They knew they had every reason to believe victory was assured. The tribe of these monsters was as good as theirs. Guo Sen understood that they refrained from immediate assault, seemingly intending to crush the lizardman's spirit with overwhelming terror. After this, let them descend into utter despair through a frenzied massacre. Civilization is indeed an advanced one, yet could its inherently warlike and brutal nature pose a future threat? At present, Guo Sen cannot ascertain this. Such considerations are to be pondered later. For now, let us observe the conflict between the two tribes. However, one might argue that this may not truly constitute a war, but rather a one-sided slaughter. The primitive people did not launch a direct assault, granting the lizard folk ample time to prepare. In a state of frantic disarray, they equipped themselves and formed a rather chaotic formation. The largest and most robust stood at the front, with the slightly less formidable behind, while the female lizard folk and the young took refuge within their dwellings. They did not seem to possess the clear concept of formation that the primitives had. Their so-called battle merely involved standing with weapons in hand. The distance between them was vast, akin to a scatter of sand. The disparity was insurmountable in every aspect. It is likely that the moment this war begins will also mark its conclusion. The question now is whether the lizard folk can respond in time to add a modicum of excitement to this predetermined and tedious confrontation. Yet, something appeared amiss. After the primitives roared their intimidation, they did not immediately choose to attack, nor did the lizard folk. Both remained motionless, resembling a cluster of statues. Guo Sen grew impatient. What is there to hesitate over? Victory overwhelmingly favors the primitives. Charge forth. What are you waiting for? However, the primitives remained steadfast, unmoving. What could they be pondering? Guo Sen was at a loss for words. Must I take action myself? He recalled how he had previously manipulated the chieftain. After a brief moment, the chieftain's furious roar pierced the air like a thunderclap, echoing in the ears of the primitive warriors. Charge. The primitives had awaited this command for far too long. They raised their weapons high and sprinted towards the lizard folk's encampment. I did not say to go. Come back. Come back. The chieftain, frantically waving his arms, was nearly driven to madness as he witnessed his subordinates rush forth. They appeared bewildered. Come back. Just as the chieftain's words faded, the foremost primitive warrior, whose spear had yet to make contact with the lizard folk, suddenly froze, followed by a thunderous collapse, blood streaming from every orifice. Chapter 65. The scale of victory on the faces of the foremost primitive warriors. The cruel and sinister smirk had not yet faded when their grip slackened, and their heavy weapons fell to the ground. Immediately, dark purple blood trickled from their eyes, nostrils, and ears, splattering into the air as they fell, creating a grotesque rain of blood that violently struck the remaining primitive warriors, blooming into strange crimson blossoms. Over 60 primitive warriors lost their lives in the blink of an eye. Guo Sen was entirely oblivious to what transpired in that fleeting moment. Stop. Cease. Fall back. Retreat. The primitive people suddenly fell into disarray, their formations collapsing almost instantaneously, abandoning a plethora of weapons, utterly frightened by this horrifying reality. Some, paralyzed by terror, were swiftly harvested by the merciless lizard men wielding stone spears, resulting in the loss of dozens of lives. The fear of the unknown utterly shattered their previously flawless performance. Had he not witnessed their battle against the tiger leopard beasts, Guo Sen might have believed these were entirely different legions. The monsters possessed sorcery. Sorcery, shouted one unfortunate soul, who had narrowly escaped death, his hoarse voice echoing this refrain and amplifying the panic among the others. The tide of battle abruptly reversed. The primitive people, terrified, discarded their long swords and spears, fleeing in disarray, screaming and losing control. In a mere brief span, the company suffered nearly 100 casualties, an achievement the 17 formidable tiger leopard beasts had failed to accomplish. Yet these seemingly inferior lizard men had succeeded. Guo Sen was utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Why did those primitive warriors lie lifeless on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices? Had the lizard men done something? His earlier focus on the primitive people's actions had caused him to overlook the lizard men, and now he could only deduce the unfolding tragedy from the gruesome sight of the dead. After all, the warriors of the primitive tribe, following this devastating blow, had retreated near the entrance, too fearful to approach the lizard men. Wait, 7 orifices bleeding? In Guo Sen's recollection, such a condition was typically associated with poison. Moreover, the blood on the faces of the primitive people was indeed black. Could it be that these lizard men had truly employed some toxic weapon? Guo Sen scrutinized the lizardmen's equipment, particularly their scaly hands. If they wielded poisoned weapons, traces would surely remain. However, after a thorough examination, he found no such weapons on any of the scaly beings. Was the spearhead of the stone weapons poisoned? Guo Sen glanced over there, yet the black stones revealed no such evidence. This was perplexing. Logically, only the weapons should bear traces of poison. Could it be that the cause of the primitive people's demise was not poison at all? If not, what could it be? Guo Sen fixed his gaze on the tightly clustered primitive people, who had retreated far back after witnessing the inexplicable slaughter of nearly 100 comrades, none daring to advance. Strange. What was strange? Their weapons and attire bore no peculiarities. Could it be the lizardmen themselves? Then, with a flicker of thought, Guo Sen willed the dozens of primitive people who had seemingly perished to rise unsteadily, slowly retrieving their weapons from the ground. Blood streaming from their faces as they approached the lizardmen. The lizardmen, upon witnessing this scene, were clearly taken aback. What was happening? How could they still be alive? Impossible. No one could thwart our power. Enough of this. Let us do it again. They chattered excitedly as Guo Sen listened intently, captivated by their extraordinary abilities. Abilities? Let us see them in action. He exerted control over the corpses, drawing closer while keeping his gaze fixed on the lizardmen. However, this did not yield any significant insights. Suddenly, the head of a lizardman bobbed slightly. Yet, upon realizing that the once dead bodies continued to approach, a look of panic spread across their faces, prompting them to retreat hastily. What was going on? Guo Sen's experiment had failed, yet upon reflection, curiosity began to triumph over reason. The seemingly primitive lizardmen could compensate for their lack of weaponry and numbers with their abilities, which was indeed a fascinating revelation. Their evolution appeared markedly different from all the other races he had encountered. If the dead were ineffective, then what of the living? Battle inevitably brings death. Even the fortunate chosen might not bleed from their orifices, yet they could still succumb to fatal blows in the chaos. With this thought in mind, Guo Sen swiftly selected a dozen of the most vociferous primitive warriors. With a mere thought, these distant figures ceased all movement, becoming marionettes at his command. It resembled a real-time strategy game. From his godlike perspective, Guo Sen orchestrated these expendable units as they edged closer to demise. This time, the outcome mirrored the previous one. After a chorus of anguished cries, the unfortunate souls were swiftly reduced to lifeless corpses, causing Guo Sen to lose control over them entirely. The regiment, which had briefly regained composure, plunged into a fresh panic, retreating outside. Yet, this time, Guo Sen observed closely. The lizardmen merely opened their mouths and exhaled in a fleeting motion that resembled nodding. Exhaling, their breath reeked, causing the unfortunate to bleed from their orifices and perish. It seemed necessary to teach them the art of dental hygiene, a jest that flitted through Guo Sen's mind. He was astonished to discover that among the sentient beings of the sphere, some had evolved with unimaginably potent abilities. The invisible gas they exhaled was unmistakably a form of poison, one capable of dispatching foes in an instant. Guo Sen finally comprehended that it was this very ability that allowed the lizardmen's tribe to endure through the ages. But then again, why did these lizardmen bear a striking resemblance to those from the previous land, save for their different skin color? If they possess such convenient abilities, why bother crafting bronze weapons? What environment could have endowed these crimson-skinned lizardmen with their toxic traits? Could it be? Guo Sen's gaze shifted toward the hot springs. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the soup favored by the lizard folk. However, upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed that it seemed to be perpetually bubbling, emitting a stench reminiscent of rotten eggs along with an even more pungent odor. So this was the case. The poison had infiltrated their bodies, ultimately becoming a weapon. Guo Sen found this notion rather unscientific, yet some matters defied scientific explanation. Apart from the bubbling broth, he could not fathom why these lizard people possessed such toxic breath. Chapter 66. A dramatic turn. Initially, Guo Sen held no expectations for the lizard folk, not even a 1 in 100 million chance of victory. To him, the primitive people, equipped with advanced weaponry and exceptional combat experience, would undoubtedly wage an overwhelming war. Instead, the lizard folk gained the upper hand in the first round, unexpectedly inflicting significant damage on their adversaries. Their capabilities also astonished Guo Sen. The ability to spray toxic gas, a nearly unparalleled lethal weapon, became the lizard folk's trump card. The primitive warriors, devoid of any pertinent intelligence, lost absolute control on the battlefield due to this hidden secret. The scales of victory gradually rose from a state of extreme imbalance to one of normalcy and equality. As long as the lizard folk remained still, the primitive people would not perish. However, should the primitives act foolishly, the scales would tilt once more, this time in favor of the lizard tribe. Guo Sen had sensed something peculiar earlier. whether it was the patrolling lizard folk or the sentinels who voluntarily opened the gates without closing them. Even the seemingly disorganized formation of the lizard folk appeared to be a tactical maneuver. This strategy misled the primitive warriors into believing that this was a feeble tribe, its inhabitants insignificant adversaries. It similarly deceived Guo Sen. The current state of the battle served as the most compelling evidence. Regarding the outcome of this conflict, Guo Sen had grown indifferent. He was far more intrigued by what kind of civilization these toxic humanoids might develop in the future. Why was that? The primitive people stood no chance of defeating the lizard folk. Not even a glimmer of hope remained, unless they possessed long-range weaponry, such as bows and arrows. However, their excessive reliance on close quarters and mid-range weaponry, like long spears, rendered them nearly suicidal against the lizard folk capable of spraying toxic gas. As long as they retained their wits, the leader of the tribe, witnessing the current situation, would undoubtedly choose to retreat. Preserving the Green Mountains ensures a future supply of firewood. Nonetheless, one thing perplexed Guo Sen. Those lizard folk who had previously emitted toxic gas seemed utterly exhausted, panting heavily as they retreated one by one to the rear of their ranks. The visibly frail lizard warriors took their place on the front lines. Guo Sen observed that these individuals appeared ineffective, lacking strength even to steady their stone spears. They frequently turned their grotesque heads toward the larger lizard folk, their eyes filled with uncertainty, shaking their heads repeatedly. Their plight was equally clear to the primitive warriors. Guo Sen found himself perplexed. Could it be that only the larger lizard men possessed the ability to emit toxic gas? What else could they possibly fear? Surely, if they released such venom, their adversaries would be utterly deterred from advancing. However, the subsequent developments took an unexpected turn. The primitive tribe's people seemed to gradually regain their composure after the earlier chaos. The absence of advancing lizard men afforded them ample time to catch their breath. They regrouped and reformed their ranks. The once mighty chieftain returned, and under his resounding commands, all the primitive warriors realigned their formation. Clutching their weapons, they suddenly roared, "Charge! Kill! For our comrades! For vengeance!" At that moment, he was not controlling the chieftain's consciousness. Yet he heard a sound that should never have emerged from the leader's lips. The battle cry resounded through the skies. A multitude of primitive warriors, brandishing their weapons, launched a renewed assault on the lizardmen's tribe. They were coming again. The lizardmen let out wails of despair, even casting their weapons to the ground, rendered motionless. The savage grins returned to the faces of the primitives. "Kill. Their sorcery is gone. Leave none alive." The primitive chieftain bellowed, his face alight with ecstatic glee. Guo Sen understood. He had seemingly discerned the peculiar behavior exhibited by the lizard men. Whether it was the previously robust lizard men retreating or the smaller ones displaying excessive timidity, it all pointed to one undeniable truth. The toxic gas appeared to be exclusive to the larger lizard men, while the rest were mere ordinary beings. Nevertheless, Guo Sen felt an unsettling strangeness in the demeanor of these lizard men. Even in the absence of toxic gas, their fear seemed disproportionate. After all, they had just dealt a significant blow to their foes, eliminating nearly 100 of them. The foremost lizard men had nearly collapsed, their legs trembling uncontrollably, having completely lost their will to fight. Die all of you. Just as the most fervent of the primitives, including their frenzied leader, closed the distance to within 2 meters of the lizard men, they suddenly sensed something amiss. Their eyes widened in horror, and anguished cries escaped their throats, followed by dark purple blood seeping from their eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouths. No. The chieftain clutched his throat, his expression grotesquely contorted. Yet, his body could no longer withstand the onslaught of the potent poison. Almost 100 primitives, along with their leader, fell victim to the lizardmen's treacherous scheme. For the remaining fortunate warriors who had not succumbed to the poison, escaping this treacherous battlefield had become an impossibility. The larger lizard men had surged forth from the rear, wielding their dull stone spears to reap the lives of the primitives. The once formidable warriors, as fierce as tigers or leopards, had now become prey, slaughtered by the very lizard men they had never deemed worthy of their regard. The flickering flames of life extinguished one after another, drowned in a cacophony of relentless screams. Run! Run! Help! Help! The hearts of the fleeing primitive men were gripped by utter terror. All they longed for was to escape this hellish nightmare, only to realize that the once open gates had been mysteriously shut tight. "No, please, spare us, do not kill." Yet, the faces of the lizard men bore the same cruel smiles that had greeted the primitive men upon their arrival. Bathed in the splattering of blood, the lizard chieftain raised his weapon high. "Not a single one shall remain. Launch!" Hundreds of stone spears were hurled from the hands of the lizard warriors, tracing deadly arcs through the air. No. The last of the primitive men beheld a rain of lethal projectiles reflected in their wide, terrified eyes. Blood stained the once tranquil tribe a vivid red. The flames of life of 500 fierce warriors were utterly snuffed out here, while the lizard men suffered not a single injury. This battle concluded abruptly amidst Guo Sen's growing doubts and astonishment. Chapter 67. Unquestionable certainty with advanced weaponry, exceptional tactical prowess, and formidable strength, the primitive tribe should, by all accounts, have emerged victorious in this conflict. Conversely, the lizard men, who were almost entirely devoid of civilization, seemingly had no justification or chance for triumph. The anticipated outcome was that the primitive forces would completely conquer the lizard tribe, leading to slaughter and enslavement. However, the lizard men delivered a counterstrike that silenced all who underestimated them. From the very beginning, the patrolling sentinels feigned ignorance of the looming threat, and the watchmen lured the enemy into the heart of their tribe, employing a chaotic formation to confuse them. This series of actions was meticulously crafted to ensnare the primitive men into their trap of toxic gas assault. However, even before the initial defensive counterattack could succeed, they had already devised a follow-up strategy. To utterly crush their foes, they pretended to pull back the leading lizard men, positioning seemingly frail, smaller lizard men at the forefront. The smaller lizard men, with their remarkable acting skills, successfully deceived everyone, including Guo Sen, who had thought they were out of tricks. This was precisely the effect the cunning tribe aimed to achieve. The sheer number of smaller lizard men unleashed a deadly cloud of gas, claiming the lives of the majority of the primitive warriors. Subsequently, to prevent any desertions, they stealthily closed the gates of the tribe. Lastly, Guo Sen was somewhat taken aback by the projectile technique he witnessed. Using stone spears as arrows was, in theory, a basic maneuver. Yet, having never seen any intelligent life perform such a feat, it had never crossed his mind. Upon observing the bodies of the primitive men, pierced like sea urchins, Guo Sen felt it was time to deeply reflect on his long-standing beliefs. Since the moment he discovered intelligent life, he had assumed that advanced civilizations ought to triumph over their primitive counterparts. Reason should prevail over chaos, or so he believed. In the past, while aiding the White Wolf tribe in their struggle against the Black Wolf tribe, Guo Sen believed wholeheartedly that his actions were devoid of any error. Assisting a superior civilization in triumphing over an inferior one seemed undeniably just, even when the advanced civilization was reduced to a mere 40 individuals. While the primitive civilization boasted 400 to 500, he maintained that the rational and intelligent White Wolf tribe, endowed with indomitable will, was more deserving of existence on his world than the barbaric Black Wolf tribe. However, witnessing the diminutive lizard men repeatedly turn the tide of battle, annihilating the formidable primitives, he began to question the absoluteness of his once steadfast convictions. Had he chosen to remain a passive observer, allowing the Black Wolf tribe to extinguish the White Wolf tribe, might the former have eventually cultivated a civilization akin to that of the latter? Furthermore, in the distant future, could they have established a vast dominion over the land? Given the Black Wolf tribe's formidable reproductive capacity, ferocity, and intense survival instinct, such a possibility seemed highly plausible. As for the White Wolf tribe, with a mere 40 souls, when could they realistically hope to restore their tribe? These were contemplations Guo Sen had never entertained before. Was advanced civilization inherently correct? Must inferior civilizations inevitably perish? Guo Sen pondered that, should he encounter another clash between civilizations akin to that of the White and Black Wolf tribes, or even the lizard men and primitives, he would refrain from hastily influencing the continuity of a civilization based solely on transient subjective judgments. No one, least of all himself, could guarantee that inferior civilizations would not triumph over their advanced counterparts. The uncertainties were manifold. The lizard men themselves stood as a prime example, cunningly reversing what should have been a complete massacre by the primitives. As Guo Sen reflected, the lizard men began to tidy the battlefield. They stripped the hides from the bodies of the primitives and collected the metallic long spears and swords that lay scattered upon the ground, transforming these spoils into their own possessions, even devoid of skills in garment making or weapon forging. They had acquired what should have been beyond their reach, achieved merely through the course of a single war. The corpses of the primitives were cast into the great river, and the lizard men exhibited neither the inclination to consume their fallen foes nor to desecrate their remains. In this regard, they appeared far superior to those primitives who, prior to their arrival, harbored vile intentions towards the lizard men. Once their task was complete, the lizard men joyfully leapt back into the bubbling hot springs. Yet, Guo Sen could not perceive their actions as mere indulgence. How far would this cunning race, possessing a unique venomous capability, advance in the future? Contemplating these thoughts, Guo Sen refocused his attention. He recalled that the downfall of the primitive legion seemed to have disrupted one of his previous plans. Sprinkle a touch of salt upon the enthusiasts of vegetable puree within the agrarian tribe. The original intent was to empower these advanced primitives to conquer that realm, while simultaneously disseminating the significance of carnivorous sustenance and elevating their civilization to a higher echelon. However, with the demise of the primitive legion, this notion has lost its fundamental impetus. So, what shall be done? Had he been in the same position before the onset of this minor conflict, Guo Sen would have undoubtedly devised an alternative method to alter the dietary habits of the vegetable puree aficionados. Yet now, he finds himself devoid of such aspirations. Perhaps the consumption of puree could birth a unique civilization? Why must everyone conform, racing from the same starting line in the competition of civilizations? A monotonous civilization is neither Guo Sen's pursuit nor the ultimate outcome he envisions. He has now realized that he seems to have deviated from certain original intentions. Each civilization possesses its distinct characteristics, strengths, and weaknesses. Even the races are entirely disparate entities. Why insist upon a standardized model? Civilizations that relish salted flavors, those that cultivate and embrace vegetarianism, and those that indulge in hot springs, these diverse civilizations, through continuous development, may reveal outcomes that are far from trivial in the future. Their respective racial endowments will, through the evolution of civilization, thoroughly distinguish their differences. Of course, maintaining the status quo does not equate to negligence. As long as any beings exist within his realm, Guo Sen shall intervene to prevent their extinction due to unfortunate missteps. And should war arise, let survival of the fittest prevail. After all, the victor shall reign supreme. Chapter 68. The butterfly effect. Guo Sen once again directed his gaze upon the primitive tribe, where 500 warriors, including their leader, had perished without their knowledge. The remaining hundreds of primitives now engaged in their daily pursuits, hunting, foraging, smelting, and crafting weapons. Among them, only a scant few males remained, appearing somewhat aged and feeble, alongside women and children who possessed minimal combat capability. They were but the vulnerable. A once mighty tribe, boasting a legion of 500, had swiftly declined due to a single conflict with the lizard folk. The arrogant leader had taken all capable fighters away, leaving none behind. The survival of the tribe now hinged upon the hope that the nearby vegetable puree tribe and the lizard folk harbored no ambitions. Otherwise, they were almost certain to be subjugated. The former conquerors would, in time, become the conquered. Is this a form of irony? Guo Sen's initial desire to employ this band of conquerors to enhance the lives of the vegetable puree tribe has now faded. Yet he finds no inclination to pursue this endeavor any longer. This group of humans, resembling earthlings, initially appeared quite splendid. A tribe engages in agriculture and domestication, while another boasts formidable military prowess and a substantial population. Initially, one might regard them as the most advanced civilizations encountered since the discovery of sentient beings. However, upon closer inspection, it appears that one tribe subsists on a diet of fruit and vegetable porridge, relying on shamans, while another has suffered the loss of 500 elite warriors, including their leader. They have seemingly devolved into the most primitive of civilizations among all tribes. Tragically, these three tribes are situated in close proximity, merely a few dozen kilometers apart, making an inevitable encounter a certainty. The recent discovery of the lizardmen tribe was instigated by the primitive humans' reconnaissance efforts. Guo Sen surmised that it would not be long before these three tribes ignited the flames of war once more. The scarcity of food, the surge in population, and the ensuing desires they provoke serve as the spark for conflict. What does war yield? The victors seize advanced technologies and even slaves, rapidly enhancing their productivity. Subsequently, they expand their tribes, gradually flourishing. The unfortunate survivors of defeat will flee, migrating in search of a safer, more habitable environment to establish their roots. With their dwindling numbers, they may endure a prolonged period of reproduction and survival, and whether their species can endure without facing extinction hinges solely on their fortune. Strength does not always guarantee victory. Yet victors are invariably powerful. On this continent, primitive tribes with legions are deemed the strong, but their catastrophic defeat at the hands of seemingly weaker lizardmen has rendered them vulnerable. As the ultimate victors and the most formidable lizardmen on this land, it remains uncertain whether they will further extend their influence, even encompassing these two human races. Nonetheless, Guo Sen harbors a tinge of regret. He yearns to witness a human tribe gradually evolve, leaving an indelible mark on the annals of civilization. Although this sentiment may be somewhat biased and unfair, should the lizardmen annihilate these two human races, he would contemplate relocating a portion of them elsewhere, enabling them to rekindle the flames of civilization. Of course, if they were destined for extinction at that juncture, he would certainly not extend his assistance a second time. Guo Sen shifted his gaze. Upon reflection, he realized that he had traversed 5 territories, from the lizardmen's domain to their demise. He was acutely aware that, even in the unluckiest of circumstances, the remaining 4 territories would likely harbor 1 or 2 tribes of sentient beings. Initially, he believed that the lizard men were the sole intelligent race. However, the subsequent encounters with the White Wolf tribe, dwarves, sheepmen, and even humans revealed to him the existence of unimaginable and immensely prosperous civilizations on this sphere. This reality far exceeds a world inhabited solely by humans. Yet, Guo Sen pondered whether humanity too emerged as a fortunate anomaly among numerous intelligent species. Did a race akin to the lizard men exist in the ancient epics of Earth? These questions remained shrouded in mystery. Recalling the civilizations on his sphere, Guo Sen was once again engulfed by a peculiar sensation. The assemblage of the lizard men, the White Wolf tribe, dwarves, Go-men, and humans, these races, currently known to him, seemed to possess an enigmatic quality when united. While their solitary existence on the sphere posed no issue, their simultaneous emergence was far from ordinary. Guo Sen pondered deeply. Did they not resemble the beings from fantastical realms depicted in novels? In a world of swords and sorcery, was there not a plethora of humanoid creatures? Lizard men and dwarves were quintessential inhabitants of such alternate dimensions. A wave of inexplicable curiosity surged within Guo Sen, expanding relentlessly. Why did so many sentient beings, reminiscent of those from other worlds, simultaneously manifest on his sphere? Could it be that his planet was, in essence, an alternate realm? No. That could not be the case. The humanoids of fictional narratives were far less tangible than those residing on his sphere. They possessed no magic. Nor was there any demon lord or hero, at least not at present. Logically, the sudden appearance of so many humanoids, all seemingly emerging from the Stone Age, was indeed peculiar. One would expect them to arrive either earlier or later. Was this the consequence of his initial adjustments to the unicellular organisms, perhaps a butterfly effect? The term resurfaced in Guo Sen's mind. Had his various modifications to unicellular life forms altered the habitats of numerous multicellular beings, resulting in the vibrant array of civilizations on the sphere? This was a plausible hypothesis. During the unfathomable duration of his slumber, what transformations had transpired? What stimuli had prompted the collective evolution of these beings into humanoid forms? These remained entirely unknown matters. Guo Sen inhaled deeply, resolving to set aside such thoughts for the moment. The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his reflections became. Instead, he resolved to explore the uncharted territories of the 4 continents. Discovering the life forms that inhabited these lands was his most pressing endeavor. Among the unexplored regions, one expanse was the vast desert that had once formed the very heart of the origin continent. After its transformation from a remote desert to land now bordered by the ocean, what changes had unfolded here? Guo Sen's gaze settled upon the nearly oval-shaped, gently undulating land located at the equator's center. It had now evolved into a veritable ocean of vegetation. Guo Sen found great satisfaction in this development. The dominant azure-green forests cloaked the land, resonating with the myriad calls of animals, birds, and insects. Once a desolate expanse, it had now transformed into a paradise of life. What intelligent beings might inhabit this land? As he lifted his gaze, poised to search meticulously, he suddenly spotted a structure reflecting the light of the stars. Was that a pyramid? Chapter 69 Prayer. If Guo Sen were to select 10 moments that left him utterly astonished, the impressive pyramid before him would undoubtedly be one of them. In his memory, such structures were not meant to exist in this time and place, but rather on some distant part of the earth. Yet this nearly perfect pyramid stood resolutely before him. The layers of rocks, diminishing in size as they ascended, culminated at a sharply pointed apex. The light of the stars cascaded upon it, reflecting off the stones as if it were a colossal mirror. Guo Sen, bewildered, focused his gaze on this surreal edifice and scrutinized it closely. He discovered that the pyramid was, in fact, situated on a small hill encircled by jungle, not nearly as towering as he had imagined. At a closer inspection, the so-called stacked stones resembled layers of shale that had peeled away. However, the signs of human craftsmanship were glaringly evident. He noted numerous areas that appeared to have been intentionally stripped and assembled. This pyramid seemed not to have been constructed through immense labor. Rather than being merely piled, it appeared to have been roughly carved. Upon this analysis, Guo Sen suddenly felt that it resembled less of a pyramid and more a visual deception birthed from the subconscious. This misapprehension led him, familiar with pyramids, to mistakenly identify the structure as such. Yet, what could this semi-artificial creation truly be? The answer appeared to be within reach. As Guo Sen soon discerned clues at the base of the pyramid, there lay a vast cavern hewn directly from the hill, which could not be classified as a natural cave due to its immense size and the substantial evidence of human intervention akin to that on the pyramid. Within this cavern, a cacophony of sounds echoed. Guo Sen peered into the not-so-dim interior and was momentarily dazzled by the sight of intelligent beings. When he first encountered the lizard people, He merely found them unattractive. Upon seeing the goat men, he felt a slight chill. However, the appearance of the intelligent beings before him left him utterly perplexed. Birds? Indeed. The creature before him possessed a face adorned with a black, hard, keratinous beak and large brown pupils set within dark-rimmed eye sockets, unmistakably resembling a bird's head. A layer of fine gray down covered its body, which stood upright, and where wings would typically be, sprouted sparsely feathered arms that ended in 5 elongated, scaly fingers. Beneath its slender legs were feet that similarly bore 5 digits, leaving Guo Sen astonished. This was entirely outside his understanding of avian species. Should he refer to them as birdmen? This was not an insult. Rather, there was simply no language capable of adequately describing the bizarre creatures before him. Rather than having evolved solely from birds, they appear to be an amalgamation of avian and human genetics. However, considering the limited capacity of a bird's brain, Guo Sen subjectively deduces that they may not possess great intelligence. Yet, the grandeur of the pyramids and the vast expanse of the cave undoubtedly indicate that these beings are capable of crafting sturdy tools. Furthermore, it can be reasonably inferred that such tools are metallic in nature. However, upon counting, Guo Sen realizes that nearly 2,000 bird people are gathered here. Yet there is an absence of any signs of their habitation, no houses, no fires, no food, nor any furnaces for metallurgy or stores for weapons and tools. All that surrounds him are the incessant chirps of the bird-headed beings. What could they be engaged in? Guo Sen finds himself perplexed. Could it be that the cave and the pyramid were not excavated by them? Are they merely a product of random evolution into such unintelligent creatures? Suddenly, he notices that the bird-headed beings seem to be collectively oriented toward the deepest part of the cave. What lies ahead? As Guo Sen's gaze extends a few meters forward, he uncovers something peculiar. There rests a naturally formed stone resembling a bird's nest, atop which are oval-shaped stones akin to eggs. This strange rock is embedded with numerous transparent or semi-transparent minerals, likely gemstones. Flanking this peculiar stone are 4 statues of bird-headed, human-bodied figures, each standing over 2 meters tall. Their forms coated in an unknown white pigment, with black dots accentuating their eyes, rendering them remarkably lifelike. Before the statues, offerings of meat and fruits are laid out, appearing quite fresh. Guo Sen also observes that above the statues, on the rock wall, there seem to be murals. The primary theme of the murals is white, delineated with simple black lines that intricately depict how the bird people hunt, dine, and pray to their deities. The so-called deities are represented by the numerous folk artifacts surrounding them. Guo Sen begins to comprehend the purpose of this cave. It is an ancient temple, where the multitude of bird people congregate to collectively prostrate and pay homage to the artifacts, beseeching favorable weather. Furthermore, the murals suggest that such ritualistic worship is not a frequent occurrence. By sheer happenstance, he has stumbled upon this event, and fortune seems to smile upon him. However, despite their clamoring, have they yet to commence? At that moment, a bird person at the forefront suddenly bellows a few phrases, and the cave is enveloped in an abrupt silence. Guo Sen immediately harnesses his abilities. The divine begets us and bestows upon us suffering. He is both merciful and cruel. He grants us the light of compassion while dragging our enemies into the abyss. What he detests, we shall obliterate. What brings him joy, we shall offer. We are willing to offer our prey, our jewels, and everything we possess, even our very lives, to beseech the blessings of the divine. Oh, great God in it! Please bestow upon us your blessings. After the avian priest recited a lengthy prayer, the assembled birdfolk promptly knelt upon the ground, pressing their hands to the earth, and began to pray in unison. The cavern reverberated with their voices, and Guo Sen could sense that the birdfolk were wholly engrossed in their supplications. They remained in this posture for an extended period. Guo Sen understood that, in their eyes, the god in it was a supreme entity. The favorable winds, the bountiful harvests, and victorious battles all depended on this deity. A wry smile crept upon his lips. This egg is a god? What am I then? As one who deemed himself a deity, Guo Sen felt a sense of indignation. Regardless of how that egg had ascended to divinity, it was he who had truly created the conditions that allowed life to flourish on this planet. Perhaps it was time to demonstrate to these birdfolk what true miracles were. An idea to tease them suddenly struck him. Chapter 70. The worthless Guo Sen recalled how he had once crafted a stone statue to impersonate the so-called god of the hills in the presence of the dwarf tribe. By channeling his abilities, he had allowed his consciousness to inhabit that inanimate object, enabling it to speak and even move. Now, he resolved to employ the same tactic to startle these prostrating birdfolk. O foolish subjects! A deep, ancient voice suddenly resonated through the previously tranquil cavern, startling all the birdfolk. The priest trembled, raising his head in confusion, while the other birdfolk were too frightened to even lift their gazes. I am in it, your great god. Guo Sen commanded one of the statues to turn its head, producing a creaking sound in the process. Woo-ah. The priest, taken aback by the statue's movement, quickly fell back to the ground, mumbling yet another prayer in a hushed tone. The other Burr-folk dared not breathe, and Guo Sen observed the short feathers on their arms quivering incessantly. This was truly amusing. Clearly, they held a profound fear and reverence for this god in it. Oh, great god, in it. The priest dared to glance at the animated statue, sensing a gaze upon him, and promptly lowered his head again. We shall increase our offerings to you. Please bless us with abundant prey, that our tribe may grow stronger. The priest prayed fervently, bowing before the statue. Guo Sen silently acknowledged the truth in this. They had come to believe that the workings of the world were governed by deities, who could be appeased and soothed, should the divine be pleased. They would reward humanity with bounties, but should they be angered, they would unleash their wrath. This represented a primitive level of faith. This is certainly more sophisticated than those shamans and priests who, under the guise of divine authority, resort to incantations for rain and healing, or engage in various forms of deceit. These avian beings have realized that even without invoking spells, rain and wind will come, trees will flourish, and light will grace the earth. The role of a priest, in this context, appears to be superfluous. An unseen, enigmatic force governs the workings of the world, subjugating them to its will. This amalgamation of power is embodied in the deity in it. My foolish and greedy subjects. Food and hunting are not merely sources of enjoyment, but the very essence of your existence. Guo Sen found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly tell them to cease their futile efforts and hasten to hunt. They could have captured several more creatures in the time spent here. Oh, great in it. We thank you for your divine revelation. The Birdman priest fervently prostrated himself, and the others followed suit. Guo Sen relinquished his control over the statue. How mundane. He had anticipated something more profound, yet it merely offered him a fleeting experience of being venerated. However, he gleaned something significant. This avian race seemed to possess an extraordinary reverence for the divine. Such devotion appeared deeply rooted. Otherwise, they would not have constructed a pyramid above and excavated a cavern below, adorned with objects and murals for collective worship. Guo Sen gazed at the mountain-like offerings and then at the birdmen, who continued to bow in supplication. He had yet to witness the full extent of a birdman tribe, but the signs within this cavern suggested that their civilization had reached a notable height. They exhibited impressive sculpting skills, capable of carving stone into their likenesses, and could even fashion massive stones into pyramid shapes. The simple murals on the rock walls indicated a consciousness of record-keeping and the use of paintings as symbolic expressions to document events. The pigments employed in these murals suggested that they had developed techniques for extracting and producing basic colors. The bountiful offerings included numerous animal carcasses and peculiar fruits, alongside a pilgrimage that boasted nearly 2,000 participants, all of which underscored this race's prowess in hunting and food acquisition. Their hunting weapons were likely quite advanced. The gemstones embedded in egg-shaped stones further attested to their commendable mining and smelting capabilities. Such gems are not easily obtained without considerable depth. From the facts observed in this cavernous sanctuary, it is evident that the Birdman race possesses a remarkably advanced civilization, perhaps even surpassing all others previously encountered. In terms of population and various technologies, they are significantly ahead of other cultures. Might they emerge as the most advanced civilization in the future? After spending some time in the cavern, the Birdmen, guided by their priest, began to emerge once more. Guo Sen's gaze followed intently, eager to discover what further astonishments this peculiar race might unveil. The bird-like beings, adorned with short brown plumage, gradually emerged from the cave, stepping onto the rocky surface outside, basking in the warm radiance of the star above. Guo Sen seized the opportunity to observe their full appearance with clarity. Previously, within the confines of the cave, their incessant movement and subsequent kneeling had obscured a clear view. Besides the various features he had already noted, Guo Sen was astonished to find that these avian creatures possessed wings. He had assumed that the areas where wings would typically be found had evolved into arms and hands. To his surprise, however, they bore a pair of feathery wings on their backs and behind their legs. Could it be that these birdmen had the capability of flight? Yet, as Guo Sen watched them traverse several hundred meters into the forest, there was no indication of any intention to take to the skies. Were they mere ornaments? Guo Sen could not help but ponder. If they were devoid of utility, what significance did their existence hold? As these bird-like beings entered the thicket, they suddenly accelerated their pace. Guo Sen observed that their lower limbs exhibited remarkable strength, with the toes of their feet curved adeptly to grasp the exposed roots of trees, enabling them to navigate swiftly without losing balance. With over 2,000 birdmen moving in a grand procession, they gradually came to a halt after traversing the forest for some time. Guo Sen realized they had likely reached their gathering place. Shifting his gaze forward, He was indeed met with a colossal structure concealed within the woodlands. Yet, he was soon taken aback. Was this a house made of pottery? Chapter 71. In advanced civilization, undoubtedly, the edifice before Guo Sen, displaying a grayish-brown hue, was constructed from materials far sturdier and less malleable than mere earth. It was fashioned from processed clay. Massive ceramic bricks, with their rough yet uniform surfaces, were layered with clay and meticulously stacked to form this enormous, almost oval-shaped structure. Unlike traditional construction methods, the Birdmen's collective dwelling lacked distinct boundaries. When encountering towering trees, they utilized the trunks as walls, and similarly employed boulders. The lofty and dense canopy of the forest served as a natural barrier, allowing this structure, standing approximately 3 meters high, to blend seamlessly into the surroundings. It was this very aspect that had initially concealed the grandeur of this artificial edifice from his sight. Guo Sen redirected his gaze towards the interior of the building. He discovered that the walls on all 4 sides were composed of variously sized houses made from brick and stone, their roofs thickly covered with large leaves from plants. Upon counting, he noted nearly 2,000 such dwellings. It appeared that this was indeed the tribal home of the Birdmen. In comparison to other tribes, these avian beings exhibited an undeniable superiority. Consider the contrast. While others resided in humble grass or stone houses, these beings had already progressed to crafting pottery and inhabiting sophisticated abodes. What a remarkable disparity in advancement. Upon entering the tribe through a seemingly exquisite grand entrance, the avian beings each retreated into their respective abodes, concealed behind woven grass curtains. Guo Sen observed that not all of the birdfolk ventured into the cave for worship. A considerable number remained behind, the reasons for which eluded him. Could it be that they harbored notions akin to a hierarchical structure? This was merely conjecture. Perhaps those who abstained simply chose not to partake. After a while, all the avian beings emerged from their chambers and congregated in the square. Guo Sen noted that even those who had previously refrained from worship were now present, and at the forefront stood several of their kind. What purpose might this avian tribe be preparing for? He activated his abilities. The great deity in it had delivered a divine decree. The priest, whom Guo Sen had previously observed, stood at the center of the assembly, raising a gem-encrusted staff aloft. Instantly, the flock of birdfolk knelt in unison, their movements remarkably synchronized. "Oh, great in it!" They intoned as they bowed their heads, their voices resonating in perfect harmony. The decree proclaimed that they must endure trials to achieve growth. The priest surveyed the surroundings, his voice imbued with a sacred intensity, undeniably powerful. "Oh, great in it!" The decree states that the pursuit of our desires is not a sin, but the very essence of our existence. As he elevated the staff, his eyes were firmly shut. "Oh, great in it!" The exclamations echoed through the profoundly silent forest, making it seem as though they were the sole inhabitants of this realm. "Oh, great in it! Bless us!" The priest and several others knelt simultaneously, fervently invoking their deity's name. "Oh, great in it!" Guo Sen felt a profound anguish. These avian beings were indeed a peculiar lot, engaging in such ritualistic fervor. The repeated invocation of "Oh, great in it" was becoming tiresome. Yet, he gleaned from this spectacle that the avian tribe's purpose appeared to revolve around receiving divine wisdom from the egg of Init and transforming it into the energy necessary for survival. It was this very energy that had enabled their civilization to flourish. Guo Sen cast his gaze across the tribe. Within a structure that resembled a storeroom, he noticed an abundance of metallic long spears, a testament to the primitive civilization's preference for projectile weaponry. Whether it was the initially encountered lizardfolk or even the seemingly lowly she-folk, they all wielded remarkably similar long spears. With their medium range, these weapons were ideally suited for hunting beasts. However, Guo Sen could not shake the feeling that the coloration of these weapons was familiar. The metallic long spears from the human tribe that once boasted 500 strong warriors bore an identical gleam of dark golden hue. Could this be a type of alloy? Or was it, in fact, crafted from gold? Furthermore, what was the significance of the equilateral triangular pattern etched upon the blades? With a sense of curiosity, Guo Sen turned his attention to the other weapons displayed within the storeroom. To his astonishment, he discovered a bow fashioned from the same dark golden metal, accompanied by countless wooden arrows adorned with feathers at their tips, as well as short blades. Their craftsmanship was far from crude. On the contrary, they exhibited a certain finesse. However, upon examining the bow's body and the handle of the short blade, he observed an emblematic equilateral triangle engraved upon them. Guo Sen realized that this must bear some unique significance. Moreover, he was genuinely astonished by their metallurgical, forging, and even sculptural craftsmanship. The weaponry of the Birdman tribe seemingly surpassed that of other races by a considerable margin. It was easy to envision the dire consequences that would befall any other races sharing the same continent with the Birdmen. Guo Sen felt a sense of satisfaction. If their weaponry was already unparalleled, What of their other crafts? He gazed towards the other storerooms. Piles of preserved jerky, towering like small mountains, and copious amounts of pale yellow crystalline powder captured his attention. The crystals were undoubtedly salt, as evidenced by the residual grains on the jerky. How intriguing. Even this was not solely the domain of the Sheepman tribe. As for pottery, no. Even their houses were made from ceramic bricks, an indication of their prowess in that regard. Guo Sen, even without inspecting the storerooms, was certain that the birdman possessed an abundance of ceramic plates, jars, bowls, and decorative items. At that moment, the kneeling birdman began to rise and disperse. Soon, a clamor of sounds drew his attention. Following the noise, Guo Sen was unexpectedly astonished to discover a considerable number of furnaces on the exterior of the massive structure. These furnaces bore a striking resemblance to those he had previously encountered among the dwarves, yet they appeared more exquisitely crafted. The birdmen had returned to their workstations. Guo Sen casually noticed a significant quantity of malachite on the ground. This old acquaintance, which he had not seen since his time with the White Wolf tribe, suddenly reappeared, evoking a sense of familiarity. Could it be that the birdmen intended to fabricate bronze items? However, as he observed them tossing malachite and other stones into the furnace and continuously stoking the fire, Guo Sen finally discerned the true composition of those weapons, a copper alloy, bronze. As an alloy that is harder than copper and has a lower melting point, bronze can be crafted into various intricately designed ornaments. Yet, this seemed to indicate a level of metallurgical technology that lagged behind iron. Although the term alloy sounded impressive, bronze was indeed inferior to iron for weaponry. Iron was far more suitable as a material for arms. If these birdmen could produce bronze and even mine gemstones, why not smelt iron? Guo Sen examined the vast area beneath him, noting an abundance of iron ore. He recalled the exquisitely crafted weapons he had just seen and the gem-encrusted egg-shaped stone deep within the cave, leading him to a sudden hypothesis. Could it be that the weapons of the birdmen were not intended for hunting or combat? Chapter 72. Claw Blade. If the weapons were not meant for battle or hunting, what purpose could they serve? There was but one answer: adornment. Guo Sen meticulously examined the tips of the weapons, spearheads, arrowheads, and blades. Indeed, they bore no resemblance to sharpness, validating his initial suspicions. Yet, if these implements were not intended for hunting, what purpose did they serve? Given their crafted forms, it was evident they had been utilized in such a manner at some point. He turned his gaze to the other storerooms, yet found no similar weapons. Instead, he stumbled upon an odd artifact, a bronze construct shaped like 5 fingers, hollow within, with pointed tips extending over 20 centimeters, exceedingly sharp, resembling 5 short, keen blades. Were they gloves? No, they should be referred to as claw blades, perhaps. These talon-like appendages would fit perfectly on the fingers of the birdfolk. Could it be that this was their true weapon? Guo Sen envisioned the sight of these claw blades in action, wielded by fingers akin to bird talons. It was indeed a fitting notion, far more harmonious than having them wield traditional knives, guns, or bows. Was it possible that these claw blades represented the culmination of the birdfolk's weaponry, refined through years of combat to best suit their needs? Upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of the peculiar equilateral triangles on the claw blades, and their tips were undeniably sharp. With a mere thought, a claw blade levitated before him, swiftly mimicking a slashing motion. It traced 5 arcs through the air, slicing through the air. The clay brick wall of the storeroom bore the immediate marks of 5 deep grooves. Astonished, Guo Sen observed that the tips of the blades showed no signs of breakage or damage. They remained intact. Remarkable. This was perhaps the most exquisite and formidable weapon he had encountered among primitive tribes. The claw blade stood as a testament to the birdfolk's remarkable craftsmanship and weaponry. In comparison, the dwarven weapons paled, despite their use of harder, more suitable iron. The blend of intricacy and practicality yielded an extraordinarily powerful weapon, emblematic of the birdfolk civilization. Soon, dozens of birdfolk entered the storeroom, adeptly donning the claw blades before venturing out of the tribe in small groups. This confirmed Guo Sen's hypothesis. Once gathered in an open area outside the tribe, guided by the more robust among them, they plunged into the dense forest. Guo Sen's curiosity about their hunting methods was piqued. He was eager to observe the combat techniques of these armed birdfolk. His gaze followed them into the thicket, swiftly tracking their movements. The birdfolk advanced with remarkable speed, their trajectory suggesting a direct purpose rather than mere hunting. After traversing nearly 2 kilometers, they suddenly halted. It was then that Guo Sen heard a tremendous roaring sound ahead. Was that a waterfall? Guo Sen raised his gaze and, not far from their side, discovered a narrow yet tumultuous river, meandering and twisting through the dense forest. Suddenly, it plunged into a massive pit ahead, creating a spectacular waterfall that cascaded straight into the abyss below. This marvelous sight left Guo Sen in awe. It was rare even on Earth to witness a river transform so abruptly into an underground torrent. The avian beings collectively approached the edge of the chasm and knelt down. What were they doing? It seemed they opened their mouths, uttering something. Guo Sen concentrated his thoughts. Great God Calido, what on earth is this? So many deities. What role does Calido play? Guo Sen pondered, speculating that perhaps they were paying homage to the colossal waterfall that had descended into the pit. After their prayers, the birdman circled the chasm and proceeded in another direction. After walking for a while, he observed them halt once more before a prominent rocky hill standing alone in the forest. The birdman knelt again. Great ones, truly. Must there be so many gods? Is it not sufficient to revere but one? Why burden yourself so? Moreover, those are mere illusions. The true deity is likely mocking you at this very moment. Guo Sen was utterly speechless. It appeared that their journey was not merely a hunt, but also a pilgrimage to the domains of various gods. After a brief pause, they set off again. Surely, they must be heading to hunt now? Guo Sen watched as they proceeded, stopping to kneel before a massive tree and then before a stone that resembled a large dumpling. This was excessive. Their devotion was overwhelming. Why so many gods to worship? What blessings could they possibly bestow? Thus, after revering 6 deities back and forth, the birdmen finally arrived at a low thicket. As they stepped into this area, they readied their claws and blades. At last, the main event was upon them. Guo Sen elevated his gaze and scanned the surroundings. 2 kilometers away, he spotted 73 creatures resembling wild boars, yet cloaked in reddish-brown fur, sporting long black and yellow tusks. Their size was considerable, each akin to the rhinoceroses of Earth. Could it be that the avian tribe intended to challenge them? Wait, that seemed rather audacious. Counting them, the birdmen numbered only 36, barely half the size of these beasts, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, there was a critical point to consider. Even the strongest of the lizard folk dared not confront such colossal creatures. Whether in single combat or even in groups, humanoid beings have their limits. To vanquish a pack of ferocious beasts, they must possess overwhelming numbers and formidable weaponry. In Guo Sen's view, if these giant boars were indeed their targets, they ought to have dispatched at least several hundred warriors, armed with bows and arrows. Confronting beasts of this nature, the proximity of claws and blades offers no discernible advantage. This is contingent upon the assumption that the colossal boars do not, as they believed, wield their immense size and formidable tusks as weapons, transforming into rampaging war machines. Guo Sen pondered whether his concerns were unfounded. What if it were not those giant boars 2 kilometers away? Perhaps they were merely the diminutive yellow-furred rodents, resembling small dogs, with a single horn, frolicking nearby? Or could they be the rotund, equine-like creatures, adorned with spotted fur, scuttling through the forest on 6 legs? At that moment, he fervently prayed, Great God in it, bestow upon us the strength to rend our foes asunder. The birdmen placed their hands over their hearts and charged toward the direction of the giant boars. Chapter 73. The melody of blood. The concept of faith was foreign to Guo Sen, and he could scarcely fathom its potential power. However, facing an adversary that was more than 10 times their size, he surmised that the intellect of these birdmen must have been gnawed upon by a husky. Even if faith were to enhance their abilities, it could hardly transform them into superheroes, could it? Such notions were ludicrous. 30-odd birdmen attempting to take down a giant boar seemed more plausible. 1 against 2? How amusing. Guo Sen braced himself for an entertaining spectacle. The giant boars, indulging in their leafy and herbaceous feast, exhibited restlessness as their triangular ears flicked about, attuned to the sounds of the forest. Social creatures by nature, they did not presume that their robust physiques ensured their safety. Particularly, the young ones were safeguarded by the larger adults, nestled within the protective circle to shield them from any impending danger. A sudden howling resonated through the woods, alerting the giant boars to the unusual disturbance. They immediately ceased their grazing, swiftly repositioning themselves to form a tight circle, enclosing the young in their midst. With their tusks bared and their center of gravity lowered, they assumed a defensive stance, their small triangular eyes scanning the surroundings, breaths growing heavy with anticipation. The assailants soon emerged into their line of sight. For the god in it. The birdmen, having regrouped from the depths of the thicket, roared again. Their hands glimmered with sharp, dark golden claws, radiating an aura of peril so potent that even the giant boars instinctively recoiled a few steps. In this primal forest of survival of the fittest, the unknown could obliterate all. This wisdom was accumulated over millennia of evolution by the creatures of the wild. The giant boars had never encountered such adversaries, nor had they beheld the terrifying implements in their grasp. With a collective grunt of danger resonating from their nostrils, the giant boars closed ranks, preparing either to launch an offensive, fortify their defenses, or scout for an escape route. For the god in it. As the birdmen once again let out their piercing cries, a colossal boar could no longer endure the strange cacophony they produced. Raising its head, it emitted a fierce roar and aimed its tusks at them. The powerful muscles in its hind legs tensed, unleashing an overwhelming force as it charged toward the birdman with its massive bulk. The ground trembled beneath the weight of its advance, akin to a terrifying weapon capable of annihilating everything in its path. In an instant, the boar was upon the birdman. Unwilling and unable to halt its momentum until it had sent its foes flying, unable to restrain itself until it had skewered them on its tusks. The birdman, evidently prepared for such a formidable onslaught, possessed equally developed leg muscles and remarkably agile bodies. Even their sparse feathers conferred upon them a significant advantage. In a flash, a gust of wind swept through as the gigantic boar thundered forward, intending to overwhelm its adversaries with an almost invincible charge. However, it was unprepared for the fact that this assault would not fell a single enemy. With a grunt, it finally managed to control its forward momentum, though only by colliding with a large tree. Dazed from the impact, the boar attempted to turn and launch another attack against its adversaries, but was suddenly met with a multitude of excruciating pains that erupted across its back and abdomen. The agony jolted it back to awareness, but just as it sought to discern the identity of its assailants and retaliate, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through its limbs. Accompanying this sensation was an onslaught of further torment. Blood stained its vision, flowing down its tusks and into its mouth. As consciousness began to wane, the colossal boar, just before it collapsed, caught a glimpse of its attackers, who were already rushing toward other giant boars, engaged in a gruesome slaughter. Upon witnessing the birdman hunters dispatch the largest of the boars in mere moments, Guo Sen felt his previous disdain for them begin to dissipate. Swift as the wind, their movements akin to lightning. At the very instant the giant boar charged, dozens of birdmen deftly evaded its assault and swiftly pursued it. As the boar turned, they unleashed a flurry of slashing claws, resembling a golden serpent in motion. Hundreds of dark golden flashes illuminated the scene, and before the boar could react, its abdomen was sliced open with numerous wounds, and its back was laid bare, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The crimson liquid pooled beneath the boar's feet, mingling with its entrails, creating a sight both horrific and mesmerizing. After plunging their claws into the boar's throat, the birdmen effortlessly withdrew them and collectively surged toward the remaining giants. The entire battle transpired in the blink of an eye. The immense, thick-skinned boar was reduced to lifeless prey. The valor of the birdmen filled Guo Sen with regret for his earlier judgments. They possessed the capability to eliminate all these monstrous beasts with ease. The colossal boars remained oblivious to the fate of their reckless companion. Yet confronting the enemy was not in their nature to evade. With a fierce roar, they surged forward to protect themselves and their young, just as their fallen kin had done. The burr folk seemed to revel in this spectacle, positioning themselves with precision, constantly gauging the boar's charge. Some had even scaled the towering trees. As before, the bird folk executed their deadly dance with practiced finesse, their razor-sharp talons tearing through the seemingly impenetrable hide of the giant swine, causing blood to cascade from grievous wounds, staining the earth crimson and pooling into small puddles. The silhouettes of the bird folk flitted around the mortally wounded boars, akin to harbingers of death, severing the connection between soul and flesh. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. The burr folk moved with the swiftness of the wind and the ferocity of thunder, relentlessly diminishing the number of boars from over 70 to fewer than 40 in an instant. Witnessing their compatriots' brutal demise instilled fear in the remaining giants, who abandoned their reckless charge to form a defensive circle, gradually retreating. Yet, the burr folk were determined to prevent this. Utilizing their agile forms, they stealthily approached the boars, executing their kills with lightning speed. The scent of blood became the dominant theme of this brutal encounter. Other forest creatures, drawn by the stench of carnage, began to converge on the scene, as this sanguinary feast appeared destined to endure for some time. Chapter 74. Grace and blessing. Such unrelenting slaughter proved tedious and monotonous. Even the bird folk's prodigious combat prowess displayed in this hunt could not alter that reality. Despite the allure of the feast attracting carnivorous beasts from the depths of the forest, the bird folk pressed on without hesitation. They bore no fear. The ravenous predators, enticed by the prospect of food, dared not approach, instead observing from a distance, acutely aware that none wished to become the next victim following the colossal boars. Instinctive awareness of danger informed the animals that the blood-soaked burr folk were the most perilous beings within this jungle. Time seemed to stretch in this moment. The air thick with the metallic scent of blood, punctuated only by the cries and frantic movements of the boars. Gratitude be to the blessings of the great deity in it. However, as the number of boars dwindled to less than 20, the bird folk surprisingly ceased their hunt. They called out the name of their revered god, allowing the smaller younglings of the boars to flee into the thicket. Guo Sen found this perplexing. They had refrained from exterminating every last one, despite possessing both the strength and time to do so. Had they entertained thoughts of ecological balance? By sparing the young, they could eliminate the mature boars and, once the young had grown, hunt anew. Guo Sen pondered this notion. Perhaps it could indeed be considered a form of husbandry. For the avian tribe, the decision to eliminate the colossal boars was merely a fleeting thought. They possessed ample capability to do so. After the hunt concluded, their task was to transport the vast quantity of prey back to their settlement. However, relying solely on the words of these birdfolk would prove insufficient for such an endeavor. Despite their formidable combat prowess, the logistics of transportation required more. Yet, a contingent of 500 to 600 avian warriors gradually emerged from the depths of the forest. Answering Guo Sen's unvoiced query, the logistics team, Guo Sen mused inwardly. Such a multitude was entirely capable of removing all the pelts and flesh of the prey. Even in the absence of transportation tools, their sheer numbers compensated for any shortcomings. Before long, the transportation unit arrived at the former battlefield. They gathered collectively, and Guo Sen once again spied the figure of the priest. What would be the next step? Thanks be to the blessings of the great Init. The fervent supplicants echoed with reverence. Indeed, these devout followers, Guo Sen observed as they repeatedly called upon their deity's name, made him ponder whether his own actions within the cave had been superfluous. Clearly, the so-called divine manifestations and prophecies had bestowed upon them immense power. At the very least, the psychological reinforcement had yielded substantial results. After performing their customary rituals, armed with sharp blades, the avian folk commenced the meticulous task of butchering the prey. Thick layers of fat and hide were sliced open. Chunks of meat were deftly removed from the carcass, while the entrails were carelessly discarded. The birdfolk executed their tasks with practiced efficiency, devoid of any superfluous movements. They swiftly sorted the most valuable portions of the colossal boar, meat and hide, discarding the useless remnants without hesitation. Thanks be to the blessings of Init. The priest, observing the labor of the crowd while holding a gem-encrusted staff, guided their voices once all was completed. Thanks be to the blessings of Init. The chorus of 500 to 600 avians rose in unison, their voices stronger and more resonant now that they had acquired an abundance of prey. Could it be that Init was akin to a guardian deity or a god of abundance? Guo Sen pondered, yet, witnessing their profound reverence, it was plausible that he was indeed their principal deity. The avian folk finally hoisted the meat of their quarry upon their shoulders and retraced their steps along the path they had come. Guo Sen followed their retreating figures. Casting a glance at the former hunting ground, now a grim tableau of blood, bones, and entrails. A multitude of carnivorous creatures had gathered there, alongside innumerable swarming insects. Suddenly, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity. Indeed, was this not the very essence of the natural food chain? This had been the immutable law for millennia. Whether upon land or beneath the sea, similar scenes would perpetually unfold in endless cycles. The grand army of the avian tribe advanced slowly, their footsteps significantly heavier than when they had first arrived. This is likely due to the fact that their prey far exceeded their expectations. However, upon reaching the colossal stones, towering trees, deep pits, and cascading waterfalls they had previously revered, they would once again kneel in homage, offering a small portion of their catch as a tribute. Yet, as they departed, these morsels would become a sumptuous feast for the nearby carnivores, while the hides were torn into fragments, becoming a breeding ground for insects. Guo Sen observed the avian folk as they finally returned to their tribe. They shattered the salt blocks in their storeroom, applying the salt to the meat that had been processed into strips, which were then laid out on the rooftops to dry. As for the hides, they were suspended from branches with ropes, left to the mercy of the wind and sun. The sinews within the meat were extracted, pounded, and then air-dried. And Guo Sen understood that these were likely materials for crafting bowstrings. Having witnessed the avian tribe's entire hunting process, he could comprehend why, despite their substantial population, they managed to thrive. Their nearly flawless combat techniques, coupled with perfectly suited weaponry, rendered them almost invincible in their hunts. The salted and air-dried jerky maximized food preservation, effectively addressing this challenge. This innovation allowed the avian tribe to allocate their labor more rationally, freeing them to engage in other endeavors such as metallurgy and mining. The civilization exhibited by the avian folk was far ahead of any race Guo Sen had encountered previously, perhaps even surpassing those with centuries of development. Nonetheless, this civilization was not without its flaws. The population of the avian tribe was exceedingly vast, nearly covering the entirety of the forested lands, providing an unimaginable abundance of animal resources. However, what would happen if their population continued to expand? Should consumption outstrip production, problems would inevitably arise, akin to the predicaments faced by human civilizations with formidable military forces. Fortunately, the avian folk need not worry about such issues just yet, as the animal resources here far exceed those available to humans. Guo Sen also discerned a sense of impending crisis. As a tribe devoid of rivals within the forest, what would occur if they were confronted with an insurmountable dilemma? For instance, what if their tribe were to be dismantled? Chapter 75, The Significance of Migration Possessing Formidable Strength in the Ability to Adeptly Wield Weapons to Effortlessly Vanquish Colossal Boars. The avian folk undoubtedly stand as the most powerful race on this planet to date. From any perspective, the avian tribe appears to possess almost no weaknesses. Requiring no guidance from Guo Senator, however, with their advanced civilization, they seem compelled to confront a pressing issue. Their population has reached an unwieldy size. With nearly 3,000 individuals, this tribe has indeed become extraordinarily large. From the scope of their hunting grounds, it becomes evident that their greatest sphere of influence appears to be merely a 15-kilometer radius centered around their tribe. Within this area, animal resources are abundant, and mineral resources are plentiful, including a significant quantity of clay suitable for pottery. It is conservatively estimated that these resources could sustain them for a considerable duration. However, what lies beyond that? With the continuous surge in population, their hunting territory will inevitably expand. This may seem like a virtuous cycle, but upon closer reflection, an excessive population will undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. What is the maximum area they could occupy? Dozens of square kilometers? Or perhaps hundreds? Yet, how does this compare to the vast expanse of the continent? The territory they currently occupy is less than 1/millionth of the entire landmass. Should they wait for their tribe to spread from this singular point to another, it would likely take decades, if not longer. However, what if they were to entirely partition their existing tribe, dividing this group of 2,000 to 3,000 individuals into dozens of segments and relocating them across different regions of the land? Would they not, in the shortest possible time, encompass the entire continent? Guo Sen believed there was both the potential and necessity for such an endeavor, if feasible. Throughout the explored regions of the planet, Guo Sen had not encountered any race capable of exploiting their advantages to the degree that the birdmen had, elevating their civilization to such heights. Previously, upon encountering a primitive human tribe of over 500 individuals on another continent, Guo Sen had genuinely believed they would play the role of conquerors. Yet, unexpectedly, those belligerent fools seemed lacking in intellect and overly confident, resulting in the annihilation of their warriors and the near-total depletion of their combat capabilities. This also left Guo Sen unable to anticipate how they might seek revenge against the lizard men and conquer the enthusiasts of vegetable puree in the short term. Naturally, any thoughts of unifying the entire land were utterly unfathomable. However, upon arriving on this continent and witnessing the civilization of the birdmen, such notions were reignited within him. If the birdman tribe could swiftly encompass the entire land and then begin to explore higher civilizations and technologies, might they not evolve into even more formidable conquerors? The answer seemed almost certain. Guo Sen felt that even if they were cast into some remote corner of the world, their profound faith in the deity in it would ignite a fervent desire for life, setting ablaze the entire land. At this moment, dusk approached. The layers of white clouds in the sky were tinged with a crimson hue by the light of the stars. Within the Birdman clan, countless bonfires had been lit, marking the most relaxed time of the day. Large cuts of meat were skewered with slender bronze needles, while the birdmen rummaged through the fire pits to retrieve some charcoal, placing the meat skewers above to roast. During the cooking process, they continuously added grains of salt, which crackled and popped as they fell onto the glowing coals. The skewers, exuding a tantalizing aroma of tar and spices, were continuously delivered to the beaks of the avian folk, who savored the crispy, tender morsels as they chewed and swallowed them with delight. Were it not for his existence as the consciousness of the planet itself, Guo Sen might genuinely believe he was witnessing earthlings indulging in a feast of grilled skewers. A sprinkle of cumin or chili powder would have been the piece de resistance. However, Guo Sen had yet to observe any such flora on his sphere. Even if they existed, it was unlikely these avian beings could locate them. Their ability to procure rock salt from caves several kilometers away was already quite commendable. As Guo Sen watched them finish grilling the skewers, they presented some plump, wrist-thick meatworms and several meters-long centipede-like creatures. Indeed, these birdfolk, having evolved from avian ancestors, exhibited no resistance to insects whatsoever. They seemed particularly fond of such delicacies, consuming items resembling silkworm pupae, merely roasted for a brief moment before tossing them into their mouths. A satisfying crunch accompanied by a flavor reminiscent of chicken. Guo Sen felt indifferent. After all, it was still meat. It was certainly preferable to a vegetarian diet. Wasn't he it? Eat heartily, enjoy, indulge, he thought. This gathering marked the final communal meal for your tribe of nearly 3,000 souls. Soon, you would be transported to various corners of this continent in your dreams, facing new challenges. There, you would encounter new lives, fresh trials, and opportunities, all accompanied by peril. terror, and even death. While the avian folk feasted, Guo Sen meticulously cataloged the entirety of their tribal resources: food, weapons, tools, woven goods, and even the bronze spears and short blades prepared as offerings for the deity in it. After tallying the quantities, he raised his gaze. He resolved to thoroughly examine the specific topography of this continent and implement some adjustments. Compared to other lands, this area was remarkably low-lying, with a series of modest mountains dividing the land into relatively isolated regions, whether the mountains, roughly a kilometer high, or the hillocks dotting the landscape. All were cloaked in colossal trees of red, green, and yellow, as well as tall grasses, leaving scarcely an inch for rock, gravel, or desert. This stood in stark contrast to the landscape Guo Sen had witnessed prior to its separation from other lands. Countless swift yet narrow rivers intertwined like a web, transforming many areas into unfathomable marshes, interspersed with numerous lakes. An extraordinary array of peculiar flora and fauna thrived on this nearly paradisiacal land, forming a highly intricate ecosystem. This complexity presented Guo Sen with certain challenges. If he intended to disperse the avian folk across the terrain, numerous factors would need consideration. However, before addressing that, Guo Sen decided to make slight alterations to the topography of this land. It appeared the precipitation was excessively abundant, a situation that could not persist. With a mere thought, he initiated his intent. The subterranean rock formations continually surged upwards, breaking through the surface and elevating the soil and forests to lofty heights. Following an extended period of deafening noise, vast expanses of land, spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, transformed into a plateau. The previously modest mountains, once less than 1,000 meters high, were abruptly elevated to heights exceeding 3,000 or 4,000 meters. As for the volcanoes and marshlands, Guo Sen chose not to make further adjustments. All that remained was to wait for the nightfall, when the avian tribe would embark on their nocturnal journey. Chapter 76. Survival or Elimination. After a series of adjustments, Guo Sen swiftly transformed this flat and relatively undulating terrain into a region rich with diverse topography. He relocated countless drifting rain clouds to the center of the land, where he envisioned that the towering peaks of the plateau would soon be blanketed in snow due to precipitation, thereby nurturing more rivers. In the undulating mountain ranges, the elevated terrain created expansive basins and profound canyons, which would gradually develop unique natural structures due to the sudden changes in topography. Having accomplished these tasks in a remarkably short time, Guo Sen finally shifted his focus to the avian tribe. During his alterations to the landscape, the inevitable landslides and tremors produced tremendous vibrations and sounds, leading the avian tribe to mistakenly believe that the apocalypse had arrived. Terrified, they huddled within their homes, too frightened to emerge or even utter a sound. Countless bonfires flickered precariously in the fierce winds, some extinguished entirely, while charcoal was swept away. Once the tumult subsided, the avians cautiously emerged from their dwellings and gathered together. "O great god Karibala, please forgive our transgressions." Their priest raised his wooden staff and knelt upon the ground, prompting all the avians to do the same. Guo Sen found himself bemused by their peculiar reverence towards deities. Did they truly believe that some divine force was responsible for their misfortunes? The notion sparked a quiet amusement within him. The avian tribe was indeed an odd race. He pondered whether, after dispersing them across the continent, they would still maintain their reverence for these so-called gods. However, he realized he must wait until they were all asleep. Guo Sen felt an urge to act, for the stage had been set, and the only task remaining was to await their slumber. If only he could directly induce their sleep. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Previously, he had utilized his abilities to compel a tribal leader to utter words that seemed utterly impossible. The principle behind that phenomenon remained unclear to him, yet he speculated that it might be due to a magnetic effect disrupting their mental states. If he could apply this principle, inducing the avians to sleep might be feasible. With a mere thought, he willed it to happen. In an instant, the great priest discarded his staff, reclined upon the ground, and closed his eyes. The remaining birdmen, kneeling on the ground, also succumbed to unconsciousness. Success. Guo Sen realized that it seemed he could alter certain matters at will. Unfettered by constraints, he could act as he pleased. However, it was essential to have the right thoughts. After confirming that all the birdmen were soundly asleep, Guo Sen set his plans into motion. He took stock of the precise number of birdmen, even accounting for the eggs of those yet to be born. A total of 515 individuals, a considerable number. The gender ratio was approximately 55 to 45, with males outnumbering females. In terms of age, the count of mature adults was nearly equal to that of juveniles and eggs. Excluding other considerations, a simple calculation indicated that, with 50 individuals per unit, they could be divided into 70 groups. Within each group of 50, It was crucial to balance the gender and age ratios, ensuring that even the eggs were included. Tools and essential supplies, such as food and salt, needed to be evenly distributed. As for weaponry, the claws and blades would undoubtedly be shared equally. Guo Sen noted nearly 100 sets, sufficient for 2 per group. Decorative weapons could also be apportioned, believing that in a new environment, these adornments might transform into functional armaments. After a period of calculation, Guo Sen employed his abilities. This birdman tribe resided deep within the northern interior of the land, equipped with comprehensive facilities and abundant food sources. Thus, he decided to leave behind the fewest individuals and the most eggs. The remaining birdmen were dispatched to various locations: serene beaches, tranquil valleys, the upper reaches of rushing rivers, fertile alluvial plains, and the depths of shadowy forests. Naturally, all tools, weapons, and food were evenly distributed among these locales. Judging by the food supply, it was more than sufficient to sustain each small tribe for at least 10 days. Having accomplished this, Guo Sen once more utilized his abilities. The scattered birdmen opened their eyes, awakening simultaneously. Afterward, Guo Sen felt it prudent to refrain from further intervention. Any additional assistance to these birdmen could result in an unpredictable butterfly effect. Whether the entire land would become theirs to command, or whether the drastic environmental changes would render them unable to adapt, ultimately leading to their demise, was now solely in their hands. As the sphere continued to rotate, a new day swiftly approached. The birdmen began to mobilize, their survival or extinction depending entirely on their own actions. Guo Sen elevated his gaze, shifting his attention to the vastness of space. While adjusting everything on the sphere, he remained distracted by the cosmic void. In stark contrast to the overly tranquil sphere, the vacuum of the universe was fraught with peril. Periodic comets and various small celestial bodies that suddenly emerged from the shadows tested Guo Sen's nerves. Yet, perhaps fortune favored him, as he had observed those small celestial bodies traversing from great distances, heading toward the stars. Some were on a direct collision course with the once mother planet. That green gas giant. Guo Sen pondered that they had either become magnificent fireworks soaring above the gas giant or had been ensnared, relegated to the status of second-class citizens. Reflecting on his own past as a second-class citizen, orbiting that gas giant, it felt as if it were just yesterday. He had completed several orbits around the star when he suddenly made a remarkable discovery. Unbeknownst to him, his visual system had evolved significantly. The neighboring planet, once merely a hazy orange in his memories, now appeared magnified, revealing layers of orange-yellow rocks and massive, undulating mountains that resembled intricate folds, along with vast, dust-laden depressions. Turning his gaze towards the peculiar shape of the dumpling-like satellite, he could discern every speck of dust upon its surface. Guo Sen was unsure of the reason behind this sudden transformation. He merely sensed that his abilities were continuously enhancing. As he mused over these changes, he abruptly noticed, in the distant void, a small, rock-like celestial body seemingly drawn towards him, hurtling forth at an unimaginable velocity. Even without calculating its trajectory, Guo Sen recognized that this object, which appeared scarcely smaller than the great white dumpling, was on a collision course with his sphere. If it were to collide, it would spell catastrophe for all intelligent life on the planet. Guo Sen focused his thoughts. Chapter 77, The Power of Thought. A small asteroid, roughly one-third the size of the dumpling, approached Guo Sen with astonishing speed, as if propelled by a colossal cannon. As the dark, massive rock hurtled towards him, Guo Sen was filled with disbelief. According to the conventional laws of celestial mechanics, the very existence of such a small body was utterly bizarre. A celestial body of this mass, even if it approached this vicinity, should not be traveling at such a rapid pace. However, there was no time to contemplate these anomalies. Even a mere brush against him would result in a calamitous disaster for all sentient beings on the sphere. No, for everything that existed. If it were to strike the surface, it would spell doom for all. Guo Sen feared he might be instantaneously pierced, disintegrated, and reduced to cosmic dust. This was absolutely intolerable. Given the stakes at hand, Guo Sen could not allow even the slightest possibility of such an event to transpire. The asteroid showed no signs of deceleration, and Guo Sen could not fathom why its trajectory appeared so peculiar, seemingly unaffected by any gravitational influence as it sped from the green gas giant. He refused to sit idly by, and he could not rely on the great white dumpling, which had silently endured countless small meteorite impacts, but rather on himself. Specifically, he would harness the extraordinary and omnipotent power of thought. He concentrated all his mental energy on the trajectory of the asteroid hurtling toward him. Rather than waiting for death to claim him, Guo Sen preferred to resist. Even if the odds were a mere 1 in 100 million, he would exert every effort. Moreover, he possessed an almost limitless willpower. The asteroid gradually approached, soon entering Guo Sen's gravitational sphere, and it was no longer a considerable distance from the great white dumpling. Would I allow you to succeed? Guo Sen's telekinetic force surged forth. The one straight trajectory of the grotesque asteroid, riddled with bumps, suddenly began to sway gently, its oscillation growing more pronounced due to its excessive speed. Guo Sen realized that his power was taking effect. As he continued to harness his telekinetic energy, the asteroid swaying intensified, its speed gradually diminishing, and its originally direct path towards Guo Sen began to deviate. Nevertheless, it successfully entered the orbit of the Great White Dumpling, continuing its advance towards Guo Sen. However, after traveling a short distance further, it abruptly ceased its motion, floating motionless in the vastness of space. Guo Sen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that within his gravitational realm, the closer the object drew to him, the more potent his extraordinary telekinetic force became. It was precisely this power that halted the asteroid's advance, capturing it as a satellite. Yet, Guo Sen had no intention of allowing this entity to become his satellite. Released from the tension of the moment, he did not pause for even a second to observe what this asteroid might evolve into. Instead, he immediately employed his telekinetic force once more, attempting to cast it outward. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of his power, the asteroid shattered into countless fragments. Drawn by the planet's gravity, they began to descend. Guo Sen chuckled inwardly. Once a cohesive mass that I could easily expel, it had now transformed into dozens of small chunks, each measuring several meters. Still wishing to persist? Such foolishness. All the fragments were once again seized by his telekinetic force and hurled outward into the depths of space. Yet, by a stroke of irony, one of the most spherical fragments was directly flung towards the great orange planet, which happened to be in the closest orbit to Guo Sen. Thanks to an enhanced visual system, he clearly observed the fragment strike the vibrant neighbor of the orange planet. That small object, with a diameter of less than 500 or 600 meters, created a colossal impact crater. In an instant, a brilliant red light erupted from the site, followed by shockwaves that lifted the surface crust of the great orange planet, enveloping the entire celestial body in a tempestuous wave. Watching this unfold, Guo Sen felt a twinge of guilt towards his neighbor. Unexpectedly, the asteroid had spared him, but wreaked havoc upon this unfortunate soul. If any life existed there, it would likely be obliterated in an instant. The predicament was finally resolved. Reflecting upon the once menacing assassin now reduced to cosmic debris, Guo Sen felt relieved. However, the puzzlement did not dissipate with the crisis. This was all too peculiar. Even if the speed were less ferocious, the trajectory not so linear, and the volume not so grand, Guo Sen would have pondered little. Indeed, even a single aspect of this enigma was perplexing to him. However, the convergence of these three ostensibly inexplicable conditions is decidedly unsettling. What could possibly attract such a colossal celestial body to this vicinity? It appears liberated from the gravitational pull of the verdant gas giant or its moons, yet its trajectory seems almost preordained, hurtling directly towards us. Throughout the years, Guo Sen has gleaned considerable insight into the dynamics governing celestial bodies, yet none have so flagrantly defied the laws of physics as this particular asteroid. Were such anomalies commonplace, not only would Guo Sen's planet be in disarray, but the entire stellar system, and indeed the universe itself, would descend into chaos. The mere existence of this singularity implies a profound underlying issue. Regrettably, in his recent efforts to prevent it from becoming a satellite, altering the tidal forces exerted by the global body and inadvertently triggering a cataclysm such as a tsunami, he ended up shattering it into fragments. This unfortunate outcome left him bereft of any opportunity for further observation. Otherwise, he might have unearthed some telling clues. Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Guo Sen's spirits began to lift. He realized that he had not left empty-handed. He now comprehended the extent of his own formidable power. With this newfound confidence, he felt prepared to confront any sudden assaults from smaller celestial bodies. His formidable mental prowess could, even when faced with a creature as colossal as the one he had just shattered, deftly navigate any potential hazards. Nevertheless, another question lingered in Guo Sen's mind. When he had previously captured the large dumpling, his mental force had not been so potent. What had changed? Could it be that, through the ongoing adjustments to the planetary terrain and the manipulation of intelligent life forms, his mental acuity and experience level had significantly advanced? Guo Sen suddenly realized that, amidst the various enigmas, his own capabilities constituted the greatest mystery of all. From whence did this power originate, and to what heights might it ascend? Would it spiral out of control? Could it ultimately prove detrimental to himself? Engrossed in contemplation, he continued to orbit the star. Chapter 78, The Conqueror Having Resolved the Crisis. Guo Sen ought to have felt a surge of exhilaration, yet he found himself unable to rejoice. The existence of the asteroid was simply too peculiar. Its size, velocity, and orbital path were all hauntingly bizarre. However, the moment had passed, and with the asteroid's disintegration leaving no trace of evidence, the matter would have to be set aside. Only his unfortunate neighbor, the singular victim of this incident, that vibrant orange planet, suffered as a result, after being struck by a spherical fragment ejected by Guo Sen. The tempest on the surface of the Great Orange persisted for some time. Despite several close approaches to its orbital path, Guo Sen discovered that its surface remained shrouded in a thick haze of orange dust, showing no signs of recovery. A sense of guilt washed over him. Yet he found himself powerless to assist the Great Orange, forced to watch it endure its suffering. Redirecting his gaze, Guo Sen resolved to observe the small life forms on the planet's surface to lift his spirits. Since the commencement of the asteroid event until now, Guo Sen has diligently kept track of his orbital revolutions, marking the passage of over 30 years. Rather than hastily seeking to observe the state of the Birdman tribe, he finds himself more intrigued by the developments within the human tribe. The last time he beheld them, one individual was engaged in agricultural toil while consuming a mash of fruits and vegetables, and another was lamenting the loss of all able-bodied laborers. Guo Sen refrained from intervening in their affairs, choosing instead to observe their evolution with a detached gaze. What transformations might have transpired over these many years? Focusing his attention on the human continent, Guo Sen invested considerable time to finally rediscover a somewhat familiar location, the base of the volcano inhabited by the crimson-hued lizard folk. The conditions here mirrored those of his previous visit almost perfectly. The dilapidated wooden fences, the steaming hot springs, and the lizard folk preoccupied with their bathing rituals. Surrounded by mounds of dried meat and haphazardly placed stone spears, all suggested that time had stood still within this tribe. The scene was unchanged, devoid of any noticeable evolution. Counting the lizard folk, Guo Sen noted a significant increase in their population over the past 30 years, now totaling 600 individuals. Just as he contemplated shifting his focus to locate the tribe of primitives based on the terrain, he suddenly discerned some anomalies in close proximity to the tribe. A group comprised of over a dozen lizard folk emerged from the thicket, wielding bloodied metal spears and long swords. The dark golden glint indeed hinted at bronze. Had they returned from a hunting expedition? But where was the quarry? Could there be more lurking behind? Indeed, a ragged group of individuals, saturated in blood, appeared, carrying carcasses that were considerably larger than themselves. Yet, regardless of perspective, they were unmistakably primitives. Were these primitives laboring for the lizard folk? No. How could such an archaic civilization possess such advanced awareness? Might they be enslaved? Could the primitives have fallen to such a dire state? The sight of these emaciated beings, lacking any semblance of vitality, struggling under the weight of their burdens, undeniably corroborated this troubling hypothesis. Guo Sen counted a total of 23 primitives, their physique suggesting they belonged to the tribe that once boasted a legion. Had war erupted among them? Were these individuals captives from battle? Pondering these questions, he observed that behind the enslaved primitives stood several lizard folk armed with weapons, seemingly ensuring that none would escape. The procession gradually approached the tribe, and the lizard folk guards opened the gates. Upon entering, the primitives arrived at the central bonfire of the tribe, gently placing their quarry and meat upon the ground. Before prostrating themselves, the lizard folk opened their mouths wide, squinting their eyes, emitting guttural sounds. Guo Sen understood that they were laughing. Were they rejoicing over the bountiful catch, or mocking the pitiable weakness of the primitives? At that moment, a lizard man gestured, and all the primitive people stood up once more. What were they to do? Were they to return to their confinement or engage in labor again? However, the primitive individuals walked straight out of the lizard man's tribe and disappeared into the vast forest. How perplexing, Guo Sen pondered. Were the lizard men not concerned about their slaves escaping? He glanced back at the tribe, where the lizard men had begun roasting meat, some preparing to dry it. Observing their adept skills, Guo Sen realized that, over the decades, there had at least been some changes. They had learned to wield fire and consume cooked meat. He turned his gaze back to the primitive people vanishing into the woods. He watched as they navigated a path, seemingly well-trodden, gradually moving into the distance. Were they not slaves? Did they possess freedom? What had just transpired? After some contemplation, Guo Sen came to a conclusion. The primitive people seemed to have become vassals to the lizard men. Perhaps the recent battle had provoked the lizard men, inciting them to engage with the primitives. It might be that the skirmish had not been particularly fierce, and the defenseless primitives had been easily subjugated. The lizard men did not kill them. Instead, they exploited them, transforming them into a subordinate tribe that would offer tribute of the food they hunted. This was merely the most plausible conjecture. Beyond this, there seemed to be no other explanation. Guo Sen raised his gaze to locate the primitive tribe from his memory. Mere speculation would yield no results. He needed to see for himself whether this was indeed the case. Soon, he found the tribe of primitives. However, something felt amiss. The once tall and sturdy wooden palisade now lay in ruins, with many sections completely shattered, bearing the marks of sharp weapons. The grand entrance that once exuded magnificence had been utterly destroyed, and a few yawning lizardmen stood at the entrance, chatting while holding metal spears. The disheveled primitives appeared malnourished. Their bodies little more than skin and bones, yet they continued their tasks, weaving and smelting as they always had. Both adult men and women, as well as toddlers just learning to walk, were engaged in relentless labor. Yet, regardless of what the primitives did, several lethargic lizard men loomed nearby, weapons in hand, occasionally casting menacing glances. Should they notice a primitive pausing, they would stride over and kick them down. Indeed, Guo Sen's suspicions were confirmed. The primitives had been subjugated by the lizard men, becoming their vassals or even slaves. The roles of conqueror and conquered had entirely reversed. The lizard men had assumed the dominant position. How ironic. Regarding a certain author, to be frank, I had intended to disregard this esteemed science fiction writer. However, since they have openly expressed disdain for my character, perhaps it is time for a proper dialogue, lest I appear impolite. In that place, comments can be deleted and users silenced at any moment. Thus, I shall discuss the matter here. As for riding the wave of popularity, I remain quite indifferent. Feel free to indulge, for I am merely an obscure novelist. Who fears whom? When I first embarked on writing this book, I mentioned that its inspiration stemmed from the Gaia hypothesis, which posits that if Earth possesses consciousness or even life, then, as the current rulers of this planet, are humans not influenced by the planet's intervention, resulting in our emergence at an exceedingly low probability? Based on this hypothesis, I crafted the outline of my novel, which I refer to as the planetary wolf throughout the narrative. In conceptualizing the planet Guo Sen, I initially contemplated establishing it as a planet, but later transformed it into a satellite to incorporate more fantastical and imaginative elements, thus laying the groundwork for the protagonist's eventual transformation into a planet through gravitational slingshot mechanics. Subsequently, certain readers of another book criticized me, claiming my protagonist is a creator deity. Laughs. No one has ever said that, questioning why I have included so many races, why civilizations proliferate, and why there's a sudden leap from the Stone Age to the Copper Age, asserting that the universe is cold and unfeeling. Let us set those concerns aside. I later elucidated the reasons behind these developments. As for the accumulation of civilizations, please, if I were to pursue that narrative, I would likely still be only halfway through writing about a lizardman tribe, and readers would have long since abandoned ship. Who desires to read such filler? The dichotomy of the white wolf and the black wolf reflects the mindset of its creators, indeed. And to the reader who claimed my work is a system novel, I urge you to open your eyes and examine closely. Has there been any notification? Having explained so much, let us look at the beginning of their story. At the outset, the protagonist transforms into a planet. A satellite? Planetary will? Aspiring to become a planet? Hey, what is the origin of your satellite's concept? And what of this planetary will? Why the necessity to become a planet? I had commenced my writing a month prior, so please enlighten me. To speak candidly, I spotted their grand work on the newcomer list right as it began. I, too, sought similar literature, only to find upon turning to the first page that I encountered my own opening. If you doubt my words, feel free to compare. Here I am, a struggling writer, having devoted over 3 months to prepare for this book, neither daring to boast nor inquire, simply focusing on my writing. Later, while penning my text, I noticed a comment, I am not as active as an author should be, that alerted me once more to allegations of plagiarism. I didn't need to look closely to understand the situation. With such similar openings, it was evident who was involved. Nevertheless, I thought, let them do as they please. I shall continue with my writing. However, some readers who have been following the book could not bear it and sought clarification. Thank you, everyone. While I do not advocate or encourage such behavior, I understand that if I were a reader, I might do the same. They were subsequently informed that some authors indeed resort to underhanded tactics, sending people to disrupt and utilizing alt accounts to stir up trouble. I must ask, do I possess any intention to disrupt your work? Do I possess the significance of an author capable of crafting magnificent settings, such as a satellite locked in gravitational embrace, ceaseless in its rotation, or a nebula sparking thunderstorms upon a planet? Once again, I reiterate, you pin your tail, and I shall weave mine. There exists no conflict. Albeit it hardly aligns with your notion of propriety, as we share a semblance of vision. How absurd it is that our narratives begin with such striking similarity. While I refrain from uttering profanities or resorting to insults within my prose, I shall not address such authors with disdain. Continue your pursuits as you wish. I have grown indifferent. My sentiments remain unchanged. Your readers belong to you, while mine are my own. Undoubtedly, your audience may not appreciate my style, and I can only lament that perhaps I have not conjured what they seek. Conversely, my readers would never engage with a work devoid of any scientific rationale. Inundated with superfluous content, none are foolish enough to be deceived. Chapter 79. It matters not who is missing. Guo Sen, observing the plight of these primitive individuals, was suddenly reminded of the adage, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Once brimming with confidence, these primitives rashly assaulted the tribe of the lizard people, only to have their combatants obliterated by toxic gas. Now, they found themselves besieged by the very lizard folk they had underestimated, reduced to mere tools and slaves. Such irony. Guo Sen pondered the possibility of this tribe, now subjugated by the lizard people, ever regaining its former glory, or even exacting vengeance upon their oppressors. Yet, he was acutely aware that such an endeavor would be exceedingly arduous. He counted the remaining primitives in the tribe fewer than 600. Though this number had increased since his last observation, it remained woefully inadequate. The imbalance in gender ratios further compounded their plight, even if they wished to resist. Their strength was severely limited. The number of capable males was alarmingly low, and any weaponry they might possess was firmly under the lizard people's control. Even if they managed to obtain arms, what could they achieve? The lizard people's toxic gas could render them lifeless in an instant. A direct confrontation would yield no hope for survival. However, what if they sought to flee? Guo Sen meticulously surveyed the tribe once more, discovering that a mere 20 lizard people governed this territory. Coupled with the considerable distance from their stronghold, the primitive populace, if motivated to escape, might indeed find a glimmer of opportunity. The question remained, did they desire such an escape? At this juncture, Guo Sen had no inclination to intervene, binding all lizard people in place, hurling them dozens of kilometers away, or even eliminating them would not address the root of the issue. What if, in doing so, the primitives, accustomed to lizard dominion, remained paralyzed in fear? Would that not amount to futile effort? Miracles do not simply manifest. They arise from the subjective will to embrace their occurrence. Should the primitives collectively choose to abandon their current plight, venturing into the unknown to rekindle civilization, Guo Sen would be inclined to bestow upon them a semblance of miracles. Otherwise, they might as well be left to their own devices. Some civilizations may indeed replace them as representatives of culture, despite their human-like appearance. Speaking of humanity, Guo Sen suddenly recalled the vegetarian tribe that consumed a paste of fruits and vegetables. After so many years of evolution, what had become of them? Shifting his gaze, Guo Sen meticulously searched along the great river, guided by his memory. However, he could not find any trace of the vegetables and fruits once cultivated by the riverside. The fertile soil was now overtaken by rampant wild grasses. After numerous searches, Guo Sen persistently verified the river's location, yet no evidence remained. How peculiar. Had the vegetarian tribe finally abandoned their cultivation of crops in favor of a carnivorous diet? Did their fields lie fallow as a result? Yet, if that were the case, the tribe should still exist. Nevertheless, after an extensive search, Guo Sen found nothing. Within several kilometers along the riverbank, there was not a single sign of the tribe's presence. He vividly remembered how the inhabitants had constructed crude houses from stone and wood. Suddenly, Guo Sen spotted a massive boulder. This gray monolith lay concealed amidst the shadows of wild grasses and small trees, easily overlooked if one were not paying close attention. Soon, he discovered traces of collapsed structures in the vicinity. They appeared to have fallen long ago, reduced to mere remnants of stone. Guo Sen realized something significant. This vegetarian race seemed to have encountered a grave event, compelling them to vacate this place. Or, more grimly, they may have perished entirely. He surveyed his surroundings. This area had been engulfed by trees and wild grasses, nearly erasing all traces of human activity. The landscape had transformed, teeming with countless animals. Swarms of insects devoured whatever remained. Nature possesses an extraordinary ability to heal itself. Even the most profound evidence of human presence cannot withstand the relentless passage of time that erodes all. Reflecting on these thoughts, Guo Sen utilized his abilities once more to examine the soil's condition. To his relief, he found no signs of disaster. Initially fearing that the vegetarian tribe had succumbed to food poisoning or some other calamity, he discovered merely a scattering of bones, all of which belonged to animals. This left him with only one conclusion. The tribe that consumed fruit and vegetable paste had seemingly migrated elsewhere due to some circumstance, or perhaps more harshly, had fled. They abandoned their long-held community, forsook agriculture, and left their once vibrant existence behind, retreating to an unknown destination. Perhaps they survived and flourished in another locale. Alternatively, they may have encountered ferocious beasts or other calamities, leading to their extinction. Gazing into the vast expanse of the forest, Guo Sen leaned towards the latter possibility. This was not the realm of sheepmen and dwarfs, it was a land of boundless deserts and arid plains, where wild beasts were far less abundant than in this verdant wilderness. It seems that the human race on this land is facing increasingly dire circumstances. Initially, Guo Sen felt a sense of exhilaration upon encountering humanity, but now, his emotions have settled into a state of tranquility. Nature is indeed ruthless. The law of survival of the fittest applies to every living being on this sphere. One cannot show undue favoritism simply because they bear familiar faces. Spoiled children cannot mend their ways. To this day, Guo Sen has yet to intervene in their affairs, but should he be compelled to take action, it would certainly be contingent upon their own initiative. For the primitive tribes subjugated by the lizard people, their imperative is to resist. Should they wish to rise against their oppressors, Guo Sen would be willing to lend a modicum of assistance. After reflecting on the demise of the vegetarian tribe, he redirected his attention to the industrious human tribe. He resolved to observe them for a while longer. If their situation remained unchanged day after day, he would promptly venture to unexplored lands in search of new intelligent life. The world would not cease to exist in the absence of humanity. As night descended, flames ignited within the tribe. The scene remained unaltered from when he had last departed. They continued their labor, even as the lizard people shifted their focus away. Wrapped in thick hides, roasting by the fire, and gnawing on jerky, the lizard folk at the entrance were similarly disengaged, abandoning their posts to join in the warmth of the fire. Alas, with such lethargy among the lizard people, do these humans not seek to resist or flee? If they persist in this manner, their extinction seems but a matter of time. Chapter 80. The prolonged wait. Day and night have cycled, and Guo Sen has observed this tribe for 3 days. During this period, he has discerned the connections between this tribe and the lizard people's clan, along with the underlying patterns. The lizard folk appear to possess an unusual interest in the pottery and woven goods of the human tribe. Furthermore, they compel some of the stronger males from this tribe to form hunting parties in their stead. The primitives have acquired the most rudimentary sewing techniques, fashioning bone needles after grinding bones and twisting grass into fine cords to stitch together hides, creating substantial coverings. Upon transporting these covers back to their own tribe, the lizard people utilize them to shield their homes from the elements. As for the pottery, it is undoubtedly their favorite. They seem to coerce the primitives into learning how to manufacture large containers, which they transport to the hot springs for bathing purposes. During the hunts, the primitives have their sole opportunity to engage with the bronze weaponry. Guo Sen noted that, despite their meager numbers, they have not entirely forgotten the hunting methods of their forebears, who have long since passed. These few dozen primitives, equipped with spears and short swords, formed a square formation. Guo Sen found this arrangement strikingly familiar. Although they lacked the lightning-like speed of the birdmen and were devoid of weapons sharper than claws, this formation rendered them nearly invincible when confronting a limited number of ferocious beasts in the forest. Soon, the primitive people encountered an adversary, a group of creatures with heads resembling those of mice but larger than piglets. In a remarkably brief span, these aggressive animals fell victim to the primitive hunters, rendered motionless beneath their blades. Following closely behind, the lizard men swaggered over, inspecting the carcasses of the slain creatures before gesturing nonchalantly. A dozen primitive individuals set aside their weapons to transport the prey. Naturally, the lizard men did not lift a finger to assist. Instead, they commanded the remaining primitives to carry the spoils while they chuckled heartily, their demeanor remarkably relaxed. This hunting party swiftly returned to their tribe, but after depositing their weapons, they continued onward to the lizardmen's settlement. This cycle persisted over 3 days. During this time, some primitives suffered injuries, yet they were mercilessly executed by the lizard men, who emitted toxic gas. Within the tribe, including those from the hunt, there were around 600 individuals. Yet the lizard men provided them with scant meat jerky, sending them off to gather wild fruits. Consequently, the primitives' physiques grew increasingly frail. The muscular figures that once lingered in Guo Sen's memory were now nowhere to be found. Weaving, smelting, pottery, and hunting, the primitives appeared to know no fatigue, perpetually compelled by the victorious lizard men to engage in these tasks. Guo Sen found himself perplexed as to why the primitives did not resist or attempt to flee. Had decades of subjugation deeply ingrained a sense of servitude? Were they truly so fearful of these venomous lizard men? He resolved to observe for a few more days. If the situation remained unchanged, he would see no reason to continue his vigil. If Guo Sen had contributed anything to humanity, it was undoubtedly the patience he had exhibited over these past few days. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 days had elapsed once more, unchanged. Guo Sen felt it was time to shift his gaze to other lands. It appeared that the relationship between the primitives and the lizard men would persist in its current state for the foreseeable future, despite his observations over the past few days. Noting an increase in the lizard men's yawning and a decline in the number of watchers accompanying the hunts, Guo Sen was confident that even a solitary lizard man could intimidate the primitives into immobility. He lifted his gaze. What should have been a land dominated solely by humanity now seemed poised for the lizard men with their purplish-red skin to take center stage. They possessed unparalleled advantages. Even when faced with formidable foes, their toxic gas would swiftly incapacitate adversaries, ensuring a worry-free future for their development. Although they had only just begun to master fire and consume cooked meat, the acceleration of their civilization was already unstoppable. And what of the primitives? The consumption of fruit and vegetable mash has vanished without a trace, likely leading to total extinction. Before him, those who had become slaves to the lizard men awaited only their demise, a mere matter of time. Guo Sen cast a final glance at the primitive men who had ventured out, now under the watchful eye of the lizard men, and prepared to shift his focus to the next landmass. It appeared that, almost as if anticipating Guo Sen's gaze, the primitive men, armed and poised to confront their prey, seized the moment when the lizard men, caught off guard and yawning, suddenly launched their attack. The gleaming dark golden spears pierced the throats of 5 out of 7 lizard men in an instant. You wretches. The 2 lizard men who narrowly evaded the assault rolled on the ground, utterly unprepared for such a bold move from the primitives. Enraged, they opened their colossal jaws, positioned perilously close to the primitives. Yet, the primitives seemed to possess a preternatural instinct, swiftly rolling away to a safe distance. Kill! The long spears and swords transformed abruptly into projectiles, soaring through the air. What? No. Oh. The remaining 2 lizardmen's screams were abruptly silenced as the weapons descended. Guo Sen, astonished by the outcome of this brief skirmish, found himself momentarily stunned, perceiving an uncanny familiarity in the scene. This resembled a tactic employed by the lizardmen themselves, using weapons as javelins. History often echoes itself in remarkable ways. After vanquishing the lizardmen, the primitives appeared as though they had emerged from a deluge, drenched in sweat. Their anxiety rendered them nearly breathless as they incessantly prodded the lizard men as corpses, seeking confirmation that this was not a mere dream. After a while, the hunting party of over 20, wide-eyed, having only hunted a handful of small beasts, swiftly made their way back to the tribe. Guo Sen observed that within the tribe, there were merely 4 lizard men on guard and 2 others intently studying the smelting process. It seemed the primitives had been waiting for an opportune moment, biding their time for the lizard men to lower their guard. Soon, the hunting primitives returned. Yet to conceal their intentions, they bound their weapons and carried their game back to the tribe. This bore little difference from their usual routine. The guarding lizard men hardly glanced at the returning hunters, engrossed in their own conversations. At that moment, Guo Sen was astonished to see a group of primitive men by the furnace suddenly take advantage of the molten bronze, shoveling it directly into the mouths of the 2 unsuspecting lizard men. The lizard men scarcely had time to scream before being thrust into the furnace. Concurrently, the hunting party, discarding their prey and seizing their weapons, swiftly decapitated the 4 guards who had yet to register the threat. Chapter 81. A dream come true. The primitives capitalized on the lizardmen's moment of complacency, executing a surprise attack in the blink of an eye, eliminating those who had oppressed them. Soon, the lifeless bodies of the reptilian beings were cast into the roaring furnace, transforming into crackling firewood. However, to Guo Sen's astonishment, the primitive people did not celebrate. Instead, they gathered at the mouth of a cave within their tribe. Among them stood a diminutive, aged figure, facing the crowd. Guo Sen focused his gaze. After enduring the torment inflicted by those monstrous beings, we, the suffering kin, have finally accomplished what we long desired but could not achieve until today. The primitive people embraced tightly, their frail bodies trembling incessantly. They had endured endless suffering, their faces reflecting a sense of liberation, with many shedding quiet tears. We have slain these grotesque fiends, these oppressors who deprived us of our sustenance, stripped us of our garments, and wielded the weapons we crafted to slay our own kin. The elder's eyes widened, seemingly lost in the haunting memories of the past. Many years ago, our seemingly invincible tribe provoked those terrifying creatures who annihilated us entirely. They returned to our tribe, and we found ourselves powerless against these beings that could bring about our demise without the use of weapons. They compelled us to assault another tribe, one that bore faces almost identical to ours, driving them to slaughter. We believed our anguish had come to an end, only to discover it was merely the beginning. Upon hearing this, Guo Sen finally comprehended how and why the tribe of vegetable enthusiasts had been destroyed. We endured, we persevered, hoping that one day those creatures would spare us. Yet the reality was far more brutal. We had prepared for this moment, and at last, we struck back at their moment of vulnerability. Chief, chief, chief. The primitive people cheered, having suppressed their emotions for too long. Yet, we were not entirely safe. Once those monsters realized we had failed to deliver the meat to them, they would undoubtedly send everyone to annihilate us with their unseen weapons. Therefore, we must leave this place immediately. Chief, we cannot depart from here. We must seize these weapons and demonstrate our strength. A tall tribesman bellowed. His words met with unanimous agreement from the others. Guo Sen recalled that this tall individual had slain 2 lizard men during a hunt and had dispatched 2 more upon returning. The confidence on his face was palpable. We stand no chance against those unseen weapons. Chief, as long as we keep them at bay, we will be fine. The tall tribesman raised his arms once more, rallying the crowd. Do you agree? Yes. The tribespeople had just vanquished their tormentors, their confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. A significant portion of them seemed to concur with his sentiments, excitedly raising their fists. Yet, moments like these are often the most perilous. Guo Sen observed with a wary eye. The old chief's words rang true. The feats that the previous 500 warriors could not accomplish. You frail and aged remnants should not overestimate your capabilities. Do you truly believe that by preventing the lizard men from approaching you, you can emerge unscathed? Perhaps you are under the illusion that your throwing spears can counter their toxic gas, but do you think the lizard men lack similar skills? Furthermore, the weaponry within the lizardmen's tribe has evolved beyond primitive stone spears to bronze long spears and swords crafted by these primitive beings. In one-on-one combat, the lizard men are not easily intimidated. Even without their toxic gas, they possess the tactical acumen to encircle and slowly starve these primitive folk. The lizard men have ample food supplies, while the primitive tribe may not endure even 2 days without sustenance. If they do not flee, they face certain death, should they choose to escape. With the advanced weaponry and sufficient provisions, they might seek a distant location to rebuild, thus preserving a glimmer of hope for survival. How will the primitives decide? Chief, we must fight. The tall one remained steadfast in his conviction, bolstered by the support of many within the tribe. We must battle those monsters to the bitter end. Let us first invade their tribe. Gradually, the group gathered around the tall figure, standing in opposition to the chief. In such a critical moment of life and death, could folly triumph over wisdom? Guo Sen observed as the elderly chief's followers began to coalesce behind him. Disparate opinions posed a significant dilemma, fortunately. Most of those rallying behind the elder were women and children. The future lay with them. We choose to depart, the chief's side, considering the lives of the entire tribe. We cannot afford to take risks. His supporters multiplied, with half the tribe's people standing with him. What do you mean by this, chief? The tall one seemed to forget the chief's stature, still addressing him as such but with a tone that betrayed his disdain. It appeared that the tall one's followers were similarly shedding their respect and reverence for the chief, their gazes shifting in a curious manner. As I mentioned, we will never be a match for those monsters. We were not before, and we are not now. The reason they fell to our hands today was due to your actions? The tall one's tone escalated, clearly dismissing the chief as authority. The chief did not respond immediately, instead releasing another sigh. It seems our views cannot be reconciled. All tribespeople, listen well. Those willing to join me in leaving this tribe to seek a new gathering place. Step forward. Those willing to confront those monsters, go to that side. The chief's hand trembled as he pointed towards the tall one, aware that sacrifices must be made. The tribespeople hesitated little, having already grasped the path they needed to take. Each individual chose the course of their future. The chief nodded at the more than half of the people who had chosen to stand with him. We shall take half of the provisions and weapons. Leader, what do you mean by that? The tall man feigned ignorance, crossing his arms as he gazed at the old man. From this moment forth, you shall be the new leader of this tribe, while I, as the former leader, shall guide those willing to follow me. What did you say? The tall man exclaimed, though excitement surged within him. In this very moment, he had attained the coveted position of leader. Enough talk. We must depart swiftly. Tribe members, gather your belongings. The old leader waved his hand, prompting all the tribespeople to head toward where their food and weapons were stored. Chapter 82. The Rift One was the old leader, who understood the danger posed by the lizard men and was eager to lead his people to safety. The other was the tall man, brimming with confidence, believing he could defeat the lizard men. The tribe, which had recently united to vanquish the lizard men, was now divided in two due to their disagreement. The authority of the leader should have been unquestionable, yet at this critical juncture, his decision failed to satisfy the other half of the tribe. Faced with impending disaster, the leader's foresight and judgment appeared more rational, while the tall man, having slain several lizard men, did not share this sentiment. Their division resulted in the fragmentation of this tribe of fewer than 500 into 2 distinct factions. Soon, all the jerky and weapons were laid out. We must prepare to fight the lizard men, so we need more weapons, the tall man asserted, leading those who supported him. His tone growing assertive as the newly appointed leader. Very well, we shall take more food, the old leader responded, reluctant to compromise excessively. If you defeat the lizard men, the food from their tribe will be yours. He was eager to leave and did not wish to engage further with the tall man. That makes sense. Better than starving. Though you may still end up starving, right? The tall man did not object, directing his followers to carry the bulk of the weapons to their side. The old leader, accompanied by his people, said little more, and after securing the food, turned and exited the dilapidated gates of the tribe. Outside, they gathered, armed with fewer than 100 weapons, most of them women and children, in stark contrast to the men who remained in the tribe, heavily armed. However, they paid little heed to this disparity and ventured into the dense forest without looking back. Meanwhile, those who remained in the tribe were not idle. Under the guidance of the tall man's new leadership, they roasted the fresh meat obtained from previous hunts, feasted heartily, and then gathered substantial timber to commence repairs on the dilapidated areas surrounding the tribe. Guo Sen observed these primitives with a discerning eye, fully aware of what would unfold next. The group that had fled the tribe in search of survival was undoubtedly the cleverer faction. The leader of the primitives need not be the strongest. It could very well be the wisest. The old man clearly embodied the latter. The individual possessed a profound understanding of the inevitable outcome of confronting the reptilian beings head-on. In his youth, the former leader, along with over 500 others, met their demise due to excessive hubris, becoming mere skeletons. Now, with their diminished strength, the prospect of overturning the tide against the lizard folk was utterly implausible. Yet, the impetuous youth of the tribe, having vanquished a few lizard men by sheer luck, naively believed in their imminent victory, a delusion of the highest order. Such unexpected occurrences would never transpire under these circumstances. This was entirely dissimilar to the annihilation of the primitive warriors by the lizard men's venomous onslaught. Guo Sen lifted his gaze towards the lizard folk's encampment. It appeared that they, too, were growing suspicious due to the absence of tributes from the primitive people. It was exceedingly peculiar. After such a prolonged duration, regardless of what transpired, someone should have returned. You lot, take a contingent and investigate what has transpired over there. The lizardfolk leader was evidently growing impatient. For him, the prolonged subjugation of this alien tribe should not have led to such an anomaly, one that had never occurred before. A dozen lizard men obeyed the command, arming themselves and hastily sprinting toward the primitive settlement. As time wore on, the leader seemed increasingly restless. He emerged from the hot spring and began to pace incessantly in the center of the tribe. This situation struck him as exceedingly strange. You lot, follow closely. Should anything arise, return at once. Do you hear me? The leader commanded, pointing at several subordinates. Should any unforeseen event occur, those subordinates vanished into the forest. Guo Sen trailed behind the dispatched lizard men, gradually approaching the primitive tribe. In this brief interlude, they had repaired the dilapidated wooden palisade and commenced their meal, seemingly aware that the lizard folk would come to ascertain the situation. Listen closely. If the number of those creatures is scant, we shall lure them into our settlement and strike from behind. Do you understand? It must be said that the tall individual possessed a measure of intellect. He had inherited the martial prowess of the primitive warriors who had perished decades prior, demonstrating considerable sagacity. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly incur losses, however. Employing strategy could yield a vastly different outcome. The lizard men, dispatched earlier, hastened their pace and soon arrived at the periphery of the primitive encampment. They found no sign of their comrades who typically guarded the entrance and immediately halted. This was an inconceivable situation. Could it be that something had indeed gone awry? The lizard men exchanged glances, hesitant to venture the remaining distance into the primitive settlement. It was eerily quiet within. Ordinarily, one would hear the sounds of the monstrous beings forging weapons, with smoke billowing from the forges. Yet now, there was nothing. Having experienced numerous battles, the lizardmen possessed a fair understanding of danger. No matter how obtuse they might be, they would inevitably grasp the gravity of the situation. A lizardman, still somewhat incredulous, shouted towards the direction of the tribe. Guh. This sound was one that those alien creatures could not produce. If there were companions within, they would undoubtedly respond. However, the only reply was a clumsy Guh, clearly not from his kin. Several lizardmen hastily retraced their steps. Trouble had arisen. Despite possessing the ability to spray venom, they could not rashly venture forth. The adversary numbered 500, and a direct confrontation would surely spell disaster. In this regard, the lizardmen exhibited far greater cunning than the primitive humans. This awareness of their strengths and understanding of when to refrain from impulsive actions was the very essence of why they could annihilate over 500 well-armed primitives at that time. Yet, their retreat instilled a peculiar confidence among the primitive tribespeople. They had frightened them away. Ha! The tall leader laughed boisterously, having initially anticipated a grand army of lizard men, only to find it was merely a reconnaissance team, easily intimidated. Although they had not slain any of them, it was not without merit. Even if the lizardmen's main force were to arrive next time, it would be after a considerable interval, allowing ample time for preparation. After a while, Tanta ascended to the highest point, and at the tall leader's command, the tribe's gates were firmly shut. The true defense of the tribe was about to commence. Chapter 83. Overwhelming confidence. The second wave of lizardman scouts did not catch up with the earlier group that had set out. After encountering several large beasts, they took a slightly longer route. Guo Sen observed them as they sought the correct path, passing by the hurriedly retreating lizardmen at a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. This was a quartet of lizardmen, whose primary objective was to follow the dozen or so clansmen ahead, should any misfortune befall them within the primitive tribe. They could return to the tribe at the quickest pace. However, they underestimated their companion's sense of crisis and failed to make contact. The quartet, having rushed out, carried little with them, not even weapons. Unbeknownst to them, they brushed past the first wave of scouts and hurried towards the primitive tribe. Yet, they lacked the vigilance exhibited by the previous lizardmen. Quickly, let us rush in and see what has occurred, urged the fastest lizardman, pushing his 3 companions. Oblivious to the eerily silent primitive tribe, as he dashed through the gates, the wooden door was tightly shut, and the comrade who had previously guarded it was nowhere to be found. Moreover, what had happened to the earlier scouts? In that fleeting moment, he sensed that something was amiss. However, the primitives had long since spotted the approaching lizardmen. Eager and with cruel smiles upon their faces, these humans, who were determined to unleash decades of pent-up fury, would not let this opportunity slip by. Attack! A towering figure let out a resounding roar that echoed into the heavens. What? For lizardmen, still frozen at the doorway, were caught unawares and did not manage to flee before being met with a deluge of blades and arrows. The cries of agony did not linger for long. Such intensity of assault is not easily evaded, particularly after a frenzied run. The 4 lizardmen were akin to the primitive beings who had been locked behind doors 30 years prior, pierced and left as bleeding sea urchins, their gray-green blood flowing profusely. Hey! The primitives swung open the great door, raising their arms in jubilant exclamation. This unexpected interlude, occurring just before the great battle, elevated their confidence to new heights. What are monsters to us? The towering figure seized a bronze spear from the corpse of a fallen lizard man and shouted before the crowd. What are they? What are they? The primitives roared in unison, their voices harmonizing as they even leapt into the air, performing a peculiar dance. Let those timid souls feed the Peros beasts. We are the ones destined to survive. We are. The towering figure was filled with exuberance. Having decided on this day to eliminate the lizardman hunting party and slay the remaining sentinels of their tribe. In a brief span, nearly 30 lizardmen had been vanquished, and his confidence was surging. He had even lost touch with reason, believing that as long as he was present, as long as he, the new tribal leader, was there, the lizardmen would also turn into corpses spilling gray-green blood. In his eyes, the old leader who had fled with half the tribe was utterly foolish. Were these 4 lizardmen not still slain by their own hands, even in the absence of their former leader? Prepare yourselves. We shall witness more corpses of monsters outside this tribe. Hey! The primitives cheered once more, and then resumed their peculiar dance. Guo Sen observed this spectacle and was suddenly reminded of their forebears from 30 years ago, who had brimmed with confidence only to be annihilated by the lizardmen. How eerily similar history is. Is this human race inherently overly optimistic, their confidence boundless? Their bellicose nature seems to have been passed down through generations, as if it were innate. Even when outnumbered, even when their physical prowess pales in comparison to their foes, and even when the adversaries possess far more terrifying strength, they naively believe they can win. Win indeed. There is no meaning in fighting. Had the White Wolf tribe found themselves in such a predicament, they too would undoubtedly have adopted the same strategy as the old leader. The spirit of battle is not ignited merely by blind, naive confidence. It is in the face of dire straits, when retreat is not an option, that the fervent will to fight is unleashed. Their circumstances are entirely different from those of the White Wolf tribe. Likewise, the final outcome shall not mirror the fate of Guo Sen's ancestors at the hands of the lizard men. Guo Sen shifted his gaze and located the old leader. Along with the primitives he was guiding, making their way through the dense forest. They astutely chose to traverse in a direction completely opposite to the location of the lizardmen tribe, periodically altering their course, ultimately arriving at the banks of a wide river. Guo Sen observed the surroundings, finding them strikingly familiar. They were near the original site of the tribe associated with the fruit and vegetable paste. However, these individuals did not linger but instead began to ascend the river against its current. Guo Sen gazed into the distance, where dense forests marked the source of the river, leading to an expansive and boundless grassland. Beyond that lay undulating hills, vast in their expanse. This region was rich in waterways, teeming with wildlife. including a multitude of birds and insects. Even farther afield, countless valleys and basins sprawled across the landscape. If these primitive individuals could reach such a place, they might eventually forget the terror of lizardmen domination, gradually recuperate, and ultimately flourish once more, as the very embodiment of the will of the planet. The most Guo Sen could offer them was his blessing. Unlike the earlier, more intrusive interventions with the lizardmen or the white wolf tribe, and even the dwarves, he now preferred not to meddle excessively. He recalled the small red and green beings he had intervened with long ago. Over-involvement or excessive protection would hinder their progress. In the era of multicellular organisms, his hands-off approach had fostered a vibrant array of life, leading to the emergence of these highly intelligent beings upon the sphere. Whether to interfere or the degree of such interference depended on the specific circumstances. Accelerating the advancement of civilization did not necessitate total intervention, sometimes. Allowing nature to take its course could indeed be the wisest choice. Nonetheless, each situation warranted its own analysis. Guo Sen shifted his gaze from the primitive individuals continuing along the river deeper into the land to the lizardmen tribe, which was now fully prepared for action. They had received reports from scouts about anomalies within the primitive tribe. The astute leader of the lizardmen understood that the time had come to eliminate those peculiar beings. Once mere servants, entirely. His well-defined muscles rippled beneath his skin. His massive jaws lined with sharp teeth let out a fearsome battle cry. We shall make them aware of the true nature of our terror. Chapter 84. Improved. The lizardmen forces were nearly emptied, leaving behind only a few females tasked with egg incubation and a handful of hatchlings. After sealing the gates, all capable warriors gathered outside, ready to be reviewed by their leader. Armed with bronze spears crafted by the primitives and adorned with bronze swords, each lizardman bore a countenance filled with rage. With their mouths gaping, revealing rows of sharp teeth, their throats erupted with the sounds of slaughter. They harbored an insatiable desire to eradicate those formerly strange servants who now dared to resist. Since they are unable to provide weapons, food, or even the essential clay pots needed for a warm bath, these servants have become utterly useless. Arm the weapons. The lizardman chief wielded a spear, its surface gleaming in the starlight with a dark golden radiance. Attack. Countless spear tips were raised, slicing through the gentle breeze that had unexpectedly arisen. Our comrades have likely turned to bones, and our mission is to bring them back. The chief roared. Yes, and then eliminate those detestable servants without leaving a single one alive. Revenge, revenge, revenge. The lizardmen's cries were synchronized and powerful, revealing the cruelty and savagery etched upon their faces, along with an insatiable thirst for blood. Charge. At the chief's command, all lizardmen formed a precise square formation. Guo Sen could not help but click his tongue. These lizardmen have truly absorbed and adapted quickly. The primitive formations have now become their own. However, Guo Sen also noted that the lizardmen had even made improvements. Beside the long spears, they crafted sheath-like structures from tree bark, into which they placed exceptionally sharp long swords. This way, they could engage in long-range combat with their spears and close range with their swords. Yet, did they not possess toxic gas? Why take such extra measures? Wouldn't it suffice to spray it during close combat? Could it be that this toxic gas cannot be released continuously without restrictions? During the last battle with 500 primitive men, they seemed to handle it with ease. All of this is mere speculation. Guo Sen was uncertain about the mechanisms and limitations of the toxic gas. Nevertheless, with the addition of longswords, the combat prowess of these lizardmen had undoubtedly ascended to a new level. Furthermore, their formations no longer needed to adhere to the rigid square shape, allowing for greater variety and flexibility. Once they invent bows and arrows, the possibilities would be limitless. When Guo Sen first encountered them, he never imagined that these primitive lizardmen could evolve into their current state. After a less advanced civilization conquers a more advanced one, they will gradually assimilate the superior tribe's culture into their very essence, ultimately transforming it into their own technology and skills, which they can refine further into something even more advanced. Guo Sen sighed inwardly, recalling the Black Wolf tribe. Initially, during his time on that land, he subjectively viewed the Black Wolf tribe as cruel, barbaric, and primitive. After seizing the territory of the White Wolf tribe, they showed no intention of civilizing. At that time, he led the smaller White Wolf tribe to eradicate that race completely. Reflecting upon the past, it is evident that the Black Wolf clan possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage, which at times revealed intriguing facets during battles. The chieftain of the Black Wolf clan even employed sulfur and copper or to alter the hues of flames, indicating their potential to advance civilization in a different direction. However, during that period, I failed to grant them the opportunity they deserved. Guo Sen could not help but lament his earlier self, who appeared overly naive and inexperienced in handling various matters. In my subjective approach to imagining and addressing issues, I neglected my original intentions. This oversight contributed to the downfall of the Black Wolf clan and the forced migration of the Dwarven tribe adjacent to the Sheepman settlement. Clearly, when encountering intelligent races in the future, I must learn from past experiences and lessons. Not every advanced civilization requires nurturing akin to that of a caretaker, nor should every primitive civilization be eradicated. Favoritism may exist, but it must be measured. Guo Sen understood that his bias should be directed towards genuine powerhouses, as this would hasten the evolution of civilization and facilitate the attainment of a higher realm. The Lizardman army ventured into the jungle. The pathway connecting the primitive tribes to this area had been thoroughly cleared, forming nearly a straight line. Smaller trees had been felled along the route, while larger ones bore directional markings. This enabled the Lizardmen to reach their target of vengeance with remarkable swiftness. However, Guo Sen discerned a cautious demeanor among the Lizardmen, which allowed them to maintain composure even amid such circumstances. Their march was rapid, yet their formation remained impeccably intact under the guidance of their leader. They systematically repelled or eliminated encroaching beasts. In a remarkably brief span, these Lizardmen, endowed with powerful hind limbs, approached the primitive tribe they sought to avenge. Nevertheless, the Lizardmen refrained from immediate assault. Under their leader's direction, it appeared they were convening a strategy meeting. After all, the opposing tribe boasted nearly 3-meter-high wooden palisades, and the previously damaged sections had been nearly restored. Should the primitive folk choose to remain within, breaching their defenses would be utterly impossible. The adversary also possessed projectile capabilities, and nearing the gates would inevitably incur substantial casualties. The Lizardmen, unwilling to accept such losses, were acutely aware of their limited population. The death of a significant number of their able-bodied warriors would yield dire consequences, as the primitive tribe had already demonstrated. They likely anticipated our desire for vengeance and awaited us behind those sturdy gates, ready to welcome us to our demise. Yet, we did not wish to follow that path. The Lizardman leader opened his mouth wide, seemingly having foreseen the primitive tribe's strategy, and laughed. "Leader, are we to proceed?" inquired one of the nearby Lizardmen, who appeared to grasp the situation. "Indeed, bring forth the black fire water." The leader of the Lizardmen gestured, and a small Lizardman clutching a jar stepped forward. "Black fire water?" Guo Sen pondered. What could that be? He focused his gaze on the jar, which contained a viscous, deep emerald green liquid teetering on the brink of overflowing. Chapter 85. Absolute Defense. Guo Sen was uncertain about the nature of this black fire water, but its name suggested a connection to fire. What liquids are associated with fire? Oil. During his time as a human, Guo Sen had never seen freshly extracted oil, but now he conjectured that this viscous, dark green substance must indeed be oil. Where could this oil originate? Distracted, he divided his visual perception, scrutinizing the vicinity intently. Soon, he discovered a swamp not far from the Lizardman's tribe. Beneath the swamp lay an immense reservoir of oil. There was a small spring-like area where a trickle of the viscous green substance slowly oozed out. Had the Lizardmen discovered oil? How would they utilize it? However, this was not difficult to surmise. Returning his gaze to the Lizardmen, Guo Sen observed them dipping the tips of their long spears into the oil, then setting them aside after a brief immersion. Before long, dozens of specialized weapons were prepared. But what would they do next? They lacked a source of fire. Yet, this concern seemed unwarranted as Guo Sen noticed a small group of Lizardmen approaching, brandishing flaming torches. Had they indeed anticipated this tactic from the outset? He shifted his gaze to the primitive tribe, where its members were also busily preparing for battle. It must be said that the tall leader possessed considerable prowess. He commanded his kin to practice their spear skills while instructing others to operate the furnace, continuously forging new weapons. In Guo Sen's estimation, the leader aimed to leverage the advantages of throwing spears to strike the Lizardmen from a distance, preventing them from closing in. Utilizing the robust wooden palisades as a barrier would effectively inflict damage upon the Lizardmen. Yet, they could hardly have anticipated that the terrifying creatures they feared had already mastered even more formidable skills. "Leader, the monsters are coming." A sentinel from the tribe caught sight of the Lizardmen through the slats of the palisade. "Prepare for battle. Ascend to higher ground." At the leader's command, all combatants congregated at the base of the palisade. Guo Sen observed them placing stones and wooden planks beneath their feet, barely elevating them enough to peek over the barrier. This was likely a hastily devised strategy to utilize their throwing skills to repel the Lizardmen. However, the Lizardmen stood at a considerable distance, refraining from employing their secret weapon immediately. This distance was likely chosen to evade the primitive warriors' thrown spears. As the pioneers of the spear's invention and utilization, the lizard people undoubtedly possessed a profound understanding of its maximum striking distance. "Bring forth 2 individuals," commanded the lizard chieftain, gesturing towards his subordinates. Two slender lizard men emerged from the ranks. What could this mean? Were they attempting to draw fire from the primitives, or perhaps to gauge their attacking range? The two lizard men relinquished their weapons, and even the ill-fitting animal hides they wore, suddenly sprinting towards the tribe. Launch. The tall primitive, oblivious to the lizard men's tactics, focused solely on the two loathsome creatures as they entered effective range. Eliminate one, and another will follow. Several long spears, illuminated by the starlight, transformed into dark golden birds, tracing an arc through the air as they soared towards the position of the two lizard men. However, despite their slender forms, the lizard men possessed remarkable leg strength. The moment they saw the weapons take flight, they swiftly retreated. Clang! As the spear tip struck the ground, the two lizard men had already returned to their ranks. Not even breathless. A look of disdain crept upon the chieftain's face. Was the maximum striking distance of the frail ones truly so limited? Then, lizard men armed with oil-soaked spears stepped forward. Soon, a tribesman holding a torch ignited the spear tips. Project, let them discover what true projection entails. With a resounding shout from the lizard chieftain, dozens of lizard men advanced rapidly. The flaming spear tips soared towards the primitives. Take cover behind the wooden walls. Their weapons cannot harm us, commanded the tall leader. In his view, the robust wooden barricades provided an absolute defense, easy to maintain, yet difficult to breach. Those thrown spears would merely land within the tribe, becoming their own weapon. Upon hearing the metallic thuds against the wooden barriers, the tall leader could not contain his laughter. However, Chief, fire, fire. Suddenly, a tribesman yelled, causing the tall leader to frown in confusion. What fire? He glanced towards the bonfire within the tribe and the flames from the distant furnace. Wait, why did the scent seem so near? He lifted his stiff neck. The fierce flames raged against what he believed to be an impenetrable wooden wall. Flames surged through the gaps in the barricades, licking the skin of the primitives who had once leaned against them, followed by a cacophony of horrified screams. This was impossible. He could not accept such a reality. What had transpired? The tall leader hurriedly sought a smoke-free vantage point, peering out to discern the unfolding chaos. Centered around the dozens of long spears projected by the monsters, the raging flames gradually expanded their territory, eventually merging into a conflagration. Retreat! Retreat! He tumbled down from his high perch, disregarding his already injured foot, limping desperately deeper into the tribe. The remaining individuals shouted in panic as they fled, some even discarding their weapons in their haste. The once impenetrable barrier had completely crumbled, rendering all previously devised strategies meaningless. Flames voraciously consumed the wooden walls, transforming what was once sturdy into fragile charcoal. What could this charcoal withstand? The tall leader gazed despairingly at the heavens, seemingly hoping for a torrential rain to extinguish the malevolent crimson that devoured everything in its path. However, Guo Sen was unconcerned with such notions. This war required no semblance of fairness. The lizardman army awaited the complete incineration of the wooden walls, all the while meticulously observing the situation within the tribe. Despite the billowing smoke, the slowly collapsing timber walls revealed glimpses of the interior. The lizardman leader rejoiced upon seeing that the detestable serfs armed with long spears had been frightened into retreating deeper into the tribe. All must obey. Yes. Prepare to attack. Chapter 86. The conclusion of war. A strong wind began to rise. The gentle breeze transformed into a fierce gale, seemingly heralding the onset of battle with a resounding war song. Attack. The lizardman leader, brandishing twin swords, surged to the forefront. Attack. All the lizardmen roared in fury. They closely followed their leader, racing towards the blazing gates of the tribe. The primitive people, paralyzed by fear of the fire assault, could have seized this opportunity to launch their long spears, potentially wounding some lizardmen or even taking down the reckless leader. However, they did not act. Instead, they huddled deeper within the tribe, wildly flailing their weapons. With the gates breached, the primitive people lost all their courage. Their original plans were utterly dismantled. No, do not panic. Everyone gather. The tall leader appeared to be the only one with clarity amidst the chaos, calling out loudly in an attempt to rally his disoriented kin. Yet, his efforts yielded little effect. Meanwhile, the lizardmen were not faring any better. The flames fueled by oil were exceedingly fierce, and with the sudden gusts of wind pushing the flames outward, passage for them was momentarily impossible. This provided the primitive people with a brief respite. Do not panic. Do not panic. If this continues, we shall perish. Stand up for me. Do not tremble. The tall leader shouted incessantly. His words had a slight effect, as some of the bewildered tribesmen began to understand that continuing in chaos would lead to their demise. While a united effort might offer a chance for survival, the wind intensified the flames while hastening the destruction of the wooden walls. The lizardmen could not breach the tribe. and the primitive people had yet to fully recover from their disarray. The situation reached a temporary stalemate. However, this impasse would only last for a brief moment. The remnants of the wooden wall, now reduced to charred remains, no longer emitted flames. Beneath the white ashes lay the glowing black charcoal, which could be effortlessly toppled with a long spear. The lizard folk were determined to do just that. Advance, commanded the leader, and his subordinates, armed with long spears, charged towards the blackened remains. With a thunderous roar, a powerful gust of wind surged forth as the structure collapsed, engulfing the area in smoke. In that moment, the lizard folk, still reeling from the chaos, suddenly beheld countless long spears descending from above. Quick, take cover. The close-range assault left the lizard folk leader with no time to react as he rolled desperately to the side. Yet, the anguished cries of his kin resonated in his ears almost instantaneously. Those vile scoundrels. The leader felt a piercing pain in his arm, and his eyes reflected the grim fates of his fallen brethren. Over 40 unfortunate lizard folk lay sprawled, their bodies oozing dark green blood. Some were dead on the spot, while others lay gravely injured, their lives flickering away. Staggering to his feet, the leader bore a bronze spear deeply embedded in his flesh, alongside the severely wounded or deceased. Many others bore wounds akin to his own. However, unlike fragile humans, the lizard folk were undeterred by minor injuries, their formidable healing abilities allowing them to staunch bleeding and mend wounds swiftly. All units, retreat. The leader bellowed, and the lizard folk swiftly withdrew to a safer distance. Just then, a hail of spears rained down once more, striking the very ground they had occupied moments before. Despicable, loathsome creatures, the leader cursed, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm as he wrenched the spear free. Without the wooden wall as a shield, even the most valiant of the primitive humans would meet their demise the moment the flames extinguished. All the lizard folk needed to do was wait, behind the fallen wooden wall. The tall leader's roar invigorated his kin, who had achieved a momentary victory through their counterattack. This unexpected strike roused the remaining lizard folk from their disarray, prompting them to rejoin the fray. Their morale soared to unprecedented heights as the primitive humans brandished their weapons and shouted fiercely. They renewed their assault on the wounded lizard folk, seeking to eliminate them entirely. This surge of confidence, however, would soon lead to calamity. The monsters are nothing to fear. Charge. The tall leader surged ahead, leading his entire clan towards the still reeling, retreating lizard folk. Their battle cries echoed like thunder, each one as invigorated as if they had been fueled by a potent elixir. Kill. The lizard folk were entirely unprepared for this reckless advance from the primitive humans. Form ranks. Launch. The lizard folk leader shouted, and all the lizard warriors aligned themselves in two parallel rows, hurling their long spears into the fray. Launch. The primitive tribesmen simultaneously let out a roar of fury. However, the lizard folk were the first to employ projectile weaponry. Their long spears were launched ahead of the advancing primitives. Following their own projectile assault, the primitives retreated hastily. Unbeknownst to them, with each forward charge, their demise came swifter. The towering leader, at the forefront, succumbed to multiple spear wounds, staggering and collapsing to the ground, perishing alongside his kin. Meanwhile, the lizard folk, having withdrawn in time, suffered only a few casualties, with the majority remaining unscathed. The anguished cries of the primitives echoed across the battlefield, with only a handful managing to escape unscathed, fleeing in panic towards their tribe. The lizard folk had no intention of leaving any survivors. Charge. Annihilate them completely. The leader bellowed, sword in hand. The lizard folk swiftly dispatched the still-breathing primitives, breaking through their final line of defense and trapping them within a vast cavern. Those who emerged to plead for mercy were instantly pierced, becoming lifeless corpses before uttering a complete word. The cavern reverberated with the cries of the living, yet the lizard folk leader remained devoid of empathy. Burn them. The lizard folk sought no captives or servants. The pain they had endured was already profound. Nearly 100 lizard folk had perished here, a significant blow to the entire tribe. Soon, a multitude of dry branches were brought forth to barricade the cavern's entrance, and black firewater was poured from jars and ignited. Thick black smoke billowed into the cavern. In Chapter 87, The Last Survivors, Guo Sen observed coldly. He witnessed the lizard folk's Pyrrhic victory and the grim fate of the nearly 300 primitives who had chosen to remain in the tribe. Throughout this conflict, he did not intervene nor show favoritism to either side. The lizard folk's victory had been preordained, though at one point the primitives had held the advantage. Their inflated confidence led to their utter annihilation. This bore a striking resemblance to a war from decades past, where the victors were again the lizard folk and the vanquished the primitives. Like their ancestors, the primitives met their demise due to their overweening confidence and aggressive nature. However, Guo Sen had not anticipated that they would inflict significant damage on the lizard folk tribe, slaying many in the process. although the final outcome aligned with his expectations. The journey there was not devoid of intrigue. After staunching the wounds of the injured with grass ash, the lizard folk realized they had lost over 100 of their kin in what should have been an effortless victory. Upon conducting a thorough search of the tribe and confirming that no primitives remained alive, they finally arrived at the cavern's entrance. Leader, this is incorrect. Their numbers should not be so few. Once the dense smoke within the cave had sufficiently dissipated, a lizard man hastily ventured inside to investigate, only to emerge quickly, covering his nostrils, and rushed to report to the chief. What? This is impossible. The chief, equally astonished, noted the significant discrepancy in the total number of primitive corpses compared to before. However, after another count, they found no survivors among the primitives. Chief, what could this possibly mean? The lizard men were filled with profound confusion. Such a scenario was utterly inconceivable. Since the battle commenced, they had tightly sealed the tribe's gates and had never fled during the conflict. Unless a portion of them managed to escape. Quickly pursue them. The chief finally grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly ordered a chase after the fleeing primitives, yet discovered no leads. When had those individuals escaped? And where had they gone? In this vast forest, how could they possibly be found? Forget it. Let us first tend to the bodies of our fallen kin. The chief recalled the tribesmen who were about to search and shook his head. There were more pressing matters to attend to, and the losses on their side had been excessively grave. The lizard men had taken over the primitives' tribe, seemingly intent on remaining there for an extended period. Guo Sen understood that the conflict between the lizard men and the human race had reached a temporary resolution. However, what of the remaining faction of humans who chose to depart? Guo Sen shifted his gaze to the riverbank where he last saw that group of primitives, the former site of the fruit and vegetable paste tribe. He quickly spotted the tribe, still advancing onward. They continued to move against the current, heading deeper into the land, under the leadership of that elderly chief. This group might take a considerable amount of time to seek out a suitable location for their development, to branch out and restore their tribe to its former glory. Or so Guo Sen hoped. Yet, there were far too many uncertain factors at play. Ultimately, their development rested in their own hands. Initially intending to offer them some assistance, Guo Sen elevated his gaze, deciding to temporarily leave this continent and venture towards the remaining 3 land masses in search of more intelligent life. However, at the delta where the great river flows into the ocean, he suddenly discovered something peculiar. He focused closely, examining the strangely familiar objects that had drawn his attention. There, among the fertile soil by the riverbank, were dozens of unusually well-formed dark patches of land. Upon them grew neatly arranged plants and fruit trees. Suddenly, Guo Sen comprehended the implications. There was only one hypothesis that could explain this. The fruit and vegetable paste tribes still existed. Had they journeyed from their original riverside to the very delta? Guo Sen initially believed that these individuals had fled into the dense forest, perhaps to be devoured by wild beasts or to perish due to various unforeseen events. However, he never imagined that they could escape to a location so far from their original home. Yet, was this truly the same group? Hadn't the elderly leader mentioned that they had once been driven by the lizard people to attack them? Guo Sen narrowed his gaze, meticulously scanning his surroundings. Soon, he spotted some rudimentary dwellings concealed within the shadows of the tree canopies along the riverbank. The roofs and walls were constructed from branches as thick as a man's arm, neatly assembled and bound together with grass ropes. The structures were modest in size, but perched several meters high in the trees, they afforded a considerable degree of safety. The dense foliage provided ample shelter from both wind and rain. Aside from their simplicity, these tree houses possessed few significant drawbacks. Guo Sen reminisced about the red-haired apes he had encountered on the previous continent, who also resided in tree houses, yet these appeared far more aesthetically pleasing. However, the area was eerily quiet, and peering into the homes revealed them to be utterly vacant. After examining all the tree houses, he recalled that the fields he had surveyed earlier were devoid of any cultivation, mirroring the emptiness within the houses. Only the remnants of smoldering charcoal remained, suggesting that people had occupied this space not long ago. Where could they have gone? Had they all perished? That seemed implausible, if that were the case. The cleared land by the riverbank would not appear so free of overgrowth, nor would the houses be so tidy, nor the fire pits still boast remnants of charcoal. Guo Sen meticulously combed through the nearby forests and grasslands. Before long, he discovered a substantial group of humanoid beings moving across the adjacent plains. Yet, contrary to his expectations, these individuals did not possess the corpulent figures he had envisioned. Instead, they resembled an ancient tribe of lean, muscular individuals. They seemed to be engaged in an endeavor that Guo Sen had never anticipated: hunting. They clumsily encircled a creature resembling a large bovine. Not particularly swift, but adorned with 2 long tusks and 3 prominent horns atop its head, wielding stone spears while emitting frantic cries. Narrow in, shouted an elderly voice, seemingly directing the effort. Guo Sen scrutinized the figure and was astonished to recognize the tribal leader he had previously encountered. Once round as a ball, he had now become gaunt, his head bereft of hair, yet his original features were still discernible. The primitive hunters tightened their encirclement around the horned beast. Launch! Guo Sen once again heard this command. Simultaneously, hundreds of stone spears were hurled into the air. Chapter 88. Leap forward. The stone spears were not particularly sharp, but the sheer number of them, launched together, was sufficient to potentially bring down the horned creature, which was roughly the size of a cow. After all, the force of impact could indeed prove fatal. Guo Sen felt a sense of satisfaction. These primitive individuals, who had previously subsisted solely on fruit and vegetable puree, have finally undergone a transformation in their understanding. Consuming meat, now that is the right approach. What purpose does an exclusive vegetarian diet serve? Guo Sen watched in bewilderment as these primal beings congregated, then produced a stone blade. Crouching down to skin and deb one an animal that had already been pierced like a porcupine. Were they to do this here? Were they not concerned about the potential arrival of other wild beasts? Their movements were swift. Guo Sen observed as they severed substantial chunks of meat, removing bones, along with the nearly 1-meter-long horns and 2 tusks he had previously seen. Do they realize the myriad of items they could create from these? This represents a notable advancement from the civilization they had previously exhibited. They exhibited the initiative to hunt, to consume meat, and perhaps even to fashion tools from those sharp horns. Young men, take heed. However, Guo Sen was astonished to see that after they had stripped all the bones, extracting the sinews from the meat, they only carried away the bones while discarding the flesh. What is happening here? Have they forgotten the meat? This legion of over 300 showed no interest in the meat, happily shouldering their burdens as they returned. Guo Sen was left speechless. You fellows have not changed at all. His gaze followed them, and the discarded meat was soon targeted by a flock of birds overhead, as well as nearby lurking carnivorous creatures, leading to a scuffle between the 2 parties. The primitive people collectively headed back to their tribe, and Guo Sen observed them arriving at the riverbank, where they began meticulously cleansing the animal bones, horns, and tusks. After a thorough scrubbing, they returned to the fire pit beneath the treehouse. The bones were divided into numerous pieces, with the largest leg bones placed separately. A female primitive person took the initiative to bind one end with grass cordage, crafting a weapon reminiscent of a wooden rod. The smaller rib bones were meticulously ground on a stone surface, their tips sharpened, and once bound with grass cordage, they transformed into compact and easily transportable bone blades. As for the larger vertebrae and skull bones, they were left in a sunlit area, and Guo Sen surmised that they would be processed later. The sinews extracted from the meat resembled a thick, resilient band, which the primitives placed on a flat stone and hammered, seemingly for another purpose. Meanwhile, the 2 tusks and 3 long horns were being continuously polished, their intended use not immediately apparent. However, when Guo Sen observed a primitive individual beginning to chop slender branches and fashioning them into long, pointed objects with a stone blade, he finally comprehended their intentions. They were crafting bows and arrows. The tusks and long horns would likely serve as the bow's body, while the sinews would function as the bowstring. This remained merely a hypothesis. Guo Sen resolved to observe for a few more days. The aficionados of fruit and vegetable puree, as he had previously witnessed, returned to the riverbank's mud to cultivate crops, reap their harvest, and subsequently prepare their beloved puree once more, a cycle endlessly repeated. During this period, the sinews of the beast were gradually refined, becoming sturdier and imbued with remarkable elasticity. They connected these sinews to the curved horns and fangs of the beasts, successfully crafting 5 bows in accordance with standard procedures. Moreover, the design was exquisitely beautiful, with curves perfectly proportioned. However, one must ponder, when did they acquire such awareness of bow making? In just over 30 years, it seems implausible that they could master this art so swiftly. This raises a certain perplexity. Originally, these enthusiasts of fruit and vegetable mash managing to create stone blades and spears was already impressive, given that such implements held minimal utility for their herbivorous lifestyle. The creation of bows and arrows, however, seems even more far-fetched. Technological advancement cannot leap forward in such a brief span, can it? Reflecting on another primitive tribe, they too lacked bows and arrows, and as for the lizard folk, there is no need to mention them. Upon careful consideration, the only races observed thus far possessing bows were the White Wolf tribe and the Avian tribe encountered previously. Could it be that these 2 races inhabit the vicinity, and the fruit and vegetable mash enthusiasts have learned their crafting techniques? Guo Sen raised his gaze towards the lands of the White Wolf tribe and the Avian tribe, noting that their locations were quite distant from here. In this underdeveloped primitive civilization, it seems impossible for such technology to have traveled this far. Could it be that these enthusiasts of fruit and vegetable mash have independently deciphered this skill within a mere few decades? In Guo Sen's mind, the existence of this primitive tribe is a paradox. Witnessing their self-taught mastery in developing sophisticated bow-making techniques in such a short time further confounds his understanding. He believes that the emergence of bows, from inception to fruition, should be a lengthy endeavor involving countless refinements to attain their current form. Yet, they have achieved this in just a few decades. This is utterly incomprehensible. Guo Sen began to meticulously search through the lands from the original settlement of the fruit and vegetable mash tribe to the present location. If they had vanquished another tribe, the emergence of the bow could be elucidated. However, despite traversing nearly every inch of this continent, he found no signs of intelligent beings apart from this tribe. The lizard folk, and the primitive people who were continuously advancing deeper into the land. This has become a mystery. Could it be that the brains of these fruit and vegetable mash devotees have, due to some serendipitous catalyst, evolved at an astonishing pace, inventing the bow themselves? With endless questions in mind, Guo Sen continued to observe them for nearly half a year, seeking even the slightest clue, yet he remained empty-handed. Ultimately, he could only elevate his gaze and shift his focus. There were still 3 landmasses unexplored. He could not fixate on a single land forever. The nearest location was a continent abundant with lakes and rivers, characterized predominantly by mountains and grasslands. In comparison to other regions, this place boasts a multitude of islands, some of which are so vast that they inspire awe, crowned with towering peaks that pierce the clouds. However, a significant portion of this land lies within the frigid and temperate zones, rendering it less than ideal for the survival of humanoid life forms. The tropical and subtropical areas are quite limited, and due to the presence of those lofty plateaus, it is estimated that the temperatures there are not markedly higher. Yet, nothing is absolute. Before Guo Sen could thoroughly survey the extensive grasslands that dominate this territory, he noticed dark figures emerging and retreating between the forest and the plains. His gaze immediately focused on these beings, which were evidently humanoid in form. However, were these figures not excessively massive? In Guo Sen's understanding, the concept of giants was merely an abstraction, akin to a basketball superstar. The tallest creature he had encountered on his planet was a lizard-like leader, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Yet, the beings he now beheld, with their 4 limbs and heads, possessed a reddish-brown skin and towered over 3 meters in height. Not only that, but they were also endowed with robust, muscular physiques. The sinewy contours of their muscles evoked images of violence and destruction. These giants bore a striking resemblance to the primitive beings he had previously encountered, though their facial features, apart from their eyes, seemed to have been exaggerated in size. Unlike the hairy primitive men, these creatures were entirely devoid of hair and facial hair. Perhaps due to their immense stature, their movements could best be described as sluggish. They wielded tree trunks, stripped of branches, lumbering step by step toward the grasslands or the forest, numbering around 50. As Guo Sen observed them continuously transporting wood, an earlier thought resurfaced in his mind. The existence of a giant race represented yet another element reminiscent of the fantastical. He found himself bewildered as to why his planet had evolved so many similar beings. It remained a mystery to him, a probability of exceedingly low occurrence. He had pondered whether, prior to humanity's ascendance as the dominant species on Earth, there had once existed races akin to lizard men, dwarves, or the giants he now encountered. However, this remained mere speculation. Guo Sen seemed to have grown somewhat numb. The emergence of any peculiar species no longer surprised him. At that moment, the soil at the feet of the giants suddenly heaved, forming a mound several meters in diameter. Subsequently, dozens of similar mounds erupted in succession, creating a long chain. One giant lost his balance and fell to the ground, and beside him, a mound burst open, revealing several strange creatures. Were they insects? Upon encountering the creature, Guo Sen beheld a long, 2-meter-long organism, its entire body almost enveloped in a layer of brown exoskeleton. It possessed 4 pairs of robust, limb-like appendages, and a delicate veil of fine hairs adorned its surface. Beneath its 2 antennae, 2 pairs of black, bean-like eyes gazed out from below a mouth that split into 3 segments, revealing countless triangular, serrated teeth within. The fallen giant, upon witnessing this sudden emergence of the insect, seemed momentarily stunned, failing to rise immediately, which allowed the creature to leap forth from its burrow. Oh no! The giant suddenly convulsed, its limbs trembling uncontrollably, until even its cries of agony grew sporadic. Observing this, 2 nearby giants rushed over, intent on grasping the insect and prying it away from their companion. only to emit their own screams of despair. Were they stung? Yet, was it possible for the cries of pain to be so intermittent? Meanwhile, more insects burrowed forth from the earth, swiftly lunging toward the convulsing giants. Guo Sen noted that the unarmored tails of these creatures twisted in peculiar spirals, with bizarre blue lines pulsating from them, infiltrating the bodies of the giants. The remaining giants, witnessing this horror, hefted massive logs and charged toward the grotesque insects. Strangely, before the logs could descend, the creatures adeptly evaded to the side, causing the heavy timber to crash down upon the fallen giant instead. The sheer force of the impact inflicted grievous wounds upon their comrade, sending blood and splinters flying in all directions. The fleeing insects quickly reburrowed into the ground, vanishing from sight. The giants howled in anguish, brandishing their bloody logs and thrusting them into the gaping hole. Yet, this was an exercise in futility. The insects had long since vanished. In a fit of rage, the giants continued to strike at the numerous burrows. At that moment, beneath the three gravely injured giants, several mounds of earth suddenly erupted, and the insects emerged, employing their grotesque mouths to viciously tear at them. The giants let out their final cries, ceasing their struggles at last. The remaining giants, witnessing this grim fate, seemed to grasp the dire nature of their situation, retreating in horror. With logs raised high, their emotions shifted from rage to dread. The insects poured forth from the burrows, forming two neat lines and advancing steadily, while the giants continued their retreat. The movements of the insects were synchronized, as if rehearsed in advance. In Guo Sen's understanding, such tactical coordination was unfathomable for creatures like insects. Typically, they would engage in chaotic scrambles for food, never aligning in straight formations or leveraging their advantages to assault foes vastly larger than themselves. Whether it was the initial surprise attack, the electric assault, or the rapid withdrawal during the giants' counterattack, culminating in a calculated strike against their prey. Could it truly be possible that they were capable of such strategy? No, it must be impossible. Under normal circumstances, how could insects possess such capabilities? Yet, is there any other explanation for the recent occurrences? When all errors are eliminated, the remaining answer, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. The insects possess intelligence. Guo Sen still struggled to accept this notion, yet no other explanation sufficed for the recent events. The giants ultimately relinquished their fallen companions' corpses and turned to flee deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, the insects remained motionless, as if frozen by an unseen force. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed. Guo Sen observed a massive mound of earth materializing beside the corpses of the giants, from which emerged an extraordinarily grotesque creature. This abomination gradually extricated itself from the mound and finally reached the surface. This monstrous insect was entirely dissimilar to the previous ones. It boasted a more colossal frame, elongated antennae, and a terrifying mouth split into three grotesque sections. Countless translucent, spherical orbs adorned its crimson, unarmored back, densely packed in such numbers that it was impossible to ascertain whether there were thousands or more, with shadowy figures seemingly writhing within them, swaying in tandem with the creature's movements. The insect's two pairs of small, bean-like eyes oscillated as it slithered toward the three corpses, swiftly crushing one of the giant's bodies with its powerful jaws. Dark crimson blood dripped from its maw. In mere moments, it devoured the second corpse as well. Throughout this time, the previously motionless insects remained static, much to Guo Sen's astonishment, rendering the scene incomprehensible. Then, unexpectedly, the colossal insect burrowed back into the earth, and the smaller insects, as if released from a spell, resumed their activity, crawling onto the last remaining giant. Chapter 90. The sovereign consciousness. The giant's carcass was swiftly engulfed by a swarm of dark, ravenous insects. Within moments, they voraciously stripped the remains clean, leaving not a single bone behind. Soon, they scattered, disappearing into the depths of the earth. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the wild grasses. The scene was left with only the blood-soaked soil and innumerable terrifying circular depressions. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Guo Sen would have found it impossible to comprehend the recent events. Intelligent insects had dispatched the colossal giants and consumed them in a remarkably brief span of time. The bizarre and extraordinary behaviors exhibited by these insects captivated Guo Sen. Why were they so adept and remarkably skilled, executing the act of predation as if it were a preordained program? Why did they remain utterly still when the giant insect appeared to feast? Guo Sen began to sift through the soil. He sensed that there lay hidden secrets within. For him, excavating treasures from the earth and rocks was far simpler than searching through the woods, grasslands, or even the oceans. Soon, he discovered a vast chamber some 10 meters beneath the surface. This space is connected to the surface through numerous tunnels. The protagonists, mere moments ago, now lay motionless within this expansive hollow, akin to a vast cavern spanning thousands of square meters. Guo Sen observed that the large creature was nestled in the deepest recess of the pit, having excavated a considerable hole unbeknownst to him. It was quivering incessantly, its purpose unclear. Upon closer inspection, he noted that from the creature's grotesque underbelly, a continuous stream of transparent, spherical objects emerged. Were they eggs? Undoubtedly, these spheres were larvae, reminiscent of those it bore upon its back. Layer upon layer, the larvae accumulated, gradually blanketing the pit below. Could this monstrous insect be a matriarch? Guo Sen gazed at the repugnant creature. After laying its eggs, its abdomen appeared deflated, resembling a punctured balloon, considerably shriveled. Meanwhile, the other insects remained eerily still, as if immobilized. This was profoundly strange. After the matriarch completed her oviposition, she resumed her position atop the pit, her long antennae oscillating incessantly, mirrored by the quivering antennae of the smaller insects. Subsequently, the diminutive creatures advanced to the walls of the tunnel, employing their well-developed mandibles to systematically excavate the soil, moving in perfect synchronization, akin to a well-oiled machine. Guo Sen pondered as he observed the accumulating earth beside them. He had just surveyed the subterranean expanses of the entire continent. Besides this location, he had indeed encountered several other sites housing nearly identical gatherings of insects. Their common trait was the presence of a colossal matriarch, with the smaller insects seemingly entirely subservient to her, often exhibiting the same eerie stillness. But what could be the reason behind this? Guo Sen scrutinized closely. He noticed that after each small insect excavated a burrow sufficient for its size, they abruptly ceased their labor, while the matriarch's antennae continued to sway in varied patterns. Wait, did the smaller insects emerge from their burrows, their antennae trembling, and then, in response to a change in the matriarch's antennae position, begin to spread the excavated soil around the entrance? So that was it. Was the matriarch orchestrating the smaller insects through her antennae? However, what accounted for their simultaneous actions? Suddenly, Guo Sen recalled a term, collective consciousness, or perhaps the dominion of collective awareness. This concept suggests that numerous individuals receive a shared consciousness through a single entity's emitted medium, thereby forming a communal awareness. If this framework were applied, the peculiar behaviors of these insects could indeed be elucidated. Their sudden stillness, followed by an orderly operation reminiscent of machinery for attack, harassment, and defense, even their formation into two neat lines, all exemplified a collective consciousness. The medium conveying this awareness must be their antennae. Guo Sen believed that the friction of the tentacles would undoubtedly convey some unique biological information, enabling the mother insect to exert complete control over the larvae, allowing them to assimilate into a collective consciousness and engage in actions akin to those observed earlier. However, this remained merely a highly plausible hypothesis. Within the 5 burrows inhabited by peculiar insects on this land, there existed 5 mother insects that bore a striking resemblance to one another. Yet the total number of larvae across all burrows did not exceed 500. This presented a paradox when juxtaposed with the multitude of eggs recently laid by the mother insects, along with the numerous eggs on their backs that were nearing hatching. How could such prolific breeding result in such a scant population? As time languidly passed, both the mother insects and the larvae remained utterly still, as if entranced in slumber. Guo Sen, feeling a twinge of boredom, pondered the uncertain duration of this stasis. Just as he contemplated shifting his gaze to observe the giants nearby, he suddenly noticed something in the surrounding soil, approaching with an unusual swiftness. As it neared the burrow, the creature abruptly slowed its advance, reducing both its speed and the amplitude of its movements, rendering the sound of its digging almost imperceptible. Guo Sen scrutinized this organism within the earth and found it to be rather peculiar. Initially, he assumed it to be a type of insect, but upon closer inspection, he discerned that the scaly being possessed 4 robust limbs and a tail, measuring less than 2 meters in length. Its limbs were remarkably stout, with the forelimbs ending in 5 clawed digits resembling elongated, sharp daggers, both pointed and thick, akin to a drill. The tips of its hind limbs were flattened and broad, resembling shovels, seemingly tailored for excavating soil. With a mere flick of its forelimbs, the seemingly resilient earth crumbled away, while its hind limbs swiftly pushed the displaced soil aside, ultimately using its slender tail to sweep the dirt to the sides of the burrow wall. Its enormous head constituted nearly a quarter of its body, featuring a conical visage with elongated eyes and a small, moist black nose that opened and closed rhythmically. Guo Sen couldn't shake the impression that this creature bore a striking resemblance to the pangolin found on Earth. However, pangolins were not known to grow to such a size, nor did they possess such a large cranium. Guo Sen deemed it more fitting to refer to them as big-headed monsters. What purpose could they have for being here? As he observed them, their subtle movements began to clear away the final layer of soil that separated them from the insects. Yet they did not emerge immediately. instead sniffing the air with their pointed noses. His gaze drifted towards the entrances of all the burrows, and he suddenly realized they were all oriented towards the side of the mother insect. Was it possible that their intent was? Chapter 91. Special hunting techniques. It now seemed almost certain that the big-headed monsters did not aim to ambush the insects for consumption, but rather sought the eggs nestled beneath and behind the mother insect. Guo Sen reflected on this, finding it entirely logical. Nearly everything associated with eggs represented an abundance of nourishment. The nutrient-rich eggs, nestled within the depths of the earth, could be deemed an exquisite delicacy. Guo Sen observed as the large-headed creatures lingered quietly for a while, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment. Nearby, the mother insect appeared to be secreting a viscous substance from her back. With a gentle roll, the freshly laid eggs were deposited onto her back, layer upon layer, densely packed. After completing this task, the mother insect once again settled into the pit, laying additional eggs before fatigue overcame her, rendering her motionless atop the mound. The large-headed creatures seemed to be waiting for this precise moment. However, contrary to Guo Sen's expectations, these beings were not simply poised at the entrance of the burrow. They extended their tongues. What? That was a distance of 2 or 3 meters. What were they attempting to lick? Yet, their remarkably elongated tongues reached forth until they made contact with the translucent, spherical eggs. Astonishing. Was their tongue 2 or 3 meters long? What kind of anatomy was this? Guo Sen marveled at their prowess. Once the large-headed creatures ensnared the eggs with their tongues, they gently exerted force. The eggs were drawn from the mother insect's back by a viscous, glue-like filament, producing no sound. In the hushed environment, the large-headed beings silently consumed the individual eggs. However, Guo Sen noted that they did not directly devour the eggs. Instead, they enveloped them within their mouths, causing the skin on either side to bulge conspicuously. After some time, the eggs that were on the verge of hatching, along with the previously laid white ones, were nearly all harvested by the large-headed creatures, leaving only a few near the mother insect's head. Yet, they were not satisfied and continued to extend their long tongues into the pit, seeking to ensnare more newly hatched eggs. At that moment, the mother insect suddenly stirred. She swiftly turned, her 3-part jaws agape, charging toward the burrow where the large-headed creatures had concealed themselves. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of soil and debris erupted, filling the entire burrow. However, Guo Sen noticed that the large-headed creatures were far quicker than the mother insect. They swiftly retreated into the tunnel, fleeing in the direction from whence they came. In her fury, the mother insect continued to batter the tunnel, even causing the few remaining eggs on her body to splatter upon the ground, crushed into a puddle by her massive form. The smaller insects also joined the fray, yet amidst the chaos, it seemed the dominant consciousness was not particularly stable, leading several to be inadvertently struck by the mother, instantaneously becoming lifeless. At last, Guo Sen comprehended why these highly prolific and formidable insects had dwindled to such a small number. The role of the large-headed creatures was undeniably significant. As the nemesis of the insects, they ensured their own nutritional and dietary needs by pilfering the eggs, thereby greatly inhibiting the expansion of the insect population. Without these creatures, it was reasonable to believe that, given the insects' reproductive capabilities, it would not take long for the entirety of the underground realm to become their territory. Guo Sen's gaze shifted away from the chaotic mass of insects, closely following the large-headed creatures. As he traversed the tunnel in pursuit of them, he ultimately arrived at a rather confined subterranean space. However, he encountered a phenomenon that was both strikingly familiar and intriguingly novel. A radiant blue-white luminescence enveloped the entire underground chamber, with the glowing moss covering the stone walls, undoubtedly the same variety he had observed in the sheepman tribe. Yet here, in contrast to that locality, the moss appeared to be more widespread and luxuriant. The previously sighted large-headed creatures, upon emerging from the tunnel, congregated once more. Then, to Guo Sen's utter astonishment, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. They raised their forelegs, using their tails for support, and then their hind legs stood upright. What on earth? Were they not supposed to be crawling? What was this upright posture? Guo Sen watched as they moved towards another, relatively broader tunnel within the underground space. After advancing a short distance, they arrived at an exceptionally expansive area. This vast chamber, resembling a colossal cone, was situated at the heart of a small mountain. Much like the earlier cave he had encountered, the walls here were adorned with the bioluminescent moss, illuminating the space as brightly as day. Several narrow subterranean rivers coursed through this vast expanse, which was equivalent to the size of over a dozen football fields, teeming with numerous small, swift-moving shadows. Amidst nearly 100 small houses built from stones and earth, more large-headed creatures traversed back and forth. Moreover, at the very center of the cavern, dozens of bonfires flickered. Guo Sen realized his suspicions had been correct. The large-headed creatures were indeed an intelligent species. What remarkable fortune to have encountered 3 intelligent races in succession. He also considered the collective-minded insects as a form of intelligent species, despite their lack of any humanoid features. The cunning exhibited during their battle with giants was far beyond what mere insects could conceive. The large-headed creature hunters, their mouths filled with countless insect eggs, congregated in the central area of this dwelling zone, where they expelled the eggs onto the ground. Guo Sen observed that some of the eggshells seemed to have cracked, with tiny insects stumbling about on the rocks. The large-headed creatures picked up stones, directly tossing both the cracked and unbroken eggs into the bonfires to roast. Creatures of varying sizes emerged from the different houses, gathering by the fireside, eagerly awaiting the moment when the delicacies would be perfectly roasted, fragrant, and sizzling. Guo Sen silently observed this entire scene. He counted the large-headed creatures feasting on the delectable roasted insect eggs. There were nearly 400 of them. The quantity of these eggs was quite limited. Even if each provided substantial nourishment, it would be entirely insufficient for this multitude. It was likely that, apart from these eggs, the large-headed creatures possessed other sources of sustenance. His gaze shifted towards the other 2 insect burrows he had previously discovered. It appeared that the large-headed creatures were also present in those vicinity. It appears that the eggs of the insects serve as the primary sustenance for the creatures with large heads. Otherwise, they would not have constructed their nests in such close proximity to the insect burrows. However, one perplexing question remains. Why do these insects not seek alternative locations to evade these large-headed beings? Chapter 92. Precious Metals. Guo Sen suddenly felt the urge to revise his designation for these evidently intelligent beings. The term large-headed monsters is far too mundane and unappealing. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to them as armored, orc-like creatures. They are adorned with expansive scales that nearly cover their entire bodies, resembling beings clad in armor, albeit the material appears rather fragile. Surely, this nomenclature is preferable to the less dignified digging orcs or burrowing orcs. Guo Sen observed that these armored orc-like beings seemed quite content after consuming the roasted insect eggs. Once they finished their meal, they ambled languidly toward the stone dwellings. The entire group appeared lethargic, seemingly devoid of any desires for various endeavors. Upon surveying the area, Guo Sen noted the absence of textiles, pottery, or even remnants of bones from beasts. The armored orcs had not fashioned even rudimentary weapons, such as stone spears, let alone exhibited any inclination to hunt other animals. He discerned that, aside from their consumption of insect eggs, they had stored a considerable quantity of tuberous plants within a larger dwelling. With a mere thought, he caused one of these human head-sized objects to rupture into several pieces, releasing copious amounts of a peculiar purple liquid. Evidently, this constituted another staple of their diet. Exploring the surroundings, Guo Sen discovered an abundance of similar plants growing in several areas near the riverbank on the outer slopes of the hill, where several armored orcs were diligently excavating them. Were they employing metallic tools for this task? For a fleeting moment, he thought he might have misjudged the scene. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that the tools glimmered with a golden hue under the starlight. Initially, Guo Sen assumed they were fashioned from a dark, bronze-like alloy, akin to those used by birdmen and primitive humans, yet a more detailed examination revealed that the short-bladed tools possessed a brighter coloration. Could they be made of gold? After inspecting the surrounding geology, he suddenly realized that this internally hollowed mountain contained a significant quantity of gold ore, unlike the low-grade ores found on Earth. Here lay high-quality gold nuggets, akin to the coveted doghead gold. Could this place have once been a site of intense meteorite bombardment? Upon further inspection of the geological layers, he indeed found evidence of ancient, massive impacts. However, did these armored orcs truly comprehend the value of gold as a precious metal? Or were they merely drawn to the aesthetic allure of its color when fashioning their tools? Some armored orcs took a brief respite within the stone dwellings. Then, armed with their tools, they ventured to the area rich in gold ore that Guo Sen had recently examined, industriously setting to work. However, contrary to his expectations, Guo Sen discovered that the tools employed by the armored orcs for gold mining were not made of gold, but rather iron implements he had previously observed among the dwarven tribes. Had they already mastered advanced iron metallurgy? Yet, considering that they could forge tools from gold, iron hardly seemed remarkable in comparison. Upon further inspection, he found a rudimentary smelting facility situated near the river, not far from the armored orcs gathering tuberous plants. A considerable number of individuals were busily engaged there. A brief glance suggested that their ironworking techniques were somewhat inferior to those of the dwarves, as the iron ingots produced contained a significant amount of impurities. Nevertheless, the presence of blast furnaces and forging tables was unmistakable. Unlike the dwarven craftsmanship, Their forging tables were constructed of iron and were adorned with intricate details, many embellished with golden filigree. It appeared that in the perception of the armored orcs, gold was primarily regarded as an ornamental material. Moreover, Guo Sen discovered several blunt knives and crown-like rings fashioned from gold. How amusing! Indeed, it aligned with his assumptions. As for the metallurgy of gold, Guo Sen observed that they merely melted the so-called doghead gold in the blast furnace and poured it into rectangular molds seemingly made of iron, allowing it to naturally take shape into thin gold bricks, which were then hammered and polished into various forms. Evidently, they possessed a profound understanding of gold, surpassing that of other races. Guo Sen suddenly pondered what currency the civilizations on this sphere would adopt in the future. Gold and silver, in the ancient epics of Earth, served as primary precious metals, and in modern times, they evolved into vital reserve assets, assuming a significant role in this domain. Would the armored orcs, having been the first to discover gold, eventually utilize it as a form of currency? Guo Sen recalled that the earliest forms of currency in Earth's history were natural marine shells functioning as general equivalents, followed later by various precious metals. However, among the civilizations on this sphere, the most basic barter existed solely between the sheepmen and dwarves of that continent, which he had inadvertently disrupted. As for exchanges among other races, no nascent signs had yet emerged. The concept of currency, a more sophisticated medium of exchange, remained far from realization. If that time were to come, it was likely that the armored orcs would emerge as one of the wealthiest races. Their civilization was, in fact, quite simple, relying predominantly on the abundant eggs produced by the mother worm as their main sustenance, supplemented by the cultivation of purple tuberous plants to support their small tribe of several hundred individuals. Aside from metallurgy, this race had little to commend in other aspects. If there were to be anything that might captivate Guo Sen, aside from their long tongues, it was their development and practical use of gold. Contemplating intervention in their civilization, he realized there was truly little opportunity for engagement. It appears that other items hold little significance for them. Weapons. These individuals do not even have any enemies. Nestled deep within the mountains, this location remains elusive to outsiders, unless internal strife arises. Guo Sen has yet to witness any stone weapons. Had he not seen the golden knives they crafted, he might have strongly doubted their understanding of weaponry. This is also compelling evidence of their inability to locate adversaries. Nevertheless, the ability to forge knives indicates that they must have produced relevant items prior to encountering these nutrient-rich insect eggs. Otherwise, their existence remains inexplicable. After contemplating this, Guo Sen resolved to first explore the civilization of the giants, before taking the time to investigate whether there are any noteworthy aspects regarding the armored orcs in other regions. However, before he could divert his gaze from the smelting factory, he noticed visitors with crimson skin approaching closely.